Grasping Evil Chapter 1165 to Chapter 1183. On this day, the True Thunder world, which had been peaceful for a billion years, finally welcomed a drastic change. In the snowy plains of the True Thunder clan, countless members of the True Thunder clan raised their heads in fear. Looking at the collapsing sky, they could not help but tremble. The sky was actually shattering. The lightning that filled the sky was being dispersed by someone using a great divine ability. Torrential rain and dark night filled the entire True Thunder world. The world was shaking and the earth was trembling. What's going on? The True Thunder realm is actually going to collapse. Is the end of the world coming? The people of the True Thunder tribe, who had been enslaved for a billion years, had never seen such a doomsday scene. Even the two great immortal kings of the True Lightning tribe, Metal Lightning and Wood Lightning, were frightened by the impending doomsday. Only Fei Feng knew what the scene before her meant. Turbid tears flowed from her eyes. Tai Su, do you see this? Our True Thunder clan can finally escape from this world. The little friend you found is the great benefactor of our entire clan. How I wish that you would be able to see this scene as well. It has been a billion years. Our True Thunder clan has been waiting for this day of freedom for a billion years. I'm so tired, so tired. In order to protect your beloved clansmen, I've held on for so long. Now, I can finally unload my burden. I don't have to endure any more pain and suppress my immortal lifespan. I can come and find you. Fei Feng's vision began to drift away. In the wind and snow, she seemed to have returned to her youth. She seemed to have seen a young man named Tai Su, carrying her on his back and protecting her injured leg, walking with difficulty in the snow. Silly Feng how many times do I have to tell you to understand? You're a girl, and it's very dangerous for you to go into the snow valley alone to collect herbs. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been eaten by that snow bear. Humph. Who asked Brother Tai Su to break his promise? He clearly promised to accompany Feng to the snow valley, but he stood her up. Brother Tai Su is always lying. I really have something to do this time. Next time, I will definitely accompany you. Time passed quietly. A month later, a new power suddenly joined the Eastern Heaven Slaughter Temple. It was the True Thunder sect, led by the two great immortal kings, Metal Thunder and Wood Thunder. No one knew that the True Thunder race, which had been sealed for many years, had finally been released. No one knew that on the day the True Thunder tribe regained their freedom, an old woman scattered all of her cultivation and returned to the dust. The True Thunder tribe was saved, but the Flying Phoenix immortal monarch killed himself. No, it wasn't appropriate to describe it as self-destruction. Actually, the Soaring Phoenix immortal king's lifespan had been exhausted a long time ago, and his body was practically on the verge of exhaustion. He was merely relying on some sort of secret technique that paid an extremely great price to forcefully continue living in this world. The Thunder clan had finally been rescued. When she knew that Tai Su would never return, she no longer had any reason to continue holding on. She also no longer had any reason to continue waiting. She could finally put down all her burdens and accept her destiny. I didn't think that this would be the result. I had fulfilled my promise and saved the True Thunder race, but I can't feel happy at all. Senior Fei Feng didn't even get to see Senior Tai Su before she died. There's nothing more regretful than this in this world. He brought the members of the True Lightning clan out of the collapsed True Lightning world and brought them back to the Slaughter Palace. Then, he left again. He needed to find a place to carefully digest the mysteries of the heaven-defying lightning technique and integrate it into his pseudo-devil cavity. Fei Feng's death made Ning Fan feel a sense of loss, but this was also the helplessness of the path of cultivation. What reason did he have to stop Fei Feng from searching for Tai Su in the other world? It was a kind of sacrifice. It was almost stupid and almost obsessed. However, it still moved people. Ning Fan sighed. He searched the vast starry sky of the eastern heaven. After a long time, he finally found an extremely remote, abandoned star which was suitable for him to study his new technique. After the Heavenly Writings teleportation technique, the Boundless Thousand Rainbow, the Void Divine Tree and Old Immortal Nan Hua's incomplete Void Refinement Art, Ning Fan obtained the fifth item, the Heaven-Defying Lightning Technique. He had already reached the 21st layer of the Heaven-Defying Lightning Technique. However, if he wants to gain a deeper understanding of its mysteries, just reaching the 21st layer was obviously not enough. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Fan used 20 years to further cultivate the heaven-defying lightning technique to the 33rd layer. Finally, he extracted the profound meaning of this technique and integrated it into his pseudo-devil cavity. As for the curse that he cast in the true lightning world, it was also undone during these 20 years. Eventually, the completion rate of the pseudo-devil cavity reached 95%. Just a little bit more and I will be able to develop the pseudo-devil cavity. Ning Fan took out the treasure-searching compass and set the direction. Then, he dashed towards the sixth item that he was looking for. A few days later, his figure appeared on a cultivation planet called the Black Market Star. As the name suggested, the Black Market Star was the black market of the Eastern Heaven cultivation world. Rumor has it that the owner behind the Black Market Star was an 8th Tribulation Great Emperor who had been living in seclusion. It was because of this 8th Tribulation Great Emperor that the Black Market Star was able to stand strong and become the best place for devil cultivators to dispose of their stolen goods. Eastern Heaven was filled with wars and chaos. It was common for people to kill others for their treasures and annihilate clans. Since there was plunder, there was a need to dispose of the stolen goods. Many devil lords loved to visit the Black Market Star and sell some of their shameful things here. Ning Fan did not expect that the last item he was looking for would be in the Black Market Star. With his senses, he could easily sense the presence of an extremely obscure mortal emperor's chi on this Black Market Star. It must be the owner behind the Black Market Star. The chi of this immortal emperor was a little unfamiliar. Clearly, he was not someone Ning Fan knew and he had never participated in the Great Battle of the Border River. Most of the cultivators in the Eastern Heaven inherited the bloodline of their ancestors. However, there were also exceptions. The owner behind the Black Market Star was obviously one of them. This emperor could even be indifferent to the survival of the Eastern Heaven. He just sat there and did nothing while wholeheartedly managing his own black market business. Everyone has their own way of living. How this emperor is like has nothing to do with me. As long as he doesn't interfere with my business, I also don't want to cause any trouble. Ning Fan casually used a minor illusion technique to change his appearance and chi. Then, he descended towards the largest market of the Black Market Star. The reason why he changed his appearance was naturally because he did not want to attract too much attention. With his current reputation and status in the Eastern Heaven, if he does not disguise himself and hastily descends on the Black Market Star, it would certainly cause a commotion and make people feel helpless. Because Ning Fan just used a minor illusion technique casually and did not plan to deceive the owner of the Black Market Star, the owner of the Black Market Star sensed his arrival at the first moment. Humph! The dignified master of the Slaughter Palace actually came to my Black Market Star. Could it be that you were also here for that item? In a hidden cave residence somewhere on the Black Market Star, a green-faced and fanged Dao child stopped meditating and opened his eyes coldly. He was the owner behind the Black Market Star, the child Black Wind. His cultivation base was at the 8 Tribulations realm. In terms of cultivation base, he did not seem to be able to be rude to Ning Fan. However, in reality, he also had an extremely extraordinary identity which made the entire Eastern Heavens cultivation world fear him. He had served the previous ancestral emperor of the Eastern Heaven and was once his personal servant. He had also followed the ancestral emperor to conquer the world together with him and commanded the entire Eastern Heaven. There was also a rumor that after the ancestral emperor of the Eastern Heaven passed away, he had left a certain treasure that he used when he was still alive to this person. No one knew what exactly that treasure was. In the long history of the Eastern Heaven, there were a few immortal emperors who coveted this person's treasure. However, none of them succeeded. What was even stranger was that all of those immortal emperors disappeared mysteriously. No one knew where they went. Some people suspected that the child Black Wind had killed those immortal emperors who coveted his treasure. However, what was even stranger was that the life plates of those immortal emperors who had gone missing were still intact. Obviously, they were still in this world. This speculation was self-defeating. However, if they were still in this world, why would dignified immortal emperors go missing for no reason? Could it be that they were suppressed by the child Black Wind using his great abilities? Is the child Black Wind actually so powerful? As a result, there were more and more rumors about the child Black Wind. As time passed, no one dared to covet his treasure anymore. Due to the child Black Wind's ferocious reputation, no immortal emperors of the same level as him had ever come to the Black Market Star that he ran to cause trouble. When he saw Ning Fan suddenly descend on the black market star, the child Black Wind subconsciously thought that Ning Fan wanted to covet his treasure. However, he soon realized that he had thought too much. It seemed like Ning Fan just wanted to stroll around his black market casually. He was not here to cause trouble. Humph. If this person is really here to buy some ordinary items, I won't be bothered to become enemies with him. However, if he covets my Black Wind gourd, I don't care if he is the Yama of the Eastern Heaven or not. I will certainly use the Black Wind gourd to turn him into the gourd's blood spirit. Of course, Ning Fan did not come for the Black Wind gourd. He also did not know about the various rumors about the child Black Wind. Following the direction of the treasure-searching compass, Ning Fan shuttled through the streets of the black market. Finally, he stopped in front of a shop that emitted a gloomy aura. Mo Wen Xian. This was the name of the shop. The two words Mo Wen carried a deep meaning. This shop was a place to sell and buy stolen goods. Anyone who came here to buy something was not allowed to ask about the origin of the item. Halt! Just as Ning Fan stepped on the stairs of the shop, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked his way. The ones who blocked Ning Fan were two old monsters with strong qi. They were the guards of Mo Wen Xian. Their entire bodies were wrapped in black cloaks and their faces could not be seen clearly. At this moment, Ning Fan had used an illusion technique to conceal his cultivation base. The cultivation base that he revealed was only around the void fragmentation realm. The two guards could not see through Ning Fan's real cultivation base. Thus, they did not intend to let Ning Fan enter the shop. According to the rules of this shop, first-step cultivators are not allowed to take half a step into this shop. The two guards said coldly. Oh, is that so? Ning Fan did not care about the two guards' impoliteness. He slightly raised his qi to the peak of Duzhen and said, "Now, is your cultivation base enough?" Eh? Peak of Duzhen. Qi is a little unfamiliar. Since when did Eastern Heaven have such an old monster Duzhen? The two guards' expressions changed slightly, but they did not ask anything. After pondering for a while, they finally let Ning Fan in. The interior of the shop had its own space. There were tens of thousands of rows of shelves. Every shelf was protected by a formation. Through the formation, one could see all kinds of illegal goods on the shelves. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the shelves in front of him and realized that the price of the illegal goods here was obviously lower than the normal price. It was almost half of the normal price. Most of the illegal goods had questionable origins, so it was natural for them to be cheap. Ning Fan was not the only cultivator who came here to buy the illegal goods. There were many other cultivators who came here to sell their goods. Most of them hid their heads and showed their tails, not wanting others to know their true identity. They did not talk to each other at all. Most of the goods that were placed at the outermost area were cheap goods. They were also using the lowest grade silver shelves. Further inside were the gold shelves. Most of the high-grade goods were placed there. Of course, it did not mean that all the goods placed on the silver shelves were trash. Could it be that the owner of this shop could not make a mistake at times? There would always be some treasures that would be covered in dust and their value would be misjudged by others. After years of cultivation, Ning Fan had become quite proficient in his ability to communicate with all living things. He could control it at will and only listen to the voices of all living things within a certain range. Today, Ning Fan almost always maintained a trace of his ability to communicate with all living things. Because of that, when he passed by the shelves, he could hear the voices of many illegal goods. I'm not a profound crystal associated Oregon. I'm a true profound ore. On one of the silver shelves, a piece of ore was complaining. Unfortunately, other than Ning Fan, no one could hear its complaint. The label of this ore was marked with the name of the profound crystal associated ore and the price of 12 million Dao crystals. However, it was actually not a profound crystal associated Oregon. Instead, it was a true profound ore that was worth more than 60 million Dao crystals. I'm not an ordinary magic treasure. I'm a sacrificial artifact of the Spirit Sea clan. Another half-damaged First Nirvana Immortal sword that had been marked with the wrong price complained. A half-damaged First Nirvana Immortal sword was not worth much. It was close to being a piece of trash. However, if this sword had other profound meanings, it certainly could not be sold at the price of a piece of trash. The owner of the shop had set the wrong price. One had to admit that Ning Fan's all living things communication was extremely useful. It was simply a divine technique that he could use to pick up scraps in the black market. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not really buy those illegal goods that had been undervalued. It was because those items were useless to him. With his current status, there was no need for him to earn money by reselling illegal goods. Moreover, he was too lazy to get involved with the karma behind these illegal goods. The item that the treasure-searching compass was pointing at was on one of the gold shelves in the deepest part of the shop. Ning Fan just wanted to buy that item secretly and leave. He wanted to keep a low profile. Unexpectedly, when Ning Fan passed by one of the silver shelves, his heart skipped a beat. He heard a different voice from that shelf. "Little butterfly, don't die. Don't leave me. I want you to accompany me to watch the morning moon in the ancient desolate mountain. I want to save you. I must save you. Even if I have to betray the ancient desolate immortal domain and join the purple doe immortal domain, I will still save you. No one can stop me." There was a voice of a woman that was as stubborn as a devil. It carried sorrow and determination and directly entered the depths of Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. That was the voice of the sword ancestor. Ning Fan's expression changed and he stopped walking. He did not expect to encounter such a situation at this time and place. The moment he turned his head, he saw an ancient fossil on the silver shelf. This fossil looked like amber, but it was not. Inside the transparent fossil, there was a butterfly wing sealed inside. It was the butterfly's left wing. It seemed to have been directly cut off by a sharp blade. The incision was very smooth. There seemed to be some kind of sword intent at the incision. However, it had already dissipated at this moment. What was even stranger was that, the moment Ning Fan saw this butterfly fossil, the butterfly's left wing that was sealed inside the fossil had triggered the law of samsara and disappeared. This kind of disappearance was not unfamiliar to Ning Fan. In the past, he had seen this kind of disappearance in the space-penetrating stone in the wild ancient region. That kind of feeling was like the past and the future meeting, and one of them would disappear. At this moment, it seemed to be the same situation. I see. Unexpectedly, at an unintentional time, in an unintentional place, he saw his own wings. What happened? All the guards of Mo Wenxian were shocked by the sudden change that happened here. The shelves of Mo Wenxian had a sensory restriction. Once something happens to the goods, the guards of the store would immediately notice it. Each of the guards of the store with strong chi flashed to the scene. When they saw the strange scene on the silver shelf, all of them were enraged. The butterfly fossil that was supposed to be sold was actually damaged. The butterfly's left wing had disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Ning Fan was the only one around the shelf. All the guards were certain that Ning Fan had violated the rules of the black market by stealing the butterfly's left wing from the fossil. Even though the value of this fossil was very low in the eyes of the guards, rules were rules. The rules of the black market star were not to be challenged by anyone. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my black market star? Do you know who the owner of Mo Wenxian is? He is the owner of the black market star. If you are sensible, hand over the butterfly's left wing that you stole. Otherwise, don't blame us for acting according to the rules and killing you. The guards shouted angrily. As soon as the customers saw that something had happened, they immediately gathered around to watch the show with different expressions. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't steal the butterfly's wings from this fossil. It disappeared on its own. Ning Fan casually explained. Actually, he was too lazy to explain to these people. It was because at this moment, his heart had been completely filled with shock and awe because of the fossil. He was shocked by the fact that he had met himself in another way. He was even more shocked by the words of the woman who would not regret even if she died 100 times. Little butterfly, don't die. Don't leave me. I want you to accompany me to watch the morning moon in the ancient desolate mountain. I want to save you. I must save you. Even if I have to betray the ancient desolate immortal domain and join the purple doe immortal domain, I will still save you. No one can stop me. It turned out that when he was still a butterfly in the true world, he was once killed by someone with a supreme sword intent. It turned out that the sword ancestor of that generation had tried to save him at all costs. Sword ancestor, Emperor 2, Ji Qingling. What kind of woman are you exactly? in the past, I was just an ordinary butterfly. Why did you risk everything to save me? As expected, I owe you a lot of karma. When I didn't know anything, when I was just an ordinary butterfly, this butterfly fossil really has great karma. This old man wasn't mistaken. Far away from the marketplace, the black wind child's eyes were first filled with shock and then joy. When the survivors of the primal pill star region came here to sell this fossil, he could already tell that this fossil was extraordinary. What a joke! Even an idiot could see how shocking the sword intent contained in the fossil was. Unfortunately, the sword intent in the fossil was too thin and could not be used to kill people. It could only be used for enlightenment. If he could understand this supreme sword intent, there was no doubt that the strength of the Black Wind Child would increase tremendously. However, he sadly realized that he could not understand the supreme sword intent in the fossil no matter how hard he tried. That sword intent was too profound. Even a saint might not be able to understand a bit of it. What's more, the Black Wind Child had used up all the sword intent in the fossil. In the end, the fossil was only left with a shell and the left wing of the ordinary butterfly. It couldn't be wrong. That was the wing of an ordinary butterfly. It had no research value. The Black Wind Child believed that this fossil was no longer useful. That was why he put it on display and planned to sell it at a low price. His life's creed did not allow him to waste a single item. Even if this fossil had already lost its most precious sword intent and was almost like an ordinary object, he still had to sell it. He could not waste a single cent. He could not lose a single cent, because money was supreme. Because money could move the gods. Because this was his Tao. However, never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the item he had thought to be useless to him would display such a strange scene at this very moment. It can't be wrong. Although I don't know what the Yama kid did to this fossil, there's no doubt that the power that caused the butterfly's left wing to disappear was the power of the reincarnation laws. I've made a mistake. This time, I've really made a mistake. Who would have thought that such an ordinary fossil would actually hide the secret of reincarnation? If I can understand the reincarnation mysteries of this fossil, perhaps one day, I will be able to succeed my master and become another East Sky Ancestor Emperor. The Black Wind Child's eyes were filled with greed. With a flash, he disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in Mo Wenchuan's shop, Ning Fan, who was unwilling to bully others, finally made a concession to the guards around him. Since everyone is sure that the butterfly's wings in this fossil were stolen by me, how about this? I will buy this fossil. Then, I won't break the rules of the black market planet, right? Ning Fan sighed. This? The guards were stunned for a moment. Then, they continued. Sure. According to the rules, if you want to avoid death after being caught stealing goods, you have to pay 100 times the price of the goods. This fossil is priced at 100 million Tao crystals. If you pay 10 billion Tao crystals, we can forget about this matter. 10 billion Tao crystals, huh? Fine. In the end, it's because of me that the butterfly's wings disappeared. However, I didn't expect that I would need to spend money to buy my own wings. Ning Fan did not want to put these guards in a difficult position after all. Thus, he paid according to the rules. At the end of the day, the guards here were just working for the master of the black market planet. It was not easy for them. Ning Fan's personality was like this. Unless he had a huge grudge against someone, he was never a person who was difficult to talk to. When the guards saw that Ning Fan had paid according to the rules, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They no longer made things difficult for Ning Fan. They took the fossil from the shelf and sold it to Ning Fan. At the moment when Ning Fan received the fossil, an overwhelming immortal emperor's aura turned into a black wind and descended from the sky. This old man does not agree to this deal. Under the shocked gazes of countless cultivators in the black market, the Black Wind Child who rarely showed his face appeared above Mo Wenchuan. His killing intent was locked onto Ning Fan. Child Black Zephyr rarely appeared in the outside world. However, because he was running the black market planet, he would occasionally appear in front of the cultivators under his command. Because of this, many local cultivators were familiar with Child Black Wind's aura even though very few people knew his true appearance under the luck color. What happened? It's just a small black market theft, how could it even alarm Lord Black Wind? Mo Wenxian's guards were all shocked and hurried out to welcome the child of Black Wind. Ning Fan also went out of the shop. He held the fossil in his hand and looked at Child Black Wind, who appeared out of nowhere. His eyes slightly sank. Although I don't want to take the initiative to provoke trouble, this person just had to provoke me. This is really troublesome. After the Black Wind child landed on the ground, he waved his hand arrogantly and dismissed his subordinates. He did not want to pay attention to these people, nor did he want to ask what happened here. He directly walked towards Ning Fan. He had already seen the cause of the incident. The reason why he showed up now was to stop Ning Fan from buying the butterfly fossil. Slaughter Temple Master. I won't beat around the bush. Previously, I didn't discover the true value of this item, so I put it on sale in the shop. Now that I've discovered its true value, I won't sell it to you anymore. The moment Child Black Wind said this, all the cultivators that were attracted by the commotion revealed looks of surprise. Other than Child Black Wind, no one else in this place could see through Ning Fan's minor illusion technique. How could they not be shocked when they heard Ning Fan's true identity? Some of the guards of Mo Wenxian who had spoken rudely to Ning Fan just now were drenched in cold sweat at this moment. The person they scolded was actually the dignified palace lord of the Massacre Palace, the Yama of the Eastern Heaven. They were finished. Ning Fan would certainly settle the score with them and they would die a graveless death. Ning Fan's frown deepened. Now that his identity was exposed, the entire black market planet fell into a state of shock. This was something he did not want to see. What made him even more displeased was Child Black Wind's attitude. When Child Black Zephyr saw that the butterfly fossil had triggered the mysteries of reincarnation, he wanted to unilaterally break the deal and take back the fossil. Why, seeing that his identity was exposed, Ning Fan was too lazy to continue acting. He removed the minor illusion technique and revealed his true appearance in front of everyone. The exclamations of the entire black market planet grew louder. It's really Lord Kill Hall. Lord Kill Hall actually came to Black Market Planet. Wow, Lord Kill Hall is so handsome. He's even more handsome in person than the portrait. Have you heard? Previously, when Lord Kill Hall was hiding his identity, some low-level perfected immortals had made things difficult for him, but he was very magnanimous and did not care about those perfected immortals. He's not as unreasonable as the rumors say. Lord Kill Hall is too gentle. If it were any other old monster, even if they didn't kill the person who made things difficult for them, they would most likely teach him a lesson or two. I heard that the Lord of the Kill Hall is a playboy. I wonder if he still recruits girls to warm his bed. I heard that Lord Kill Hall has a strange hobby under his bed. He likes to drip wax on his whip. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I really want to be humiliated by Lord Kill Hall. With Ning Fan's senses, how could the discussions of the entire black market planet escape his eyes and ears? Who could tell him why the exclamations around him were becoming stranger and stranger? Those who were talking about strange things were obviously the female cultivators of the black market star. Ning Fan withdrew his spirit sense slightly. He felt extremely awkward and did not want to listen to them anymore. His gaze fell on the Black Wind child again and said, I've been cultivating for my entire life, but I've never heard of a market that has such a rule that allows one to forcefully take back the goods that have already been sold. Humph. Other places don't have such a rule, but it doesn't mean that my black market star doesn't have it. On this black market star, my words are the rules. The Black Wind child said arrogantly as if he was the emperor of the black market star. Ning Fan smiled. He had always been the one bullying others. Today, an 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor actually came to his doorstep to bully him. Could it be that this person doesn't know about his various achievements in the Border River? He even killed a half-Saint Realm expert? A mere 8th Tribulation Immortal dares to provoke me? Is he tired of living? If this person isn't extremely stupid, then he must have some kind of trump card that makes him think that he can go against me. As an immortal emperor, no matter how arrogant he is, he won't be a stupid person. So, the reason should be the latter. I'm really curious about what kind of ability this person has to make him so confident. Ning Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Black Wind child. This person was a member of the underworld. It was useless to reason with him. With a *chi* sound, Ning Fan flew into the sky and kept the butterfly fossil into his storage pouch. Then, he sneered. Fine. You have your own rules and I have mine. This item has already fallen into my hands. It's impossible for me to return it to you no matter what. If you want it, then show me what you're capable of. Ha ha ha. What a great Yama of the Eastern Heaven. You're the one who asked for it. Don't think that you're qualified to inherit the Eastern Heaven Ancestral Emperor position just because you made some contributions in the Border River. Let me tell you. In my eyes, all your achievements in the Border River are all bullshit. When my master and I were dominating the Eastern Heaven, you were still drinking milk in some unknown place. The child of Black Wind also flew up to the sky and laughed maniacally, standing in the air with Ning Fan. Everyone was stunned by the impending battle between Immortal Emperor Realm experts. Some of them were excited to be able to witness such a great battle, while some of them left the Black Market Star in a hurry as they were afraid of being affected by the battle between Immortal Emperor Realm experts. Of course, most of them still chose to stay and watch the battle to increase their own comprehension. Ning Fan was not concerned about all of these. At this moment, his eyes were shining with green light. His eyesight was so powerful that it seemed like he could see through everything about the Black Wind Child. To be honest, the Black Wind Child's 8th Tribulation Cultivation Realm was nothing but an immortal in Ning Fan's eyes. However, for some unknown reason, the Black Wind Child who was just an 8th Tribulation Cultivation Realm actually gave Ning Fan a sense of danger. This is really unimaginable, there seems to be something strange about this person. Ning Fan muttered to himself. While Ning Fan was pondering, the Black Wind Child suddenly opened his mouth and breathed out a puff of black smoke towards Ning Fan's face. Oh? It's actually a Grand Cultivation Realm divine ability, the Law-Extinguishing Devil Smoke. Ning Fan recognized the divine ability that the Black Wind Child used. What surprised Ning Fan was the proficiency of the Black Wind Child's divine ability. What a great Black Wind Child. He actually cultivated the Law-Extinguishing Devil Smoke to the perfect level. A cultivator with ordinary aptitude would need at least 5 million years of bitter cultivation in order to cultivate a Grand Cultivation Realm divine ability to the perfect level. Is this Black Wind Child actually someone with such great perseverance that he is willing to spend 5 million years doing nothing just to study this Law-Extinguishing Devil Smoke? One should know that even though Ning Fan's knowledge was extensive, there were very few divine abilities that he could cultivate to the perfect level. It was because he did not have enough time. It had always been enough. Just like the Xianxia Heavenly Hooking Jade divine ability that he obtained in the Boundary River, the Heavenly Ox Skin Marks and the Fate-Defying Lightning Technique, once any divine ability is cultivated to the perfect level, the power that it could unleash was not to be underestimated. At this moment, the Black Wind Child's divine ability was in such a situation. Although he was just an 8th Tribulation cultivator, the Law-Extinguishing Devil Smoke that he casually breathed out could even frighten a 9th Tribulation Immortal Emperor during the Dharma Ending era. They would choose to avoid it and not dare to face it head-on. Ha ha ha. Even though my cultivation base is low, the power of my divine abilities and techniques is something that even many half-saints cannot compare to. Do you think you can be arrogant in my territory just because you have killed a half-saint before? Today, I will let you know how high the sky and how thick the earth of this Black Market Star is. The Black Wind Child laughed loudly. While he was laughing, Ning Fan's body was engulfed and devoured by the rolling devil smoke. However, at the next moment, the Black Wind Child could not laugh anymore. It was as if he had swallowed a fly. His smile stiffened on his face. Ning Fan was actually unscathed. He just casually took out the wind fire fan that he had not used for many years and fanned away the devil smoke that filled the sky. What? The Law-Extinguishing Devil Smoke that I have cultivated to the perfect level was actually destroyed by this kid with just a lift of his hand? This is impossible. Even if he used a low-grade innate magic treasure, it should still be impossible for him to do this. Could it be that his magic power is already so strong that he can ignore this level of divine ability? The Black Wind Child's eyes darkened. With another flip of his hand, the cloud chi of the entire Black Market Star condensed into a dark cloud light sword in his hand. Then, he raised his hand and threw it out. Wherever the dark cloud light sword passed through, the laws of heaven and earth were all shattered. The entire starry sky trembled. Oh? Another Grand Cultivation Realm divine ability? Besides, this person has also cultivated this divine ability to the perfect level. Ning Fan's expression became even more astonished. However, of course, this sword could not hurt Ning Fan at all. As Ning Fan casually flicked out a tribulation light pillar, the sword crumbled and vanished into thin air. Impossible. Even the mysterious devil heaven-slaying style can't do anything to this person. The Black Wind Child's expression became even uglier. He pointed his finger at Ning Fan again and used the third grand cultivation realm divine ability that he had cultivated to the perfect level. Immortal World Finger. However, this technique was still shattered by Ning Fan's tribulation light pillar. The force of his finger could not even get within 1000 zhang * 33 m per zhang of Ning Fan. Impossible. 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 More and more perfect divine abilities were used by the Black Wind Child. Each of them was so earth-shattering. Each of them could even make a half-saint feel troubled. Counting carefully, the Black Wind Child had already used close to 50 types of grand cultivation realm divine abilities. Moreover, each of them had been cultivated to the perfect level. However, none of them could even touch the corner of Ning Fan's clothes. This was the first time the cultivators of the Black Market planet saw the Black Wind Child using his full strength. Everyone was shocked by the might of his divine abilities. The Black Wind Child was definitely an absolute expert among the Doomsday Immortal Emperors. Which immortal emperor in the Age of Chaos could master 50 types of grand cultivation realm divine abilities? And which immortal emperor would have so much time to cultivate all of them to the perfect level? Even a half-saint would not be able to do it. However, Ning Fan seemed to be even stronger. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan did not even stain the corner of his clothes when facing the Black Wind Child's tide-like attacks. He did not even move half a step. Just how strong was he? In front of the Black Wind Child, Ning Fan was like an insurmountable mountain. Even if the Black Wind Child used all of his strength, he could not move Ning Fan at all. The strength of Lord Killing Hall has really surpassed all the Doomsday Immortal Emperors. The entire Black Market planet exclaimed. When these exclamations fell into the Black Wind Child's ears, it was no different from the most intense humiliation. It was as if countless hands were slapping him in the face. Impossible, this is impossible. He was an ancient great emperor who had once followed the Eastern Sky Ancestral Emperor. How could he not even touch the corner of Ning Fan's clothes? This is impossible. Ning Fan actually has such strength. Besides, he had made great contributions in the battle at the Border River. This person is definitely the biggest obstacle for me to become the Eastern Sky Ancestral Emperor. I must kill this person. I must definitely kill this person. The killing intent in the Black Wind Child's heart became even more intense. However, his expression looked like he had admitted defeat. He withdrew all of his divine abilities and said with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha. You're indeed worthy of being the famous Yama of the Eastern Sky. Your divine abilities are indeed shocking. I admit defeat. Fine. I'll sell this butterfly fossil to you, fellow Taoist. All the cultivators of the Black Market planet heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the battle between the two great figures had come to an end. The situation did not seem to have escalated to an uncontrollable stage. This was really great. However, just when everyone thought that the battle had ended, the Black Wind Child suddenly made his move. He secretly activated a gourd and launched a sneak attack at Ning Fan. *******. The sky behind Ning Fan suddenly split open without any warning. A gourd with billowing black chi suddenly appeared behind Ning Fan. It emitted a boundless suction force and sucked Ning Fan into the gourd. Seeing that his sneak attack was a success, the Black Wind Child was delighted. However, he was dumbfounded after a short while. He saw Ning Fan, who was sucked into the gourd, suddenly turned into an illusion and disappeared. As for the real Ning Fan, he slowly appeared on the other side of the sky like an illusion. Impossible. You actually avoided my sneak attack? Is this an illusion technique? Since when did I fall into his illusion technique? Break. The Black Wind Child's expression changed drastically. He wanted to break Ning Fan's illusion technique. Unfortunately, the binding power of Ning Fan's illusion technique was no longer the same as before. Since he had already fallen into the illusion technique, he would never be able to wake up from it. I've already shown mercy to you, the Black Market planet. However, you insist on killing me. In a battle between cultivators, it's either you die or I die. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being merciless. Welcome to my immemorial rainy night. In Ningfan's right eye, the shadow of the dark samsara tree appeared. At the moment when the shadow of the tree appeared, the Black Wind Child's body trembled. Then, his eyes became dazed. His entire consciousness was pulled into Ningfan's illusion world, unable to escape. This was an illusion technique that could instantly kill a half-saint of the true lightning world. Even the soul-sucking tree with a cultivation base of half-saint realm had to commit suicide to get rid of the illusion technique. How could the Black Wind Child escape from it? Along with a miserable shriek, the Black Wind Child's consciousness was erased by Ningfan's illusion technique, turning him into an idiot. Ningfan did not directly destroy his primordial spirit. If the power of the immemorial rainy night's illusion technique was exerted to its maximum, it could even kill the true spirit of a half-saint in an instant, let alone the 8 tribulations primordial spirit of the Black Wind Child. Ningfan spared the Black Wind Child's life, allowing him to live on as an idiot. Of course, it was not because Ningfan was soft-hearted. If Ningfan used the reverse spirit technique in the illusion world and read a large amount of the Black Wind Child's memories, there were some things that Ningfan was very interested in. If he spared the Black Wind Child's life, he would still be useful. He could be used as a sacrificial offering. After the blood sacrifice, Ningfan could obtain some benefits. If he simply kills him, wouldn't it be a waste? The number of 8 tribulations immortal emperors in the Dharma-ending era would be one less after he was killed. It would not be easy to find such a suitable sacrificial offering. Silence. The entire black market star was dead silent. No one expected that the Black Wind Child could not even scratch the corner of Ningfan's clothes after attacking him for a long time while panting heavily. On the other hand, Ningfan just used an illusion technique and a gaze to kill the Black Wind Child. When did the Lord of the Killing Palace learn such a terrifying illusion technique that could instantly kill an 8 tribulations immortal emperor in a single move? According to the intelligence, Ningfan did not seem to have such a terrifying illusion technique in the past. In other words, Ningfan had become stronger again in the recent tens of years. He was even stronger than when he was in the Battle of the Realm River. From today onwards, the Black Market Star is my territory. Next, I am going to take over the entire Black Market Star and use it as the Eastern Heaven Ring. Ningfan said indifferently. Originally, he just wanted to buy the 6th item in a low-key manner and then find a remote place to cultivate. However, since the Black Wind Child is seeking death, he did not mind taking over the Black Market Star. I can give this Black Market Star to the little demoness. Doesn't she like to deal with the businesses in the cultivation world? Then, I'll let her deal with the black markets of the entire Eastern Heaven. In this way, she will be the pavilion lord of the godly void pavilion on the surface while she is the owner of the Eastern Heaven black market behind her back. I reckon she will be very happy. Since I have taken over the Black Market Star, I need to deal with some of the people who are loyal to the Black Wind Child. Ningfan's previous friendly expression changed. His eyes were filled with evil intent. His spirit sense instantly locked onto a small number of cultivators on the Black Market Star. The moment the Black Wind Child was killed, these people had the intention to kill him. To cut the weeds, one must eliminate the roots. He could be merciful to unrelated people, but to his enemies, he would only be cruel. A few days later, the incident that happened on the Black Market Star spread across the Eastern Heaven. Countless old monsters of the Eastern Heaven were shocked by Ningfan's illusion technique that instantly killed an immortal emperor. A few more months later, the Black Market Star officially changed its owner. It became the private property of the little demoness, the chief pavilion lord of the godly void pavilion. Ningfan was not concerned about how shocking this incident would be in the Eastern Heaven. At this moment, he was in seclusion to study the 6th item. Heaven-reaching devil wings. The price of this item was extremely high on the Black Market Star. Its value could no longer be measured by Tao crystals. It required 10 9 revolutions Emperor pills to exchange for it. It was not that Ningfan did not have 10 9 revolutions Emperor pills. However, after taking over the Black Market Star, he certainly did not need to spend money to buy anything. Would he need to spend money to take things from his shop? No way. Since he had already obtained the heaven-reaching devil wings, it was just a matter of time before he successfully developed the pseudo-devil cavity. However, Ning Fan did not immediately study the heaven-reaching devil wings. He was very interested in the spoils of war he obtained on the black market star. Mid-grade innate magic treasure, Black Wind Gourd. This was the relic of the previous ancestral emperor of the eastern sky. It was stolen by the child Black Wind who had once served the ancestral emperor. Ning Fan knew that the ancestral emperor of the eastern sky was killed by the saint of the sacred sect of the true world across time and space because he cultivated the heaven sealing technique without permission. That was what Sovereign Tu had told Ning Fan to dissuade him from cultivating the heaven sealing technique to the highest level. After searching through the child Black Wind's memories, Ning Fan found out that before the ancestral emperor of the eastern sky fell unexpectedly, he had a premonition that his death was near. Thus, he had given his relic to a few of his good friends. The Black Wind Gourd was not given to the child Black Wind but to a certain good friend. However, after the ancestral emperor died, the child Black Wind went against the ancestral emperor's will and plotted against that good friend of the ancestral emperor, seizing the Black Wind Gourd. In other words, the child Black Wind was not a loyal servant of the ancestral emperor of the eastern sky, nor was he a kind person. Instead, he was a traitor of the ancestral emperor. In that case, even if Ning Fan kills the child Black Wind, he would not have to feel sorry for the ancestral emperor of the eastern sky. The entire eastern sky knew that Ning Fan was obsessed with the gourd magic treasure. When Ning Fan obtained the Black Wind Gourd just now, he was extremely excited. Could it be that he had coincidentally picked up a divine tool called the Blood Chi Gourd? Unfortunately, he was soon disappointed. The Black Wind Gourd was not the Blood Chi Gourd. His journey to find other divine tools was still very far away. However, this disappointment did not last for long because Ning Fan regained his interest in the Black Wind Gourd very quickly. This Black Wind Gourd is really a good item. It can actually speed up the cultivation of divine abilities. No wonder the child Black Wind could cultivate nearly 50 major cultivation realm divine abilities to perfection. Theoretically, it would take more than 100 million years to cultivate 50 major cultivation realm divine abilities to perfection. In fact, the child Black Wind did not spend 100 million years to cultivate his divine abilities. The reason why he could master so many perfect divine abilities was all because of this Black Wind Gourd. This Black Wind Gourd is the reason why the child Black Wind is so powerful. It is highly possible that it is also part of the reason why the ancestral emperor of the eastern sky is so powerful. On a certain remote abandoned star, Ning Fan placed the Black Wind Gourd in front of him. His fingers were moving rapidly, forming a set of nameless finger seals. There were a total of thousands of finger seals in this set of finger seals. It was extremely complicated. Ning Fan formed the hand seals over and over again. He was getting more and more familiar with this set of finger seals. He began to reduce the number of finger seals. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Ning Fan had reduced this set of nameless finger seals to only 1 finger seal. Then, he would be able to activate his divine abilities. Another month passed. Ning Fan did not even need to form that finger seal anymore. He finally had the qualification to enter the gourd. Let's see if the interior of this Black Wind Gourd is really as bloody as what the child Black Wind remembered. With a *chi* sound, Ning Fan's body turned into a ray of light and flew into the gourd. The interior of the gourd was a world of its own. The sky was formed by blood. The earth was formed by blood. On the boundless blood-red continent, there were 4 blood shadows of immortal emperors sitting cross-legged in cultivation. However, when Ning Fan entered the world of the gourd, the 4 blood shadows of the immortal emperor suddenly let out a blood-curdling shriek and turned into a puddle of blood. At this moment, the life plates of the 4 immortal emperors of the eastern heaven who had sneak-attacked the child Black Wind and had been missing for many years finally shattered. It seems like the child Black Wind's memories did not lie to me. As long as the Black Wind Gourd changes owners, the blood spirit inside it will collapse. In the past, when the child Black Wind obtained this gourd, he could not inherit the blood spirit of the gourd that the eastern heaven ancestral emperor had captured. Now that I have obtained this gourd, I also cannot inherit the blood spirit of the child Black Wind. Ning Fan felt a little regretful. However, fortunately, he still had a ready-made 8 tribulation immortal emperor that he could use to create the blood spirit of the gourd. It was none other than the child Black Wind who Ning Fan had spared previously. Unfortunately, the Dao monarch Purple Thunder that I had captured previously was killed by me after I judged him because he had massacred the members of the True Lightning clan. The other immortal emperors of the True Lightning world and the 12 venerated lightning were all killed by me. If I had obtained this gourd earlier, perhaps I wouldn't have to kill them and I could have used them to create the blood spirit of the gourd. Ning Fan felt even more regretful. What was the blood spirit of the gourd? The blood spirit of the gourd was something that could increase the proficiency of one's magic techniques. The Black Wind gourd was not an offensive magic treasure. Instead, it was a cultivation magic treasure. Of course, this gourd had a certain capturing ability which allowed it to suck people in. However, that bit of suction was obviously useless against real experts. The moment Ning Fan recognized the Black Wind gourd as its master, he could bring the immortal emperors that he captured alive into the gourd world and create the blood spirit of the gourd. The person who was made into the blood spirit of the gourd would certainly die. However, due to the mysteriousness of the gourd world, as long as the blood spirit did not collapse, the heavenly Tao in the outside world would not judge the death of the cultivator. This was the reason why the life plates of the Eastern Heaven immortal emperors did not shatter after they went missing. In fact, they had already died many years ago. It was just that the Black Wind gourd had concealed the truth from them. The Black Wind gourd can hold up to 7 blood spirits at most. The blood spirit can't be used in battle, but it can be used as an external incarnation to increase the proficiency of the technique. The blood spirit of the gourd has 3 grades. The low-grade blood spirit must be made from at least immortal emperors. Once it is successfully created, the blood spirit can store one of the techniques of the gourd's master and continue to cultivate in the gourd world. Cultivating this technique for a day in the gourd world is equivalent to cultivating this technique for a year in the outside world. The mid-grade blood spirit must be made from quasi-saints. Cultivating in the gourd world for a day can increase the proficiency of a single technique of the gourd's master by 10 years. The high-grade blood spirit must be made from saints. Cultivating in the gourd world for a day will increase the proficiency of the technique of the gourd's master by 100 years. Ning Fan's eyes were burning with desire. If it were other mid-grade innate magical treasures, he might not be interested in them. However, this item was obviously very useful to him. A few days later, Ning Fan created a low-grade blood spirit using the child Black Wind as the material. The blood spirit of the gourd did not have any spiritual intelligence. Even though it possessed the chi of an immortal emperor, it could not fight nor leave the gourd world. However, when Ning Fan drew a ball of light from his body with the power of the Black Wind gourd and injected it into the body of the blood spirit, the eyes of the blood spirit of the gourd suddenly lit up as if it had come to life. It muttered to itself. Divine ability, Tree Demon Clone. Cultivation begins. From this moment onwards, the blood spirit of the gourd only knew to do one thing, to help Ning Fan cultivate the divine ability of the Tree Demon Clone. This was the divine ability that Ning Fan obtained after devouring the soul-sucking tree. In the past, when the soul-sucking tree used this technique, it actually split itself into 4 clones with the same cultivation level. However, it was very difficult to cultivate this technique and it consumed a lot of time. Ning Fan originally did not plan to cultivate it. However, it was different now that he had the Black Wind gourd. He could totally use the blood spirit in the gourd world to cultivate this technique on his own. Using the child Black Wind as the material, he could only create a low-grade blood spirit. Cultivating the Tree Demon Clone for a day with the low-grade blood spirit could increase the proficiency of the divine ability of Ning Fan's main body by 1 year. In other words, for every day that passes in the real world, Ning Fan could gain 1 year's proficiency of the divine ability for free. Attaining a perfect divine ability was no longer an unattainable goal. With this treasure, I no longer need to waste a lot of time practicing the divine ability repeatedly in the future. As expected of the relic of the Eastern Sky Ancestral Emperor. Its profoundness is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, this treasure has a flaw. During the period when the blood spirit is cultivating the divine ability, it will feed back the memories of the cultivation of the divine ability to me every once in a while. If it's a cultivator with a weak mental state, adding a large portion of memories of the cultivation of the divine ability to their sea of consciousness for no reason would probably cause them to suffer from chi deviation. However, I'm different. My mental state is even stronger than the child Black Wind. Since the child black wind can withstand the feedback of the memories of 4 low-grade blood spirits at the same time, it won't be difficult for me to withstand 7 blood spirits. If I encounter an immortal Emperor realm enemy in the future, I can temporarily not use it to refine the blood of 10,000 spirits. It's better to refine all the blood spirits in the gourd first. In this way, I can increase the proficiency of the 7 divine abilities at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. Ning Fan used 15 years to comprehend the profoundness of the heaven-reaching devil wings and officially developed the pseudo-devil cavity. The pseudo-devil cavity that he developed seemed to be a little different. Its level was far higher than the pseudo-devil cavity that Taoist Xianxia used in the past. As soon as he created it, heaven and earth determined that it was a brand new lost grade ancient devil ability. In other words, it was a brand new ancient devil ability that Ning Fan created using the pseudo-devil cavity as the foundation and combining 6 different spacetime concepts. It was obviously not accurate to call this technique as the pseudo-devil cavity. It was necessary for Ning Fan to give this technique a new name to distinguish it from the pseudo-devil cavity. What a headache. I have to give this ability a name again. I don't even have a name for the cross-shaped halo. What should I name this ability? Forget it. Let's just call it the 6 paths teleportation portal. The 6 paths corresponded to the 6 different spacetime concepts that were integrated into the pseudo-devil cavity. It was very appropriate. Ning Fan was too lazy to think of other names. In the 15 years that Ning Fan spent developing the 6 paths teleportation portal, the proficiency of the tree demon clone had increased by nearly 5,500 years. The tree demon clone had entered the minor completion realm. In future battles, Ning Fan could create clones that had the same cultivation base as him and fight against his enemies in a 2-on-1 battle. This technique could greatly increase his combat strength. It was equivalent to doubling his own combat strength. If one Ning Fan could not defeat him, what about 2 Ning Fans? It's about time. I can go to the northern heaven to have a look. I don't have to cultivate the tree demon clone for the time being. The perfection realm is too time-consuming. It won't be worth it if I only use a single low-grade blood spirit. It's better to change the cultivation content and let the gourd blood spirit cultivate the 6 paths teleportation portal. After all, the 6 paths teleportation portal was a new technique that Ning Fan had just developed. Its proficiency level was 0. Without a certain level of proficiency, Ning Fan would not dare to cross the world plane and head to the northern heaven recklessly. Thus, Ning Fan stayed in the eastern heaven for another 5 years. During these 5 years, he made arrangements for many matters after he left. After thinking for a long time, he still did not bring Xianxia along to the northern heaven. Only by leaving a quasi-saint realm Xianxia in the eastern heaven could he leave without worries. Ning Fan also left a trace of spirit sense in the eastern heaven. Once something happens in the eastern heaven, Ning Fan could use the 6 paths teleportation portal to cross the world plane and return to the eastern heaven to provide assistance. Before Ning Fan left, Xianxia found him again and said, "Little thief, I have a new decision regarding the reconstruction of the ancient heavenly court." She was still planning for this matter. "I'm going to the northern heaven soon. You can decide everything." Ning Fan answered. Niao Manshan smelled something and came to him. "Kid, your chi seems to be very different recently. Did you master some kind of powerful world plane teleportation technique? Can you bring me to the northern heaven?" This old man is still thinking about going to the northern heaven to look for his nun lover. "No. You're wrong. I don't have that level of world plane teleportation technique." Ning Fan lied without changing his expression. Niao Manshan believed Ning Fan's words like a fool. Then, when Ning Fan really tore the world plane apart and headed to the northern heaven, Niao Manshan was furious. "Stinking brat. How dare you lie to me? Kid, your chi seems to be very different recently. Did you master some kind of powerful world plane teleportation technique? Can you bring me to the western heaven?" "No. You sensed wrongly. I don't have that level of world plane teleportation technique." "Stinking brat, how dare you lie to me? You obviously know it. You obviously know it. Senior, please wait patiently. Once I'm done with the matters in the northern heaven, I will find some time to bring Senior to the western heaven." Ning Fan smiled faintly and transmitted his voice to Niu Manshan the moment he stepped into the teleportation portal. Ah. How long do you want to wait? Tell me clearly. Stinking brat, no, little friend Ning, don't go yet. Wait for me. Until the end, Niu Manshan still dreamed of going to the Western Heaven to find his old lover and the nun. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not plan to waste time and bring Niu Manshan to the Western Heaven. It was not that Ning Fan did not want to help Niu Manshan and make him owe him a favor. It was just that he had just learned the 6 paths teleportation technique and there were still many problems with the technique. Even though he had the help of the blood spirit in the Black Wind Gourd, he had only spent 5 years to practice this technique. The time was still too short after all. It was obviously far from enough for him to increase the proficiency of such a heaven-defying world-plane teleportation technique by just 1,000 years. If the boundary river of the 4 heavens was not blocked by the seal of the immortal sovereign realm, this little bit of proficiency might be enough. However, the reality was that the boundary river of the 4 heavens was blocked by a force of the 4th step. With this little bit of proficiency, there was at least a 10% chance that the teleportation would fail halfway and he would be torn to pieces by the power of time and space. According to Ning Fan's estimation, he would need at least another hundreds of thousands of years of proficiency to reduce the 10% chance of encountering danger to 5%. In order to completely avoid the risk, he would need to cultivate the 6 paths teleportation technique to the grand completion realm. Obviously, he did not have that much time to slowly practice the 6 paths teleportation technique. Under such circumstances, Ning Fan was willing to take a 10% risk to use the teleportation technique for the matter of the Northern Heaven. However, he might not be willing to risk his life for Niu Manshan to find his old lover. If it is possible, he would be more willing to bring Niu Manshan to the Northern Heaven. However, he was still worried about Niu Manshan. It is already very rare that this person does not destroy the world. If you want him to follow you to the Northern Heaven to protect the world, it would be difficult. By placing this person in the Eastern Heaven, he could still rely on the relationship between this person and Old Wu and the others to keep an eye on him and prevent him from destroying the world. Northern Heaven, on the other hand, was different. That seemed to be the place where the chaos in the Realm River was the most severe, the place where the mastermind behind the scenes was located. If Niu Manshan is bewitched by the mastermind behind the chaos in the Border River when he arrives in the Northern Heaven and directly betrays him, wouldn't Ning Fan have one more grand cultivation realm enemy? The dark race disappeared from the eastern sky, so it's almost certain that they went to the northern sky. The ancestor of the dark race was an ancient great cultivator. Just from this point, it could be concluded that the situation in the north sky was countless times more serious than in the east sky. There seemed to be the shadow of the demon conferral summit behind this matter. It had been confirmed that behind the demon conferral summit was a black-winged great demon at the grand cultivation realm, who had once run to the tomb of the god of sin and let out an earth-shattering roar. I wonder if there are any other great demon-class old monsters apart from this black-winged great devil. Why did the dark race and the devil sealing summit incite chaos in the Realm River? Are there any other unknown forces behind this? Could there be other secret clans among the 10 great secret clans that have betrayed the Purple Doe Immortal region? I hope I'm just overthinking. After Master Luangu was resurrected, he did not stay in the Eastern Heaven. Perhaps he went to the Northern Heaven. On the way to the teleportation formation, Ning Fan's brows were tightly knitted together. He was not optimistic about the situation in the Northern Heaven. In the Northern Heaven immortal world, people also called it the Northern Sea. The sea was also the same. It was obviously the 4 heavens, but it was also named after the sea. It was really strange. There was another saying in the cultivation world: the Southern Heaven upholds Tao while the Northern Heaven upholds techniques. It said that the cultivators of the Northern Heaven advocated the study of magic techniques and miscellaneous techniques while the cultivators of the Southern Heaven advocated the study of Tao. However, it did not mean that the cultivators of the Northern Heaven were really not interested in the word Tao. At this moment, on a low-grade cultivation planet called the Turtle Immortal Planet in the Northern Heaven, there was a void fragmentation realm old monster giving a lecture to his disciples. That void fragmentation realm old monster's surname was Chu. People called him Daoist Chu. He was quite famous near the Turtle Immortal Planet. The reason why he was so famous was naturally not because of his void fragmentation realm cultivation base but because of his Tao comprehension and his identity. According to rumors, this person was born in the Great Chu clan and had an illustrious background. Another rumor said that even though this person's cultivation base was not high, his Tao comprehension was even higher than some life immortal realm old monsters. There was also another rumor that said that this person was not actually a void fragmentation realm cultivator but an old monster of the second step who was hiding his cultivation base. The people who held this opinion were because they had personally witnessed a cultivator from the northern heaven Duzhen coming to look for trouble with this person. However, he was scared away by this person's shocking aura force. In the eyes of the cultivators of the turtle immortal planet, Daoist Chu had countless mysteries about him. He was a senior expert who could not be provoked. What Daoist Chu loved the most in his life was to go out and visit the Tao. Even now, the situation in Northern Sky was not optimistic, and all the sects and factions were in fear of the beast tide. Chu Daoist still insisted on his own principle. As long as the head was still there, he would pursue Tao for another day, and he could not slack off. Senior Chu, our northern heaven is clearly the sky, the starry sky. Why do some people call us the northern sea? Isn't the sea a sea? But in the vast starry sky, there is not even a drop of seawater. Why do we call ourselves a sea? Below the high altar, a local nascent soul cultivator of the turtle deity planet raised his hand in confusion and asked. That's a good question. Actually, you're not the only one thinking about this question. Many of the famous northern sky elders are also thinking about this question. Ever since I was able to shatter space, I've traveled the world and visited many great teachers. I've received many different answers. In my Chu clan, there is a view that before the collapse of the four heavens, the northern sky was not a starry sky, but an ocean. It was only because of the collapse of the heaven and earth that the seawater finally dried up and disappeared without a trace. But this is only a minority view. There are not many people who share the same view as my Chu clan. Even more old monster Northski believed that the northern sea was actually using a fake word. What was the meaning of forgery? Forgery means the underworld. Isn't the starry sky of the northern sky similar to the boundless netherworld? Daoist Chu patiently explained. So that's how it is. It turns out that there are two different views about the origin of the northern sea. Since Senior was born in the Great Chu clan, you must also hold the former view, right? Someone asked. No, I don't think that the northern sky was once an ocean. Then, Senior holds the latter view? Not really. I also don't think that the ancient people calling the northern sky as the underworld is a misuse. Daoist Chu shook his head again. Could it be that Senior has a third view about the origin of the northern sea? Someone asked curiously. There is indeed a third view, but this view was not raised by me. It was raised by a certain senior from the Light clan. When Daoist Chu mentioned the Light clan, he suddenly became secretive and stopped talking. Light clan? I've never heard of this force. Does our northern sky have such a clan? Many cultivators of the turtle immortal planet asked doubtfully. Daoist Chu remained silent. He didn't mention a single word about the Light clan. He didn't want to reveal anything about the secret clan to the low-level cultivators of the northern sky. Senior, why don't you talk about the third view? What is the third view that Senior is talking about? Someone asked. That day, when I went out to visit the Tao, I met that Senior by chance. When I raised this question, that Senior only replied with one sentence, you can only see the stars, but you can't see the ocean. People live in the water, but they spend their whole lives looking for the ocean. How can they find it? Sure enough, the world that I see is not something that you all can see. When Daoist Chu mentioned the third view, he looked disappointed. He couldn't see the world that the senior from the Light clan saw. What exactly does the sea of stars look like in the eyes of the senior? Silence. The entire altar suddenly became silent because of the third view raised by Daoist Chu. Those with discerning eyes knew that these few words of Daoist Chu contained shocking Tao enlightenment. However, with the comprehension of this group of low-level cultivators, they couldn't understand the profound meaning no matter how hard they thought. Thus, they could only give up. In the end, everyone had a disappointed attitude, which was no different from what Daoist Chu had shown before. While everyone was feeling disappointed, a loud roar suddenly came from the sky above the turtle immortal planet. Suddenly, a crack with monstrous devil chi appeared in the empty starry sky. The crack became bigger and bigger and finally turned into a black door. This is... How could the low-level cultivators know what this devil door was? However, with Daoist Chu's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this devil door was very similar to the devil cavity of the ancient demon clan. Could it be the devil cavity of the ancient demon clan? Could it be that there is another expert from the Devil Conferral Summit who wants to use this technique to descend into the beast tide? Daoist Chu was shocked at first. Then, his gaze softened and he said hesitantly. No, it's not the devil cavity of the ancient demon clan. Although it is similar, the principle is not the same. Daoist Chu looked at the huge black door that appeared out of nowhere with vigilance. Until the door disappeared, he didn't see any expert from the Devil Conferral Summit coming out from the door. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, suddenly, there was a loud noise. The huge black door actually exploded. The broken devil light instantly drowned the starry sky near the turtle immortal planet. After a long time, the devil light subsided. No one knew the cause of the explosion. Even Daoist Chu didn't know the details. At that moment, it seemed that something exploded from the devil door, but it seems to be my illusion. No, I must report what happened here to the 4C sect. It's better to be safe than sorry. If it was really an expert from the Devil Conferral Summit who invaded. Thinking of this, how could Daoist Chu still have the mood to give a lecture? He dismissed all the people who were listening and turned into a stream of light that flew away from the turtle immortal planet. He had to rush back to the Great Chu family immediately and contact the 4C sect with the clan's magical artifact. Fortunately, the Great Chu family's true flame planet was not far from the turtle immortal planet. With the speed of the 10,000 ancient immortal venerables, he would be able to rush back in no time. Help, help. Halfway through his journey, Daoist Chu suddenly saw a low-grade cultivation planet not far away that was emitting the flames of war. By Yinqing planet, Daoist Chu spread out his divine sense and immediately sensed that an ancient demon cavity had opened up in the sky above Bai Yinqing planet. It was different from the mysterious devil door from before. The ancient demon cavity in front of him was the real ancient demon cavity. An endless stream of beast tide from the realm river was killing their way out of the solitary devil cavity and killing wantonly on this Bai Yinqing planet. Damn it! Right under this old man's nose, the 13th beast tide has actually descended. Daoist Chu's eyes immediately darkened. Fortunately, the highest cultivation level of the beast tide that attacked Bai Yinqing planet was only at the life immortal realm. Most of them were foreign race members of the first step. With his 10,000 ancient immortal venerables cultivation level, he would be able to kill all the foreign race invaders in no time. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. 1 hour later, Daoist Chu killed all the foreign race invaders and destroyed the ancient demon cavity above the planet, cutting off the possibility of more foreign race invaders descending on this planet. But even if he killed all the foreign race invaders, what could he do? Even with his help, more than 90% of the cultivators on this planet had been devoured by the beast tide. The spirit veins of the entire cultivation planet had been destroyed. According to past experience, once a beast tide appeared on a cultivation planet, there would be a second and third beast tide. This planet could no longer be inhabited. He had to seal all the space tunnels. In the end, Daoist Chu used the sealing technique passed down by the 4C sect to seal the entire Bai Yinqing planet. As for the survivors on this planet, he summoned his star boat and transported them back to the Chu family's refugee camp. This was already the 13th batch of refugees. It has only been a few years since the Devil Conferral Summit and the foreign races of the Northern Heaven officially formed an alliance. However, there have already been 13 beast tides descending under the rule of my Chu family. In the vast Northern Heaven, how many people are being harmed or are about to be harmed by the foreign races? This is no longer something that the previous clan leaders and young clan leaders of the Chu family can handle. Even I, the founder of the Chu family, have no choice but to crawl out of the heaven-evading coffin and step into the mortal world again. Sigh. Daoist Chu let out a sigh and brought the group of refugees back to the Chu family on the True Flame planet. He did not notice that among the refugees he saved, there was one person who was actually not a cultivator of the Northern Heaven. Ning Fan. Ning Fan was also among this group of refugees. He had successfully passed through the Six Paths teleportation door and arrived at the Northern Heaven. However, at the last moment when he was about to arrive at the northern heaven, something went wrong with the teleportation. I didn't expect the sealing power of the primordial ancient immortal sovereign to be so powerful. I have avoided more than 400 yang seals and 700 invisible yin seals. However, I was still ambushed by the formless seal that was hidden in the deepest place. Unless I know the existence of this formless seal beforehand, it's impossible for me to avoid it. When those ancient devils crossed the starry sky of the four heavens with their devil cavities, they must have already predicted the existence of this final seal. At this moment, Ningfan's limbs and bones were all in pain. His entire body was covered with the sealing runes of the primordial ancient immortal domain. Even his face was covered in blood. He looked extremely miserable. No one would have expected that there was a formless seal hidden in the seal that separated the four heavens from the primordial ancient immortal sovereign. It was specifically used to restrict world-plane teleportation techniques like the devil cavities from crossing the seal. At the moment when he arrived at the northern heaven, Ningfan was ambushed by the seal and nearly died in the spatial rift. This was the reason why his 6 paths of reincarnation gate exploded. Fortunately, Ningfan's physical body was strong. Even if he was struck by the primordial ancient runes and encountered a small spatial storm at the last moment, he still survived. In the shockwave of the explosion, Ningfan was sent flying all the way from the turtle immortal planet to Baiyunxing. Logically speaking, a living person being blasted to Baiyunxing by the shockwave of the explosion should have caused a commotion. However, who asked Baiyunxing to have such bad luck? He bumped into the invasion of a beast tide. When countless ferocious beasts of the foreign races borrowed the power of the ancient devil cavities to invade Baiyunxing, how could the cultivators of Baiyunxing still have the leisure to care about Ningfan's life? None of them noticed that Ningfan had fallen from the sky. All of them were busy fighting against the foreign races. Thus, when Daoist Chu suppressed the beast tide, he conveniently brought Ningfan away as a refugee. Speaking of which, Ningfan's current body was covered in wounds, dirt and grime. His body was also covered in runes. He was no different from a refugee. This is a lesson. Since I know that there is a formless seal in the primordial ancient immortal sovereign's seal other than the Yang seal and the Yin seal, no matter what happens in the future, I will never be ambushed by this formless seal again. The next time I cross the four heavens, it will certainly not be like this. Besides, even though this formless seal is powerful, it is not difficult for me to break it with my current abilities. All I need is time. The Chu family of True Flame Star. I didn't expect that I would be involved with the cultivators of this family as soon as I arrived in Northern Heaven. When I was in the Rain World, I once received help from the young clan leader of the Chu family, Chu Yuran. The Chu family and the Wei family of Heluo must be my master's friends in Northern Heaven. However, according to the information I received, the Chu family doesn't seem to have an eternal immortal venerable. The previous ancestor of the Chu family who was on good terms with my master was only at the life immortal realm. Since when did the Chu family of True Flame Star have an eternal immortal venerable? Those cultivators of the Chu family seem to address Daoist Chu as their ancestor. There is something strange about this Daoist Chu. His immortal lifespan should have been cut off in the long river of time. However, I don't know why he actually managed to deceive the heavenly Dao and live until today. In the refugee camp, Ningfan was thinking about the various things he had seen and heard after he arrived in Northern Heaven. Then, he looked inside his body and studied the formless seal. It's very strong. This seal is extremely strong. Even though Ningfan had a way to break it, all of those methods were unorthodox methods. Obviously, it was not enough to go against the immortal sovereign of the ancient immortal sovereign realm who was at the 4th step. As for the injuries on his body, he also needed to recuperate properly. Besides, he also needed to gather more information about Northern Heaven. Should I use the rain technique? Ningfan frowned. He did not use the rain technique to gather information within the scope of a world. Others might not recognize his rain technique, but the dark race who had interacted with him before might be able to recognize it. If the dark race knows that he has come to Northern Heaven, he could not be sure if they would secretly send people to surround and kill him. Under the situation where he knew nothing about Northern Heaven, Ningfan did not plan to take the risk and expose his whereabouts. Then, he would use another type of information gathering technique. Ningfan picked up a stone from the ground and asked in a friendly tone. Can you tell me what major events have happened in Northern Heaven in the past 100 years? Not long after that, he picked up another stone and continued talking to them. In the eyes of the other refugees, his actions seemed very strange and unusual. However, no one laughed at him. Among the refugees, many of them were shocked and agitated by the invasion of the beast tide and went crazy. Ning Fan was not the only one who behaved strangely. In the eyes of many of them, Ning Fan was probably agitated and went crazy. "Miss, the refugee camp is dirty and smelly. Why did you come here? You are not a member of the Chu clan." Somewhere in the refugee camp, a maidservant covered her nose and said in disdain, "Xiaohong, don't say such things in the future. We are staying in the Chu clan as guests. We can't just eat and drink for free. We have to contribute when we need to." The young lady named Beishir answered. She was a lady with a pure and holy aura. If Ning Fan saw her, he would certainly notice that her pure and holy aura was very similar to Si Wuxia's. However, in terms of appearance, both of them had their own merits. Both of them had the qualifications to topple a country. But isn't the young clan leader of the Chu clan a little too much? Miss is the dignified eldest miss of the Lost World Palace and the one with the highest potential among the 4 fairies of the Bei clan. By staying in the Chu clan, Miss is giving face to the Chu clan. However, the Chu clan actually sent Miss to help these refugees settle down. It's simply an insult to Miss's identity. The maidservant chattered incessantly. Identity? Heh. In your eyes, is my identity very honorable? I'm just a chess piece. Even my mother is just. Beishir seemed to have thought of something and her beautiful eyes turned gloomy. Even when she was sad, she was still so beautiful that it made people look at her. Looking at her eldest miss, the maidservant Xiaohong was instantly dazed. She recalled a drama that she had heard before. 2 curved eyebrows, a pair of eyes that seemed to be happy yet not happy. Her appearance gave birth to 2 dimples of sorrow. Her delicate body was full of sickness. Her eyes were filled with tears and she was slightly panting. She was quiet like a beautiful flower reflecting the water. She moved like a weak willow swaying in the wind. Her heart was one more orifice than the stem, and her sickness was 3 times better than that of Shizi. This drama was simply describing the eldest miss. It was really pitiful. You won't understand even if I tell you more. You just need to remember that the current situation in the Northern Heaven is dangerous. The cultivators of the Northern Heaven should help each other. Even without the request of the Chu clan, I'm still willing to help them. Look, that young man is already crazy enough to talk to a rock. Beishir looked at Ning Fan's direction with a trace of sympathy and empathy in her beautiful eyes. The maidservant Xiaohong followed the direction and saw Ning Fan who was talking to a rock. She instantly became silent. At this moment, she felt her own shallowness. There were so many refugees who deserved sympathy, but she only knew how to complain about this place being dirty and smelly. Her personality was too lowly, her soul was too ugly. Compared to the filthy and crazy Ning Fan, she was the one who was filthy. Miss, I was wrong. The maidservant Xiaohong said guiltily. It's good that you know you're wrong. Since that's the case, you will follow me to settle these refugees. Let's settle those who have gone crazy first. As she was speaking, Beishir brought her maidservant and walked towards Ning Fan with light steps. At this moment, Ning Fan was sitting on the ground and talking to a rock while enduring the pain from the runes on his body. As for Beishir, she squatted beside Ning Fan and tried her best to suppress the sympathy in her heart. Then, she spoke to Ning Fan in a tone as if she was treating him as an equal. Don't be afraid. I will take care of you from now on. For the rest of your life. Ning Fan withdrew his spirit sense from the communication between all living beings and looked at Beishir speechlessly. Who could tell him what happened? Didn't he just ask for some information from a rock? Why was he given a care card by a young miss who came out of nowhere? This lady actually wanted to take care of him for the rest of his life. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. It shouldn't be the care that he understood, right? Sure enough, when Ning Fan activated the mind-reading technique, he could easily see through the lady's current thoughts. The mind-reading technique could see through a lady's thoughts. This technique needed to be used together with Ning Fan's language guidance. For example, Ning Fan purposely asked a question to make the lady think. As long as the lady starts to think about this question, Ning Fan would be able to pry into her inner thoughts. However, if Ning Fan did not take the initiative to guide her, he would only be able to see what was going on in her mind. So that's how it is. It's my misunderstanding. It turns out that this lady is just treating me as a refugee who has gone crazy. She is pitying me. Ning Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He had a lot of women. He did not want to attract a peach blossom as soon as he arrived in Northern Heaven. Obviously, Beishir was not a rotten peach blossom that would entangle him. Do you still remember your name? I'm Beishir. What about you? Beishir asked. Beishir, it was as if he had heard this name before but he could not remember it. Ning Fan did not continue to pry into the lady's mind. He thought for a while and answered out of courtesy. My name is Ning Fan. Ning Fan? I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. Beishir knitted her brows. However, she soon relaxed her brows. It was probably a coincidence. In this world, there were plenty of people with the same name and surname. The life of a cultivator was long and they would meet millions of people. There was nothing wrong with feeling that someone's name was familiar. Fortunately, you still remember your name. You didn't go completely crazy. Beishir heaved a sigh of relief for Ning Fan. I'm not crazy. Ning Fan became even more speechless. However, he was too lazy to explain the mysteries of communicating with this lady. I'm sorry. You're not crazy. It's my fault. Beishir hurriedly apologized to Ning Fan as she was afraid that she would trigger the madman's emotions. Forget it. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about Beishir. Even if he explains it 10,000 times, she will still think that he is a madman. No one would believe a drunkard who says that he is not drunk. The Chu clan had taken in a large number of refugees. Naturally, it was impossible for them to live in vain for the rest of their lives. Under Beishir's arrangement, most of the refugees had joined the True Flame Star and became part of the Chu clan's cultivators. In just one day, they had settled down. As for those who were seriously injured, Beishir took special care of them and kept them by her side for treatment. There were about 1,000 seriously injured people who stayed by her side. Ning Fan was just one of them who was unremarkable. At first, Beishir wanted to treat Ning Fan's mental illness. However, compared to Ning Fan's mental problem, the other injured people were either unconscious or had their primordial spirits half destroyed. All of them were more serious than Ning Fan. As such, Beishir could only treat those who were on the verge of death first. Once she got busy, she forgot about Ning Fan. On the True Flame Star of the Chu clan. It was Ning Fan's second day in Northern Heaven. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in a ward built with grass huts to treat his injuries. When he arrived in Northern Heaven yesterday, he was injured by the Immortal Sovereign's formless seal and the space-time storm. His injuries were extremely serious. Fortunately, his physical body's recovery speed was already astonishing. He had plenty of 9 Revolutions Golden Pills and Emperor Pills to treat his injuries. On the second day in Northern Heaven, his injuries had already recovered by 10% and his chi was much smoother. Lost Ancient God Technique, Divine Healing. Outside the window, the faint voice of a young lady casting a technique could be heard. That voice carried a sacred and inviolable majesty. It came from Beishir's mouth. Ning Fan followed the voice and spread out his spirit sense to observe secretly. It turned out that Beishir was treating a dying patient in an intensive care ward not far from his room. The patient was just a gold core realm cultivator. Because of the beast tide, half of his physical body was destroyed. Even his gold core that he had cultivated for 200 years was shattered. In such a situation, there was usually no way to save him. However, it also depended on who did it. If it was someone at Ning Fan's level, it would be a piece of cake to save this person. However, Beishir was just a peak ghost profound realm cultivator. It would be extremely difficult to save this person with her cultivation base unless she used pills. Beishir's entire body was enshrouded in ancient divine light. Her wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, making her look like an ancient immortal. The way she chose to save him was to use a lost ability of the ancient gods. The divine light on her body was not the real light of the ancient gods, but it was just the light of the fake ancient gods. As an ancient god of ancestral blood, Ning Fan could easily judge this point. Under the illumination of Beishir's divine light, the dying cultivator's gold core was first restored, and then his broken body began to grow again. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he was completely unharmed and came back to life. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior." The wounded man was moved to tears. "It's nothing much, it's not worth mentioning. Even though your life has been saved, your foundation is still damaged. Within 10 years, you must not use your magic power recklessly. You need to rest and recuperate." Beishir's face was full of seriousness as she warned the Gold Core Realm cultivator. She did not put on any airs. Healing the wounded and dying was an extremely common thing in the long river of her life. After resting for a while, Beishir went to the next ICU and started to treat the next patient. Ancient God's Lost Technique, God Heal. Under the illumination of Beishir's divine light, another deity transformation cultivator whose primordial spirit was half destroyed recovered in no time. Ancient God's Lost Technique, God Heal. Ancient God's Lost Technique, God Heal. Ancient God's Lost Technique. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a strange expression. He did not expect to encounter an extremely miraculous lost technique of the ancient gods when he just arrived in Northern Heaven. People say that Northern Heaven respects techniques. This saying was indeed true. If he was in Eastern Heaven, it was extremely rare to encounter the lost technique of the ancient gods. However, that was all. After all, Beishir was just a fake ancient god. She did not cultivate the bloodline of the ancient gods. The destructive power of the lost technique of the ancient gods that she used was not enough to attract Ning Fan's attention. Compared to the time when he just arrived in Northern Heaven, he was now dressed cleanly. His appearance had already regained his usual elegant demeanor. After consuming more than 10 9 revolutions golden pills, Ning Fan decided to take a short rest and delay his treatment. While resting, he did not forget to gather information about Northern Heaven from the flowers, grass, branches, and stones. Thus, when Beishir finished treating a batch of patients and passed by Ning Fan's ward in exhaustion, she saw such a strange scene. A handsome man was actually having a heart-to-heart talk with a potted flower like a fool. Awkward, 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 feeling the gaze of the young lady outside the ward, Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he placed the potted flower back on the windowsill. After that, Ning Fan heard the young lady let out a faint sigh. That sigh was filled with immense sympathy. "You. It's not easy for you either. After I finish treating all the heavily injured patients, I will come and help you. Just wait for me for a few days. Even if the entire world abandons you, I will never abandon you." Beishir sighed faintly and left. Ning Fan was left alone in the ward, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Am I being treated as a lunatic again? I actually won the sympathy of this young lady. Even if the entire world abandons you, I will never abandon you. Such mushy words of love were used to comfort a lunatic. Ning Fan could not bring himself to laugh. In the blink of an eye, it had been 5 days since Ning Fan arrived in Northern Heaven. Under the treatment of a large amount of 9 revolutions pills, Ning Fan's injuries had already recovered by 30%. Out of the 1,000 plus patients that were arranged to stay here, Beishir had already treated more than 400 of them. As for the remaining patients, most of their lives were no longer in danger. As long as there was enough time, Beishir was confident that she could make all of them recover. Under such circumstances, Beishir finally had the space to deal with Ning Fan's problem. That was her plan. However, who would have thought that another cultivation planet near the true flame planet of the Chu clan would be attacked by a beast tide at this critical moment? It was the 14th beast tide that the Chu clan had encountered within their territory. Another large group of refugees and injured patients were brought back to the Chu clan by Daoist Chu. Without a choice, Beishir could only treat the newly arrived cultivators who were on the verge of death first. She had no choice but to put Ning Fan's problem at the back of her mind. She really wanted to give some care to the mentally ill patients. Unfortunately, she was too busy. She was so busy that she could only pass by Ning Fan's ward for a short period of time every day. She was so busy that she did not even have time to greet Ning Fan. Every time she passed by Ning Fan's ward, she would steal a glance at him to see what he was chatting with today. She remembered that Ning Fan was chatting with the dog Tail Grass the day before yesterday. 3 days ago, Ning Fan seemed to be chatting with Mud. Yesterday, he was chatting with a moss. Today, Ning Fan picked up a mushroom from somewhere and he was actually chatting with it. A handsome young man chatting with a mushroom. Oh my god. That scene is just too beautiful. Beishir felt that her sympathy was about to overflow. When she has some free time, she must cure Ningfan. She must. On the 15th day, she finally had some free time again. She decided to have a good chat with Ningfan. She had prepared more than 20 sets of words to enlighten Ningfan about his mental illness. She was even willing to sacrifice herself and play the role of a mushroom to have a deep conversation with Ningfan. She had thought of all kinds of scenarios. However, she did not expect that when she passed by Ningfan's ward again, Ningfan was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Without any reason, Beishir felt a sense of loss. She didn't even have the time to treat Ningfan, but he left. However, Beishir was never a sentimental person. Ningfan's departure was just an insignificant small wave in her life. She still had too many things to do. After she cured a large number of patients, the young clan leader of the Chu clan sent someone to look for her. Monsieur, something bad has happened. Our Chu clan is about to face a great calamity. The young clan leader ordered me to invite you to the True Flame Hall to discuss the urgent military situation. Looking at the anxious messenger of the Chu clan, Beishir's beautiful face changed. She hurriedly followed the messenger to the True Flame Hall of the Chu clan. Ningfan was unaware of all these. At this moment, he had already cured most of his injuries and left the Chu clan. He could not cure the remaining injuries because his body was obstructed by the formless seal of the immortal sovereign of the Antiquity era. In order to fully recover, he needed to break the seal in his body. To do so, he needed external help. The reason why Ningfan left the Chu clan now was to look for external help. During these days, he stayed in the Chu clan. Other than healing his injuries, he also inquired about a lot of information about the Northern Heaven. Thus, he had a preliminary understanding of the war situation in the Northern Heaven. The situation in the Northern Heaven was indeed much more serious than the Eastern Heaven. One should know that when Ningfan was fighting in the Eastern Boundary River, he was only facing a small force of the foreign race. The true experts of the foreign race were all sealed under the water. They did not have a direct confrontation with the cultivators of the Eastern Heaven at all. Even so, the Eastern Heaven's side was still losing ground. If it wasn't for Ningfan turning the tide and successfully repairing the immortal sovereign's seal, the Eastern Heaven would probably fall into the enemy's hands. The situation in the Northern Heaven was even more serious than the Eastern Heaven. According to the information, the seal on the surface of the Northern Boundary River had already been completely broken tens of years ago. The foreign races at the Quasi-Saint realm could get out of the water at any time. The entire Northern Boundary River had truly become the territory of the foreign races. No cultivators of the Northern Heaven dared to run wild in the Northern Boundary River. Even the Quasi-Saints of the Northern Heaven did not dare to go there alone. The foreign races that the cultivators of the Northern Heaven were facing had mobilized their entire army and had Quasi-Saints of the foreign races participating in the war. There was also a rumor that there was an ancient great demon similar to the blood god Gung Wu in the army of the foreign races in the Northern Boundary River. Countless cultivators of the Northern Heaven were eaten alive by that great demon. If it wasn't for the Four Meridian sect who asked the secret races of the Northern Heaven to take action and fought against the foreign races 11 times at the border of the Northern Boundary River, the Northern Heaven might have already fallen into the enemy's hands. After 11 bloody battles, the cultivators of the Northern Heaven paid a heavy price even though they managed to fend off the foreign races. Army with great difficulty. There were 11 immortal Emperor realm experts on the Northern Heaven's side, and even 2 of their quasi-saints had their cultivation base reduced. Fortunately, when the cultivators of the Northern Heaven were almost in despair, an eyeball monster of mysterious origin suddenly joined the Northern Heaven's camp with an innate bow spirit. They helped the cultivators of the Northern Heaven to temporarily repel the great demon of the foreign races. The entire world was shocked. No one knew the origin of that eyeball monster. However, some people claimed that the eyeball monster was a great cultivator from the ancient times. With the addition of the eyeball monster, the Northern Heaven finally had some confidence in facing the army of the foreign races. However, good times didn't last long. In just a few years, another thunderbolt fell from the sky and shocked the cultivators of the Northern Heaven. The Devil Conferral Summit that had disappeared in the long river of history had reappeared. Moreover, the Devil Conferral Summit had actually reached some kind of alliance with the foreign races of the Boundary River and threatened to destroy the Northern Heaven together, those old monsters, which one of them wasn't afraid of the ominous name of the Devil Conferral Summit. One had to know that the Devil Conferral Summit wasn't an ordinary power. It was an existence that was equally famous as the 10 great secret races. Only with the 10 secret races added together could they be compared to the ancient Devil Conferral Summit. Even if the Northern Heaven had 3 secret races, could the 3 secret races defeat the Devil Conferral Summit? No one believed this. Regarding the invasion of the Devil Conferral Summit, none of the cultivators of the Northern Heaven had the confidence to face it. Even the strong secret races felt panicked and lost. Pessimists even thought that as long as the Devil Conferral Summit got involved in this war, the Northern Heaven would completely fall within 10 years or even less. As a result, on the Northern Sky side, a faction of surrendering began to appear. They suggested that the Northern Sky cultivators directly surrender to the outsiders and the allied forces of the Devil Conferral Summit. They hoped that through a certain degree of concession and sacrifice, the Northern Sky cultivators would continue to exist. This kind of public opinion of surrendering became the mainstream of Northern Sky's cultivators. But what made the surrendering faction feel awkward was that after the Devil Conferral Summit appeared, they didn't directly participate in the war or attack Northern Sky. Instead, they used the Devil's Cavity as a method to occasionally release strange race beast tides towards Northern Sky. They seemed to want to use this kind of small method to obstruct Northern Sky's cultivators. This matter didn't conform to the Demon Conferral Summit style of massacring a whole world at the slightest disagreement, causing the Northern Sky to be puzzled no matter how hard they thought about it. However, it was also because of this that Northern Sky was still able to struggle at death's door. They had not been completely defeated by the Demon Conferral Summit and the foreign races. Ancient Heavenly Courts, Demon Manor, Devil Conferral Summit, 10 Great Secret Clans. Ning Fan's expression turned grim. He silently recalled the 4 strongest forces in the illusionary world 1 billion years ago. Ning Fan did not dare to underestimate the intervention of the Devil Conferral Summit. 1 Devil Conferral Summit was equivalent to 10 secret clans. This statement was definitely not a joke. It must not be taken lightly. However, the Devil Conferral Summit had once disappeared from the long river of history. Now that it has reappeared in this world again, it might not necessarily retain its former strength. Many of the devils of the Devil Conferral Summit in the past had also died in the long river of time. This is something that I can be sure of. The reason why the Devil Conferral Summit didn't directly join the war is probably because their strength has been weakened. They want to preserve their strength to a certain extent and watch the battle between Northern Sky and the foreign races. Of course, it's also possible that the Devil Conferral Summit's unreasonable behavior has some kind of scheme behind it. The cultivators of Northern Sky only know that the Devil Conferral Summit and the Devil Conferral Summit have joined forces. However, they don't know that there are also secret clans like the Dark Race who have defected to the foreign races. If this matter is spread out, I'm afraid that the surrendering faction of Northern Sky will be even more determined to surrender to the enemy. The one who helped the cultivators of Northern Sky to fight against the foreign races should be Senior Eyeball. As expected, he couldn't just sit and watch when Northern Sky is in danger. What's strange is that there isn't any news about Master Luan Gu among the information I obtained. This doesn't match my previous speculation. Is Master Luan Gu really in Northern Sky? If he is, where would he be now? Ning Fan's brows were tightly knitted together. His mind was filled with speculations. It's useless to think too much about it. In the end, a war needs to be fought with force. Therefore, the most important thing now is to break the seal in my body, heal all my injuries and restore my peak strength. Only when I'm at my peak can I have a slight impact on the situation in Northern Sky. The current me isn't enough. There are several ways to break the formless seal. Among them, the fastest way is to absorb external energy and break the seal. Before coming to Northern Sky, I had asked Old Wu for the star map of Northern Sky. According to the star map, Old Wu's nest, the Black Fate sect, is hidden somewhere in the starry sky not far away from the Chu clan. According to Old Wu, there is a giant corpse of Sinli hidden in the Black Fate sect. To me, this item is of great use. It can allow me to truly cultivate the Fu Liyin Yang. Now, I can absorb the energy of that corpse and break the formless seal. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Without Old Wu's guidance, it's almost impossible for others to find the entrance of the Black Fate Sect's star world. Even if they find it, they might not dare to enter. The two words dark fate are the greatest curse in the world. However, this curse can't scare me. Ming Fan turned into a ray of light and searched in the starry sky. Along the way, he passed by the White Fate planet where the beast tide broke out that day and the turtle immortal planet where Daoist Chu held a lecture. After flying for an unknown period of time, he suddenly stopped at a certain place in the starry sky. Then, he took out the treasure-searching compass and determined his direction. After a long time, he suddenly locked onto a certain direction and drew out the ocean-defying sword. Then, he thrust the sword downwards. A strange scene appeared. The ocean-defying sword was clearly piercing into the void space which was dark and lightless. However, the spot where it pierced suddenly erupted with dazzling starlight. Moreover, an incomparably huge 9-winged black tortoise totem appeared in the starry sky. It seems like I've found the right place. This is the entrance of the Black Fate Sect's star world that Old Wu mentioned. Ming Fan used his index finger to point at a few key spots on the black tortoise totem from afar. As he pointed at the correct spots, the totem gradually turned from illusory to solid, turning into a giant door made of starlight. Then, the giant door opened. Black smoke billowed out from the door and swept towards Ning Fan. That was the power of dark fate. Even if an ordinary old monster of the northern sky possessed the cultivation base of a quasi-saint realm expert, he would have to retreat if he was suddenly attacked by such a large-scale dark fate. However, Ning Fan was different. He was a cultivator of black fate, a member of the Fuli sect. He was the filthiest person in the world. Why would he be afraid of dark fate? Devour. Ming Fan opened his 7-colored great umbrella of luck and directly devoured the billowing dark fate. Theoretically, the reverse Big Dipper divine ability that was passed down in the Slaughter Palace could only help cultivators cultivate 7-colored luck. However, under Ning Fan's modification, his great umbrella of luck could continue to grow stronger through devouring. 7-colored luck was not its limit. After a round of devouring, the luster of Ning Fan's great umbrella of luck became even more dazzling. He used the umbrella to protect the top of his head and calmly stepped into the territory of the Black Fate Sect. At the moment he stepped inside, the giant door closed. Some busybodies were attracted by the fluctuations of this place. However, they arrived too late and could not see anything. All they could do was to stare and sigh. The Black Fate Sect was a great taboo in the northern sky. Be it the former old ancestor Black Fate or the current owner of the Dark Fate Sect, Old Wu Ba, both of them were well-known figures. They were existences that even the secret races were not willing to offend. As the master of Old Wu Ba, the treasures of the Black Fate Sect were Ning Fan's treasures. Ning Fan had long wanted to plunder the lands of the Black Fate Sect. Now that he had arrived at the territory of the Black Fate Sect in the northern sky, he naturally did not plan to return empty-handed. As soon as he entered the Black Fate Sect, Ning Fan sensed a massive aura occupying a corner of the sect. If he was not mistaken, the owner of that aura was none other than the giant corpse of Sinli that Old Wu had mentioned. Master. The demonic chi here makes Black Devil feel uneasy. Black Devil, I'm afraid. Little Cat's nervous voice resounded in Ning Fan's mind. As the 9 raccoon that was ranked 4th in the Dao Hun clan and a member of the royal clan, Little Cat's eyes had always been high and mighty. She was not afraid of anything in the heavens or the earth. However, now that she was facing the evilly giant corpse that had died countless years ago, she felt a little nervous. Is this the might of the Fuli clan? Ning Fan faintly felt that he seemed to have underestimated the Fuli clan in the past. When this clan was at its peak, their strength might be extremely terrifying. Don't be afraid. There won't be any danger. Ning Fan comforted her. But Black Devil can't suppress the fear in her heart. Master, can you hug Black Devil? She actually wants a hug. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that this little cat was rarely this helpless. If that was the case, he should indeed comfort her a little. Thus, he released Black Devil. Black Devil, who was in the form of a young girl, immediately squeezed into Ning Fan's arms and turned into a little cat whose fur was standing on end. I really don't know what to do with you. Ning Fan patted Black Devil's little head and smoothed out all her fur. Perhaps Black Devil finally found a sense of security in Ning Fan's arms. She curled up into a ball lazily and fell asleep in Ning Fan's arms. Seeing that Black Devil was no longer afraid, Ning Fan felt relieved and walked towards where the evilly giant corpse was. Along the way, he kept devouring the dark luck in this place. Not long after, the enormous dark luck that had been lingering in this place for countless years was completely devoured by Ning Fan's big umbrella of luck. Didn't they say that not even quasi-saints would dare to step into this place? Very soon, Ning Fan arrived in front of the evilly giant corpse. It was a evilly that had died countless years ago. It was a gigantic black tortoise with 9 wings. Ning Fan was hesitant because this evilly had been dead for many years. He could not accurately determine the time of its death and its cultivation base before it died. However, he could tell that this evilly was at least an existence that was infinitely close to the 3rd step when it was alive. It was not an ordinary evilly. It was the ancestor of Evilly. Evilly was the sinner of the Fuli clan. It was the slave of the clan. As for the ancestor of Evilly, it was the strongest Evilly of the same generation. Master, all of a sudden, an excited voice resounded in Ning Fan's ears. It was the voice of the evilly giant corpse. It was the voice of the bloodline that only the members of the Fuli clan could hear. Master. Li Chen knows his mistake. Is Li Chen the name of this evilly when it was alive? Li Chen knows his mistake. Master. Please destroy my broken corpse, and grant me freedom. This evilly giant corpse was begging Ning Fan to destroy its broken corpse. He wanted to be freed. He knew that he was wrong. Ning Fan remained silent. He did not know what kind of mistakes this Li Chen had committed when it was alive. Today, he was here to devour the power of this evilly giant corpse. Naturally, he would not mind freeing him and destroying his corpse. Li Chen knows his mistake. Master, please forgive me. Please grant me freedom. The evilly giant corpse was still begging. He could feel that if he misses out on Ning Fan, it would be difficult for him to wait for the next Fuli demon ancestor to grant him freedom and cleanse his sins. All right. With the order of the Fuli demon ancestor, I grant you freedom from today onwards. Thank you. Master, the voice of the bloodline no longer sounded. Finally, it fell into a deep slumber. As for the evilly giant corpse, it began to decay at an astonishing speed. It only dared to dissipate because Ning Fan allowed it to. In just 10 breaths of time, the evilly giant corpse turned into a skeleton. In another 10 breaths of time, even the skeleton was eroded to the point that nothing was left. At the original spot, there was only the stench of the rotting corpse and the huge amount of blood essence of the Fuli clan. Of course, Ning Fan would not let the bloodline of the Fuli clan dry up. All the evilly clan members were Fuli clan members who had committed crimes. Their bloodline was also the Fuli clan's bloodline in essence. It was Ning Fan's first time finding such a high-grade Fuli blood essence. How could he waste it? For the next 7 days, Ning Fan continued to devour the blood essence of the Fuli clan in this place. 7 days later, Ning Fan suddenly stood up. The ancestral blood of the Fuli clan had increased by 1 drop. He had truly succeeded in cultivating the Fuli Yin-Yang divine art, even though the ancient demon's cultivation base was still at the 3rd tribulation of the eternal era. The total amount of magic power he possessed had increased by around 200 tribulations, causing Ning Fan's total magic power to reach an astonishing 13,700 tribulations. It's a pity. That evilly ancestor has passed away for too long. Even though the blood essence in his body has yet to dry up, it's not much different from being dried up. If it wasn't for that, my ancient demon cultivation base would definitely be able to improve even more. Ning Fan felt a little regretful. What he did not know was that those who had magic power beyond 10,000 tribulations in the Dharma-ending era were basically all quasi-saint realm old monsters. If these old monsters wanted to increase their magic power by 200 tribulations without any continuation, they would need at least tens of millions of years of hard cultivation. It could be said that after 10,000 tribulations, every tiny improvement would be a huge leap in the quasi-saint realm. Increasing his magic power by 200 tribulations in 7 days? If there was any quasi-saint realm old monster who had such an encounter, he would wake up smiling even in his dreams instead of being as discontented as Ning Fan. Of course, the total amount of a quasi-saint realm expert's magic power was not the deciding factor. Besides, the strength of one's magic power did not only depend on the quantity but also the quality. Ning Fan's total magic power was certainly frightening. However, because his cultivation base had been advancing too quickly in recent years, the purity of his magic power was rather low. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan was still very satisfied with. The formless seal in his body had finally been completely broken by the external impact of the Fu Li ancestors' blood essence. After another 5 days, Ning Fan had fully recovered from all the injuries in his body. Currently, he had completely recovered to his peak state. Since that's the case, I'll leave after I'm done looting the treasury of the Black Fate sect. With Ning Fan's current wealth, he no longer had much expectations for the treasury of the Black Fate sect. He conveniently took all the treasures that old Wu Ba and his disciples had kept for many years and left. After returning to the starry sky of the northern heaven, Ning Fan was thinking about where he should go next. All of a sudden, he seemed to have sensed something and looked in the direction of the Chu clan's true flame star. At this moment, he saw that the starry sky of the entire star region was dyed red by the fiery light. The Chu clan seems to be in trouble. The Chu family was in trouble. At this moment, an arrogant red-clad old man was attacking the Chu family's true flame star all by himself. The old man's Daoist name was Scarlet Flame Immortal Monarch, and he was a famous figure in Northern Heaven. He was a 3-tribulation celestial king, and his Tao of Fire had reached the acme of perfection. As the aftermath of the battle spread out, even the void starry sky was burned by the flames. A 3-tribulation immortal king wasn't something that the Chu clan could contend against. Even if the Chu clan's Daoist Chu had the cultivation of an immortal venerable, the result would still be the same. Humph. Daoist Chu, stop resisting stubbornly. You're not my match. Even if you and all the cultivators of your Chu clan join forces, you're still not my match. You ought to be able to discern that I've already shown mercy to your Chu clan. After all, I haven't killed a single member of your Chu clan since I attacked until now. However, if you still refuse this old man's request, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Hand over Beishir. There was a hint of impatience in Immortal Scarlet Flame's voice. Every time he swung his hand, hundreds or even thousands of Chu family cultivators would be sent flying. Immortal Scarlet Flame's flames burned them. Daoist Chu groaned inwardly. He knew that he was no match for the Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord. However, as the strongest person in the Chu clan and the only eternal immortal lord in the Chu clan, he had no choice but to face the Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord head-on. Beishir was an important guest of the Chu family. They could not hand her over to the Red Flame Immortal Lord no matter what. Qi Yan, you've fallen. Beishir is the eldest miss of the Lost World Palace. How dare you use her life to claim credit from the Realm Beast clan? You're shameless. Daoist Chu cursed. I'm shameless? Humph. The foundation of the Realm Beasts was not much weaker than that of the mystic races. If we sacrifice Beishir, we can befriend the Realm Beast clan and ask them to help us in the Border River. This will be of great benefit to our northern sky. It's rare that the young clan leader of the Jia clan has taken a liking to this girl and wants to take her as his cauldron. Hee, this is Beishir's fortune and also her responsibility as the eldest miss of the Lost World Palace. How can she reject it? The Scarlet Flame Immortal sneered. Responsibility? Hee. Do you really think that I don't know about the power struggle in the Lost World Palace after staying in the heaven-avoiding coffin for so long? Scarlet Flame. I don't care how much benefits the Great Elder of the Lost World Palace gave you to suppress Palace Mistress Xianxia and her daughter. I only care about one thing. Our Chu clan will never allow outsiders to bully and humiliate our esteemed guests. We will not allow our own people to kill each other at this critical juncture of the survival of the realm. Humph. A mere 1-tribulation celestial venerable dares to spout nonsense in front of a 3-tribulation celestial king like me? You really don't know your place. Do you have the ability to stop this old man? Qi Yan said disdainfully. Whether you have the ability or not, I will stop you. Unseal the exploding flame sword. Daoist Chu patted his storage bag and took out an ancient scarlet copper sword. He tore off all the seals on the ancient sword. In an instant, the aura of the ancient sword that was originally in a sealed state recovered bit by bit. The scorching sword chi that reached the 12th nirvana post-celestial level swept across the starry sky. A 12 Nirvana post-celestial sword, huh? Interesting. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. You want to rely on a 12 Nirvana immortal sword to surpass 2 levels to defeat me? That's no different from the ravings of a lunatic. I'll say it one last time. Hand over Beishar, or else don't blame me for severely injuring you. Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord said in a low voice. Cauldron breaking technique. That was Daoist Chu's final reply. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical sword intent burst out from Daoist Chu's body. That was a kind of desperate sword intent. Just like its name, it had the momentum of cutting off all means of retreat and sinking the boat. Even the incomparably arrogant Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord was momentarily moved by that sword strike. Because the power of that sword strike was actually infinitely close to the full power of a 3 Tribulation Immortal King. Was this a strike that a 1 Tribulation Immortal Venerable could unleash? What a pity. Even if you have the cultivation of a 2nd Tribulation Immortal Venerable, I wouldn't dare to take that strike head-on. But who told you to be only a 1 Tribulation Immortal Venerable? Today, this old man will let you see how huge the difference between a 3 Tribulation and a 1 Tribulation is. For Tribulation Immortal Technique, Fire God descends. With a spell, Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord activated the unique immemorial true body of the 4 Tribulation sect, Fire God descends. His entire body turned into a 300-meter-tall flaming giant. With a huge palm strike, flames condensed in his palm. With the power to overturn the starry sky, he smashed Daoist Chu's all-out strike. Another palm strike broke Daoist Chu's 12 Nirvana bursting flame swords into 2, the third palm strike made Daoist Chu vomit blood and fly backward. Along the way, he smashed several abandoned stars. Defeated, as the strongest expert of the Chu clan, Daoist Chu couldn't even take 3 palm strikes from Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord's true body. He was defeated too quickly. All the cultivators of the Chu clan were extremely shocked by this scene. When they looked at Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord again, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Those young cultivators of the Chu clan who regarded Daoist Chu as a god in their hearts were all in a trance. At this moment, they lost their lofty belief. The young clan leader of the Chu clan looked up at Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord with a defeated expression. Usually, he was known as the outstanding talent of the northern sky. But in front of a real expert, the so-called outstanding talent was not worth mentioning at all. Chu clan was known as the top force of the northern sky. However, they were defeated by an immortal king without any power to fight back. After today, the reputation of the Chu clan would be completely ruined. I'm sorry, Miss Beishar. It seems that my Chu clan can't protect you anymore. Daoist Chu couldn't even stand. His injuries were frighteningly serious. He was carried back to True Flame Star by a few elders of the Chu clan. Along the way, he coughed blood and looked dispirited. No, I'm the one who should apologize. If it wasn't to protect me, so many people of the Chu clan wouldn't have been injured by Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord. Senior wouldn't have been so seriously injured either. Beishar will never forget the kindness of the Chu clan today. Senior, please don't worry. Beishar will not let anyone of the Chu clan get hurt because of this matter. Beishar sighed guiltily. She flew up to the starry sky and flew toward Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord. Seeing that this woman had finally appeared, Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord released his ancient true body and said disdainfully, "Little slut, you're finally willing to show yourself. Hiding your head but showing your tail. You're indeed the same as your mother." What an ear-piercing title. It was also an insult to her mother. Beishar's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. However, she didn't dare to refute at this moment. She bit her lips so hard that blood dripped down. She didn't dare to anger Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord. She was afraid that she would bring more trouble to the Chu clan. I can go with Senior, but please let the Chu clan go. Beishar begged. You're worrying too much. Even if you don't say it, I won't really start a massacre in the Chu clan. If I really do that, the heavenly laws won't let me go. The 4C sect won't let me go either. This is not the eastern sky where there's a war. Who would dare to destroy the northern heaven slaughter sect? I'm not an exception. My target is only you. Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord said coldly. If my mother knows that I've been schemed against by you and given to the Realm clan, she will definitely take revenge for me. Beishar gritted her teeth and said. Haha. Your mother is just a small Shikong. She's the palace lord of the Lost World Palace in name. In reality, she's just a puppet-like existence. Her real power is too small. You want to find a third tribulation immortal king to take revenge? Stop joking. Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord laughed loudly. Beixia remained silent. She knew that nothing she said could change her fate. She would be captured by Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord and given to the young clan leader of the Realm Beast clan as a cauldron. It was rumored that all the women who were taken by the young clan leader of the Realm Beast clan could not live for more than 3 days. Basically, they would be plucked and turned into dried corpses. Was this her fate? It was obvious that the Northern Heaven was facing the invasion of the foreign clans. It was a matter of life and death. Yet, there were still people who were fighting for power and wealth, disregarding the dangers of the world, compared to those Northern Heaven soldiers who were fighting bravely at the front line of the Boundary River. Those who were still busy fighting for power and wealth were really too shameless. If my mother and my sisters knew that I'm dead, they would probably be very sad. Alright, follow this old man to the Realm Clan. Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord stretched out his big hand, wanting to grab Beixia and leave. At this moment, rain suddenly fell from the starry sky. The cold raindrops fell on the back of his hand. It was so cold that it seeped into his bones and chilled his heart. Moreover, a ghost-faced silver-haired figure suddenly appeared in front of Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord along with the rain. He easily shielded Beixia behind him, causing his hand to miss. You are. Of course, Beixia could not recognize this ghost-faced silver-haired figure in front of her. However, she did not know why she felt that this person's back was a little familiar. It was as if she had seen him somewhere these few days. She could not see the cultivation aura of this ghost-faced cultivator. Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord could not see it either. No one could see it. No one knew where this ghost-faced silver-haired cultivator came from, what his cultivation level was, and how he appeared here out of nowhere. No one could see how this person appeared. Who are you? Could it be that you want to obstruct my realm clan's work? Facing the ghost-faced immortal cultivator in front of him, Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord could not figure out the other party's origin. Out of habit, he brought up the Realm Beast clan, wanting to shock the other party. Realm clan? Which realm clan? One of the Northern Heaven's secret clans? The ghost-masked man deliberately made his voice sound old and hoarse. He heard that there were 3 secret clans in the Northern Heaven. He had inquired about 2 of them, the Purple Clan and the Light Clan. As for the third one, he had not inquired about the name of the Northern Heaven's secret clan. Secret clan? Humph. You're really ignorant and inexperienced. The Realm Clan is not a secret clan. However, its power is not much weaker than the secret clan. Its full name is the Realm Beast clan. The Realm Beast clan. I seem to have some impression of it. The ghost-masked man looked like he was reminiscing. He vaguely remembered that the Realm Beast had offended him when he was in the lower domain. In short, I can let bygones be bygones if you back off now. However, if you really want to interfere with my realm clan's business, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord went around the ghost-masked man and reached out his hand to grab Beixia again. However, he only managed to grab an afterimage. The ghost-masked man actually moved at a speed that he could not see clearly. In an instant, he brought Beixia and flew 100 feet away. What a terrifying speed. I'm a dignified immortal king, but I can't see how he moves. Could this person be a ghost? Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord felt his scalp go numb. He vaguely felt that this ghost-masked man was not someone to be trifled with. However, he had received a bribe from the Great Elder of the Lost World Palace and wanted to kill Beixia. There was no reason for him to give up halfway. As long as you hand this woman over to me, you will be my friend from today onwards. Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord said solemnly. You're just a third tribulation realm cultivator. What right do you have to be my friend? What? Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord felt that he had been greatly insulted. It was one thing for him to be afraid of the ghost-masked man. It was another thing for him to be angered after being insulted. As for the name Zhao Jian, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Forget it. Since I don't remember it well, it must not be an important name. I'll kill this Zhao Jian. Eternal True Body, Descent of the Fire God. Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord did not dare to be careless in the face of the ghost-masked man. He immediately activated his eternal true body and his aura rose to the peak of the third tribulation Immortal King realm. After activating his eternal true body, Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord seemed to have gained a lot of confidence. When he faced the ghost-masked man again, his tone became much more arrogant. "I'll say it again. Hand this woman over to me or I don't mind roasting you into a human jerky." The ghost-masked man's eyes turned cold. It had been a long time since he heard such threatening words. Those who dared to threaten him were all dead. Moreover, didn't the Northern Heavenly Law say that immortals were not allowed to kill each other? This Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord actually wanted to roast him into a human jerky. Hee, this is really interesting. It turns out that the so-called Heavenly Law is not worth mentioning in front of a true expert. I heard that the Heavenly Law of the Four Meridians sect is controlling the Northern Heavenly Law. Initially, I didn't want to kill anyone. However, your words have changed my mind. If you don't scram within 3 breaths, you will die. The ghost-masked man said ruthlessly. What? Did I hear wrongly? Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed loudly. He did not believe that the ghost-masked man could kill him. He also did not believe that the ghost-masked man would dare to kill him. I'm a 4th grade middle grade heavenly supervisor of the Four Meridians sect. Who are you? How dare you talk nonsense to me? If you don't scram within 3 breaths, you will die? I'm not going to scram. Not only that, I'm going to roast you into a human jerky. Descending of the fire god, 10 consecutive palm strikes, Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord made his move. Using his eternal true body, he instantly launched 10 consecutive palm strikes at the ghost-masked man. He could defeat Dao Master Chu in an instant with 3 palm strikes. Even a 4th tribulation Immortal King would have to spend some effort to defend against 10 palm strikes. His attack was not weak, but he had chosen the wrong opponent. The ghost-masked man named Zhao Jian did not even bother to look at the Scarlet Flame Immortal Monarch's attack. With a casual tribulation flash, the Scarlet Flame Immortal Monarch was turned into ashes. Silence, the entire starry sky was dead silent. The Scarlet Flame Immortal Monarch who killed Dao Master Chu with 3 palm strikes was actually killed by a mysterious ghost-masked man. This senior Zhao Jian is really powerful. He can actually kill a 3rd tribulation Immortal King with a single strike. Even a peak Immortal King would not be able to do that. Could he be an immortal emperor with a hidden identity? Zhao Jian? What an unfamiliar name. It should be an alias. Is this senior Zhao Jian here to save our Chu clan? He's really a good person. Or perhaps this senior Zhao has some kind of relationship with the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace? Did he specially come here to save the eldest miss of the Lost World Palace? The entire Chu clan was in an uproar. However, the ghost-masked man did not seem to be interested in all these. He was also not interested in how Beishir offended the Scarlet Flame Immortal Monarch. He was also not interested in the Scarlet Flame Immortal Monarch and his Jia clan background. Saving someone was just a matter of convenience. He did not ask for anything in return and there was no need to thank him. There was also no need to tell him his real identity or name. The ghost-masked man took a glance at the Chu clan and realized that many of them had been severely injured by the Scarlet Flame Immortal Monarch. Although no one died, many of them had their foundations damaged. This is not good. Not good at all. Black Star Art. The ghost-masked man clasped his hands together. Countless black stars appeared in the starry sky. The surging black stars shone down on the entire True Flame Star. A miraculous scene happened. Under the illumination of the black stars, the injuries of the Chu clan's members recovered rapidly. Even Dao Master Chu, who was beaten half to death, recovered from his serious injuries to light injuries, and from light injuries to no injuries. He was now alive and kicking. What a shocking star art. This is not an ordinary star art. This is the Black Star Art. It's a top secret of the ancient heavenly court. The entire Chu clan was in a state of shock. After the shock, it was followed by an overwhelming chorus of gratitude. If not for the ghost-masked man, more than half of the Chu clan's members would be bedridden. How could they not thank him? Who is this person? He actually healed tens of thousands of injured members with a single move. His healing technique is countless times more powerful than my ancient god's lost technique. Beishar was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. However, the ghost-masked man obviously did not have the time to care about the dumbfounded Beishar. Instead, he took a deep look in the direction of True Flame Star and the Chu clan. This time, he was not looking at the Chu clan or Dao Master Chu. Instead, he was looking at the Chu clan's young clan head, Chu Yuran. Young clan head is about to break through to the mysterious life immortal realm. Not bad, shock, everyone was shocked, this senior Zhao Jian actually spoke. Furthermore, he was speaking to the Chu clan's young clan head. He was praising the Chu clan's young clan head's cultivation progress. From Senior Zhao's tone, could it be that he actually knows our young clan head? Could it be that he really appreciates our young clan head? Chu Yuran was completely dumbfounded. How lowly was his identity? Occasionally, he would carry out a mission from the Four Lions sect and go to the 9 worlds of the lower world. Perhaps he could still be considered a powerful figure. However, in the northern heaven, he was definitely an ant. An ant like him was actually praised by Senior Zhao, who was suspected to be an immortal emperor. What an honor! For a moment, Chu Yuran was so excited that he was speechless. I obtained these Dao fruits from killing people by chance. Take them. I'm sure that you will be able to break through to the life immortal realm in a few days. The devil-masked man named Zhao Jian flicked his finger. A stream of light landed lightly in Chu Yuran's hand. It was a storage bag filled with Dao fruits. The lowest Dao fruits inside were life immortal Dao fruits. There were even truth-crossing Dao fruits. So many Dao fruits. Not to mention breaking through to the life immortal realm, it is enough for me to advance a few steps in the human profound realm. Thank you, Senior, for your reward. Chu Yuran was overjoyed. He was about to kneel down in the direction of the devil-masked man. However, the devil-masked man would certainly not allow Chu Yuran to kneel down. The reason why he gave Chu Yuran the Dao fruits was to repay the friendship of the past. The friendship between gentlemen was as indifferent as water. At this moment, it was not convenient for him to reveal his identity. He also did not want to expose the friendship of the past. As long as he could help Chu Yuran a little, it would be enough. As for kneeling down to thank him, it would be too much. Chu Yuran wanted to kowtow again. However, the next moment, a telepathic message entered his ears. It was so shocking that he could not continue kowtowing. I am an old friend. Don't expose me. It was a simple telepathic message. The voice was not that of an old man. It was his original voice. Chu Yuran was very familiar with this voice. However, he was shocked and felt that it was inconceivable. It's him. It's actually him, it's that little cultivator from the rain world. It's that old demon Han's disciple from the lower world, but how is this possible? How many years have passed since then? Has that little cultivator already ascended from the rain world? Ascended to the northern heaven? Is he already strong enough to kill a 3-tribulation immortal king? This is impossible. Impossible. But these words, this voice, Yuran, what happened? Why do you look so strange? Chu Yuran's father, the head of the Chu family, asked with concern. No, it's nothing. I was suddenly recognized by this Senior Zhao. I'm just a little shocked. Chu Yuran did not expose the identity of the devil-masked man. Haha, this is my son's fortune. It's my son's honor and also the Chu family's honor to be injured by such a powerful senior. Eh? Where's that Senior Zhao? He left. After the devil-masked man did his good deed, he left. Doing good without leaving your name, you really have the demeanor of an immortal hero. Daoist Chu was full of praise for the devil-masked man. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, wasn't this name listed in the top secret of the 4 fish sects vermilion scroll? It was not strange that ordinary people did not know this name, because the 4 Meridian sect was very strict with this kind of top secret and would never leak it out. However, as an ancient immortal lord, Daoist Chu had heard of some top secrets. Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, isn't this the name of the great cultivator who saved countless immortal emperors of the 4 heavens and the demon race during the calamity of the wildlands? Could it be that the devil-masked man who had just shown kindness to the Chu family was that senior? This news was too shocking. If this person was really that great cultivator Zhao Jian, Perhaps he would be of great help to Northern Sky's crisis. This matter must be reported to the Four Meridians sect. Daoist Chu did not dare to delay and immediately went to handle this matter. As for how shocked the four primordial sects would be after hearing the news, it was not Ning Fan's concern. That's right. The devil-masked man who had saved Beishir and helped the Chu family was none other than Ning Fan. He had received many favors from the Chu family. Naturally, he would not allow the Chu family to be bullied by a mere Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord. However, considering that the situation in Northern Sky was very complicated, Ning Fan did not want the people of the Dark Race and the Devil Conferral Summit to know that he had come to Northern Sky from the Eastern Heaven. Now that the four heavens had been cut off from the news, ordinary cultivators of Northern Sky might not know what the title Lord of Massacre Palace, the King of Hell of the Eastern Heaven meant. However, the people of the Devil Conferral Summit and the Dark Race certainly knew about it. If his enemies knew that he had come to Northern Sky, what awaited him would probably be endless pursuit. Ning Fan was not arrogant enough to think that he could survive the pursuit of the quasi-saints of the Dark Race and the Devil Conferral Summit. If that was the case, it was obviously more convenient and safer for him to act in the dark with another identity. Zhao Jian, an ancient great cultivator, there were 3 benefits to using this identity. Firstly, he could hide from the eyes and ears of the Devil Conferral Summit and the Dark Race. Secondly, during the calamity of the Wildlands, Ning Fan had saved many immortal emperors of Northern Sky and the 4 profound sects using the identity of Zhao Jian. This identity could make it easier for Ning Fan to act in Northern Sky. It could boost the morale of the Northern Sky and deter those who try to harm him. Thirdly, if the eyeball monster knows that Zhao Jian has come to Northern Sky, it would immediately know that it was Ning Fan. If I kill Scarlet Flame Immortal Lord with my identity, I will certainly get into a lot of trouble because I have violated the rules of Northern Sky. However, if Zhao Jian kills someone, I dare to bet that the immortal emperors of the 4 profound sects will certainly not ask about this matter and punish me. In a certain empty space, Ning Fan removed the silver hair and ghost mask and changed back to his original appearance. Saving Beishir and helping the Chu family were just trivial matters in Ning Fan's eyes. What he was concerned about was the situation in Northern Sky. He was concerned about the safety of his women and friends in Northern Sky. What should I do next? Should I directly go to the Northern Border River to participate in the battle and support the cultivators of Northern Sky? Ning Fan shook his head and rejected this idea. What was the greatest danger in Northern Sky now? It was not the battle in the Northern Border River but the arrival of the Beast Tide. Without a doubt, the foreign races in the Border River were restricted by the Eyeball Monster and the others. They could not invade Northern Sky with their armies. Otherwise, the foreign races would not have gone through so much trouble to send the Beast Tide into Northern Sky with the help of the power of the ancient Devil Cavity. It was an invasion but also a sign of weakness. It showed that the foreign races did not have the absolute upper hand in the Border River. That was why they played some tricks at the rear of the cultivators of Northern Sky. One had to admit that these tricks were very deadly. Most of the strong cultivators of Northern Sky had gone to the Border River to participate in the battle. The cultivators at the rear were mostly old, weak, sick or disabled. Such a rear was invaded by the foreign races time and time again, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Just within the territory of the Chu family, there had been more than 10 Beast Tide invasions. More than 10 cultivation planets were destroyed by the foreign races. In the entire Northern Sky, at least thousands of cultivation planets had been destroyed. Countless cultivators of Northern Sky had died. If I can solve the problem of the Beast Tide invading the rear, it will undoubtedly be of great help to the front line. However, how should I solve this problem? The cultivation of the fate-reversing lightning technique can improve my divination and deduction abilities. If my Tao of divination can improve further, I will be able to predict when and where the Beast Tide will invade Northern Sky and take precautions. This is a solution but it doesn't solve the root of the problem. The foreign races need to borrow the power of the ancient Devil Cavity to send the Beast Tide. There must be a group of ancient devil experts who can use the Devil Cavity behind the foreign races. They are helping them to send the Beast Tide. If I can kill these ancient devils, it will undoubtedly solve the problem of the Beast Tide. However, these ancient devils are most likely hiding in the depths of the Northern Border River under the protection of the quasi-saints of the foreign races. Besides, those who can use the devil cavity are all peerless ancient devil experts. The difficulty of killing them is no less than fighting against the quasi-saints of the foreign races. My strength is still not enough. It seems like I need to improve my strength to better solve the problem at hand. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he suddenly took out the treasure-searching compass and searched it carefully. Then, he was greatly disappointed. He had once stolen a large amount of heavy wood in the eastern border river and concocted a large number of immeasurable pills, which made his strength skyrocket. This time, he planned to use the same trick again when he came to Northern Sky. However, after searching, Ning Fan helplessly realized that there were not many light spots of heavy wood in the direction of the northern border river. Northern Sky was different from Eastern Sky. The foreign races in Eastern Sky did not value the immeasurable pills. They would not use the heavy wood to concoct pills. They would just absorb the wood chi for cultivation. Thus, the heavy wood could be kept. However, the foreign races were not the only enemies in Northern Sky. There were also the Devil Conferral Summit and the Dark Race. The foreign races did not need the immeasurable pills, but the Devil Conferral Summit and the Dark Race did. The heavy wood in the northern border river seemed to have been taken away by someone in advance. I'm a step too late. Have they all fallen into the enemy's pocket? Ning Fan frowned. Without the heavy wood in the northern border river, Ning Fan would need to find another way to improve his strength quickly. Forget it. I'll go and see how my old friends in Northern Sky are doing first. It was not easy for him to come to Northern Sky. He was very concerned about how Bei Xiaoman and the others were doing. There was also the Black Devil sect. There was also Old Devil's best friend, Wei Xian. Speaking of which, Hulua Wei clan seemed to be in the next star region. Ning Fan took out the star map and his eyes were filled with nostalgia. When he was young, Wei Xian had taught him the Tao. It could be said that his talent in the Tao of formations was unlocked under Wei Xian's guidance. In a sense, Wei Xian could be said to be Ning Fan's half-master. Besides, Wei Xian was Old Devil's best friend. He had once fallen into the life immortal realm because of Old Devil. His foundation was destroyed forever and he became a void fragmentation realm cultivator in his later years. Old Devil could not return to Northern Sky for the time being. He could not repay Wei Xian's kindness. Ning Fan needed to repay all of these on behalf of his master. I'll go to the Wei clan and treat Senior Wei. With my current strength, it's not difficult to help Senior Wei recover his foundation and ascend to the life immortal realm again. Ning Fan had left for a long time. Bei was still in a daze. Under the cover of the ghost mask, she could not see Ning Fan's appearance or sense his qi. However, she really felt that Ning Fan's back was inexplicably familiar. Zhao Jian? No. That's not right, no. That's not right. Unknowingly, strange scenes appeared in front of Beishir's eyes. Under the setting sun, a graceful young man was talking to the moss. That scene was too beautiful to behold. The morning breeze was warm and the young man went to chat with the mushroom again. That scene was breathtaking. Illusion. It must be an illusion. That young master mushroom is just a void fragmentation realm cultivator. How could he kill a third tribulation immortal king in an instant? I must be exhausted to have this illusion. Beishir did not know that what she thought was an illusion was actually a kind of intuition. It was a woman's intuition and it was correct. Of course, she did not have that much time to think about it. After the incident of Scarlet Flame Immortal Monarch's abduction, the palace lord of the Lost World Palace, Yuan Yao, was furious. She sent someone to the Chu clan to fetch Beishir back to the palace. She was worried about leaving her eldest daughter alone outside. Especially during these troubled times. The competition between the three palaces is imminent. The Great Elder intends to harm you and your sisters. He will not give up until he succeeds. Return as soon as you receive the message. Beishir was shocked when she read her mother's message. The competition between the three palaces of the Lost World Palace has begun again? At this time when the entire realm is in danger? No wonder. No wonder the Qiyan Immortal Monarch would come to harm me. Is it really for the sake of power? However, it was unknown if the power struggle between the East, North and West palaces of the Lost World Palace would involve all the sects in the Northern Heavens, in the Wei family of Heluo. Wei Xian had been in a bad mood recently because his position as the deacon of the Four Seas sect had been removed by the sect. In the past, the Wei family had offended a large number of forces in the Northern Heaven, including the Pure Yang sect, in order to protect Old Devil Han. That was why he was removed from his position. Settling the score after the fall is just SOSO. Brother Han, how are you doing in the rain world? Looking at the time, your disciple Ning Fan should be ascending soon, right? Unfortunately, I have already been removed from my position as the deacon of the Four Heavens. I can't provide much help to his ascension. Sigh. I wonder which of the Four Heavens he will ascend to. If it's the Northern Heaven, I will take care of your disciple even if I have to risk my old body. Wei Xian's face was filled with vicissitudes of life. Looking at the autumn leaves in the courtyard, he sighed. When people get old, they would love to reminisce. He recalled the time when he was young and roamed freely in the Northern Heaven with Old Devil Han. Then, he recalled the time when he taught Ning Fan about formations in the rain world. In the past, he was like a tiger that could devour 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. Now, his heroic spirit has been reduced and his shoes are wet with the wind. Sigh. I'm getting old, master, there's a guest looking for you. Suddenly, a child ran towards them in a hurry and interrupted Wei Xian's sigh. Seeing the child's recklessness, Wei Xian subconsciously wanted to put on a stern face and teach him a lesson. As the saying goes, comparisons are odious. This child was his disciple. His aptitude was considered smart, but his temperament was too impetuous. He was totally incomparable to Old Man Han's disciple, who was calm and steady. However, after hearing the child's words, Wei Xian could not reprimand him anymore. Instead, he asked angrily. There's a guest looking for me? Is it someone from the Pure Yang sect again? Are they trying to find trouble with my Wei family? They have already visited us 3 times in the past month. No. This time, it's not someone from the Pure Yang sect. It's a void fragmentation realm cultivator who is looking for you. He said that he's an old friend of yours. The child explained. Void fragmentation realm? An old friend? Wei Xian was surprised and puzzled. He really could not think of a void fragmentation realm old friend who came to look for him. However, considering the other party's void fragmentation realm cultivation base, Wei Xian did not dare to neglect the other party too much. The Wei family could not be compared to the Chu family. They did not have an immortal venerable realm ancestral master. The highest cultivation base of the entire family was only at the life immortal realm. To such a small family, a void fragmentation realm expert was also considered as a distinguished guest. I wonder which void fragmentation realm expert of the Northern Heaven is looking for me. Wei Xian's face was filled with puzzlement and he went out to welcome the guest. The moment he saw the appearance of the guest, he was first shocked and then overjoyed. Little friend, you've finally ascended to the Northern Heaven? Good. You didn't let your master's teachings down. Ascended? Ning Fan was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. He was not a rookie who had just ascended to the upper world from the lower world. Senior Wei Xian seemed to have misunderstood something. Initially, he planned to explain to Wei Xian. However, at the next moment, he noticed the hidden injuries in his body. His eyes immediately turned grim. It was a new injury. It had been in this world for less than 10 years. Within 10 years, someone actually destroyed Wei Xian's foundation twice, causing his cultivation base to fall from the void fragmentation realm to the void refinement realm. Who did it? Ning Fan's eyes were terrifyingly cold. When he was young, Wei Xian was willing to sacrifice himself to help him increase his strength. Wei Xian was the old monster's brother and was even regarded as half a master by Ning Fan. Now that Wei Xian was bullied and his cultivation base was reduced for the second time, how could Ning Fan not be angry? Ah, it's just a small matter. Come in and drink some water. I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder how you are doing. Wei Xian smiled bitterly and changed the topic. He did not explain much to Ning Fan. They were probably worried that Ning Fan, who had just ascended to the Northern Heaven, would be involved in the revenge of the first-rate forces in the Northern Heaven. Who did it? Ning Fan did not enter the room to drink the water but asked for the second time. Wei Xian felt warmth in his heart. He reached out his hand and patted Ning Fan's shoulder with a smile. I'm fine. Ning Fan no longer questioned Wei Xian. He knew that if Wei Xian did not want to implicate him, he would not say anything no matter what. However, the current him didn't need to care about those implications. In the entire northern sky, there were only a handful of powers that could make him worry. The person who hurt Wei Xian was obviously not one of them. Even if he was here, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Ning Fan squatted down and picked up a stone. Then, he asked some questions with a cold voice. Be it Wei Xian or his disciple, all of them were dumbfounded by the scene. They did not understand what Ning Fan was doing. After a while, Ning Fan stood up and said to Wei Xian. Senior, please wait for a moment. Junior is going to the Puryong sect. What? How do you know it's the Puryong sect? Wei Xian was extremely anxious. How could Ning Fan, a mere newbie who had just ascended, afford to offend the Puryong sect? One had to know that even the old devil who was incomparably arrogant in the past was greatly injured because he offended the Puryong sect. The current Puryong sect was even more different from the past. Different from the Wei clan which was declining day by day, the Puryong sect also had an ancient old monster who relied on the power of the heaven-evading coffin to ignore the passage of time and lived from ancient times until today. This was the unique characteristic of the northern heaven. It was also the reason why he firmly believed that Ning Fan could not afford to offend the Puryong sect. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. This brat probably doesn't even know what an ancient old monster is. It's a peak existence above the four heavens. A casual finger of theirs can crush the Wei clan of He Luo to death hundreds or thousands of times. Ning Fan, wait. You can't. What? Just as Wei Xian was about to stop Ning Fan from going to the Puryong sect, his expression suddenly changed. He saw Ning Fan summoning the ghost mask in front of Wei Xian. His silver hair danced wildly because of his anger. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Wei Xian could not see Ning Fan's movement technique at all. That speed was too fast, so fast that it was beyond Wei Xian's imagination. It was countless times faster than an immortal venerable old monster that he had met by chance. This brat isn't at the void fragmentation realm. What? What realm has he actually cultivated to? Is he an immortal venerable? He's even an immortal king. Wei Xian was not stupid. Those who cultivated the Tao of formations were all extremely intelligent people. He had guessed a lot of things. For a moment, he was so shocked that he could not speak a word. Master, who is that senior? Is he the legendary ancient immortal venerable? Wei Xian's disciple looked at the starry sky enviously in the direction where Ning Fan left. Perhaps? Wei Xian was filled with emotions. Is he Master's friend? His disciple asked again. He is not a friend. He is the disciple of an old friend of mine. From this point of view, he is of the same generation as you. You can call him elder brother. Don't call him senior. With his personality, if you call him senior, he will blame you for being distant. Wei Xian saw through Ning Fan's personality with just a glance, just like how he saw through the old devil's personality with just a glance in the past. It's a lie, right? He is my elder brother. He is of the same generation as me. Wei Xian's disciple suffered a great blow. His impetuous personality was because he always felt that he was the heavens favored one of the younger generation. But today, he actually met an ancient immortal venerable who was of the same generation as him. What kind of blow was that? He simply felt that he had cultivated the Tao for his entire life in vain, when he was feeling complacent about being a rare void refinement realm cultivator among his peers. Ning Fan, who was of the same generation as him, was already an ancient immortal venerable. No, I misjudged him. He isn't an immortal venerable. Wei Xian suddenly said with a solemn tone. Phew. That scared me to death. Luckily he isn't an immortal venerable. Otherwise, how would I have the face to call myself the leader of the young geniuses in the northern sky? The child heaved a sigh of relief. He seems to be an immortal king. Wei Xian sighed with emotion. Master, you can't give me such a blow. The child was on the verge of crying. An immortal king was even more of a blow than an immortal venerable, all right? You must cultivate diligently in the future. You must use this elder brother as your role model. Wei Xian said earnestly. It's useless. I will never be able to surpass this elder brother in my entire life. I am not even as good as a seashell. I am even smaller than the feces of an earthworm. Wei Shan smiled when he saw his disciple who had suffered a blow. This child is still young. It's better for him to suffer some blows. Otherwise, he will never know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. However, Old Man Han really took in a good disciple. The Pure Yang sect was not far from the Huluawei clan. With Ningfan's speed, he arrived at the place in the blink of an eye. The Pure Sun sect was a Duzhen sect, and its power in northern sky wasn't small. Of course, that was only the strength on the surface. According to Ningfan's senses, there were 3 traces of ancient qi lying dormant in the Pure Yang sect. They were ancient and experienced as if they were in deep slumber. It's another old monster that relied on the heaven-avoiding coffin to live from the ancient times until today, huh? Furthermore, the Pure Sun sect is different from the Chu clan. There is actually more than one hidden ancient monster. It's just a Duzhen force, yet it has such a foundation. Ningfan scanned the area with his sense and saw 3 fire coffins in the forbidden area of the Pure Yang sect. Each of the coffins contained an ancient monster that was sleeping soundly. That fire coffin was known as the Evading Heaven coffin, a unique characteristic of the Northern Sky sect. Ningfan was no stranger to the heaven-avoiding coffin. He had already seen it when he first started cultivating the Tao because the old devil happened to have one with him. He even remembered a little about the origin of the heaven-evading coffin in the old devil's hand. It is said that in order to save his own woman, the old devil took it from the Pure Sun sect. Back then, the old devil took advantage of the seclusion of the Pure Sun sect master and touched the Pure Sun sect. Afterwards, he was chased by the Pure Sun sect and retaliated in principle. The old monster robbed other people's things first. The old monster must be in the wrong. Pure Yang sect will retaliate is also natural. Unfortunately, Ningfan only liked to reason with others when he was in the right. Most of the time, he was an unreasonable person. Just by looking at one spot, one can know the whole picture. The stronger sects in the northern heaven should have the remnants of ancient cultivators that have survived until now. Rumor has it that the cultivators of the northern heaven rarely massacre sects and exterminate entire clans. The restriction of the heavenly law is one reason, but the fact that every sect and sect has a hidden old monster is also another reason. It makes every sect and sect fear each other. However, there is one thing that I don't understand. The heaven-avoiding coffin in Master's hands seems to be different from the 3 heaven-avoiding coffins of the Pure Sun sect. The old devil's heaven-avoiding coffin contained very little heaven-deceiving power and could only be used by low-level cultivators. The low-level cultivators lying in the coffins could deceive the heavenly Tao. Their corporeal bodies were not destroyed, and their vitality was not scattered. However, once inside, low-level cultivators would not be able to casually leave the heaven-avoiding coffin, making it rather inconvenient. The heaven-avoiding coffin used by the Northern Heaven's 10,000 ancient devils seemed to be of a much higher grade than the old devil's heaven-avoiding coffin. The power it contained was more than 100 times that of the old devil's heaven-avoiding coffin. Could it be that the heaven-avoiding coffin that the old monster took from the Pure Sun sect was only a low-grade version? It was no wonder that the old monster was not hunted down by the Pure Sun sect's 10,000-year-old monsters when he stole the heaven-avoiding coffin. From the looks of it, an inferior version of the heaven-avoiding coffin was not worth it for those old monsters to pay the price and walk out of the coffin. Forget it, those things are fine no matter what. Let's create some trouble first. We have already wasted a lot of time. Boom boom boom, Ningfan transformed the power of his medicine soul into a cauldron. Just like what the old devil taught him in the past, he smashed the cauldron 3 times at the cultivation planet where the Pure Yang sect was located. This was the style of the Black Demon sect. Before bullying others, he would first smash the enemy's sect 3 times and call out all of their experts. As a result, the entire Pure Yang sect was dumbfounded by Ningfan's attack. Even a fool could tell that Ningfan had used an extremely powerful cultivation base when he smashed the Pure Yang star. Was this person an immortal venerable? Was he an immortal king? Is he an immortal emperor? It was even higher than that. How would the 3 immortal venerables of the Pure Yang sect still have the mood to sleep? They were all startled awake. Not good. Someone is smashing my Pure Yang star. The intruder is very strong. He is terrifyingly strong. What a terrifying magic power aura. The magic power that this person casually revealed has actually surpassed 10,000 tribulations. Moreover, 10,000 tribulations is obviously not his limit. 10,000 tribulations is the limit of magic power of a quasi-saint realm expert. Could this person be a quasi-saint realm expert? My pure yang sect is a small force. Why would we provoke a quasi-saint realm expert? Quickly apologize to this person. As a result, before Ning Fan could even begin to annihilate the entire sect and condemn the pure yang sect, tens of thousands of cultivators of the sect had already knelt at the entrance of the sect under the lead of the three ancient old monsters, welcoming Ning Fan's arrival. Especially the three ancient immortals of the pure yang sect who stood at the front. Each of them even bared their upper bodies and carried vines on their backs. Are they going to apologize to Ning Fan? Please forgive us, Senior. As long as Senior let us go, we will agree to any conditions. The three ancient immortals of the pure yang sect begged with tearful faces. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Now that the other party was so understanding, he felt a little embarrassed to bully the pure yang sect. I am here to ask about the matter of the Haluawei clan. Ning Fan remained silent for a long time and finally explained. Upon hearing his words, the three ancient immortals of the pure yang sect were dumbfounded. The Haluawei clan? Did the pure yang sect defend this force? Speaking of which, does the Northern Heaven really have such a force? Lei Fuquan. Give this old man and the others an explanation. Give the senior an explanation. How did you become the sect master of the pure yang sect? How did you offend the Haluawei clan? The three ancient immortals of the pure yang sect obviously did not even know who the Haluawei clan was. However, they still called out the current sect master of the pure yang sect and criticized him harshly. The sect master of the pure yang sect, whose name was Lei Fuquan, felt wronged. He had been busy cultivating in seclusion every day to break through to the renunciation void realm. How would he have the leisure to bully the tiny Haluawei clan? It was definitely not his doing. Of course, he did not dare to talk back to the three ancient ancestors, let alone Senior Ghostface, who was suspected to be a quasi-saint realm expert. As a result, he called out the vice-sect master of the pure yang sect, Xianxia Dao. This sect trusted you so much and allowed you to supervise the pure yang sect during my seclusion. Is this how you supervise? As the Grand Elder, you actually went to bully the Haluawei clan that has the backing of a quasi-saint. You have disappointed this sect. Take your own life to atone for your sins. Lei Fuquan kicked the ball and kicked the responsibility to the Grand Elder of the pure yang sect. The Grand Elder had a face of grievance. He was busy flirting with his concubines every day. How would he have the time to lower his status to bully the tiny Haluawei clan? This was a huge injustice. Of course, he did not dare to talk back to the sect master. As a result, Hong Jinlong. How did you, the Grand Deacon of the pure yang sect, to actually be blind and run to provoke the Haluawei clan? The Haluawei clan is not something that our pure yang sect can afford to provoke. Why aren't you taking your own life to atone for your sins? The ball was cleverly kicked to the Grand Deacon of the pure yang sect. The Grand Deacon also felt wronged. However, he did not dare to talk back to the Grand Elder. Hence, Lu Debao. Don't you want to be an outer sect deacon anymore? Lu Debao was so wronged that he could not say anything. Hence, he pushed out his assistant, who was an itinerant immortal. Zhang Hu. Don't you want to be an acting deacon anymore? You actually dared to provoke the Haluawei clan. What do you want me to say to you? Plop. Zhang Hu, the acting deacon of the pure yang sect, actually turned into a ray of light and fled the pure yang star when he saw that the situation was not right. So, it was really the Haluawei clan that he offended. It was the one that caused Wei Xian's realm to drop. Zhang Hu never thought that the tiny Haluawei clan actually had the backing of a quasi-saint. It was actually able to make the entire pure yang sect admit defeat and apologize to the Wei clan. When the cultivators of the pure yang sect saw that Zhang Hu had escaped, they were all startled for a moment and then revealed a happy expression. As a cultivator, which one of them was not intelligent? Everyone could guess that the main culprit of offending the Wei clan was most likely this Zhang Hu. Otherwise, why would he need to flee in fear? Lu Debao sighed. At first, he just wanted to kick the ball and shirk his responsibility. However, he did not expect that he would kick the main culprit out. Ning Fan was rendered speechless by the farce of the Pure Yang sect. At this moment, he was already too lazy to annihilate this strange sect. He casually threw out a tribulation flash and blasted Zhang who had escaped far away into pieces. In this way, it could be considered as helping Wei Xian vent his anger. Well done. Senior has helped our Pure Yang sect to eliminate a root of trouble. Our sect will always be grateful for Senior's kindness. The expressions of the three eternal elders of the Pure Yang sect were full of gratitude. It was too fake. Senior has worked hard. Servants, prepare a banquet and perform songs and dances. Senior, please have a rest in the sect. The sect lord of the Pure Yang sect, Lei Fuquan, who was like a shrewd person, secretly called for a few beautiful female cultivators of the sect, wanting to use them to appease Ning Fan's anger. Ning Fan dismissed the few beauties who were sticking to his body in disdain. He had seen a lot of strange people in his life of cultivation, but it was his first time seeing a sect like the Pure Yang sect that was so polite and cunning. Forget it. It seems like the other people of the Pure Yang sect did not bully the Wei clan. Wei Xian's matter will end like this. If that's the case, the matter about the Wei clan. As soon as Ning Fan opened his mouth, the Pure Yang sect immediately expressed their stance. Senior, don't worry. From today onwards, the Wei clan is a friend of my Pure Yang sect. In the future, no disciple will find trouble with the Wei clan. If the Wei clan needs help, my Pure Yang sect is willing to provide help at any time. Manpower, financial resources, anything is possible. The three eternal elders of the Pure Yang sect promised straightforwardly. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Compared to slaughtering the entire Pure Yang sect, finding a friend of the Pure Yang sect for the Wei clan seemed to be not bad. Oh right, there's one more thing. I have an old friend named Han Yuanji. He once snatched a defective heaven-evading coffin from your sect and was hunted by your sect. Because of that, Ning Fan planned to ask about the old devil. Hearing this, the three eternal elders of the Pure Yang sect felt a chill down their spines and cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. They thought that everything would be fine after the matter with the Wei clan was over. How could the Pure Yang sect have other matters that offended this quasi-saint senior? Lei Fuquan. Give us an explanation. Give this senior an explanation. Who is Han Yuanji? No, why do you want to hunt him down? Do you think it's easy for him to come to our sect to snatch the defective heaven-evading coffin? How can you let him snatch it? You should give it to him. He is an old friend of senior quasi-saint. He came to our sect to snatch our things. It's already giving us face. Forget it. Kill yourself to atone for your crime. The three eternal elders of the Pure Yang sect said firmly. Lei Fuquan wanted to cry. He didn't know about the matter with the Wei clan, but he knew about the old devil Han. However, hunting down the old devil Han had nothing to do with him. That year, he had been in seclusion from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, with his strength, how could the northern heaven devil Han Yuanji snatch his things? Of course, he didn't want to kill himself, thus, he decided to kick the ball. Xianxia. Give me an explanation. That year, I clearly ordered you not to kill fellow Daoist Han Yuanji and not to harm the lives of others for a defective heaven-evading coffin. I told you to be kind to others. Why didn't you listen to me? The great elder Xianxia was about to cry. Sect master is talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. In the past, when a little devil lord came to our sect to snatch our things, how could we not retaliate? How could we not take back our lost things? It's obvious that we're not to be blamed for what happened in the past, alright? Forget it. I'm just talking nonsense with my eyes wide open. I can do it too. Thus, he called out the great deacon Hong Jinlong and scolded him harshly. Then, he called out Lu Debao and sternly ordered him to kill himself to atone for his crime. Then, Ning Fan could not stand it anymore. He really wanted to know what kind of amazing person could create such a strange Pure Yang sect and have such a group of disciples and grand disciples. Asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. Just as the cultivators of the Pure Yang sect were trying to shirk their responsibility, the ground of the Pure Yang planet suddenly cracked open. Then, an ancient coffin with the chi of a quasi-saint flew out from the core of the planet. No one in the entire Pure Yang sect knew about the existence of this ancient coffin. However, when a quasi-saint old man with Pure Yang chi walked out from the ancient coffin, all the disciples of the Pure Yang sect were dumbfounded as they recognized the person's identity. The appearance of this person was exactly the same as the portraits of the Pure Yang ancestral master that could be seen everywhere in the sect. The founder of the Pure Yang sect had actually lived from the ancient times until today. How is this possible? Our Pure Yang sect is actually not a force of the pure truth pill, and we also have a quasi-saint realm expert. A bunch of bastards. If I still don't come out, all of you are going to throw away the face of my Pure Yang sect. All of you, go back and meditate in seclusion. Within a month, no one is allowed to walk out of the cave. The Pure Yang ancestral master was enraged. Even if the Pure Yang sect was razed to the ground by Ning Fan, he did not plan to show himself. However, who asked these disciples and grand disciples to make a fool of themselves? He was so angry that he came out of his coffin alive. Hence, all the cultivators of the Pure Yang sect who were gathered here were chased back to their respective cave dwellings by the Pure Yang ancestral master to meditate in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, only Ning Fan and the Pure Yang ancestral master were left. A first-level quasi-saint. Moreover, it's an existence that is about to break through to the second level. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. What kind of senses did he have? When he arrived at the Pure Yang star, he actually did not notice that there was an old quasi-saint realm cultivator hiding here. This person's ability to conceal his chi was just too heaven-defying. In terms of this ability alone, this person was enough to be ranked among the top 3 in the Dharma ending era. Perhaps even some grand cultivation realm cultivators were no match for him. I'm Pure Yang Zi. Are you fellow Taoist Zhao Jian who conquered the desolate land? The Pure Yang ancestral master waved his horsetail whisk and approached Ning Fan with a smile. However, that smile made Ning Fan feel a trace of hypocrisy. This is a hypocritical person. It's no wonder that he can produce a large number of disciples who are equally as hypocritical. However, this person's cultivation base is indeed not to be underestimated. Ning Fan reckoned that even if he uses all of his means and summons the undying soul-sucking tree which has the cultivation base of a quasi-saint realm cultivator, he would only have a 50% chance of winning against this person. If the chance of winning is 50%, even though Ning Fan was unwilling to fight against this person, he did not need to be afraid of him. It's me. Ning Fan answered. I see. It turns out that the famous ancient great cultivator Zhao Jian is just a small immortal king who deceived the entire world. The Pure Yang ancestral master smiled meaningfully. What he said was a telepathic message. He did not tell Ning Fan about his discovery. Obviously, he still had some scruples against Ning Fan and was unwilling to become enemies with him. However, his words still made Ning Fan's heart tremble. He was shocked because this Pure Yang ancestral master's eyesight was too sharp. His eyesight was probably enough to be ranked among the top 3 in the Dharma ending era. Even Taoist Musang, who had opened his eyes, was far inferior to this Pure Yang ancestral master in terms of eyesight. After all, if it's Taoist Musang, he might not necessarily be able to see through Ning Fan's background with just a glance. So what if I'm an immortal king? So what if I'm not an immortal king? Ning Fan asked noncommittally. Fellow Taoist is really unhappy. I'm not looking down on you just because you're a small immortal king. On the contrary, you're able to cultivate 13,700 tribulations magic power at the immortal king realm. Moreover, you have some trump cards that even I feel threatened by. I don't dare to look down on you at all. If fellow Taoist improves your cultivation base further, there will be a day when I won't even be able to defeat your little finger. However, it's a pity that the purity of fellow Taoist's magic power is too low. If you don't solve the problem of the purity of your magic power and continue to blindly increase the quantity of your magic power, you will suffer the consequences of your own actions one day and follow in the footsteps of the undying great emperor. Follow in the footsteps of the undying great emperor? What do you mean? Ning Fan asked with a frown. 500 taels of heavenly Tao gold for one question. The Pure Yang ancestral master said with a strange smile. This person actually knows that I have heavenly Tao gold? This is no longer the extent of having sharp eyesight. It's more like he can predict the future. so that's how it is. This person's Tao of divination has already reached the divine realm. Or perhaps, he's just trying to deceive me. He doesn't know that I have a large amount of heavenly Tao gold and silver with me. Ning Fan shook his head. I don't have heavenly Tao gold. *Psi** fellow Taoist is really unhappy. Fine. When fellow Taoist wants to quickly increase the purity of your magic power, you can come and look for me again. Since I dare to use Pure Yang as my Taoist name, I naturally have some experience in the matter of the purity of magic power. However, fellow Taoist must remember to bring enough heavenly Tao gold with you. I have been unstoppable in this world and I don't recognize father and son. I only recognize gold and silver. By the way, the Pure Yang ancestral master suddenly changed the topic and passed an ancient jade slip to Ning Fan. My Pure Yang sect seems to have offended fellow Taoist in many ways. Since that's the case, I'll give this item to fellow Taoist as compensation for what happened to Han Yuanji and the Wei clan. *Chi** The Pure Yang ancestral master turned into a ray of sun flames and disappeared. What disappeared at the same time was the ancient coffin that he was sleeping in and the gigantic crack on the ground. Did this person go back to sleep in the Pure Yang star again? Ning Fan scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense and his eyes revealed a strange expression. After a moment of silence, he still left the Pure Yang sect. What a pity. This young man has such a calm temperament. He actually wasn't tempted by the contents of my jade slip. *Psi** It's really not easy to earn his heavenly Tao gold. I wonder what are the chances of me winning if I snatch it from him directly. In the underground of the Pure Yang star, the Pure Yang ancestral master who was inside the ancient coffin pinched his fingers and calculated. Then, he shook his head and sighed. Only a 53% chance of winning? That's too low. This young man's hidden means are indeed terrifying. It's not wise to become enemies with him. *Psi** I can only wait for him to change his mind one day and then come back to earn his heavenly Tao gold. Ning Fan left the Pure Yang sect. The reason why he came to the Pure Yang sect was to help the Wei clan and the old devil vent their anger. However, after witnessing the farce of the Pure Yang sect, Ning Fan was already too lazy to bully the sect. After killing Zhang Hu a little, he had the thought of stopping. When the Pure Yang ancestral master appeared, Ning Fan no longer had the ability to annihilate the Pure Yang sect even if he wanted to. The Pure Yang ancestral master, according to rumors, the heaven-avoiding coffin that shook the entire northern heaven was invented by the Pure Yang ancestral master. Ning Fan had long heard of the great name of the Pure Yang ancestral master. However, he did not expect that this person was actually still alive. The phrase hidden dragons and crouching tigers refers to a place like the northern heaven, right? However, there's one thing that this Pure Yang ancestral master lied. The reason why he appeared was not because he was angered by his sect. From the very beginning, he had been eyeing me. No, to be more precise, he was eyeing the heavenly Tao gold and silver in my pocket. If I'm not strong enough, this person will definitely make a move and rob me of my heavenly Tao gold and silver. However, this person's eyesight is too sharp and his Tao of divination is too profound. He sensed a threat from me and thus gave up on the idea of robbing me directly. Instead, he settled for the next best thing, which is to exchange items for money and earn my heavenly Tao gold. Ning Fan once again spread his spirit sense into the jade slip given by the Pure Yang ancestral master. In the jade slip, there was an incantation. The name of the incantation was Pure Refinement Art. It was not a complete incantation. It seemed to be only a part of the complete incantation. The function of the incantation was to help immortal King Realm cultivators attain the purity of the magic power of a sixth tribulation immortal emperor in an extremely short period of time. The complete incantation seemed to contain more profound cultivation content. However, the Pure Yang ancestral master did not give those content to Ning Fan. That person was waiting for Ning Fan to take the initiative to purchase the content of the incantation. If this person only wants to earn my money through proper channels, I don't have to regard him as my greatest enemy. Of course, there's also the possibility that this person has other plans against me. I have to be cautious. However, this incantation is very helpful to me. I've been worrying about the matter of the purity of my magic power. I've tried to purchase similar methods to increase the purity of my magic power through the trading formation of the ancient country. However, there's no shortcut. Under normal circumstances, the purity of my magic power can only be slowly condensed through the accumulation of tempering. However, this pure refinement art is like a shortcut. If I have enough materials, I can even increase the purity of my magic power to another level within a few months. Currently, the amount of Ningfan's magic power had reached a terrifying amount of 13,700 tribulations. This amount was much more than many first-level quasi-saints. However, the purity of his magic power was only equivalent to a third tribulation immortal king. This was the limitation of his cultivation realm. It was also the sequela left behind by Ningfan's rapid advancement in his cultivation realm. As a matter of fact, there was no need for cultivators to pursue the purity of their magic power too much before the immortal emperor realm. At this stage, the purity of magic power did not have a serious impact on one's strength. However, the advancement of one's cultivation realm after the immortal emperor realm would focus more on qualitative changes, especially when one reaches the first-level quasi-saint. The requirement for quality was extremely high. If one's magic power was not pure enough, many quasi-saint techniques would not be able to display their original power. If the purity of Ningfan's magic power could reach the level of a first-level quasi-saint, he would be able to fight evenly with some weaker first-level quasi-saints with just his magic power. In addition to his techniques, it would be very easy for him to crush some weaker quasi-saints. Should I try the pure refinement art? Ningfan pondered along the way and returned to the Wei clan. Seeing that Ningfan had returned safely, Wei Xian did not ask Ningfan how to deal with the Pure Yang sect. He believed that Ningfan had already helped him vent his anger. As expected, a few days later, the news of the death of Zhang Hu, a cultivator of the Pure Yang sect, was spread to the Wei clan. It made Wei Xian's resentment for many years disappear. He was in such a good mood that he drank quite a lot of wine. However, as the news of the Pure Yang sect continued to spread, more top-secret information began to spread in the eternal circle of the northern heaven. These were all news that ordinary people could not know. The four ferocious immortal sect had forbidden them from spreading. Shocking. An ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian, attacked the Pure Yang sect. 70,000 cultivators of the Pure Yang sect carried thorns and asked for forgiveness. Shocking. The Pure Yang ancestral master came back from the dead. He saved the sect with his unparalleled eloquence. Shocking. The Pure Yang ancestral master and the great cultivator, Zhao Jian, reached some kind of deal in private. Shocking. The great cultivator, Zhao Jian, had hinted to the sect master of the Pure Yang sect that he wanted him to serve him with beauties. Shocking. Ningfan did not care whether the others were shocked or not. He temporarily stayed in the Wei clan of Heluo. It was not as Zhao Jian but as Ningfan. The Wei clan of Heluo naturally did not know that a peerless expert had come to their clan. Thus, they did not treat Ningfan well. However, Ningfan did not care about these trivial matters. He was happy to live a low-profile life in the Wei clan. In the past few months, he was busy treating Wei Xian and cultivating the purity of his magic power. A few months later, a piece of good news spread across the entire Wei clan. Wei Xian, whose cultivation base had fallen for many years, had actually recovered from his internal injuries. His cultivation base had returned to the human profound life immortal realm. To the Wei clan, this matter was definitely a major event. Because the Wei clan, which had been declining day by day, now only had a life immortal realm cultivator left. The recovery of the Wei clan's cultivation base meant that the Wei clan had a second life immortal realm expert. Wei Xian, who had been neglected by the Wei clan for many years, instantly became the most popular figure in the clan. He was directly appointed as the great elder of the Wei clan by the clan master. Another few months passed. Another piece of good news came. After Wei Xian's cultivation base fell, he still continued to cultivate diligently. With the help of his many years of accumulation and the help of pills, he successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Ghost Profound realm not long after he recovered his cultivation base and became the only Ghost Profound life immortal in the Wei clan. This time, even the clan master of the Wei clan had to be careful when he met Wei Xian. Not long after Wei Xian broke through to the Ghost Profound realm, the third piece of good news came, making everyone in the Wei clan dizzy. It was said that the Pure Yang sect wanted to form an alliance with the Wei clan because of Wei Xian. Master, you really have a great reputation. That's the Pure Yang sect. They actually want to form an alliance with our Wei clan because of you. From now on, no one in the Northern Heaven sect will dare to look down on our Wei clan. A little boy was extremely excited and told the good news to Wei Xian. Wei Xian, who heard the good news, was naturally happy for the rise of the Wei clan again, but more than that, he sighed. What face did he have? Many of the benefits of the Wei clan, were all given by that brat. That's right, my brother still doesn't know about this news. I'll go tell him. While speaking, the little boy was about to open Ning Fan's door but was stopped by Wei Xian. Don't disturb your brother. He is currently at a critical moment in his cultivation. Wei Xian said solemnly. Do you want to tell the clan master and the others about my brother's matter? The little boy asked again. No need. This brat said that he doesn't want outsiders to know that he is here with me. Wei Xian sighed. Just like what Wei Xian said, the current Ning Fan was cultivating in the room and had reached a critical moment. Condense. With the help of some rare immortal materials, the magical power in Ning Fan's body was being scattered bit by bit and condensed bit by bit. After a long time, Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and stood up. He had stayed in the Wei clan for almost half a year. During this half a year, he used the pure refinement art as the foundation to completely scatter and condense his magical power. Just now, the last step of condensing his magical power was completed. After half a year of bitter cultivation, the purity of his magical power had finally risen from the third tribulation immortal king realm to the fourth tribulation realm. The total amount of Ning Fan's magical power did not change, but his qi had become much stronger. I really overestimated the pure young ancestral master. I didn't expect his pure refinement art to be even more incomplete than what I initially estimated. At first, I thought that this mnemonic chant would at least allow me to cultivate all the way to the 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor realm. However, I didn't expect that the pure young ancestral master would still miss some words even though it was an incomplete mnemonic chant. That's right, the mnemonic chant that was incomplete in the first place is even more incomplete. I can still cultivate this mnemonic chant for those with 4th Tribulation purity and above. I can also barely cultivate this mnemonic chant for those with 5th Tribulation purity and above. However, because of the missing words, there is a certain chance that my magical power will collapse and my cultivation base will fall if I cultivate it recklessly. Is this pure young ancestral master not willing to give me an extra mnemonic chant for free? Ning Fan was slightly speechless. At this moment, he was very sure that the pure young ancestral master was a greedy person. When dealing with a greedy person, if you can't crush him with force, you can only compromise with wealth. As expected, it was necessary for him to go to the Pure Yang sect to buy the remaining pure refinement art from them. However, he would most likely be extorted. At the same time, the Pure Yang ancestral master who was far away on the planet of the Pure Yang sect sneezed. Hee. It seems like that Zhao Jian is scolding me behind my back again. However, he should be coming to buy the remaining mnemonic chant from me soon. Money can make things happen. Hee. Money can make things happen, the pure young ancestral master smiled proudly. This time, if he doesn't extort Ning Fan ruthlessly, he would be letting down his identity as the titled god of wealth. No one knew that the pure young ancestral master had inherited the title of the previous god of wealth of the ancient heavenly court by chance. If this title is used, its power would be comparable to the power of a sect lord. Ning Fan quietly arrived at the pure young star. When he was a certain distance away from the star, he suddenly used his technique to summon a teleportation portal of the 6 paths and stepped into it. At the core of the pure young star, there were many profound seals that even quasi-sages could not break, preventing outsiders from entering. However, by relying on the teleportation power of the 6 paths teleportation portals, Ning Fan actually ignored the restrictions and directly appeared inside the core of the planet. What he saw was a bronze underground palace built in the magma of the Earth's core. In the palace, the pure young ancestral master was sleeping soundly in the ancient coffin. When he sensed Ning Fan entering the underground palace all of a sudden, he was shocked. This is impossible. The restrictions that I've set up around the underground palace contain a tremendous amount of the power of a title. Even if a second stage quasi-sage were to barge into this underground palace, he would need at least a few months to break through these restrictions. This lad was actually able to directly teleport into the interior of my underground palace without destroying the restriction. His means are simply shocking. The portal he used is very similar to the ancient devil's cavity, but only in appearance. The teleportation principle it contains is far superior to the ancient devil's cavity. In terms of divine ability compatibility, this divine ability was actually created by him. I can't believe he can create a teleportation spell that surpasses the ancient demons. 51% chance of winning, which is much lower than the previous time. This kid has only increased the purity of his magic power to that of a fourth tribulation immortal king, yet he's actually this much stronger. Pure young ancestral master's heart was filled with astonishment. Just as he flew out of the ancient coffin, he saw Ning Fan, who had a ghost-like face and silver hair, enter the inner hall of the underground palace with a smile on his face. Haha, fellow Taoist, your methods have really broadened my horizons. Fellow Taoist's self-created teleportation technique was able to easily break through my defensive restrictions. I'm afraid that in the age of chaos, few people can surpass fellow Taoist in teleportation techniques. Even the conceited elder devils of the Devil Conferral Summit are far inferior to your teleportation technique. Fellow Taoist Pure Yang, you're overpraising me. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning. Ning Fan did not intend to continue the conversation on the Six Paths teleportation gate, which made Pure Yang Ancestral Master feel slightly regretful. Fellow Taoist, are you here today to purchase the next part of the refinement technique? Yes. Did you bring enough Heaven's Path metal? I don't know whether I have brought enough or not. However, before we start this topic, I would like to ask fellow Taoist a question. How did you know that I have the heavenly Tao gold and silver with me? Ning Fan asked meaningfully. Haha. Good question. As usual, one question for 500 taels of heavenly Tao gold. The Pure Young Ancestral Master demanded a sky-high price. Obviously, he did not intend to tell Ning Fan his secret. He did not think that Ning Fan was willing to spend 500 taels of heavenly Tao gold in exchange for a mere question. As a matter of fact, even though the Pure Young Ancestral Master could vaguely sense that Ning Fan possessed a large amount of heavenly Tao gold, he could not sense the exact amount of gold and silver. In the age of chaos, gold and silver were scarce in the heavenly Tao. In the eyes of the Pure Young Ancestral Master, Ning Fan was already very impressive if he could have 1,000 taels of heavenly Tao gold. It was impossible for him to have more than that. Therefore, he could not imagine that Ning Fan actually possessed 29,000 taels of heavenly Tao gold. 500 taels, so expensive, Ning Fan pretended to frown and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he took out a storage pouch and passed it to the Pure Young Ancestral Master. You're right, fellow Taoist. 500 taels of heavenly Tao gold is indeed quite expensive. That kind of wealth is enough to hire a first-step demi-sage from the northern sky to help you once. Well, I don't think you can afford to ask that question. The storage bag that you handed to me is most likely empty. I don't believe that you are willing to spend 500 taels of heaven Tao gold just to ask about my background. The Pure Young Patriarch casually took the storage bag and checked it with his divine telekinesis out of boredom. Then, his jaw dropped in shock. It's real gold. This was the real heavenly Tao metal. 500 taels of silver. Not a single coin. This person was actually willing to spend 500 taels of gold of the heavenly path to ask a question. How much heavenly law gold did he have? 2,000 taels. 3,000 taels. Or even more. He seemed to have underestimated this kid. However, this lad seemed to feel the pinch when he spent the money. It was obvious that even though he had more heavenly Tao gold than I had guessed, it wasn't too much. You, boundless heavenly deity, struck it rich this time. The Pure Young Ancestral Master did not conceal the greed on his face at all. He hurriedly set up layers of restrictive spells and kept the 500 taels of heavenly Tao metal, as if he was worried that Ning Fan would take it back. Hey, I've spent the money. Can you answer my question now? Yes, of course you can. Fellow Taoist Ning, no, younger brother Ning. To tell you the truth, the reason why I could sense the heavenly Tao gold in your body is because I have a special title in the immortal world. Therefore, I am extremely sensitive to things like money. Even though you hid the heavenly Tao gold and silver in your body well, it still couldn't hide from the senses of my title. The pure young ancestral master had just accepted Ning Fan's money, and now, he began to address Ning Fan as his brother. Ning Fan continued to pretend to be poor on the surface, but he was extremely speechless inwardly. Just as he had expected, this pure young ancestral master was a person who valued money as much as his life. Just by giving him 500 taels of heavenly Dao gold, he could make this person treat him as his brother. This person really had no bottom line and no integrity at all. This person claimed that he didn't recognize his parents but only recognized money. It turned out that he was not lying. Title? It seems like I had guessed wrongly. I initially thought that Brother Pure Yang's senses were sharp because of your extraordinary Dao of divination. I didn't expect it to be related to your title. I once met a Buddhist cultivator who also inherited a title. His title was Maitreya, but I wonder what is Brother Pure Yang's title? Ning Fan had always been thick-skinned. Since the pure young ancestral master took the initiative to address him as brother, why would he reject it? Hence, he also addressed the pure young ancestral master as his brother without feeling inappropriate at all. Hearing that Ning Fan still had another question, the pure young ancestral master was overjoyed. The second question is still 500 taels of silver. Ning Fan was astonished. Then, he revealed a troubled expression. It's too expensive. Can't it be cheaper? Brother, please forgive me. My title is a big matter. It's also my biggest secret. Once outsiders know about it, there will be endless troubles in the future. Considering the risk of answering the questions, I'm already being very kind by offering such a price. The pure young ancestral master said shamelessly. All right. I'm really interested in my title. Fine. It's expensive then. I'll just spend the last 500 taels of heavenly Dao gold. Ning Fan dawdled for almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Then, he took out another 500 taels of heavenly Dao gold and handed it to the pure young ancestral master hesitantly. Halfway through, Ning Fan seemed to have regretted it. He did not want to ask any more and wanted to withdraw his hand. The pure young ancestral master was quick to react. How would he give Ning Fan the chance to regret? He snatched the storage pouch away and laughed. Cultivators like us always keep our words. Once we've made a decision, how can we hesitate and go back on our words? It's too late for fellow Daoists to regret now. I'll answer your question now. I won't let fellow Daoists' money go to waste. What does it mean to be greedy for money? This is it. Ning Fan gave Pure Yang 500 taels of heavenly Dao gold and Pure Yang called him little brother. Ning Fan gave Pure Yang 1,000 taels of heavenly Dao gold and Pure Yang called him big brother. Ning Fan was very suspicious. If he was willing to give all of his heavenly Dao gold to Pure Yang, would Pure Yang be willing to call him father or ancestor? As a person who was about to break through to the second level of the quasi-saint realm, the Pure Yang ancestral master was actually greedy for money. Ning Fan was also speechless. Of course, on the surface, Ning Fan still had to pretend to be distressed. He still understood the principle of not revealing one's wealth. The richer he was, the more he couldn't show off his wealth. Fine. The money has already been put into your pocket. It is too late for me to regret it now. Quickly tell me, what is your title? Ning Fan sighed. He did not stand on ceremony with Chunyang. Since Chunyang called him big brother, he would call Chunyang little brother. Hee. My title is the God of Wealth. As the God of Wealth of this generation, I am born with a keen perception towards gold and silver. I can even use some special secret techniques by consuming gold and silver. As for what kind of secret techniques I have, fellow Daoists shouldn't ask too much. Even if you give me money, I won't tell you. Chen Yang still knew the severity of the matter. Thus, he did not reveal all the secrets to Ning Fan. Ning Fan muttered to himself, so the pure young ancestral master is the God of wealth. Since the Buddhist sect had the title of Maitreya, there must be other titles for Buddhist cultivators. Since the celestial family had the title of God of Fortune, there must be other kinds of celestial family titles. Titled battle pet warriors were as powerful and as rare as domain pet warriors. No wonder Ning Fan felt that the pure young ancestral master was extremely powerful. It turned out that he was a titled quasi-saint. Now that Ning Fan knew the background of the pure young ancestral master, he would be able to fight against him in a targeted manner in case he falls out with him. The benefits would be great. The money spent was not a waste. Hee. Fellow Daoist, do you have any other questions? Are you not going to ask any more? The pure young ancestral master's face was filled with anticipation. He still wanted to earn more heavenly Dao gold from Ning Fan. Ning Fan, however, did not want to ask any more questions. He shook his head and said, "No. If I ask any more questions, I probably won't be able to afford the subsequent purification art." Hearing that Ning Fan did not plan to ask any more questions, the pure young ancestral master felt regretful. However, once Ning Fan mentioned the transaction of the purification art, he became spirited again. "Fellow Daoist, and I hit it off the moment we met. Of course, I won't overcharge you for the purification art. You don't have to worry about this, big brother. The incantation for purity of the fifth tribulation immortal king is 500 taels of gold. The incantation for purity of the sixth tribulation immortal emperor is 1,000 taels of gold. The incantation for the seventh tribulation is 1,500 taels of gold. The incantation for the eighth tribulation is 2,000 taels of gold. The incantation for the ninth tribulation is 2,500 taels of gold. The incantation for the first stage quasi-saint is 3,000 taels of gold. The incantation for the second stage quasi-saint is 3,000 taels of gold. The incantation for the third stage grand cultivator is 3,000 taels of gold." The pure young ancestral master beamed with joy. What did he mean by demanding an exorbitant price? That was it. If Ning Fan is foolish enough to buy all the oracular chant, he could earn another 16,500 taels of heavenly Dao gold from him. However, the pure young ancestral master was not too optimistic. According to his observation, Ning Fan was hesitant when spending money. Obviously, he did not have much money left. After spending 1,000 taels of gold, Ning Fan's probably only had 2,000 to 3,000 taels of gold left. "If I don't earn all the heavenly Dao gold you have, I wouldn't be called the God of Fortune." Indeed, it was as the pure young patriarch had expected. After hesitating for a while, he decided to only buy the complete oracular chant for the fifth and sixth tribulations. He spent another 1,500 taels of gold. "Fellow Daoist, aren't you going to buy the oracular chant for the seventh tribulations?" The pure young patriarch probed with a meaningful tone. "About this? Let me think about it," Ning Fan said hesitantly. After hesitating for 2 hours, Ning Fan finally told the pure young patriarch that he would not buy the oracular chant for the time being. Not buying it for the time being means that he still has enough money to buy the oracular chant for the seventh tribulations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated for such a long time. Of course, it's also possible that he is purposely trying to confuse me. The pure young patriarch rolled his eyes. There were already many speculations in his mind. However, he still treated Ning Fan kindly and called him fellow Daoist and little brother. When Ning Fan left the bronze palace of the underground palace, the pure young patriarch even sent him off with tears and said reluctantly, "Fellow Daoist Ning, remember to come back and visit me when you have the time. If you change your mind and want to buy the oracular chant for the seventh tribulations, you are always welcome to come and buy it. I better think about the oracular chant for the seventh tribulations." Ning Fan let out a long sigh helplessly. Then, he bid farewell to the pure young patriarch and left the pure young star. As soon as Ning Fan left, the pure young patriarch wiped away his tears and let out a strange chuckle. "I'm rich. I've made another windfall. I've earned 2,500 taels of heavenly Dao gold from this young man in just one transaction. If I devour this amount of heavenly Dao gold with the power of the God of Fortune, my magic power will increase by 250 tribulations within 10 years. Hopefully, this young man will change his mind soon and come back to buy the oracular chant for the seventh tribulations so that I can earn another fortune." Similarly, as soon as Ning Fan flew out of the range of the pure young patriarch's spirit sense, the worried expression on his face immediately changed. "My acting is so strenuous. I wonder how much of my words are believed by that pure young patriarch." Ning Fan had been pretending to be poor. His acting might not be able to deceive the pure young patriarch's eyes, but it was enough to make him skeptical. I've spent a total of 2,500 taels of heavenly Tao gold on this trip. I've really been ripped off by that old man. If I don't pretend to be poor and reveal a little of my wealth, that old man would probably rip me off even more. That's also the reason why I can't buy all of the oracular chants in one go even if I have the wealth. With that old man's shameless character, if he knows that I have a lot of money, he will definitely raise the price on the spot. The god of fortune. This person's Tao seems to be related to money. I once obtained the imitation ability of the Treasurefall Divine Light, and sold it to the heaven-reaching sect for 30,000 gold taels. If I take out this technique, I can probably attract that old man's attention even if he doesn't have enough materials to cultivate this technique. If I sell the Treasurefall Divine Light to that old man, I wonder if I can earn some heavenly Tao gold from him. Forget it. Before I have the strength to absolutely crush that old man, it's better for me not to have too much contact with him. If he finds out that I have more than 20,000 taels of heavenly Tao gold with me, it will be troublesome. In the starry sky, Ning Fan flipped through the complete oracular chant for the 5th and 6th tribulations and fell into deep thought. As for the 4th tribulation's refinement chant, as long as there are enough immortal materials, one could cultivate it anywhere. However, the refinement chant after the 5th tribulations was different. It actually required one to find a place with extreme fire in order to cultivate it. A place with extreme fire. No wonder the old ancestor of the pure young star stayed in the underground magma of the pure young star all day. It must be because he wanted to cultivate the refinement chant and continuously condense the purity of his magic power. Ning Fan took out the treasure-searching compass. After searching for a while, he found hundreds of fiery red light spots of different sizes on the compass. Each of the light spots represented a place with extreme fire. The bigger the light spot, the stronger the fire elemental power and the more suitable it was to cultivate the refinement chant. Among them, there were more than 400 small light spots. There were 12 of them and the Pure Yang sect was one of them. However, there were only 4 large light spots. What Ning Fan did not expect was that one of the large light spots was actually pointing to the planet of the Black Devil sect. Other than the planet where the Black Devil sect was located, the other 3 light spots were very elusive and hard to find. Obviously, even with the treasure-searching compass, it would be difficult for Ning Fan to reach his destination. If that's the case, I'll go to the Black Devil sect. Speaking of which, I'm the 972nd sect master of the Black Devil sect. Since I've come to the Northern Heaven, I should go and see what the real Black Devil sect looks like. Moreover, I can also purify my magic power during this trip. It's a win-win situation. After I finish cultivating the incantation for the 5th and 6th tribulations, I'll go to the Pure Young Ancestral Master to buy the incantation for the 7th tribulations. Speaking of the Black Devil sect, I actually miss my master a little, even though he's always disrespectful. Ning Fan's eyes turned gentle. Through time and space, he seemed to see the old devil in the past again. He was singing an unpleasant song while planting the Tao fruits. Then, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He thought of Moksha Sovereign and the White Devil sect. In the past, the White Devil sect lured Moksha Sovereign with benefits, causing him to betray the old devil and assassinate him. Moksha Sovereign had already been executed, but the White Devil sect had yet to receive the punishment they deserved. This is bad. Very bad. To the young Ning Fan, the White Devil sect was a super force in the heavens that he could only look up to. To the current Ning Fan, the White Devil sect was just an ant. With Ning Fan's speed, he arrived at the Yin Yang star in a short while. The Yin Yang star was the main star of the Black Devil sect. According to the old devil's description, when he was at his peak, the Black Devil sect was flourishing. There were 48,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators and 7 Life Immortal Realm cultivators in the sect. Besides, the old devil, the true immortal Du Zhen, was also the leader of the sect. Thus, it could be considered as a strong force in the Northern Heaven. But now, Ning Fan sighed softly. With just a sweep of his spirit sense, he could sense the current situation of the Black Devil sect. There were only 2 Life Immortal Realm cultivators left. The total number of cultivators in the sect did not even reach 10,000 people. The Black Devil sect had declined. Ever since the old devil fell to the rain world, the Black Devil sect had been declining day by day. Among the 7 Life Immortal Realm cultivators of the Black Devil sect, 5 of them had already died on the path of cultivation. Ning Fan firmly believed that the White Devil sect must have played a part in the decline of the Black Devil sect. Thus, with his rain sense, he found the White Devil sect a few star regions away. The White Devil sect had bullied the Old Devil. With Ning Fan's personality, he originally planned to destroy the White Devil sect along the way. That was his plan. However, before he could make his move, the chi of a quasi-saint realm cultivator suddenly spread out from the boundless underground of the White Devil sect. It was a first-level quasi-saint. His spirit sense carried extreme coldness and swept across the starry sky where Ning Fan was. It was Ning Fan's first time encountering such an icy cold spirit sense. The owner of this spirit sense did not seem to be a weak quasi-saint. Unfortunately, when the quasi-saint realm spirit sense scanned across the starry sky, Ning Fan was already gone. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm being spied on? Moreover, it's coming from the direction of the Black Devil sect. Could it be an illusion? The mysterious quasi-saint realm cultivator shook his head and continued to sleep in the heaven-evading coffin under the ground of the White Devil sect. Where was Ning Fan at this moment? At the moment when the quasi-saint realm cultivator spread his spirit sense to search for him, Ning Fan removed his ghost mask and hid on the Yinyang star, mingling with the local cultivators of the Yinyang star. When he arrived at the Yinyang star, Ning Fan felt like he had arrived at his home ground. For some unknown reason, as long as Ning Fan, who was the sect master of the Black Devil sect, stayed on the Yinyang star, even the spirit sense of the mysterious quasi-saint realm cultivator could not see through Ning Fan's true cultivation level. It was also because Ning Fan sensed the strangeness of the Yinyang star that he did not continue to wear the ghost mask. Currently, the news of Zhao Jian, a great cultivator with a ghost mask and silver hair, had probably already spread across the entire northern heaven. If he wears the ghost mask, it would be easier for the mysterious quasi-saint realm cultivator to see through his identity. Thus, Ning Fan removed his ghost mask. It's strange. Why do I feel a vast power strengthening my body as long as I stand on the Yinyang star? There seems to be something wrong with this Yinyang star. No, it's not just seems. There is definitely something wrong with it. Why is the Yinyang star where the tiny Black Devil sect is located in the top 4 places of extreme fire in the northern heaven? My master has never mentioned this to me at all. What's even stranger is that the tiny White Devil sect actually has a quasi-saint realm cultivator sleeping in the heaven-evading coffin. Does the White Devil sect know about this? Or is it the same as the Pure Yang sect which doesn't know that they have a quasi-saint realm cultivator? The White Devil sect is just a force of Duzhen. Why would it have a quasi-saint realm cultivator? This doesn't make sense. I remember my master once said that the Black Devil sect wasn't called the Black Devil sect in the beginning. There was once an ancient sect in the 4 mysterious sects alliance that split into 2. One was the Black Devil sect while the other was the White Devil sect. These 2 sects were the predecessor of the Black Devil sect. It seems like the history of the Black Devil sect isn't as simple as I thought. There are many things that my master has yet to tell me. No. It's not that he doesn't want to tell me. It's just that when he was at his peak, his cultivation base was just at the crossing truth realm. There are many secrets that I'm afraid even my master doesn't have the right to know. For example, the ancient history of the Black Devil sect and the quasi-saint realm cultivator sleeping in the underground of the White Devil sect. Previously, I didn't expect the White Devil sect to have such a deep background. If that's the case, it's a little unrealistic to destroy the White Devil sect within a short period of time. It seems like I need to find out the history of the Black Devil sect and the White Devil sect first. First, it's the Pure Yang sect. Then, it's the White Devil sect. There are really a lot of quasi-saints in the northern heaven. As expected of the headquarters of the 4 mysterious sects. With the heaven-evading coffin to extend one's lifespan, the hidden strength of the northern heaven obviously far exceeds that of the eastern heaven. Could this be the reason why the Devil Conferral Summit focused their attack on the northern heaven? While Ning Fan was pondering, an excited voice suddenly resounded and interrupted his thoughts. Who are you, fellow Taoist? Why are you loitering around my Black Devil Mountain? Could it be that you are here to join my sect? A void fragmentation realm old expert of the Black Devil sect landed beside Ning Fan and sized him up excitedly. Currently, the cultivation base that Ning Fan revealed was only at the void fragmentation realm. Therefore, this void fragmentation realm expert of the Black Devil sect naturally regarded Ning Fan as a void fragmentation realm cultivator who came from afar. As the Black Devil sect declined day by day, there were already very few experts who would take the initiative to join the sect. Now that he had finally met one, the old expert was certainly very happy. Actually, I am the 972nd generation sect master of the Black Devil sect. Ning Fan originally wanted to say that. However, he stopped himself. There were still many mysteries behind the Black Devil sect and the White Devil sect that he had yet to understand. Before figuring out these problems, Ning Fan did not plan to expose his identity rashly in order to avoid attracting the attention of that quasi-saint realm cultivator of the White Devil sect. On the surface, the quasi-saint realm cultivator of the White Devil sect did not find the person who was spying on him and thus withdrew his spirit sense. However, what kind of senses did Ning Fan have? He could vaguely feel that the mysterious quasi-saint realm cultivator had only withdrawn his spirit sense on the surface. Secretly, a part of his spirit sense was still locked on the Yin Yang star, the Black Devil sect and every single movement in this place. I am indeed here to join the Black Devil sect. I wonder if your sect is still accepting void fragmentation realm disciples. Yes. Of course, we do. Haha. Because the competition between the three palaces of the Lost World Palace has started again, a great war between the sects of the Northern Heaven is imminent. My sect is suffering from a lack of places to replenish our combat power. If fellow Daoist can join our sect and solve our urgent problem, our sect will certainly give fellow Daoist a satisfactory reward. The elderly man said happily. The competition between the three palaces of the Lost World Palace? A great war between the sects of the Northern Heaven? What's that? Ning Fan instinctively frowned. Currently, the Northern Heaven was facing an unprecedented calamity. The Lost World Palace was actually still having a competition between the three palaces and the Northern Heaven was actually having a great war between the sections. These things sounded like internal strife for power and profit, killing each other. If that's really the case, the Lost World Palace and those sects of the Northern Heaven who are participating in the war are really ignorant. Do they really have to pick this critical moment to stir up trouble for their own people? Or perhaps, there was an inside story that he didn't know. Fellow Daoist, you actually don't know about the competition between the three palaces? Don't you know about the sect war? In the Northern Heaven, very few people who have stepped into the void fragmentation realm do not know about these things. Could it be that fellow Daoist has just broken through to the void fragmentation realm not long ago? Have you just stepped into the circle of void fragmentation realm experts? The elderly man asked in surprise. The cultivation base that Ning Fan deliberately revealed was at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. There were also strong and weak cultivators at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. It was possible that Ning Fan had stayed at the first heavenly layer for tens of thousands of years, or he might have just broken through to the void fragmentation realm not long ago. The difference in strength between the two was huge. If Ning Fan was just a rookie who had just broken through to the void fragmentation realm, the help he could bring to the Black Evil sect would be much smaller. Thinking of this, the old man was somewhat disappointed and dispirited. Back when the Black Fiend sect was at its peak, the weakest participants in the great sect competition were loose immortals or loose devils. Now, even those who had just attained the void fragmentation realm were going to be sent to the arena. How sad was that, sigh. It's always a good thing to have one more void fragmentation realm expert. It's better than nothing. Fellow Daoist, please follow me. I will bring fellow Daoist to see the vice sect leader. The vice sect leader will arrange a suitable cave for fellow Daoist to stay in. The void fragmentation realm old man who led the way for Ning Fan was already at the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. His name was Han Shichi. He was currently the 4th strongest expert in the Black Devil sect. Since Ning Fan did not wear the ghost mask when he came to the Black Devil sect, he naturally would not use the name Zhao Jian, Liu Bei, or Zhou Ming. However, what puzzled Ning Fan was that when he came to the Black Devil sect and the Two Elements star, he could clearly feel a strong boost to his power as a sect master. In the past, when Ning Fan obtained the identity of the Slaughter Palace and succeeded Sha Di, this identity had given him a boost to his immortal emperor aura force. Now, it was the same. As the sect master of the Black Devil sect, the two-element star was Ning Fan's home ground. As long as he stands within the territory of the Black Devil sect, his power could increase by around 30%. What kind of concept was that? In other words, Ning Fan's tribulation flash that was 10 times stronger than before could display the destructive power of 13 times in the territory of the Black Devil sect. In other words, Ning Fan's magic power of 13,700 tribulations was equivalent to the magic power of 17,000 and 8,000 tribulations. The magic power of 17,000 and 8,000 tribulations was already equivalent to the magic power of a first-level quasi-sacred realm expert. This was also the reason why the mysterious quasi-sacred realm expert of the White Devil sect could not sense Ning Fan when he was hiding in the Black Devil sect. Ning Fan never knew that as the sect master of a sect, he could actually obtain such a huge boost to his power. It was just unbelievable. The Black Devil sect or its predecessor was definitely not simple. Under Han Shiqi's lead, Ning Fan arrived at the sect master's main hall and met one of the two life immortal realm experts of the sect. He was Hanjiao, a late human profound realm expert. Life immortals of the northern heaven would usually give themselves immortal names and Dao names. However, Hanjiao was different from a large group of old cultivators of the Black Devil sect. They had always used the names of servants that the old devil gave them in the past. Hanjiao was the vice-sect master of the Black Devil sect. The other life immortal realm expert who was still in seclusion was also the vice-sect master. The position of the sect master had always been empty. It was always reserved for the old devil or his descendants. Even though the old demon had fallen to the lower realm and had little hope of returning to Northern Sky, the elders of the Black Demon sect were still loyal to the old demon. Even though the Black Demon sect was being suppressed by the Northern Sky sects, they still did not abandon the Black Demon sect. Is this fellow Taoist Ning Fan who wants to join our sect? Good, good, good. A cultivation base at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. During the Great War between our sects, we will have one more combat force. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. Hanjiao showed a certain degree of welcome to Ning Fan. He did not put on the airs of a life immortal realm expert at all. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, his injuries acted up and he coughed incessantly. With no other choice, he could only meet Ning Fan for a short while. After that, he had no choice but to go into seclusion to heal his injuries. Ninth Brother's injuries are getting worse and worse. Those bastards from the White Demon sect are too ruthless. I'm not sure if Brother Jiao will be able to participate in the sect war this time. Han Shiqi said worriedly. In his words, he called the life immortal Ninth Brother. With Ning Fan's senses, he was 100% sure that Han Shiqi and Han Jiao did not have any bloodline relationship. Even though they are not related by blood, a void fragmentation realm cultivator can address a fate immortal cultivator as his brother. Brother 17, why did you address Senior Han Jiao as Brother Jiao? Ning Fan asked. Fellow Taoist might not know this, but me, Brother 9, and Old Man Black Fiend are all orphans taken in by the sect master. The sect master of our Black Devil sect is called Han Yuanji. When he was at his peak, he was also known as the ferocious Dujin in the northern heaven. Unfortunately, now. After all, Ning Fan was a foreign cultivator. Even though he had joined the Black Devil sect, he was still different from the Old Man Black Fiend. Thus, Han Shiqi did not plan to tell Ning Fan more about the old devils. I see. These people are all orphans taken in by my master. They are all loyal to him and can be trusted. Ning Fan thought to himself. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me bring fellow Taoist Ning to choose your cave abode now. There are a total of 43 volcanoes around our Black Devil sect. Opening a cave abode on one of them is extremely suitable for fire cultivators to cultivate. Including the Black Devil Mountain, fellow Taoist can choose any of the 42 volcanoes in front of us and open a cave abode on it. As for the 43rd volcano, I suggest fellow Taoist not to choose it. Oh? Which one is that? The Savage Mountain. The Savage Mountain? Ning Fan was surprised. He was a little curious about the word Savage Mountain. Could it be a coincidence? The Savage Mountain is the secret of our sect. Even I don't know much about it. It is said that only the sect masters of each generation who attain the sense-breaking realm can know the secret of the Savage Mountain. In short, the fire elemental energy in the Savage Mountain is too violent. Absorbing the fire elemental energy there for a long time will be harmful to fellow Taoist. Of course, if fellow Taoist insists on opening a cave abode there, my sect won't stop you. Han Shiqi treated Ning Fan with great courtesy. He had a good impression of Ning Fan because he was willing to join the Black Devil sect when it was in dire straits. He brought Ning Fan to visit all 42 volcanoes in front of him. However, Ning Fan still decided to open a cave abode on the 43rd volcano, the Savage Mountain, to cultivate. Sigh. Since fellow Taoist insists, I won't persuade you any further. Fellow Taoist, take these pills. These are 7th Revolution pills. They are called fire resistance pills. I personally concocted them. When you absorb fire elemental energy for cultivation, it can increase your body's defense against fire elemental energy and prevent your body from getting hurt. Of course, pills of this level are not enough to defend against the chi of flames on the Savage Mountain. Fellow Taoist, please be careful. Once you can't withstand the power of the Savage Mountain, leave immediately. When that time comes, I will bring fellow Taoist to the other volcanoes to build a cave abode. Seeing that he could not persuade Ning Fan, Han Shiqi no longer tried to persuade him. After chatting a little more about the Savage Mountain, he left. In the blink of an eye, Ning Fan was the only one left in the entire Savage Mountain. Looking at the pill bottle in his hand, he smiled inexplicably. What a warm-hearted Han Shiqi. Even though he had no use for these low-grade pills, he still accepted Han Shiqi's kindness. The Savage Mountain was one of the 4 big light spots that the treasure-searching compass had sensed. It was the best place to cultivate the purity refinement technique. Because the chi of flames in this place was too strong, no cultivators of the Black Devil sect would build a cave abode here to cultivate. According to Han Shiqi, only the sect masters of the Black Demon sect were able to cultivate here without being harmed by the fire chi. If the Savage Mountain was unwilling, even the Northern Heaven Quasi-Saint would not be able to take half a step into the Savage Mountain. If the Savage Mountain was enraged and the volcano erupted, even the Northern Heaven Quasi-Saint might be burned to death here without being able to escape. There were too many legends about the Northern Heaven. Most of the time, people would forget about them after they finished talking about them. They would not really take such stories to heart. Even Han Shiqi himself did not really believe in such a saying. He was just casually chatting with Ning Fan about this matter. However, Ning Fan vaguely believed in such a ridiculous statement. As the land of extreme fire that was ranked in the top 4 in the Northern Heaven, no immortal emperor or quasi-sage of the Northern Heaven actually had the intention to invade the Savage Mountain. Wasn't it very abnormal? What right did the small Black Devil sect have to monopolize such a supreme cultivation resource like the Savage Mountain? Those people of the Black Devil sect alone would not be able to defend the Savage Mountain. The only one who could defend the Savage Mountain was probably the Savage Mountain itself. The fire elemental power contained in this volcano is too terrifying. The White Devil sect has a mysterious quasi-sage who is in deep slumber. Even though the Black Devil sect does not have any experts in slumber, they have a terrifying volcano. Ning Fan descended towards the Savage Mountain. When he landed 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from the Savage Mountain, he clearly sensed an invisible flame barrier that wanted to stop him from entering the mountain. That invisible barrier was extremely terrifying. Without the barrier's permission, even the quasi-sage of the Northern Heaven would not be able to step into this place. That invisible barrier only allowed the people of the Black Devil sect to enter the area of the mountain. After sensing Ning Fan's identity as the sect master of the Black Devil sect, the invisible barrier would not stop him from entering. It allowed him to land on the volcano easily. Standing on the volcano, Ning Fan could feel the increase in his strength even more clearly. There's no mistake. The reason why he could increase his strength by 30% in the area of the Black Devil sect was because of this Savage Mountain. According to Han Shiqi, the existence of the Savage Mountain is a great secret of the Black Devil sect. Only the sect master who has attained the sense-breaking realm is qualified to know the secret of the Savage Mountain. My master was only at the crossing truth realm when he was at his peak. I'm afraid he doesn't have the right to know the secret of the Savage Mountain. However, I do. Ning Fan randomly found a place on the Savage Mountain and opened up a cave dwelling. After entering the cave dwelling, Ning Fan directly used a low-grade earth escape technique and sneaked into the interior of the Savage Mountain. The other cultivators of the Black Devil sect did not know what the interior of the Savage Mountain looked like because only the sect master of the Black Devil sect was allowed to enter. It was the secret chamber of the sect master of the Black Devil sect. Of course, to enter this secret chamber, one needed to have a cultivation of around the late sense-breaking realm. Old Monster had never been here before, and it was unknown whether his master had been here before. Soon, Ning Fan arrived at the belly of the Savage Mountain and arrived in front of a palace made of black flames. The palace gate was closed. Outside of the palace gate, there were two huge black dragon statues. When Ning Fan approached the 3,000 zhang radius of the palace gate, the eyes of the two black dragon statues suddenly turned and came to life. Then, an ancient voice with a trace of Saint's aura suddenly descended and suppressed Ning Fan's body. "Show me the token within 3 breaths, otherwise, die." Ning Fan was secretly shocked. He did not understand how a small Black Devil sect could hide a saint's chi. However, the saint's chi was obviously not something from this era. It was something left by a senior saint in this place countless years ago. In other words, a saint had come to the Savage Mountain in the past. As for showing the token, Ning Fan did not know what he should show as the other party did not explain it clearly. However, Ning Fan quickly thought of something. The sect master token of the Black Devil sect. This was the token that the old monster had given to him in the past. Perhaps, it was the token that the other party wanted to check. Thus, Ning Fan took out the sect master token. Sure enough, after confirming Ning Fan's sect master token, the saint's aura quickly disappeared. The two black dragon statues that were originally alive also became inanimate objects again. The gate of the Black Flame Palace was opened for Ning Fan. The palace was empty except for dozens of black flame eternal lamps that never went out. Those black flames were the incomparably pure Black Devil flame. There was also an ancient portrait hanging at the end of the palace. That wall was not only hung with the portrait but also engraved with the cultivation insights of the previous Black Devil sect masters. Not every Black Fiend sect leader had a late thought-shattering cultivation base, and not every Black Fiend sect leader had a sect leader's medallion. In the long history of the Black Demon sect, the sect leader token had been seized several times by the White Demon sect and other forces of the Northern Sky. Therefore, in more than 900 generations of Black Demon sect leaders, only 100 or so people had come here and carved their cultivation insights on this wall. The old devil had never been here before. The line of words that was closest to the old devil's era was engraved by the 924th sect master, Old Ancestor Burning Desolation. Old Ancestor Burning Desolation was a late sense-breaking realm cultivator. He had engraved a lot of sense-breaking realm insights here. When Ning Fan finished reading this line of words, many of Old Ancestor Burning Desolation's insights automatically appeared in his mind. It was very magical. Of course, Ning Fan's insights were far beyond Old Ancestor Burning Desolation. These sense-breaking realm insights were not very useful for improving his strength. However, it was still very useful for building a solid foundation in sense-breaking realm. Ning Fan's cultivation base had improved too quickly. Be it the first step of true cultivation, Life Immortal, Du Zhen, Shedding Void and Sense-Breaking Realm, none of them had experienced the accumulation of years. He did not have a firm grasp of the basics. Old Ancestor Burning Desolation's insights were still very helpful for Ning Fan to build a solid foundation. Ning Fan continued to read. In front of Old Ancestor Burning Desolation was the 923th sect master of the Black Devil sect. Further up was the 922th sect master and then the 905th sect master. Most of them were at the late or peak thought shatterer stage. Occasionally, one or two of them were primeval immortal sovereigns. After absorbing their lifetime of insights, Ning Fan's foundation became even more solid. It was as if he had gained tens of millions of years of basic cultivation experience. Ning Fan could tell that the period from the sect master of the 905th generation to Old Ancestor Fenji was the prosperous period of the Black Evil sect. After Ancestor Fenji, the Black Demon sect had declined until Old Mo's generation. The sect leader of the 905th generation seemed to have gone through a long period of decline, because going back up, it was actually the insights of the 651st generation sect leader. there was a gap of several hundred generations of sect masters. It was imaginable how much the Black Devil sect had fallen during those years. It was very likely that they weren't as powerful as the current Black Devil sect. The 651 to 634 generations were all about fragmented thoughts. Further up was a fault, directly tracing back to the comprehension of a group of 500 generations of sect leaders. Of the 500 generations of sect leaders, there were more than 10 of them. There were more than 10 of them in the 400 generations. There were more than 20 chapters in 300 generations. There were more than 30 pieces in 200 generations. Further up, it was directly traced back to the 59th generation sect leader. From the 59th generation onwards, there was no longer any fault. All the way up to the 2nd generation sect leaders' insights were there. During this period, all the sect leaders of the Black Demon sect were experts. The lowest cultivation base was at the immortal venerable realm, while the stronger ones were even immortal emperors. In fact, the 2nd generation Black Demon sect master himself was a sovereign emperor of the Fire Palm realm. Moreover, during this period, there was more than one sovereign emperor. Other than the 2nd generation, there were 4 other sect leaders who had also comprehended the Fire Palm realm. Thus, Ning Fan directly inherited the insights of these Fire Palm realm. Of course, it didn't mean that one could directly cultivate the Fire Palm realm just by inheriting some insights. The Black Demon sect leaders who had come here had all obtained the insights of the sovereign realm from the 2nd generation. However, how many of them could truly open the Fire Palm realm? It was impossible for Ning Fan to instantly comprehend the Fire Palm realm. However, his bloodline of the Phoenix clan naturally possessed the power of the sovereign realm of fire. After absorbing these insights, Ning Fan's Yin-Yang Phoenix underwent a huge change. First of all, Feng Yin-Yang's power had grown, but it hadn't truly reached the level of a paragon. Secondly, the power of Feng Yin-Yang's palm began to undergo a qualitative change. That kind of qualitative change gave Ning Fan an extremely familiar feeling. The power after the qualitative change was very similar to the titled power of Maitreya and Pure Yang Old Ancestor. Could it be? When Feng Yin-Yang reached the pinnacle of cultivation, he wouldn't be a sect leader, but a title? If everything is as I guessed, based on the fundamental difference between a title and a sect master, does this mean that if I cultivate the Phoenix clan's fire element title, I can also cultivate a fire sect master? If both of them are stacked, the power might far surpass that of a single Fire the Arch or titled Phoenix the Arch. After pondering for a long time, Ning Fan looked at the wall again. He was looking for the 1st generation Black Demon sect master's comprehension, but there was no 1st generation's comprehension. If the 2nd generation was already so strong, then the 1st generation Black Demon sect master would most likely be even stronger. If Ning Fan could absorb his insights, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to him. But why didn't the 1st sect leader carve his insights here? Ning Fan wore a puzzled expression. Eventually, his eyes fell on the portrait that he first saw and he understood something. It was the portrait of an elderly man in black robes. Judging from the chi of the portrait, he was a quasi-saint realm expert. Moreover, he was a sovereign realm quasi-saint. I see. This person is the 1st Black Demon sect master. He didn't leave any insights but a self-portrait. This portrait isn't a magic treasure but a kind of inheritance. All the insights of the 1st Black Demon sect master are contained in this portrait. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. In just a few breaths, he had seen through many secrets of this portrait. However, he was a little confused. Previously, when he entered this palace, his identity had been checked by the Sage Realm Aura Pressure. The 1st Black Demon sect master didn't seem to be a sage. He was just a 1st level quasi-saint. Then, here comes the question. Who was the one who left the Sage Realm Aura Pressure inside the palace? That sage doesn't seem to be one of the previous Black Demon sect masters. Could it be an expert from before the establishment of the Black Demon sect? Could it be an expert from the previous sect of the Black Demon sect? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Ning Fan decided not to think about this ancient history anymore. He began to calm his mind and closed his eyes to comprehend the portrait of the 1st Black Demon sect master. To the previous Black Demon sect masters, as long as they have a late thought fragmentation realm cultivation base, they would be able to enter this place and obtain opportunities to comprehend the insights of the second Black Demon sect master and the other sect masters after them. However, the portrait of the first Black Demon sect master was an exception. All the insights of the first Black Demon sect master were hidden in the portrait. It contained the abilities of a quasi-saint realm expert. It was impossible to comprehend this portrait with just the magic power of a thought fragmentation realm expert. Even if one had the magic power of an immortal venerable, it was still not enough. One must at least have the magic power of an immortal king realm expert in order to comprehend this portrait. Ning Fan was qualified to do so. Thus, for an entire month, Ning Fan stayed in seclusion inside the palace. 1 month later, he finally tore apart all the abilities of a quasi-saint realm expert in the portrait and came into contact with the insights of the first Black Demon sect master. People call me the Black Demon Patriarch, but that's not my real name. My real name is Xianxia. In the past, the Black Demon sect and the White Demon sect were originally one sect. They were the two forms sect in the ancient times. So, the predecessor of the Black Demon sect and the White Demon sect was called the Two Forms sect. Ning Fan searched through his memories. The name Two Forms sect was really unfamiliar to him. He had rarely heard of it in the cultivation world. The Two Forms saint was once the chief of the 400 saints under the immortal sovereign. The immortal army of the three divisions was the main force of immortal sovereign Zido. Unfortunately, in order to save his disciple, the Two Forms saint went against Samsara. His sea of consciousness was destroyed and his cultivation base was crippled. He became a madman and became the laughingstock of the true world. As for the immortal army of the three divisions, it declined after the Two Forms saint was killed. Only the disciples of the Two Forms sect were left. The Two Forms sect consists of the Black and White sects. I was originally the sect master of the Black sect. However, one day, when I went out to visit the Tao, I actually met an unimaginable person in an unimaginable place. My ancestor, Divine Master Nangong of the immortal army of the three divisions, is actually still alive. He gave me a desolate mountain and asked me to split the Two Forms sect into the Black and White sects. I don't know the reason behind it. Thus, even though my ancestor ordered me to do so, I still insisted on my own principles and resolutely rejected him. I'm not willing to ruin the Two Forms saint's legacy. Tens of thousands of years later, divine healer Nangong was harmed by someone he trusted. Only after hearing the news did I realize that everything I had seen and heard in the past was a huge lie. At that time, I was traveling through the wildlands, and I suddenly heard about this tragedy. I angrily rebuked the heavens, wanting to break off all relations with them, and provoked the wildlands' heavenly Tao to send down 1 billion catastrophes to kill me. Fortunately, the soul of the heavenly Tao of the wilderness intervened. She seemed to have sensed a trace of her master's karmic connection from me. She couldn't bear to see me die, so she paid the price to prevent the 1 billion eons from descending. Without a benefactor to save me, I will definitely die. After that, I split the Yin and Yang sect into two sections. The White sect belonged to the traitor of the ancient heavenly court, Extreme Ice Supreme Immortal, while the Black sect was renamed the Black Demon sect by me. The two words Black Demon was a taboo for my benefactor. I used it to remind myself that I will never forget the wildlands' heavenly Tao Hun's life-saving grace. Junior, the successor of the Black Devil, if you can hear this, you must personally head to the wildlands and kowtow to the wildlands' heavenly Tao soul on my behalf. Ning Fan's face revealed a strange expression. There was a lot of information in these few paragraphs. Not only did it explain the long history of the Black Demon sect, but it also mentioned the wild heavenly Tao soul, Black Demon. He didn't expect that Black Demon had saved the life of the Black Demon sect's first sect master. Who would have thought that first generation would actually name the Black sect of the Two Rights sect after it split into Black Demon sect in order to thank Little Cat? He didn't expect that as the successor of the Black Devil, he would have to go to the wilderness and kowtow to Little Cat. After hearing these words. Little Mauer, when you were in the heavenly Tao soul of the wild desolate, did you save a cultivator called Xianxia? Ning Fan asked Little Mauer, who was in the profounding world. I don't remember. When the Little Cat submitted to Ning Fan, her memory was already very incomplete. It was not strange for her to forget about it. Are there any other heavenly Tao souls in the wilderness? No, it's just me. Doesn't Master know? Black Demon didn't understand. Oh, then it's you. You're the one who saved Nan Xuanzi back then. The reason why the Black Demon Sect is called the Black Demon Sect is because of you. Do you know? I'm the 972nd sect leader of the Black Devil Sect. Nan Xuanzi is the ancestor of my sect. He's my master's master. He ordered me to kowtow to you a few times. I'm in a dilemma. I don't know if I should listen to him or not. Ning Fan was speechless. He did not like to kowtow to others in the first place. He did not want to kowtow to his little cat even more. Damn it. Who is Nan Xuanzi? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. I can't remember it clearly. Humph. He actually dares to order Master to kowtow to Black Demon, a servant. Does he want Black Demon to bear the bad reputation of bullying Master? Damn it. Damn it. Black Demon doesn't allow Master to kowtow to Black Demon. If Master does that, I will no longer have the face-to-face Master. I can only kill myself to apologize. So serious? Then, I can't kowtow to him anymore. When I first heard that you're called Black Demon, I felt that you and I are fated. I didn't expect that the two words Black Demon have so many origins. It's not just a coincidence. Is this karma? Is this samsara? The name Black Demon was originally given by Master, right? Master, don't you remember it? Black Demon asked in confusion. He did not understand why Ning Fan was sighing with emotion. I gave you a name? When I first met you, you were already called Black Demon, right? Ning Fan said with a frown. He did not think that Black Demon was joking with him. Because when he first subdued Black Demon had already recognized him as his master. At first, he thought that it was because he had the identity of the barbarian god. Now, it seemed like that was not the case. It's the name that Master personally gave to Black Demon. However, Black Demon's memory isn't good. I can't remember when Master did this. It should be a very long time ago. Black Demon still remembers what Master said at that time. Even though I can't remember everything. Thus, Black Demon revealed an ancient memory that was related to Ning Fan in the depths of his mind for the first time. Previously, he thought that Master still remembered this matter. Thus, he did not mention it. Now, it seems like Master doesn't remember what he said in the past. My name is Ni Fan. I'm a barbarian cultivator but also not a barbarian cultivator. What I'm looking at isn't an ant. I'm waiting. Waiting for a meeting with a butterfly. No. This time I'm not waiting for a butterfly. I'm waiting for that cocoon, that green insect. Or perhaps, I'm waiting for a trace. A strong wind can blow away a piece of white paper but it can't blow away a butterfly. The power of Tao lies in this kind of disobedience. He opens, he closes, he closes, he opens. I often wonder if the reason why he couldn't see me in the past 42 reincarnations is because I'm unwilling to close my eyes. If that's the case, he can't open his eyes. You want me to give you a name? I'm not very good at giving names. Let's call you Black Demon. This name just happens to be the completion of your reincarnation cycle. I'm going to leave. When the barbarian god appears for the 10th time, I'll come back and bring you away. Ning Fan was shocked. At this moment, he did not have the mood to listen to the words behind the portrait. It was because he felt that compared to the secrets of the Black Demon Sect, the words of his little cat were much more shocking. Ni Fan. It's this name again. How many times has it appeared on his path of cultivation? Who exactly is Ni Fan? He's not looking at an ant. Instead, he's waiting for an encounter with a butterfly. An encounter? Could it be the kind of encounter that I understand? He named Little Cat Black Demon because this name represents the completion of her reincarnation cycle? Could it be, when the barbarian god appears for the 10th time, Ni Fan will return? That's right. Ni Fan is the real master of Little Cat Black. As for Ning Fan, he is the 10th barbarian god. When he succeeds as the 10th barbarian god, it will be the 10th time when the barbarian god appears. Wait. Ni Fan had waited for 42 reincarnations. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. He turned into a ray of light and dashed into the interior of the Savage Mountain. He stood at the peak of the Savage Mountain. It was the 43rd volcano of the Black Demon Sect. there were 42 other volcanoes with extremely low fire elemental power in the surroundings. Many of the Black Demon sect's disciples had built their own cave dwellings on them. 42 reincarnations. 42 mountains. Could it be? Ning Fan left the savage mountain with a chi sound and flew to a volcano at the side, the blazing mountain. He directly entered the belly of the blazing mountain. He wanted to see if there was any evidence of reincarnation in the belly of the blazing mountain. Unfortunately, there was nothing in the belly of the blazing mountain. However, when Ning Fan superimposed all of his reincarnation power with the heavenly being Dharma I and went to look at the belly of the blazing mountain, he saw the traces of reincarnation that were once left behind. Just like in the previous reincarnation, the blazing mountain was not the same as it was now. There seemed to be a palace in the belly of the mountain, a place that was similar to the palace in the savage mountain. So this is karma and samsara? If this is the 43rd reincarnation, has Ni Fan waited for me? Ning Fan pondered. Standing on the flaming mountain, Ning Fan was deeply touched. Since he was born, it was his first time seeing reincarnation at such a close distance. He saw himself in another parallel universe, 42 reincarnations and 42 volcanoes. Perhaps this is not a coincidence. Ning Fan seemed to have obtained some kind of epiphany. Many things that he did not understand about reincarnation in the past became clear at this moment and his understanding deepened. If the space of reincarnation that he was currently in was set as the 43rd reincarnation, then the traces of reincarnation on the flaming mountain should be left behind in the previous reincarnation, the 42nd reincarnation. The order of the time and space between them had a primary and secondary relationship on the level of causality. Among those traces of reincarnation, Ning Fan sensed a familiar yet strange qi. Ni Fan's qi, other than the savage mountain, each of the other 42 volcanoes had traces of Ni Fan's presence. Those traces did not exist in this time and space. Instead, they existed in other parallel universes. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He remembered that the first time he met Ni Fan was during the chaos of the savage wasteland. At that time, he met an enemy named Xianxia. The enemy held a space-piercing stone in his hand. The two words Ni Fan were carved on the stone. At that time, there was an ancient demon fully sealed inside the stone. That ancient demon fully was Ni Fan. Ni Fan was released from the space-piercing stone by Xianxia. Xianxia's original intention was to use Ni Fan's power to kill Ning Fan. At first, Ni Fan's consciousness was not clear and he also wanted to kill Ning Fan. However, soon after, Ni Fan sensed Ning Fan's Fuli Qi and stopped his attack. Then, he turned into ashes. However, at the last moment before Ni Fan turned into ashes, his eyes suddenly regained clarity and he smiled at Ning Fan. It was as if he had gained enlightenment, understood, satisfied and gratified. Ning Fan could never forget Ni Fan's smile at that time. That smile was like the past and future of the same person intertwined together. It was like his own self from different time and space was meeting and smiling at him. Ning Fan then remembered that he had once fallen into an illusion in the Supreme Pill Sacred Region and the Yellow Spring. In those illusions, he became Ni Fan. He rode the heavenly crow dog who had the cultivation base of a sage realm and broke into the 6 paths of reincarnation to start a massacre. Ning Fan also recalled that when he first met the Sword Ancestor skeleton in the Supreme Pill Sacred Region, the Sword Ancestor had told him some inexplicable words. One of the words he said was like this. So it's Ning Fan. So it's not Ni Fan. No wonder I couldn't find him after searching for so long. The repeated experiences had made Ning Fan believe that he had a close relationship with this Ni Fan. After listening to Black Devil's words, Ning Fan seemed to have found more evidence to prove that he and Ni Fan were actually the same person. If Ning Fan's reincarnation cycle is compared to a circle, then Ni Fan's reincarnation circle did not exist. However, if Ning Fan's reincarnation cycle still exists in the previous parallel time and space, then he could find Ni Fan in the previous parallel time and space. Ni Fan might not necessarily be Ning Fan's past. He might also be Ning Fan's future. He might even be an existence that was different from the past and future, similar to materialization. These concepts were very difficult to understand. Ning Fan did not dare to think about it too deeply. For something like reincarnation, the more you tried to find the source, the more you couldn't find it. The more you tried to look at it, the more you couldn't understand it. It was because the reincarnation itself had countless contradictory answers. In this world, there existed heaven-defying abilities such as the fate-reversing lightning technique and the devil cavity of the ancient devils. After cultivating them to the peak, cultivators could travel across different samsara time and space. They could travel freely between the past, present, and future of the same samsara. In the past, there were some cultivators who could not see through reincarnation. After learning about the existence of such secret techniques, they began to think about all kinds of strange and bizarre reincarnation paradoxes. Ning Fan had once seen similar paradoxes in some rare ancient records. One of the paradoxes: if a person could really return to the past, what would happen if this person killed his maternal grandmother before she became pregnant with his mother? In the eyes of those cultivators, if this person's maternal grandmother dies, the history of the past would be changed. Then, this person's mother would not be born and this person would not be born. Hence, these people firmly believed that this person's existence would be erased by reincarnation. However, if this person's existence was erased, he would no longer have the ability to return to the past and kill his maternal grandmother. This result was obviously inconsistent with the fact that he killed his maternal grandmother. The starting point and the ending point could not be connected. It was an unexplainable paradox. In order to explain this paradox, another group of people invented the concept of parallel time and space. If the maternal grandmother that this person killed was not the maternal grandmother of the time and space he was in but the maternal grandmother of another parallel time and space, wouldn't everything make sense? Parallel time and space would not interfere with each other. This was the answer that the second group of people came up with. Then, here comes the question. The third group of people began to ask questions. Would killing the maternal grandmother of a parallel time and space really not affect the history of his own time and space? Who proved this conclusion? Alright, let's assume that it really won't affect it. What if this person does not go to the parallel time and kill his maternal grandmother this time but kills his maternal grandmother in the past of his own time and space? This time, they were not allowed to use the concept of parallel time and space to avoid this paradox. This time, if this person kills the maternal grandmother of his current time and space, his own existence would certainly be erased. In that case, after being erased, he would no longer have the ability to return to the past. Then, what should he do to make the reincarnation complete and complete the act of killing his maternal grandmother? The reason why a paradox was called a paradox was not because there was no answer but because the answer was beyond one's common sense. From Ning Fan's point of view, as long as a certain cultivator begins to study such a boring paradox, it meant that he had already stepped into the wrong path of reincarnation. One could not see the true face of Mount Lu only because he was in this mountain. If you stand in the reincarnation and study it, what's so strange about not being able to find the answer? It's because the answer might have long exceeded your common sense. It's not something that you can deduce with common sense and theories. Even if you really deduce an answer and the answer seems to be very reasonable, the answer is probably still wrong. Studying reincarnation is too brain-burning. Therefore, even though Ning Fan vaguely felt that he and Ni Fan were the same person and he could feel that Ni Fan had left traces of reincarnation in the Black Devil sect, he did not plan to delve into these mysteries of reincarnation. He knew that the common sense that he currently possessed about reincarnation was not enough to find the answer at all. Even if he forcefully tries to find the answer, it might not necessarily be correct. If I feel that there's something strange about reincarnation, it only means that I've lived for a short period of time and I've seen too little. If I feel that there's a contradiction in the cause and effect of something in reincarnation, it only means that my current common sense about reincarnation is not enough to see through the true cause and effect of this matter. The mysteries of reincarnation are so fascinating. However, it's also because of this that I won't touch this kind of thing right now. I won't seek trouble for myself. As for that so-called maternal grandmother paradox, I'm not interested in knowing the answer to that paradox. What I want to know more is which crazy cultivator was the one who first proposed this paradox. Wanting to go back to the past and kill his own maternal grandmother. Just how much does this person hate his maternal family? Is there something wrong with his brain? Ning Fan was speechless. He was indeed a person with a strong Tao heart. Even though the matter regarding Ni Fan had brought him a great shock, he still managed to calm down about 70% of his mental state within a very short period of time. After heaving a long sigh of relief, Ning Fan returned to the Savage Mountain. He spent a few more days to completely calm down the rest of his mental state. After recovering to his peak state, Ning Fan once again went to the secret chamber of the sect master of the Black Devil sect to receive the remaining memories and insights of the first sect master of the Black Devil sect. Exalted Immortal Extreme Ice hated me for splitting the Heaven and Earth sect. Thus, he changed the name of the White sect to the White Devil sect and repeatedly went against me. Unfortunately, I'm a Palm Realm quasi-saint. He wasn't a match for me. Thus, he couldn't succeed. Since I had the help of the remaining Zhu Rong conferred power in the Savage Mountain, I was able to gain a foothold in the Black Devil sect and increase my overall strength by 30%. After that, Exalted Immortal Extreme Ice invited 3 other quasi-saints to join forces to destroy my Black Devil sect and seize the Savage Mountain. However, in the end, they were defeated by my combined power of conferred power and Palm Realm. Exalted Immortal Extreme Ice's body was severely injured. He fled back to the White Devil sect and went into a deep slumber. Since then, he has vanished without a trace. However, I couldn't bear to kill him for the sake of our friendship in the past. After listening to this part, Ning Fan frowned. He had figured out the identity of the sleeping quasi-saint in the White Devil sect. That Extreme Ice quasi-saint was probably the traitor of the ancient heavenly court that was mentioned in the memories of the first sect master of the Black Devil sect, Exalted Immortal Extreme Ice. What made Ning Fan more concerned was that the first sect master of the Black Devil sect mentioned the power of the conferred title. The reason why the Savage Mountain could increase the sect master's strength by 30% was actually because the mountain contained the power of the Zhu Rong title. In the long history of the cultivation world, the name Zhu Rong had appeared quite frequently. Every time it appeared, it was related to fire. If the Savage Mountain really possesses the power of the Zhu Rong title, then the fact that its magma could burn a quasi-saint to death would make sense. The Zhu Rong title seems to be a title of the fire element. It can indeed be used by combining the power of the Fire Palm realm. However, I wonder if the title I will obtain after cultivating the Yin-Yang Phoenix technique to the extreme will also be the Zhu Rong title, or will I obtain another title of the fire element? Ning Fan cleared the distracting thoughts in his mind and continued to listen to the first sect master's words. The power of the Zhu Rong title was left behind by the Two Rights Saint. It is the proof that my Black Devil sect is in control of the Two Rights sect. The White Devil sect is unorthodox. Even though my Black Devil sect has split from the Two Rights sect, there is one thing that we must remember. My Black Devil sect can disrespect the Two Rights sect and even the Purple Do Immortal Domain. However, we cannot disrespect the Two Rights Saint. The ancestor of the Black Devil sect is definitely not an ant like me, Nan Xuanzi. He is the Two Rights Saint. This portrait contains my comprehension of fire cultivation in my entire life. The disciples of the future generations will naturally benefit from it. Up to this point, a large amount of comprehension of fire cultivation finally began to be transmitted into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. This was the comprehension of the first sect master of the Black Devil sect in his entire life. After absorbing these comprehensions, Ning Fan's Yin-Yang Phoenix technique skyrocketed. He could vaguely feel that he had taken a huge step closer to truly cultivating the Yin-Yang Phoenix technique. At this point, there was only one last sentence left from the first sect master's words. The comprehension of the inheritance ends here. This old man only has one last thing left to remind you all of your descendants. Remember. Remember. The immeasurable pill is a conspiracy. All the Yin heavy wood that grows in the Purple Do illusory world has a huge hidden danger. Someone has done something to it and it cannot be used as medicine. If you insist on consuming this immeasurable pill, one day, you will follow the footsteps of my ancestor, Divine Master Nangong, and die an unnatural death. Ning Fan frowned. Is the first sect master trying to scare me? What does he mean by the immeasurable pill is a conspiracy? What does he mean by all the Yin heavy wood that grows in the illusory world has a hidden danger and it cannot be used as medicine? Divine Master Nangong had appeared several times in the memories of the first Black Devil sect. According to the first sect master's words, this person seemed to have died an unnatural death because of some hidden danger of the immeasurable pill. The first sect master had said that he was originally unwilling to split the Heaven and Earth sect. However, after knowing the death of his ancestor, Divine Master Nangong, he split the two sects in anger. What was the meaning behind the split into the White Devil sect and the Black Devil sect? What did it have to do with Divine Master Nangong's death? The first sect master said that the immeasurable pill is a conspiracy to prevent the descendants from consuming the immeasurable pill to cultivate. There is no need for him to frighten the descendants. Could it be that there is really something wrong with the immeasurable pill? Ning Fan's frown deepened. If the immeasurable pill really had a hidden danger, should he still consume the immeasurable pill to increase his cultivation base in the future? The most important method for the ancient cultivators to increase their cultivation base was to consume the immeasurable pill. If he does not consume the immeasurable pill, his cultivation speed would be very, very slow. In the following month, Ning Fan spent all his time in seclusion to check his body. He had consumed quite a number of immeasurable pills along the way. If the immeasurable pill really had a hidden danger, then it was highly likely that there was already some kind of problem with his body. Unfortunately, no matter how Ning Fan examined himself, he could not find any abnormalities in his body. He still had a small amount of 800 million heavy wood in his hands. Similarly, no matter how he examined them, he could not find any traces of the hidden danger in them. Could it be that the first sect master was really just trying to frighten me? Or could it be that the hidden danger of the immeasurable pill and the 800 million heavy wood is too high? Even with my current eyesight at the second level of the heaven realm, I still can't see through it? Which answer is the truth? If the immeasurable pill really had a huge hidden danger, Ning Fan would rather increase his cultivation base at a slower pace than to use such a method to increase his cultivation base. However, what if all of this was just the first sect master's mistaken perception? Then, Ning Fan would also suffer a huge loss because he listened to a rumor and gave up on the shortcut of using the immeasurable pill to increase his cultivation base. The immeasurable pill is too important in my plan to increase my cultivation base. I must get to the bottom of this matter. Otherwise, if my judgment is wrong, I will have to pay a huge price no matter which side I am wrong on. With a heavy heart, Ning Fan entered the Profounding World once. This time, he did not come to the Profounding World for cultivation, nor was he here to look for someone for dual cultivation. He came to look for Xianxia. Xianxia had once triggered the 3 lives technique. This technique could only be used 3 times in a person's life. Xianxia had already used it once unconsciously. She had long predicted the current chaotic situation in the Realm River. Basically, no one in the Dharma ending era could predict this in advance. It showed how accurate Xianxia's 3 lives technique was. I saw the future. A terrifying future. The 4 heavens will be isolated. There will be a great war in the northern heaven. After that, the Spirit King will die. He will die in the hands of the Western demon ancestor. Ling Er, who was eaten by the Spirit King, will also die. Facts had already proven the miraculous power of the 3 lives technique. Therefore, this time, Ning Fan planned to use Xianxia's technique for the second time to see if the hidden danger of the immeasurable pill still existed. He did not know if Xianxia could predict the result. Whether she could or not, he would owe her a favor. After all, the opportunity to use the 3 lives technique was extremely precious. Every time it was used, it would be one less time. Master, do you want me to use the 3 lives technique to help you predict something? Xianxia closed her blind eyes and said with a troubled expression. Of course, she was willing to help him and let him owe her a favor. Only then would he help her save her younger sister seriously given his personality. However, the problem was, she did not know any 3 lives technique at all. Even though Ning Fan said that she had once triggered the 3 lives technique unconsciously, she had lost all of her memories of using the technique after that. She did not remember that she had triggered the technique at all. Master, you aren't lying to me, are you? The 3 lives technique is the highest forbidden technique of my Purple Cuckoo clan. It is also one of the top 10 demonic techniques in the ancient times. How could a first-step demon like me possibly know such a profound demonic technique? Xianxia said with uncertainty. Do you think I need to lie to you about this? Ning Fan was speechless. After getting along with Xianxia for so many years, he no longer hated her anymore. That's true. Xianxia nodded her head. I have read through some ancient books and found some information about the 3 lives technique. I will read it to you. Try to comprehend the contents of the information and see if you can trigger the 3 lives technique again. Ning Fan took out tens of ancient books. Each of them recorded some information about the 3 lives technique. Ning Fan then read the paragraphs of the information to Nailanzi word by word. Nailanzi blushed a little. She had done too many intimate things with Ning Fan, but it was her first time sitting next to him and listening to him read books. Both of them were clearly having intimate contact with each other when they were doing things. However, Nailanzi felt that Ning Fan was the closest to her at this moment. This man seems to really have some troublesome matter which requires the 3 lives technique to predict. Since that's the case, I will try my best to help him. Ning Fan read books for an entire day. After listening to some written records about the 3 lives technique, Nailanzi seemed to have found the trick to trigger the technique on her own. However, Nailanzi did not tell Ning Fan about it. Because once she tells him, she was very sure that Ning Fan would not read books to her anymore. Instead, he would immediately ask her to use the 3 lives technique to make a divination. She still wanted to listen to Ning Fan read for a while more. This feeling is so warm. No. This man seems to know the mind-reading technique. He must have already found out about my little thoughts. Nailanzi's expression suddenly changed when she recalled Ning Fan's ability. She was afraid that Ning Fan had already seen through her little thoughts and thus angered him. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not seem to use the mind-reading technique because he was still reading books to her. It seems like he didn't see through my little thoughts. If he knew about it, he definitely wouldn't bother to read more books to me given his personality. Nailanzi heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Fan was still reading to Nailanzi, but his heart was extremely speechless. He had already seen through Nailanzi's little thoughts, all right? However, this time, he had a favor to ask from her. Thus, he did not mind slightly accommodating her. Does this woman like to listen to me read books? So what if he recited a bit more? Thus, this time, he continued to study until the dawn of the next day. Only then did Ning Fan close the book. He no longer had any books related to the 3 lives technique to read. As for Nailanzi, she had already fallen asleep on the table while listening to Ning Fan's loud reading. Hence, when Nailanzi woke up, she nearly cried because of her own stupid actions. She was really tired of living as she slept soundly in front of the great devil Lord Ning Fan. It seemed like the comfortable life she had been living all these years had made her forget the fear of being dominated by Ning Fan. This isn't good. I need to change. I'm sorry. Master, I didn't fall asleep on purpose. Master spent so much time explaining the essentials of the 3 lives technique to me, but I didn't listen carefully. Please punish me, Master. You haven't been listening carefully since I started reading the 5th book, right? Ning Fan was speechless. Yes. Because when Master read the 5th book, I already grasped the essentials of triggering the 3 lives technique. There was no need for me to listen carefully after that. Ah. No, Master. I didn't mean to deceive Master. I just wanted to ask Master to spare my life. Nailanzi cried anxiously. All right. I have already seen through your little thoughts. I don't have the intention to blame you. Why are you crying? There's no need to explain and there's no need to. I'm the one who asked for your help. What's wrong with doing some small things for you? Do you still need to listen to me reading now? If you do, I can read you another 10 books at most. You won't be able to listen to any more. And no need. I can help Master with the divination now. Nailanzi said with a red face. All right. Then you can help me with this matter. Ning Fan told Nailanzi about the divination that he wanted. 2 hours later, Ning Fan carried Nailanzi, who had fainted due to excessive consumption of her demon power, back to the bed. He fed her a pill to recover her vitality and covered her with a thin blanket. When they left the profounding world, one could clearly see how gloomy Ning Fan's face was. That gloominess was not directed at Nailanzi but the result of her divination. The limitless pill is a conspiracy. All the 800 million heavy trees in the illusionary world have been tampered with by someone. All the descendants of Purple Doe are in the scheme. If they consume the problematic limitless pill, they will certainly die a horrible death in the future. If Master needs the limitless pill, you can buy it from other worlds through the ancient country's trading formation. As Master has consumed the problematic limitless pill before, there are already hidden dangers in your cultivation base. If you want to stay alive, you must find a way to eliminate the hidden dangers. Coincidentally, Northern Heaven has won. Ning Fan felt that an unprecedented conspiracy was shrouding all the descendants of Purple Dough, who is the one who did something to all the heavy trees in the illusionary world. Is his purpose to kill all the descendants of Purple Dough who consumed the limitless pill? However, they won't die immediately after consuming the limitless pill. It seems like there are still certain conditions to be met in order to be killed by these limitless pills. Divine Sage Nangong, who died tragically in the past, must have met those conditions. Ning Fan had yet to meet those conditions. Thus, he was not killed just like most of the descendants of Purple Dough. What are the conditions to be killed by the limitless pill? I have no idea. Ning Fan only knew that from now on, he would never consume the problematic limitless pill again. That was simply seeking his own death. If he really needs the limitless pill, he would think of a way to buy it using the ancient country's trading formation. Otherwise, he could only use other methods to increase his cultivation base. Wait, if there is a problem with the 800 million heavy trees in the illusionary world of Purple Dough, he seemed to have harmed someone. That day, I lacked the main ingredients to concoct the limitless pill. Thus, I directly exchanged a large batch of heavy trees for the finished limitless pill. It was a private transaction with a place called the Little Mountain World in the illusionary world. I remember that the transaction partner was a female holy sage cultivator with the codename Miss Ling. At that time, she urgently needed a large batch of heavy trees. Since there is a problem with my heavy trees, it is very likely that I have harmed her. Ning Fan decided to find a time to contact that female holy sage cultivator again and ask about her current situation. Even though it was impossible for Ning Fan to meet that female holy sage cultivator for the rest of his life, he still felt a little guilty. He was the one who sold the problematic items. Thus, he should give that female holy sage cultivator some compensation. Of course, this matter would have to wait until he had the time. The most important thing now was to go to a certain place in the Northern Heaven and get a secret technique according to Nailanzi's divination. Ning Fan needed to use the secret technique to eliminate the hidden danger in his cultivation base. Multi-layered soul sealing technique. This technique isn't a great technique that is famous in the Northern Heaven. Instead, it is an inconspicuous technique in the scripture pavilion of a certain true force in the Northern Heaven. Because no one has successfully cultivated it before, no one paid much attention to it. If it wasn't for Nailanzi's divination, I wouldn't even have heard of this technique. However, can this technique really eliminate the hidden danger in my cultivation base? He quietly left the Yin-Yang star to search for the multi-layered soul sealing technique. He had imagined dozens of possible situations, but he had never expected that the secret skill he wanted would be in such a place. Ancient Rain Star Ocean, Sinister Sparrow Sect. The ancient Rain Starry Sea was one of the many starry seas in the Northern Heaven. For a sea to exist in the starry sky was a marvelous sight. Even stranger was that, from ancient times until now, it had never stopped raining. Many water-type cultivators loved to come to this starry sea to gain enlightenment of the Tao of Rain. Above the ancient Rain Star Ocean, there was a sect established by Xianxia, a mighty figure in the northern sky. Xianxia was a great legend in the Northern Heaven. He was only a harmonious spirit expert at the age of 60. At first, his senior and junior brothers thought that he was a waste. Subsequently, Xianxia formed his gold core at the age of 70, formed his nascent soul at the age of 80, became an immortal at the age of 2000, crossed the true realm at the age of 2000, and finally gave up the void at the age of 4000. All in all, he was known as a genius of his generation. Rumor had it that Xianxia's path of cultivation had been smooth sailing. The only setback he had faced was when he had violated the heavenly rules of the 4C sect before he had abandoned the void. As a result, he had been banished to the 9 worlds of the lower world. At that time, the 4-Fish sect punished Xianxia by forbidding him from ever returning to the upper realm unless he broke through the Shidong realm in the lower realm. This was the most heaven-defying aspect of Xianxia. Everyone knew that the cultivation resources in the 9 realms of the lower realm were barren. It was already difficult to cultivate to become an itinerant immortal in the lower realm, let alone cultivate to shedding void. This was simply impossible. The original intention of the 4 Phoenixes sect was to prevent Xianxia from returning to the upper realm if his thoughts were not shattered. But in the end, no one had expected that Xianxia would break through to the Renhuang realm in the Rain World. He forcibly obtained the opportunity to return to the northern sky. When Xianxia returned to northern heaven with the identity of a shedding void almighty expert, the entire northern heaven was shaken and the four fish sect was left speechless. The four meridian sect knew that they had misjudged. A person who could cultivate to the shedding void realm in the lower realm, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, would at least be able to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm in the upper realm. Furthermore, he would definitely become an extremely powerful immortal emperor in the future. In an instant, Xianxia's matter shook the entire northern heaven. Even the immortal kings and immortal emperors didn't dare to underestimate Xianxia. Everyone knew that when Xianxia returned to northern heaven this time, he would definitely soar into the sky and rise to power. As expected, 1,000 years later, Xianxia had broken through to the mid-stage of Shidong Void. Another 1,000 years later, Xianxia broke through to the late stage of Sheba Void. In another 1,000 years, Xianxia would be at the pinnacle of the Shikong realm. The circle of true immortals in the northern sky was guessing how many years it would take for Xianxia to break through the thought-fragmenting realm and enter the eternal era. However, something happened that made everyone speechless. In order to comprehend the bottleneck of the thoughts-fragmenting realm, Xianxia made a trip to the wilderness. After he returned, his cultivation stagnated at the pinnacle of the Shikong realm, and there was no further progress. His cultivation had been stuck for 5 million years. Would a person who could break through Renku in the lower realm be stuck at the bottleneck of thought fragmentation for 5 million years? This matter was too unimaginable. Some old monsters who had some understanding of the wilderness guessed that Xianxia might have met with some mishap in the wilderness and damaged his foundation. If that was the case, then there would be an explanation for his difficulty in advancing his cultivation. It wasn't that there weren't any primordial old monsters who suggested to repair Xianxia's foundation in order to befriend him. However, the strange thing was that Xianxia had flatly rejected the good intentions of all the ancient monsters and made them lose face. In the end, no one was willing to help Xianxia anymore. After that, time passed mercilessly. Xianxia, the genius who once shocked the entire northern heaven, eventually became a laughingstock in the northern heaven. Many northern heaven old monsters who were also stuck at the bottleneck of the thoughts fragmentation realm often ridiculed Xianxia for fun when they saw that there was no hope for them to break through the bottleneck of the thoughts fragmentation realm. In order to find a balance in their hearts, look, Xianxia has such a heaven-defying aptitude, but he still couldn't break through the bottleneck of the thoughts fragmentation realm. It's very normal for us to be unable to break through. No one knew that the reason why Xianxia was stuck at the bottleneck of the thoughts fragmentation realm for 5 million years was because he was possessed by someone when he was traveling in the wilderness and died. That was why all his intelligence and wisdom were wasted. In the 5 million years that followed, Xianxia was no longer his original self. Instead, the person who possessed him had borrowed his physical body and moved about in the northern heaven. Others might not know what happened to Xianxia, but Ning Fan did. In fact, he was the one who gave Xianxia release and killed the evil person who possessed him. The only thing that Ning Fan did not expect was that the thing that he was looking for this time was actually in Xianxia's hometown. It was actually in this ancient rain star sea. It was in the Sinister Sparrow sect in the northern heaven. The Sinister Sparrow sect in the Rain world was a small sect that Xianxia established when he was demoted to the lower world. It was a branch sect in the lower world. The Sinister Sparrow sect in the northern heaven was Xianxia's real home. It was the main sect in the upper world. Ning Fan could not describe his current mood. There were many cultivators in the northern heaven who came to the ancient rain star sea to build their abode and comprehend the rain. These people usually came in groups of 2 or 3. When they were chatting, they would talk about the laughingstock of the northern heaven, Xianxia, from time to time. I heard that during the great calamity of the wilderness in the past, Xianxia's life plate was also broken. It seems like he died in that great calamity. What a pity, what's there to feel pity about? Anyway, even if he didn't die, he would still be stuck at the bottleneck of the thoughts fragmentation realm for the rest of his life. The battle between the 3 palaces of the Lost World Palace has begun again. This time, the Sinister Sparrow sect lost Xianxia's support and only has an early crossing Truth Realm girl to protect the sect. I'm afraid that they won't be able to maintain their ranking in the second round. Sigh. Life is unpredictable. No matter how heaven-defying your innate talent is, you will still become a pile of dirt in the end. What's the use of having a high innate talent? It's better to enjoy life now. Even if you die in the future, you won't have lived in vain. You're right, brother. From the idle chatter of those people, Ning Fan heard about most of Xianxi's past deeds. He heard about how he turned from a genius to a laughingstock. No one knew that Xianxi lost his chance to ascend to the immortal emperor realm because his body was possessed. No one knew that Xianxi only wished for death after his body was possessed. Ning Fan took out a bone ash box from his storage pouch and fell into silence. This was the bone ash that he collected after he freed Xianxi from his shackles. He had once promised to send Xianxi's bone ash back to his home. Now, he might as well complete this task along the way. However, the rain on this ocean, it's really a familiar rain intent. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the rain. The rain here was filled with the rain intent left behind by Xianxi in the past. It was very similar to the rain in the dark sparrow grave of the sinister sparrow sect in the rain world. However, there were still some differences. Other than Xianxi's usual rain intent, the rain intent on this ocean also contained the sorrow that he could not erase from the bottom of his heart. The rain here was very sad. It contained the sorrow of Xianxi being possessed by someone. It also contained a trace of reluctance. It seemed like there was still someone on this ocean who Xianxi could not let go even after his death. "Senior, let me send you home," Ning Fan stroked the bone ash box and said with a smile. He had comprehended Xianxi's rain intent before and owed him a favor of imparting the Tao to him. Today, he came here to repay the favor. Cultivators regarded the four seas as their home, but it could also be said that they had no home. If Xianxi knew that he could be buried in his homeland after his death, he might be able to rest in peace. In the Sinister Sparrow sect, there were still 120,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators, 6 Life Immortal Realm cultivators and 1 Duzhen Realm cultivator. The only Duzhen Realm cultivator was the sect master of the Sinister Sparrow sect, Jianyang, who was at the early Duzhen Realm. Jianyang was Xianxi's daughter. She was the descendant of Xianxi before he was banished to the lower world. At that time, Xianxi was a true immortal of the Duzhen realm. As a true immortal, it was very difficult for him to conceive a child. However, Xianxi always had a way to do things that ordinary people could not imagine. He seemed to be angry with the Four Majestic sect. "Didn't you want to banish me to the lower world? Alright, I can go to the lower world to have some fun. However, I want to leave a descendant in the upper world to help me guard the sect." Hence, Xianxi really left a daughter in the upper world and asked his subordinates to take care of her. Then, he went to the rain world. In the main hall of the sect master, Jianyang was holding the window and looking at the waves outside. She looked at the endless rain on the ocean surface. Her beautiful face was filled with bitterness. Even though she looked around 17 or 18 years old, she had already passed the stage of being a sentimental girl. She was already an old monster with a skeletal age of 5 million years. Logically speaking, it was very difficult for an early Duzhen realm cultivator to live for such a long time. Fortunately, she had many secret medicines that could prolong her life and secret treasures that could block the heavenly tribulation left behind by her father. That was how she managed to survive until today. However, she was still touched by the rain outside the window. It was because the rain on this ocean contained the rain intent left behind by her father. But why was the rain intent left behind by her father so sorrowful? "When I was just born, my father was banished to the lower world. Hence, I did not see my father once throughout my childhood. When my father returned to the northern heaven, I was already a void refinement realm cultivator who was 2,000 years old. I no longer knew how to be like a little girl and throw myself into my father's arms. Ever since my father returned from the rain world, he had been in seclusion and cultivating diligently. He said that he wanted to reach the peak of the second step as soon as possible so that those who looked down on him would shut their mouths. He was so busy that he did not have time to care about me. He did not have much time to guide me in my cultivation. The occasional guidance he gave me was because I was too stupid and could not comprehend much from it. As a result, my cultivation speed was always very slow. At that time, my father did not care much about me. However, I knew that I was in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have barged into the headquarters of the Four Meridian sect and demanded justice from the ancient emperor of Tongtian just because someone bullied me. However, ever since my father returned from the wilderness, everything changed. He no longer cared about the sect, the disciples, or me. It was as if he was living in his own world, always wandering around and never knowing where he went. In the end, he died in the wilderness. That's right, I'm not sure if it's true or not. Ever since my father returned from the desolate world, the rain on this ocean has been tainted with a trace of sorrow. I know that my father did not deliberately ignore me. Something must have happened to my father. Otherwise, his rain intent would not be filled with unspeakable sorrow. Father, do you know? Without you, it's really difficult for little Jiao to support the sinister sparrow sect alone. Kei Jionyang was talking to herself, as though she was talking to the wind outside the window, as though she was talking to the rain on the sea, and also as though she was talking to her father who would never return. Suddenly, a gust of rain blew on Kei Jionyang's face along with the wind outside the window. It's windy again, Kei Jionyang sighed and closed the window. Then, she turned around. Then, she was shocked. Unknowingly, a white-robed young man was standing behind her. Senior, who are you? Why did you trespass into the main hall of the sect master of the sinister sparrow sect? Although Kei Jionyang's talent was not good, she was not a fool. Since the other party could ignore the restriction of the sect master's hall and enter directly, he must have at least abandoned his cultivation base. She was not a match for him, and the sinister sparrow sect that had lost Xianxia could not afford to offend him. Are you called Little Jiao? Don't be afraid. Little Jiao, I'm an old friend of your father. Today, I'm here to deliver something and take something. When Ning Fan heard her calling herself Little Jiao, he thought that her name was Little Jiao. That was why he called her that. I am not Little Jiao. I'm... Kei Jionyang wanted to explain her name. However, after thinking for a while, she thought that if the other party was really an old friend of her father, he should be considered as a senior. It did not seem inappropriate for a senior to call a junior Little Jiao. Forget it. It's fine for senior to call me Little Jiao. Senior, are you really an old friend of my father? May I know how to address you, senior? Kei Jionyang asked curiously. Her father was a loner and arrogant person. He rarely made friends. When he returned from the desolate mountain, he did not make friends with anyone. Therefore, when Ning Fan claimed to be an old friend of Xianxia, she was really surprised. However, she did not suspect that he was lying. What value did the current sinister sparrow sect have that would make a senior who was above the realm of Xianxia go against his Dao heart and lie? My surname is Ning. You can call me Senior Ning. Ning Fan said with a smile. Your surname is Ning? I've never heard of you before. Many years ago, I received your father's kindness. However, the first time I met him was during the great calamity of the desolate mountain. It's not strange that you have never heard of me. What? Senior and my father met during the great calamity of the desolate mountain? Kei Jionyang's heart ached and her eyes turned red. She could vaguely guess what Ning Fan was going to deliver to the sinister sparrow sect. It was probably her father's belongings. Senior, are you here to deliver my father's belongings? Yes and no. I'm here to deliver your father's ashes. What? Ashes? Looking at the ashes that Ning Fan took out from his storage pouch and sensing her father's qi, which was exactly the same as her father's, Kei Jionyang's tears finally fell. She received the ashes. Her heart was filled with sorrow and complicated emotions. Logically speaking, it was a kind of fortune for Xianxia to be able to return to his hometown after his death. However, Kei Jionyang could not bring herself to feel happy. Even when her father's life plate was broken, she still had a sliver of hope that it was a misjudgment of the heavenly Tao. After all, even though there were not many cases of life plates breaking by mistake in the cultivation world, it was not unheard of. However, when she really saw the ashes, she knew that she had to face the reality. Father is really gone. He will never come back. Senior Ning, I will never forget your great kindness for the rest of my life. By the way, Senior Ning just said that you want to take something from my sinister sparrow sect. Senior has done me a great favor. If Senior takes a fancy to anything in sinister sparrow sect, you can just take it. I won't say a word. Kei Jionyang wiped her tears and said gratefully. No. You're wrong. Me sending your father back and me wanting to take something are two different things. I sent your father back out of my own free will. As for taking something away, I have no choice but to do so. Of course, I will give you some compensation for taking it away. Senior, I don't need any compensation. You've done me a great favor. Kei Jionyang refused stubbornly. All right. I don't dare to refuse a gift from an elder. If I want to give you something, just accept it. Ning Fan patted Kei Jionyang's head as if he was patting a child. However, compared to Kei Jionyang, who had a bone age of 5 million years, Ning Fan was just a child. However, in the cultivation world, seniority was always determined by one's strength. Currently, even if Ning Fan meets old monster Xianxia, he would still be qualified to be his senior. Thus, it was not a loss for Kei Jionyang to address Ning Fan as her senior. However, Kei Jionyang still blushed. She had never been touched by any man so intimately before. Even her father had never patted her head before. It was because her father was always so busy that he did not have the time to care about her. Ning Fan's action of patting the head of a junior actually made her feel a trace of concern from an elder that she had been longing for a long time. Senior Ning. Ah no, Uncle Ning. What do you want from Sinister Sparrow Sect? I can bring you to it. Kei Jionyang was filled with joy. She also felt a little closer to Ning Fan and even addressed him as uncle. Ning Fan was a little speechless. He had lived for so long, but he had never been addressed as uncle before. Forget it. Old man Qianyang even called him elder brother before. Uncle it is. It's just a form of address. What's the big deal about it? I want a secret technique. Oh. Then I will bring Uncle Ning to the scripture depository of my sect. Kei Jionyang said politely. Thus, under the shocked gazes of the disciples of Sinister Sparrow Sect, Kei Jionyang, who had never been close to men, actually brought an unfamiliar young man into the scripture depository of the sect. Countless people were guessing Ning Fan's identity. Could he be the lover of the sect master? However, as Ning Fan had asked Kei Jionyang not to reveal his identity, Kei Jionyang did not tell anyone who Ning Fan was. If anyone asked this question, she would give them a piercing glare, scaring the disciples into silence. He must be the lover of the sect master. Those disciples were even more convinced of this matter. In the scripture depository, Kei Jionyang dismissed the guarding cultivators and brought Ning Fan to choose some ancient books. Initially, she thought that Ning Fan was here to choose some profound ancient book. Who would have thought that Ning Fan would choose a useless book, multi-layered soul sealing technique? This was an extremely shallow ancient book of divine ability. No one, including Kei Xianxia, had ever successfully cultivated this divine ability. It was because the record of the multi-layered soul sealing technique was too simple. There were only 10 sentences in it. Those who cultivated the technique could only know the brief information of the technique. Cultivation requirement: possess at least 3 types of bloodlines. Cultivation procedure: divide the bloodline into 3 parts, seal 2 and retain 1. As for how to divide the bloodline into 3 parts, seal 2 and retain 1, the ancient book only recorded a simple sealing technique but nothing else. The sealing technique didn't seem to be very profound. Even a spirit-severing cultivator would be able to learn it after taking a few glances at it. However, the sealing technique didn't seem to be of any use when using it. What was more troublesome was that although the multi-layered soul sealing technique indicated that one must possess at least 3 types of bloodlines to cultivate it, it didn't specify what kind of bloodline one must possess or what kind of cultivation effect one would have after successfully cultivating it. When Kei Xianxia obtained this ancient book in the past, he could vaguely tell that this book was extraordinary. However, the information recorded in this book was too little. No matter how high Kei Xianxia's comprehension ability was, he didn't know where to start cultivating this technique. Moreover, he was worried that this technique was too incomplete. If he cultivated it rashly, there might be hidden dangers. In the end, he gave up on cultivating this technique. If even Kei Xianxia couldn't cultivate it, it was even more impossible for ordinary disciples of Sinister Sparrow Sect to cultivate it. As a result, the multi-layered soul sealing technique that no one could cultivate successfully became a useless book. It was left in a corner and no one cared about it. Kei Jionyang would never have thought that Ning Fan would ask for such a book. She said worriedly, "Uncle Ning, it's better not to cultivate this book recklessly. Father has said that this book is incomplete and we don't know what kind of effect it will have after cultivating it. Too many unknowns mean too many hidden dangers. If something happens to Uncle Ning because of cultivating this book, little Jo will feel guilty for the rest of her life. Hee hee. Don't worry, little Jo. This technique won't harm my life. On the contrary, if I want to live, I might have to rely on this book. Ning Fan laughed and patted Ke Jionyang's head. It was probably because Ke Jionyang was too short and small that Ning Fan unconsciously treated her as a child. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would want to pat her head. He kept the multi-layered soul sealing technique properly. Now wasn't the right time to study this technique. He trusted Nalanzi's 3 lives divination very much. Although no one could cultivate this technique, it didn't mean that it was trash. Uncle Ning, don't keep patting my head. It's not good. Ke Jionyang protested weakly. Alright. I won't pat you anymore in the future. Hee hee. Let's go. Since I've taken this book away, I should give you some compensation. No. There's no need for that. Uncle sent my father home just to take away a useless book. How can I dare to accept your compensation? Oh? Don't you want to break through to shedding void one day and go further on the path of cultivation? Ning Fan said with a smile. What? The thing that Uncle wants to give me can give me hope to shedding void? Ke Jionyang was stunned. Her innate talent was so poor. She had only reached the true crossing realm after 5 million years and she had to rely on various heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures that her father had left behind. Could she really shedding void with such a stupid innate talent? She was very doubtful and lacked confidence. Innate talent isn't the most decisive factor that affects a person's achievements. Ning Fan wanted to comfort Ke Jionyang about her innate talent. However, as soon as he said those words, he felt that it was inappropriate and stopped himself. Xianxia was a person with outstanding innate talent. When others ridiculed him, they would often use the same words that Ning Fan had said just now. To Ke Jionyang, these words might not be comforting. Instead, they would hurt her. Actually, I feel that your innate talent is quite outstanding. It's just that you lack the guidance of a good teacher. Moreover, you've been staying in the Sinister Sparrow sect all year round to deal with the mundane affairs. You have no time to go out and travel around to increase your experience. That's why your progress is so slow. Ning Fan changed his way of saying it. Uncle, please don't joke with me. Little Joe's innate talent is very poor. It's not outstanding at all, hee hee. I heard you talking to yourself just now. You mentioned that you can sense a trace of sadness in the rain intent of this vast ocean. Is that true? Why yes. When Ke Jionyang realized that Ning Fan had actually eavesdropped all of her words, she could not help but blush. Do you know that among the 1 million Northern Heaven Rain cultivators, there are less than 5 people who can sense this trace of sadness? Your understanding of the divine intent is naturally higher than ordinary people. You're very similar to your father in this aspect. This is your advantage. You must learn to make use of it. Only then can you have a chance to break through to the renunciation realm. What? Among 1 million people, there are less than 5 people who can sense this trace of sadness? Am I that amazing? Ke Jionyang said in disbelief. That's why I said that you just lack the guidance of a good teacher. If your father didn't die 5 million years ago, perhaps you would have already renounced everything. My father died 5 million years ago? What are you talking about, Uncle? I don't really understand. It's nothing. I'll bring you to watch the rain. Ah? Watch the rain? No need. I've been watching the rain every day and I've long gotten tired of it. Ke Jionyang rejected him. The rain that I bring you to watch is different from the rain that you see on your own. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve. In an instant, the two of them were no longer in the scripture depository but somewhere in the endless sea of stars. Ke Jionyang was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. No matter what, she was still a Duzhen cultivator. However, she could not even see Ning Fan's movements clearly and she had already been brought to a great distance away by him. While they were moving, their extreme speed had far surpassed the speed of the renunciation realm. It was even faster than the speed of some of the Northern Heaven's broken thoughts that Ke Jionyang had seen before. Could uncle be an ancient immortal venerable? Father actually has such a strong friend. This is just unbelievable. Jionyang really wanted to ask about Ning Fan's cultivation base. However, she was afraid that it would be a taboo. Thus, she hesitated and did not dare to ask. Ning Fan could see through Jionyang's doubts. However, he did not intend to expose his cultivation base. The current him only wanted to watch the rain. He wanted to bring the daughter of his old friend to watch the rain and return the favor of Xianxia, who had imparted the Tao to him in the past. This was not only beneficial to Jionyang but also to Ning Fan himself. According to Taoist Musong's understanding, there were 3 methods to open one's eyes. One was the heartless method, the other was the sovereign Tao fruit method, and the last one was the eyes-opening method. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have discovered another sovereign Tao fruit method. Somehow, his current state of mind had triggered the sublimation of the yin and yang of rain. If it reaches its peak, it would be the sovereign Tao fruit method. When he was young, he heard about Xianxia's enlightenment in the Dark Sparrow sect's Dark Sparrow grave in the rain world. Today, he brought Xianxia's daughter here to watch the rain. What he wanted to see was not the rain but himself in the past. It was the perfection of the rain. When you were walking on the road, it suddenly rained. You would complain that the rain came too suddenly, but you actually knew that it would always rain. Therefore, it was hard to say whether the rain was sudden or on time. Life was like rain. You did not know if meeting someone at this moment was a coincidence or was it destined. Perhaps there was no difference between the two. Uncle, are you going to impart me the Tao of rain? Jionyang asked weakly. After knowing Ning Fan's unfathomable cultivation base, if she could not even see through such a simple thing, she really did not need to cultivate the Tao anymore. Ning Fan nodded and said, "Show me your rain intent." Yes. Jionyang took a deep breath to calm herself down. Then, she showed Ning Fan the rain intent that she had comprehended in her life. Being born in the sinister Sparrow sect in the ancient Rainstar Sea where it rained all year round, Jionyang was a rain cultivator just like most of the disciples of the sinister Sparrow sect in the upper world. Even though they were all rain cultivators, the rain that each of them comprehended was different. It was just like how none of the millions of raindrops in the world were exactly the same. The rain intent that Jionyang comprehended was a kind of rain of longing. The sound of the parasol tree leaves and the sound of autumn. A little banana leaves and a little worry. After the third night, the falling lantern flower chest was not collected. The worries of the 2 old men of Jiangnan were all in their hearts. I see. When you were young, Senior Xianxia wasn't by your side. That's why your rain intent contained a kind of longing. Longing for your old father who was far away in the lower world. This is very good. Even though there are different grades of divine intent, there is no difference in grade. Your divine intent is your heart. It has integrated your emotions and emotions. Just this point alone has made you much better than the millions of people who imitate other people's rain intent. Ning Fan nodded slightly and praised. I am not as powerful as you described me to be. I'm just used to watching the rain every day and waiting for my father to return. As time went by, my rain intent was successfully cultivated when I wasn't paying attention. Jionyang rarely received praise from her elders. For a moment, she blushed a little. Inadvertently, you have already cultivated the rain intent. It seems that your aptitude is even higher than I imagined. In a silent place, the Tao is naturally in the heart. There are countless immortals and Buddhas in the world who have been painstakingly seeking the great freedom of the Tao technique. However, none of them could attain it. They are not as good as you. When they have the desire to seek Tao in their hearts, the more they yearn for it, the further they are from the great freedom. Little Jo is slow-witted. She doesn't understand these things. Jionyang blushed with shame. She did not understand what the great freedom Tao art that Ning Fan mentioned was at all. She was really stupid. If you don't understand, then forget it. Your strength is that you don't understand, that you are ignorant. Because you are a blank piece of paper, you are closer to the Tao. Initially, I wanted to impart the insights of Senior Xianxia to you, but now I've changed my mind. Your rain intent should not be sculpted by me, nor should it be interfered with by Senior Xianxia's rain intent. You are you. You are born to be a complete circle. You only need to follow this circle and slowly hone yourself. One day, your achievements will surpass all the cultivators of the Age of Chaos. But I am different. I need to draw my own circle step by step. Ke Jionyang could not understand Ning Fan's words. Ke Jionyang could not understand Ning Fan's eyes at all. Ning Fan's eyes fell upon the rain. His heart, however, had returned to the boundless past. He had returned to the days when it rained in the Dark Sparrow's grave. From the Dark Sparrow's grave to the Sinister Sparrow sect and then back to the Dark Sparrow's grave from the Sinister Sparrow sect. This was not the completion of Ning Fan's life as a Tao cultivator. It was just a completion of his rain intent, a reincarnation. The completion of this rain intent was only half completed. What he knew was just a semicircle. Ordinary people would not be able to see this semicircle. However, Ning Fan had experienced too much and comprehended too many things. Thus, he could see this semicircle. Little Jiao, wait for me for a while. Later, I will bring you to see the real rain. The yin-yang star on Ning Fan's glabella flickered. An unimaginably massive Tao law of rain emerged in his eyes. Oh, Ke Jionyang answered weakly. She did not even hear what Ning Fan said at all. She was already shocked by Ning Fan's current eyes. She seemed to have seen countless torrential downpours in Ning Fan's eyes. Those were Ning Fan's experiences of life and death. At the same time, she seemed to have seen countless misty raindrops in Jiangnan. Those were all the warmth that Ning Fan had experienced in his life. She seemed to have seen Ning Fan's bloody life from his eyes. At the same time, it also felt like she was looking at an ordinary young master who was going on a trip with a beauty. It was an indescribable kind of gaze. Ke Jionyang did not know that only those who had comprehended the Tao Lord realm through a complete method could have such a gaze. The past was like a tide. All of Ning Fan's comprehension of the rain in his life were recalled at this moment. Ning Fan closed his eyes. It was as if he had returned to the rain world and the Dark Sparrow's grave. It was as if he could hear the comprehension of Xianxia that was close to his ears yet far away. Rain is born in the sky and dies on the earth. The process of flowing in between is the life of rain. The sky is divided into 4 oceans and the earth is divided into 9 worlds. In the middle of the world is the rain world where it rains incessantly. The rain is born in the sky and dies on the earth. The reason why the rain dies is not because of the death of the body but the death of the heart. Its body will turn into clouds and return to the heavens. However, its heart will shatter when it falls into the mortal world. When the shattered raindrops condense again, will it still be the same person? A rain consists of billions of raindrops. Although they look the same, each of them has its own unique charm. Although the body is the same, the Tao is ultimately different. Slash away the billions of raindrops and transform them into a Tao enlightenment. When the rain doesn't come, there will be momentum. When the mountain doesn't move, there will be momentum. A hidden dragon in the abyss has the momentum to soar. A green insect spinning a cocoon has the momentum to transform into a butterfly. Human kings don't kill, there will be the momentum to submit. When the heaven and earth don't fight, there will be the momentum to overturn. When the Tao is cultivated to the end, there will only be solitude. Relatives may still be grieving, but others have already sung. What's the point of dying? Leave your body to the same mountain. This solitude is like the rain that won't disperse, like autumn, messing up the heart. But without this process of solitude, the Tao can't be cultivated. The rain isn't lonely, but my heart is lonely. Then, the rain is also lonely. This is the divine intent of rain. What is rain? I can turn my hand into clouds and turn my hand into rain. Kill with your heart, turn your killing into swords, turn your swords into rain and kill with rain. Thunder will appear on the flat ground, the sky will rain and I will kill. I want this rain to be born on the earth and fight against the heavens so that I can live forever. If I want you to reign, you will have to reign. This is an order. Ning Fan closed his eyes. He lifted his finger and drew a line in midair. As he drew the line, an incredible scene suddenly appeared in the entire ancient rain star ocean. The raindrops on the surface of the sea seemed to have frozen and stopped between the sea and the sky. Ke Jionyang was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. At this moment, all the rain cultivators and cultivators of Sinister Sparrow sect who came to cultivate in this star ocean were amazed by the changes between the sea and the sky. Is there a cultivator with great divine ability who is comprehending the divine intent of rain here? One should know that this star ocean is almost as big as a mid-grade star region. To be able to stop the rain in an ocean with just a single thought, this person must be at least a late shedding void realm expert. No, he must be an old monster at the peak shedding void realm. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky and the rain, hoping to personally observe this unknown senior display his divine ability. They hoped that they could gain great enlightenment and fortune from it. Ning Fan did not care about what was happening in his surroundings at all. He only focused on drawing his own semicircle of rain. More memories emerged in his mind. He seemed to have returned to the year when he cultivated the rain technique. It was as if he had become the infamous marquis white robe of the rain world again. When white robes appear, everyone in the world would wear white mourning cloaks. He felt like he had returned to the rain ancestors' 4 tests of heaven and earth, as if he was undergoing the rain ancestors' trial once again. There is rain in the 9 heavens. My divine sense is connected to a world. The clouds are my eyes and the rain is my divine sense. Heaven and earth are fused into my heart. This is the heaven-peaking rain. What I am drinking is not wine but rain. Ning Fan had already drawn a quarter of the semicircle. At this moment, the rain intent on the surface of the sea began to sublimate and turn into traces of Tao sense. It was Ning Fan's divine sense. It was as if every drop of rain had become Ning Fan's Tao sense itself. This scene was very similar to the heaven-peaking rain technique. However, there were also some differences. The difference was that these rain intents were not used to sense things. Instead, they were used to kill. The strength of the Tao sense carried by each drop of rain was enough to suppress a life-immortal realm cultivator to death. Upon seeing this scene, the entire ancient rain star ocean was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. Those cultivators who were observing the rain initially thought that the person who was comprehending the Tao sense on the surface of the sea had the cultivation base of shedding emptiness. However, it seemed like this person was obviously not shedding emptiness but broken sense. Besides, it was not an ordinary broken sense. It was the kind of broken sense that had been cultivated to the late or peak stage. The Tao would be born with just a single thought. It was extremely terrifying. It's senior broken sense. We are lucky enough to observe senior broken sense's comprehension. If we can comprehend even a little bit of it, it will be a boundless fortune. Fortune? Let's worry about our own safety first. Every single drop of rain on this ocean has become the Tao intent of that mysterious senior. If he's vicious and merciless, he only needs to send down this rain of Tao intent, and I'm afraid many of us will be directly killed by this rain. Hee hee. You've really become stupid after cultivating the Tao. This is the northern heaven, alright? It's not the eastern heaven. Which senior or old monster would risk the heavenly law to kill the innocent? You and I just need to feel at ease and comprehend this heaven-sent opportunity. That makes sense. The higher the cultivation base of a cultivator, the more they would not dare to violate the heavenly law. Ning Fan continued to trace back. He seemed to have returned to the days when he joined the slaughter palace. It was as if he had experienced the Tao seeking of the Northern Dipper again. It was as if he had entered the desolate land again and killed everyone. It was as if he had barged into the supreme pill sacred region again and became enemies with a world. He extracted the comprehension of rain from his experience and fused it with his fingertip. Then, he drew it in the rain. The rain sense on the sea sublimated again and turned into the powerful Tao law of rain. In the Tao law of rain, there was a trace of palm realm power that was sublimating and approaching perfection. It's actually the power of Tao law. It's not broken sense. This mysterious senior is not a broken sense but an immortal venerate. No, an immortal king. I don't understand. I don't understand what this senior is trying to comprehend at all. I don't understand. I've never seen such a strange and unpredictable rain before. Countless rain cultivators were shocked by the scene. In the midst of their astonishment, Ning Fan drew a semicircle of rain in midair. The starting point was the rain of the rain world's dark sparrow grave and the ending point was the rain of the northern heaven sinister sparrow sect. At the very least, with the last stroke, this semicircle could be considered to have been completed. Ning Fan only needed the last stroke to raise the power of the yin-yang rain to the middle realm of Palm Realm. Then, he would be considered as a true Palm Realm rain cultivator. However, it was extremely difficult to complete the last stroke. This was Ning Fan's first time trying to achieve perfection. It was not strange that he could not succeed on his first try. After trying for a few times, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. He withdrew his hand and wiped the semicircle that he had drawn from the world. Then, he sighed. It's really impossible to break through to the palm realm of rain in one try. However, after this enlightenment, my yin-yang rain power has already reached the critical point of the palm realm. I'm only one step away from attaining the palm realm. This last step can't be forcefully broken through by relying on manpower and material resources. Instead, I have to wait for a life and death crisis or some kind of coincidental epiphany. I didn't expect that I could actually comprehend the palm realm perfection technique after coming to the Northern Heaven Sinister Sparrow sect. If I draw the last stroke of the semicircle, I will be able to attain the middle realm of palm realm. If I draw the complete semicircle, I will be able to attain the perfect realm of rain intent and attain the grand completion realm of palm realm. Ning Fan dispersed his will and the rain in the entire starry sea returned to normal. Kei Jionyang was still immersed in Ning Fan's massive Tao law of rain. She could not extricate herself from it and could not wake up. She seemed to be intoxicated and lost. Little Jiao, wake up. When Ning Fan woke her up from her daze, only then did she realize how rude she was at this moment. I'm sorry, uncle. Little Jiao was a little absent-minded. I didn't hear you calling me. Kei Jionyang said with a red face. Don't be confused by the power of my Tao law. What I want to show you is not these. As long as your cultivation base reaches a certain level, you will naturally be able to grasp the Tao law. What I want to show you is something else. No, it's not just to show you. If it's before I gained enlightenment, I could probably only show you with your eyes. Now, however, I can do more. I can turn you into wind and rain. Ning Fan held Kei Jionyang's hand, causing her face to turn even redder. However, Ning Fan did not have any distracting thoughts and Kei Jionyang also did not have those kind of romantic thoughts. When Ning Fan held her hand, she only felt warmth. She only felt that she was being held by an elder. Her father had never held her hand before. She often fantasized about how it felt to be a little girl from a mortal family who was held by her father's hand when they went to the streets to buy candy. Now, she understood. It was probably the feeling she was experiencing right now, turning into rain. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, he turned into a cloud of qi with Kei Jionyang at the next moment and rose into the sky. Then, he turned into raindrops and fell on the surface of the sea. Kei Jionyang was completely stunned. She knew about void fragmentation realm transformation technique. It allowed a cultivator to transform into all living things. It was an extremely high-level transformation technique. If Ning Fan only turned her into rain, she would definitely not be this shocked. However, it was different now. She really turned into rain. Her cultivation base that she had accumulated in her entire life had vanished. She lost her body and the qualification to turn into a human again. She lost her spirit sense and language. She was just rain. She really turned into rain. Hence, for the next half a month, she turned into rain and went back and forth between the sea and the sky of the starry sea. Sometimes, she would turn into rain and fall on the surface of the sea. Sometimes, she would turn into clouds and return to the sky. Rain's perception of time was different from humans. To humans, the time it took for rain to fall from the sky to the sea was just tens of breaths. To the rain, it was a very long life. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan did not give any advice to Kei Jionyang nor did he directly impart his rain intent to her. He only gave her a chance to turn into rain. In just half a month, he helped Kei Jionyang experience the life of rain for tens of times. Half a month later, Ning Fan removed the power of the rain seat and turned Kei Jionyang back into a human. Kei Jionyang, who had turned back into a human, had already forgotten the fact that she was once a human after experiencing the life of rain for tens of times. Thus, after she turned back into a human, she did an extremely stupid thing. She took off her clothes and jumped into the sea from midair with a splash. Like a drop of rain, she fell into the sea. Then, she leaped out of the sea like a mermaid and flew towards the sky, trying to return to the layer of clouds and jump again. She still thought that she was rain. She completely did not realize that she was a human. Little Jiao, wake up. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. He could see that Kei Jionyang had obtained a huge comprehension of the rain intent in the past half a month. She could even forget herself and truly turn into rain from the depths of her heart. The high aptitude of this lady made him speechless. Should he say that she was indeed worthy of being the daughter of Xianxia? However, this woman was too muddle-headed. She would fly around naked and the scene made Ning Fan feel awkward. However, Ning Fan was a person who had seen too many beauties. He would not simply have thoughts about a little girl's body. After scolding her a few times, he woke Ke Jionyang up. Then, Ke Jionyang woke up from the wondrous comprehension of turning into rain. She then put on her clothes again while crying. She was crying because she was too unbearable to actually do such a thing in front of Uncle Ning. She was simply too ashamed to show her face. Alright, don't cry anymore. Uncle didn't see anything. Ning Fan comforted her. Really? Ke Jionyang wiped her tears and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She actually believed Ning Fan's words. Really? Ning Fan was speechless. This lady was really gullible. Her IQ and EQ were comparable to Jihe's team. Oh, then I'm relieved. After feeling shy, Ke Jionyang was surprised to find that her body had undergone a huge change. Her cultivation level did not change. However, the rain intent in her body had actually increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, she had actually cultivated the Tao sense of rain at the crossing truth realm. Tao sense was the power of the thought-breaking realm. She had actually mastered it at the early crossing truth realm. At the same time, the bottleneck of the crossing truth realm seemed to have loosened a lot. Ke Jionyang felt that if she goes into seclusion right now, she would be able to break through the bottleneck of the mid-crossing truth realm which she had been stuck in for many years. Thank you for passing on the Tao to me, uncle. Ke Jionyang was extremely grateful. What are you thanking me for? If your aptitude is not enough, even if I give you the opportunity to turn into rain, you won't be able to get too many benefits from it. Your aptitude is really high. Uncle is praising me again. Ke Jionyang said modestly, but inwardly, she was very happy. She had never experienced the care and concern of an elder before. She had never been praised by an elder. Ning Fan was the first. Every time he praised her, she would find the things that she lacked in her childhood. Alright. I have given you all the things that I wanted to give you. I still have some matters to attend to. I won't stay here for long. Don't tell anyone about our meeting. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can crush this jade token and ask me for help. The jade token was condensed from Ning Fan's spirit sense. It contained the rain sense of Ning Fan, who had reached the critical point of the sovereign realm. As long as Ning Fan was still in Northern Heaven, he would be able to sense the jade token no matter where he was. Are you leaving now, uncle? Ke Jionyang really wanted to ask Ning Fan to stay. However, she could tell that Ning Fan had a lot of matters to attend to. It was impossible for him to stay by her side. Keep these pills. They will be very beneficial for you to break through to the mid-crossing truth realm. Ning Fan reached out his hand, wanting to pat Ke Jionyang's head out of habit. However, when he recalled Ke Jionyang's protest just now, his hand stopped in mid-air. Then, Ke Jionyang blushed and brought her head to Ning Fan's hand. Ning Fan was startled. Then, he burst into laughter and left after patting Ke Jionyang's head. This lady has already acknowledged me as her elder from the bottom of her heart, huh? After laughing, Ning Fan became silent again. He left a recording jade slip in the storage pouch that he gave to Ke Jionyang. There were some messages recorded in the jade slip. Ning Fan did not intend to hide the fact that Xianxia had been possessed from Ke Jionyang. I wonder how this woman will feel when she finds out the truth of the matter. A long time after Ning Fan had left, Ke Jionyang was still standing on the ocean in the rain, staring blankly at the direction where Ning Fan had left. It was not easy to have a senior who cared about me, but he left again. Ke Jionyang let out a faint sigh and returned to the sect. Only when she returned to the sect did she have the leisure to look through the storage pouch that Ning Fan had given her. After reading it, she was so touched that she burst into tears. The pills that Ning Fan left behind were not only enough to help her cultivate to the mid-crossing truth realm but also enough to cultivate all the way to the shedding void realm. In addition to that, there were also some insights that Ning Fan had gained when he was in the crossing truth realm. These insights were of great help to Ke Jionyang. In her entire life, it was the first time that Ke Jionyang was treated so kindly by someone other than her father. How could she not be touched? After feeling touched, Kei Jionyang suddenly found an unusual jade slip. She opened the jade slip. She listened to the recording inside it. Then, with tears streaming down her face, she put down the storage pouch and held her father's ashes. She finally knew the truth. She finally understood why her father had such a huge change after returning from the desolate mountain. It turned out that her father had died a long time ago. He had been dead for so many years. However, she actually did not know, "Father. Little Joe misses you." As soon as Ning Fan returned to the Black Devil sect, he saw Han Shichi standing outside his cave residence in the desolate mountain anxiously. "Fellow Taoist Ning, so you went out. I thought something happened to you in the desolate mountain. I almost dug 3 feet deep to find your remains." When Han Shichi saw that Ning Fan had returned safely, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, his expression darkened and he said angrily, "Fellow Taoist, you actually didn't tell me when you went out. I have always been worried that something happened to you while you were in seclusion in the desolate mountain. If you disappear for no reason, those who don't know would think that you have been burned to ashes by the earth-fire elemental power. Next time you go out, you must tell me. Don't make me worry for nothing." This Han Shichi was quite hot-tempered. However, it was rare that Ning Fan did not get angry because he could feel that this Han Shichi was really warm-hearted and was really worried about him. "I'm sorry for making fellow Taoist worry. Next time I go out, I will inform fellow Taoist," Ning Fan said apologetically. Alright. It's good that fellow Taoist is fine. I am an impatient person. I will say whatever I want to say. It was just an unintentional remark. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to apologize for such a small matter. By the way, the reason why I came here this time is not only to check on your safety, but also to tell you something. 3 months later, the Northern Heaven Sect's competition will officially begin. The first competition is a regional battle. At that time, my Black Devil sect will have to fight against more than 100 sects in the surrounding star regions. You should also prepare yourself. If you need pills or magic treasures, you can just tell me. I will bring you to the sect storehouse to get them. After sending Han Shichi off, Ning Fan returned to his cave residence. He used the earth escape art and entered the secret chamber of the sect master in the belly of the desolate mountain. Compared to the Northern Heaven sect's competition, Ning Fan was more worried about the hidden danger of the immeasurable pill. He had already obtained the multi-layered soul sealing technique. Next, it was time to remove the hidden danger in his body. Fortunately, most of the immeasurable pills he consumed in the eastern boundary river were obtained from the Little Mountain World. Unfortunately, he had consumed quite a number of measureless hidden dangers pills. After studying it repeatedly, Ning Fan found out that this multi-layered soul sealing technique was actually a secret technique that could only be practiced by cultivators who possessed the ancient divine, ancient demon, and ancient devil bloodlines. It was a type of sealing technique. The sealing technique was very simple. Basically, spirit-severing realm cultivators could learn it with just a glance. However, the Great Tao was always simple. In this world, the simpler something was, the more peculiar and extraordinary it was. After studying it for more than 10 days, Ning Fan shockingly found out that this sealing technique was actually extremely profound and unfathomable. The reason why those who had seen this technique felt that it was simple was because what they saw was only the yang seal that was exposed on the outside. In fact, this technique also contained an extremely terrifying yin seal. Even with his current strength, he could only vaguely see the existence of the yin seal. It was not strange that Xianxia and the disciples of Sinister Sparrow sect could not see the existence of the yin seal. In the following days, Ning Fan tried to cultivate this technique. Once he started cultivating it, he actually discovered that there was a hidden danger in his cultivation base. With the help of this technique, Ning Fan actually forced out small grains that were the size of rice from the depths of his magic power. These things that looked like rice seemed to be real and illusory at the same time. It was impossible to touch them with one's hands. Once they are forced out of his body, they would immediately dissipate. At first, Ning Fan thought that the rice in the depths of his magic power was the leftover from eating the spirit-recovering rice. However, the truth was not like that. After buying some ancient books from the ancient country trading formation, Ning Fan found out the true name of this item. Tao nurturing immortal grain. There was a sect in the true world that used the human body as soil to nurture the Tao and grow immortal grain. The immortal grain could not leave the body. Once it leaves the body, it would turn into ashes. Therefore, when the immortal grain matures, the cultivator who was used as soil would be eaten together with the immortal grain in his body. This method of nurturing the Tao was extremely cruel. It completely treated the person being nurtured as livestock. Who is it? Who dares to raise us, the descendants of the Purple Dipper sect, like livestock? Did Divine Master Nangong in the past think that he had reached the standard of the immortal grain maturing? Ning Fan was shocked. For the first time, he felt that the world that immortal sovereign Zido left for the descendants of Purple Dough was not safe at all. Instead, it was filled with danger. Who was the person who used all the descendants of Purple Dough as soil to nurture the Tao? Could it be the great enemy of Zido immortal domain in the past? The multi-layered soul sealing technique was a type of sealing technique. The target of the technique was not the enemy but the user. The yang sealing technique of this technique had very simple changes. Any divine transformation realm cultivator would be able to understand the changes of the technique. However, the yin seal of this technique was unimaginably complicated. Even Ning Fan could only roughly tell that the technique used in the yin seal was a fusion technique. The content of the technique was like hundreds of mazes that intertwined with each other. Each of the mazes had millions of forks and each of the forks had tens of thousands of traps. This was not a sealing technique that ordinary people could understand. Even someone as strong as Ning Fan could only understand the surface of this technique. It was too difficult for him to fully understand it. The person who created this technique had combined tens of thousands of sealing techniques of the divine, demon, and devil races together to create the multi-layered soul sealing technique. The technique needed to absorb the power of the divine, demon, and devil races at the same time in order to operate normally. Therefore, only those who cultivated the divine, demon, and devil bloodlines could use this technique normally. The cultivation world was full of cunning and schemes. No one could avoid being targeted by others for their entire life. Even someone as lucky as Ning Fan had been schemed against by others along the way. As soon as he was born, he was schemed against by Great Emperor Luck Master. When he first cultivated the ancient devil path, he was schemed against by Great Emperor Mo Luo. When he went to the desolate world, he was schemed against by old ancestor In Mo. After finally attaining the immortal king realm with much difficulty, Ning Fan was left speechless when he realized that he had actually been tricked again. Without realizing it, he was raised like a livestock and his body became the soil for the down-nourishing immortal grain to grow. Not all schemes could be avoided. If one could not avoid it, one could only face it bravely and try to solve it. Even though the down-nourishing immortal grain was powerful, it was not impossible to deal with it. The person who created the multi-layered soul sealing technique seemed to have been schemed against by a down-nourishing immortal grain. In order to defeat the down-nourishing immortal grain in his body, he had no choice but to spend his entire life to create this technique. With the ability to communicate with all living things, Ning Fan chatted with the ancient book of the multi-layered soul sealing technique for a long time and obtained this information. After that, he began to focus on cultivating the multi-layered soul sealing technique. A cultivator's magic power would go through many qualitative changes. Magic power would turn into 60 units would return to origin would turn into immeasurable would turn into tribulation. From the life immortal realm onward, cultivators would begin to have immeasurable magic power. This immeasurable did not mean that their magic power was limitless. Instead, it referred to a change from being measurable to being immeasurable. At this stage, the cultivator's magic power was like a large lake. The size of the lake could still be seen, but the number of water droplets could not be counted with the naked eye. As the cultivation of life immortal continued to increase, this lake of mana would turn into a raging river, a vast ocean. The number of water droplets in the sea could not be measured with the naked eye, but the scale of the sea itself could be measured. If the amount of magic power in a tribulation is compared to an ocean of magic power with a fixed scale, then there were a total of 13,700 spots in Ning Fan's body. Among them, each ocean of magic power had a handful of down-nurturing immortal grains snuck in and planted within. In order to search for all the down-nurturing immortal grains, one would need to scour all 13,700 seas. One would need to repeat the meticulous task of finding a needle in a haystack 13,700 times. This matter was very difficult and required a lot of time to complete. It was definitely not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. 1 month later, Ning Fan completed the multi-layered soul sealing technique. He planted 13 layers of seals in his body, sealing all the 13,700 tribulations of magic power in his body. At this moment, not a single trace of his cultivation base or chi could be sensed from his body. He was just like a mortal. The principle of the multi-layered soul sealing technique was to freeze the ocean of magic power to prevent the flow of the seawater and reduce the difficulty of fishing out foreign objects. During the process of searching for foreign objects, it was usually not recommended for cultivators to tear off the seals. Otherwise, there would be a certain degree of side effects. Of course, the side effects were not serious. If there is a need, Ning Fan could tear off the seals at any time and restore all of his magic power. He did not need to worry about being attacked by quasi-saints during the process of sealing his magic power. If the enemies were just some ants, Ning Fan would not need to use his magic power at all. He would be able to fight against immortal Emperor Doomsday Art with just his divine spirit body. Ning Fan also discovered something else. When the ocean of magic power in his body was frozen, not only would it reduce the difficulty of fishing out foreign objects, but it would also reduce the difficulty of purifying his magic power. According to Ning Fan's calculation, when the multi-layered soul sealing technique and the art of purification are used together, the speed of purification of magic power could be increased by around 26 times. Thus, the process of Ning Fan cultivating the purity of his fifth tribulation magic power became very easy. It was indeed an unexpected gain. Another month passed. Ning Fan, who was in seclusion, was called out by Han Shiqi. The reason was that the date of the sect competition of the Northern Heaven was approaching. The Lost World Palace was the strongest force in the Northern Heaven. Of course, it did not include the secret races and the 4 majestic sects. Within the Lost World Palace, there were 3 factions: the Northern Palace, the Eastern Palace, and the Western Palace. The competition between the 3 palaces had been going on for a long time. Ordinary people would not be able to understand why they were fighting. Basically, every 500 years or so, the 3 palaces of the Lost World Palace would fight against each other. It was fine if they fought among themselves. However, the troublesome thing was that when they fought, they would have to drag all the sects of the second step of the Northern Heaven along with them. Hence, every time the competition between the 3 palaces of the Lost World Palace began, it meant that the sect competition that would sweep across the entire Northern Heaven was about to begin. As long as a sect participated in the sect competition held by the Lost World Palace and obtained a decent ranking in the competition, they would be rewarded with a large number of Dao crystals and pills by the Lost World Palace to strengthen their sect. To those small sects, the sect competition was a great opportunity to earn money. Of course, they would be happy to participate. The big sects, on the other hand, were not interested in the rewards of Dao crystals and pills. However, according to Han Shiqi, the Dao crystals and pills were only the rewards of the first round of the regional competition. Once they entered the second round, the rewards that they would obtain would be far more abundant than these things. It was even enough to make the hearts of thousands of ancient monsters move. Therefore, the big sects also flocked to the sect competition like a flock of ducks. However, unlike the small sects, their target was usually the rewards of the second round. Our Black Devil sect is different from those big sections. Our goal is to enter the top 20 in the first round of the regional competition. There will be no rewards after the 20th place. Once we enter the top 20, we will get at least 500 million Dao crystals as a reward. With this money, we can recruit more disciples. Unfortunately, it's not easy to enter the top 20. In short, we will do our best and leave it to fate. Brother Ning, you should also get ready. From tomorrow onwards, we will be going to the Purple Dress Palace to participate in the regional competition. We, the Purple Dress Palace and the White Devil sect, will be in the same battle zone. There are a total of 124 sects of the second step in this battle zone. Among them, the Purple Dress Palace is the strongest with 4 old monsters of the void-shedding realm. This sect has been ranked first in this battle zone for 16 consecutive years. Therefore, the venue of this year's grand competition is still set in the Purple Dress Palace. The Purple Dress Palace is a little far from the Yin Star. We need to depart before the grand competition begins and rush to the star region where the Purple Dress Palace is located. Han Shiqi and Ning Fan were talking about the grand competition of the sex and inadvertently mentioned the Purple Dress Palace. Ning Fan felt that the name Purple Dress Palace sounded a little familiar. Thus, he searched through his memories for a long time and finally found something related to this sect in the corner of his memory. It turned out that when he changed his name to Liu Bei in the past, he had killed members of the Purple Dress Palace. However, he could no longer remember who he had killed. Moreover, he did not only kill members of the Purple Dress Palace but also many young geniuses of the Northern Sky. At one point in time, the name Liu Bei was widely spread among the young generation of the Northern Sky. Of course, as time passed, the popularity of Liu Bei had already faded away. The young geniuses of the Northern Sky rarely mentioned this name anymore. However, there were quite a number of young geniuses of the Northern Sky who had seen Liu Bei in the past. Ning Fan did not kill all of them. Therefore, he was not sure if he would be recognized as Liu Bei if he participates in the grand competition for the Black Devil sect. Hee. So what if they recognize me? So what if they can't? Does the current him need to be afraid of the forces of the Life Immortal Realm, Duzhen Realm and Shikong Realm behind those young geniuses of the Northern Sky? A few days later, Ning Fan followed Han Shiqi and the others to the star region where the Purple Dress Palace was located. The minimum requirement to participate in the grand competition of the sects of the Northern Sky was to be a Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator. There were not many people from the Black Devil sect who could participate in the competition. There were only 2 Life Immortal Realm cultivators, 6 Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators and Ning Fan who was an unusual being. Therefore, there were not many people who came with them. Other than the 9 experts who participated in the grand competition, there were only 40+ elite disciples who came with them. These people were here to broaden their horizons. They were the future of the Black Devil sect. During these days, Ning Fan's magic power had been screened and filtered by multiple layers of soul sealing technique. A portion of the magic power had already been filtered. After the seal melted, it flowed back into Ning Fan's body. Currently, the magic power that Ning Fan had recovered was almost equivalent to the early Duzhen realm. Was this speed fast? Not at all. The magic power of an early Duzhen realm cultivator was less than the amount of a single tribulation. More than a month had passed and Ning Fan had not even finished screening the magic power of a single tribulation. At this speed, it would take him at least 1,000 years to finish screening all of his magic power. It was too slow. Ning Fan had no choice but to change his plan. After the regional competition ends, he planned to find some time to visit the headquarters of the Lost World Palace to visit Bai Xiaoman and her elder sister Yuan Yao. Then, he would rent a Lost World tower to screen his magic power. Halt! When the Black Devil sect's planetary ship arrived at the territory of the Purple Dress Palace, a group of cultivators from the palace stopped the planetary ship with unfriendly expressions. After a thorough check, they continued to let the ship pass. Along the way, they had experienced such checks several times. When those cultivators from the Purple Dress Palace interrogated the experts of the Black Devil sect, their expressions were quite unfriendly. However, they were just unfriendly towards the Black Devil sect. When they interrogated the other sects, the cultivators of the Purple Dress Palace behaved very politely, which made Ning Fan feel annoyed. Does our Black Devil sect have a grudge against the Purple Dress Palace? Ning Fan frowned slightly and asked Han Shiqi. You can say that. You have just reached the Void Fragmentation realm not long ago. There are many things that you might not know. When our sect master was young, he was unscrupulous and had offended many sections. He had offended almost half of the Duzhen and Shikong forces in the Northern Heaven. Moreover, because the White Devil sect had been secretly targeting our sect, there were also many sects who had received benefits from the White Devil sect. That's why they kept targeting us. If it wasn't for the fact that our Black Devil sect has enemies everywhere, we wouldn't be in such a difficult situation where we can't even recruit disciples. Han Shiqi sighed. Ning Fan's frown deepened but he did not say anything else. When the group of people from the Black Devil sect stayed in the guest house of the Purple Dress Palace, Ning Fan finally realized how unpopular the Black Devil sect was. Hee. Isn't this the group of devil cultivators from the Black Devil sect? This time, they came to the grand competition of sects to embarrass themselves again? Do they think that the 71st place in the previous competition wasn't embarrassing enough? Someone mocked the Black Devil sect. The competition system of the regional competition requires each sect to send 20 experts to participate in the competition. The Black Devil sect is just too ridiculous. They can't even gather 20 void fragmentation experts. Only 9 of them can participate in the competition. Someone mocked the Black Devil sect behind their back. We have received benefits from the White Demon sect in this year's grand competition. Once we meet people from the Black Demon sect in the competition, we must teach them a lesson. Someone had received benefits from the White Demon sect and wanted to deal with the Black Demon sect. The Black Devil sect. Han Yuanji sect. Humph. That year, Old Monster Han severely injured me. It's fine even if we don't meet the Black Devil sect in this competition. If we do, this old man will definitely collect some interest from Old Monster Han's disciples and grand disciples. There were also people who wanted to take revenge on the Black Devil sect because they were bullied by the old monster. With Ning Fan's keen senses, he had heard too many voices against the Black Devil sect in the open and in the dark. Without a master, is this how the Black Devil sect has been living these past few years? Ning Fan was unhappy. Very unhappy. He was the sect master of the Black Devil sect. His sect was bullied and looked down upon by others. How could he be happy? In the beginning, Ning Fan was not interested in the grand competition of sections. But now, he changed his mind. He wanted to teach a lesson to all the people who targeted the Black Devil sect in this competition, protecting his own people? That's right. Ning Fan wanted to protect his own people. The tradition of the Black Devil sect was to protect their own people. In the past, when Ning Fan was still young, it was the old monster who protected him without asking for any reason. Now, it was Ning Fan's turn to protect the old monster and the Black Devil sect. He didn't ask what the old monster did or who he had offended. No matter what, no one could bully his Black Devil sect. 3 days later, the grand competition of sects would officially begin. 124 sects of the second step had gathered in the Purple Dress Palace to compete for their own ranking. The Black Turtle sect was one of them. The Black Turtle sect was a force of Duzhen. It had Duzhen, 9 life immortals and 10 rogue immortals. Among the 10 rogue immortals, there was a young man and a young girl who were very eye-catching. The young man's Taoist name was I Ching. He was dressed like a Taoist child. The young girl was called Bailey. She wore a purple dress and carried an exquisite sword case on her back. Logically speaking, the young man and the young girl were only rogue immortals. They were not qualified to be the center of attention. However, they had a strong background. Taoist child I Ching was the child of the tablet-bearer Great Emperor. He had the backing of an immortal emperor. Therefore, even true immortals would have to be polite to him. Bailey's status was even higher. She was the daughter of the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace and the personal disciple of the tablet-bearer Great Emperor. Among the 4 young ladies of the Lost World Palace, the eldest young lady, Beishir, had the highest aptitude while the 3rd young lady, Bailey, had the best opportunity. Among the 4 sisters, only Bailey was fortunate enough to have an immortal emperor as her master. This opportunity was unimaginable to ordinary people. Her perfect background, beautiful appearance and extraordinary aptitude in cultivation made her the object of admiration of many young men in the northern sky. At this moment, there were 6 or 7 young masters and Taoist children of the major forces surrounding Bailey and fawning over her. Bailey frowned as she dealt with these annoying pursuers. If it wasn't because the grand competition was about to begin and these young men had to go back to prepare for the next battle, they would probably continue to pester Bailey. Senior sister, why are you so gloomy? Taoist child I Ching noticed Bailey's frown and asked in puzzlement. The northern border river is in chaos right now. If we are not careful, it will be a calamity. There are beast tides coming every day and there are cultivators of the northern sky being killed by them. Under such a serious situation, there are still people who are busy with their own affairs and don't care about the safety of the world. The old ancestors of the 3 palaces are still fighting openly and covertly for the illusory lord of the 8 formations of stone soldiers. The young masters and Taoists of the big sects are busy with their affairs. Junior brother, don't you think that this competition between the 3 palaces was a mistake from the beginning? Bailey shook her head and said. Senior sister, please be careful with your words. You are the third lady of the Lost World Palace. There are some things that others can say but you can't. Daoist Child I Ching smiled bitterly and advised. That's right. There are some things that I can't say. Mother's situation in the Lost World Palace is already very difficult. If I say something wrong again, it will only bring trouble to Mother if the Great Elders faction finds out about it. Bailey sighed softly. She was not interested in the sect grand competition at all. If it wasn't because the Black Tortoise sect was her master's subordinate force, she wouldn't even agree to the Black Tortoise sect's request to participate in the competition. Bailey's eyes swept across the seats of each sect. The more she looked, the colder her heart became. The Snowsword sect, a life immortal force. In order to participate in the competition, they sent 3 life immortals. However, they only sent 5 void fragmentation experts to participate in the battle at the northern border river in response to the 4C sect's conscription order, the volcanic sect, a Dujin force. They only sent 1 life immortal for the conscription order. However, they sent 2 Dujin and 6 life immortals for the competition, the Divine Hammer sect, a Dujin force. They only sent a few void fragmentation experts for the conscription order. However, they sent all of their experts for the competition, the Falling Heaven sect, a life immortal force. They only sent 2 void fragmentation experts for the conscription order, the Vast Ocean sect, the Flying Immortal sect. Sigh, Bailey couldn't understand. Most of the sects in the Northern Sky did not care about the battle at the Northern Sky sect. They only sent some experts for the conscription order of the 4C sect. The cultivators of the Northern Sky had never truly experienced the terror of the chaos of the border river. The Eastern Sky had once been invaded by the foreign races in the Starry Sky and suffered heavy casualties. Therefore, most of the cultivators of the Eastern Sky sect joined the battle with the determination to die. However, the Northern Sky was different. It was too comfortable and had never experienced that kind of disaster. Therefore, it could not feel the pain of being invaded by the foreign races. This was the headquarters of the 4C sect. Moreover, because of the heaven-avoiding coffin, there were actually countless experts in the Northern Sky who were in deep slumber. The overall strength of the Northern Sky was far from what the Eastern Sky could compare with. The Northern Sky was too strong. The sense of security it gave people was too strong. Therefore, even if the chaos of the border river erupted, most of the cultivators of the Northern Sky still did not feel much danger. Even if the sky collapsed, wouldn't there be a higher peak? With the 4C sect at the forefront, those people did not believe that the Northern Sky would really perish. The chaos of war would sharpen one's courage while peace would lead to decay. Because every place in this place was restricted by the heavenly law, force could not decide everything. Therefore, the desire of the cultivators for power was stronger than anywhere else. As for power, it was precisely the thing that cultivators did not need the most. The Rapid Lightning sect is a force of life immortals. When the conscription order was issued, they only sent 2 void fragmentation experts to deal with the situation, the Black Devil sect, a force at the life immortal realm. The Black Devil sect is an unusual sect. Even though the sect's strength is obviously weak, they actually sent a life immortal realm expert and 4 void fragmentation realm experts to participate in the conscription. They are almost half of the experts of the Black Devil sect at that time. Unfortunately, the battle at the Realm River was just too dangerous. The 4 void fragmentation realm experts that the Black Devil sect sent to the battlefield had all fallen. The life immortal realm expert that they sent was also schemed against by his companions on the battlefield. After suffering severe injuries, he had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. This man is their vice-sect master, Han Jiu. Bailey didn't have a good impression of most of the selfish sects in the Northern Sky. Only a few sects, including the Black Demon sect, could make her admire them. Bailey, who was observing the Black Demon sect, suddenly froze, as if she had seen something inconceivable. Unexpectedly, she saw a very familiar figure in the Black Demon sect's seats. It's him. It's the person who transformed into a deity in the Sea of Clouds, the person who turned back on the 10 Steps Bridge. Bailey saw Ning Fan. She remembered Ning Fan's appearance and also remembered his name. In the past, she had even argued with her mother and her younger sister Xiaoman about who was the person with the highest innate potential among the younger generation. In the past, the scenes of Ning Fan slaughtering mortals and divine transformation realm experts amazed her. Bailey's face blushed for no reason. Then, she hid her blush and pretended to be calm. She rose to her feet and walked towards the Black Devil sect. However, as if they had met by chance, she walked towards Ning Fan and greeted him. "Young Master Ning, how have you been?" Ning Fan, who was chatting with Han Shichi, was stunned. "You are?" For a moment, Ning Fan actually could not recognize who Bailey was. Bailey's beautiful eyes darkened. She was a little shocked. Ning Fan actually did not even remember who she was. Did she not leave a deep impression on Ning Fan in the past? "My name is Bailey, young Master Ning. Have you forgotten about the divine transformation realm in the Sea of Clouds?" Bailey let out a faint sigh. So it's an old friend." "I'm sorry. I remember your identity and the help you gave me in the 3 steps of mortal execution. However, I don't have a deep memory of your appearance. That's why I couldn't recognize you at first glance. Please forgive me," Ning Fan said apologetically. Unfortunately, his apology seemed to have made Bailey feel even more shocked. He actually didn't have a deep memory of her appearance was at least at the level of a country-toppling beauty. However, Ning Fan actually couldn't remember her. Could it be that young Master Ning is face-blind? *Poochie*. When she thought of this possibility, Bailey's anger turned into a smile. She felt that it was very interesting. Little did she know that her smile had caused an uproar in the seats of the Black Devil sect. The vice-sect master Han Wu and Han Jiu were shocked. They could not understand why the guest elder that their sect had just recruited would recognize a great figure like Bailey. Han Shichi and the other void fragmentation realm old monsters were speechless towards Ning Fan. With the identity of Bailey, she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. However, Ning Fan stupidly said that he did not remember her. Not only the seats of the Black Devil sect. Everyone who was secretly paying attention to Bailey had noticed the conversation between her and Ning Fan. "Who is he? I never knew that the people of the Black Devil sect are on good terms with the third miss of the Lost World Palace." Some old monsters were puzzled. "Damn it. Who is this brat? Miss Bay has never smiled at us before. Why did she smile at him? This brat actually dares to snatch Miss Bailey from us." All of Bailey's pursuers were filled with hostility towards Ning Fan. However, who was Ning Fan? He had experienced massacring millions of foreign races all by himself. He had even single-handedly challenged the entire dark race. Would he be disturbed by some hostility? It was impossible. "Young Master Ning, how long have you been in the Northern Heaven? Did you break the void and ascend to this place? Or did you use the quota of the Ascension Passage? The quota of the Lost World Palace doesn't seem to include you. Could it be that you broke the void and ascended to this place? Or did you use the private quota of the other forces in the Northern Heaven?" Bailey sat down beside Ning Fan and asked curiously. "It's true that I have just arrived in the Northern Heaven not long ago. As for how I came here, it's better if you don't ask." Ning Fan casually smiled and did not explain further. He remembered that Bailey was Bei Xiaomon's third elder sister. Even so, he would not tell her too many secrets. Is young Master Ning going to fight for the Black Devil sect this time? Bailey felt a little disappointed when she sensed Ning Fan's unapproachable tone. If that's the case, please be careful, young master. I've received news that the people of the White Devil sect have secretly colluded with the Purple Robe Palace. The schedule of this regional competition will be extremely disadvantageous to the Black Devil sect," Bailey said worriedly. "Oh? Is there such a thing? Thank you for your reminder, Mississippi." Even though Ning Fan was expressing his gratitude, he did not actually care about the White Devil sect's schemes at all. A group of Duzhen and Life Immortal Realm cultivators from the White Devil sect wanted to scheme against him? How ridiculous. If the White Devil sect's quasi-saints who were in deep slumber appeared, Ning Fan might still pay attention to them. However, it was obvious that the quasi-saints were not interested in such trivial matters. They would not intervene at all. Damn it. Who is this brat? Miss Bay is actually sitting beside him and chatting happily with him? What? This is impossible. Miss Bay is actually pouring tea for this brat? What kind of ability does this brat have to make Miss Bay serve him? This brat is obviously a pretty boy. I hate him just by looking at him. Bailey had just too many pursuers. When these people saw Ning Fan chatting happily with Bailey, they could not bear it at all. If it wasn't for the restriction of the heavenly rules, they would definitely rush forward and beat Ning Fan up. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about the hostile gazes of those juniors. He was still chatting happily with Bailey. While they were chatting, Ning Fan suddenly noticed something and frowned. Then, he did something that made all of Bailey's pursuers furious. He held Bailey's hand, then, he carefully stroked the lines on her palm. This is unforgivable. This brat actually held Miss Bay's hand. He deserves to die. I'm going to kill him. Don't be impulsive. The heavenly rules forbid this kind of private battle, especially in a public place like this. Humph. Then I'll give this brat a good beating when the grand competition begins. I'm going to cripple him. Ning Fan still did not care about the hostility of those juniors. He frowned and concentrated on observing Bailey's palm. The more he looked at the lines on her palm, the deeper the frown on his face became. Young Master Ning. What are you doing? Bailey's face flushed red. She was chatting with Ning Fan when he suddenly grabbed her hand and caressed her palm. This is the behavior of a lecher. It's too rude. Could it be that young Master Ning is a lecher? No. Impossible. If an ordinary person did that, Bailey would probably reprimand him for his rudeness. However, since it was Ning Fan who did that, Bailey still gave him face despite feeling embarrassed. She did not reprimand him. She just lowered her head and said with a blushing face, Young Master Ning. Please behave yourself, Do you think I'm flirting with you? Ning Fan was speechless. Otherwise. Bailey was slightly surprised. She was not stupid. From Ning Fan's words, she could tell that she had misunderstood him. You shouldn't take a bath, drink water, or get wet in the rain for now. Try your best to reduce your contact with water. Especially, don't practice water elemental magic techniques. Young Master Ning, do you mean that I've been schemed against? There's some hidden danger in my body that prevents me from coming into contact with water? And I can't even use water elemental magic power? Bailey's beautiful face was slightly surprised. Ning Fan's words were transmitted to her using telepathy. She was not stupid. She could guess what Ning Fan meant. As one of the 4 mistresses of the Lost World Palace and at the critical moment of the competition between the 3 palaces, it was perfectly normal for her to be schemed against. One had to know that her eldest sister, Beishir, was almost killed and was almost captured and offered to the Realm Beast clan. Fortunately, she was saved by a mysterious ghost-faced senior in the end. Today, it's her turn to be schemed against. Can't the people of the Great Elders faction just live in peace for a few days? No wonder my progress in cultivating water elemental magic techniques has been very slow recently. Moreover, once I cultivate for a long time, I will feel dizzy and weak. My blood and chi will also be depleted. Young Master Ning, can you cure my symptoms? I don't want to tell my mother or my master about this. If you have a way to cure me, please help me. Please. Bailey begged him with a soft voice. It's just a small matter. After the grand competition is over, I will look for you and cure you. To Ning Fan, the schemes in Bailey's body were indeed just a small matter. He could cure her with just a little bit of effort. Thank you. Bailey's heart was filled with sweetness and gratitude. Dong dong Suddenly, a heart-stirring sound of a war drum resounded from the center of the venue, interrupting their conversation. After the sound of the drum, an old monster of the Purple Robe Palace appeared at the center of the venue in a flash. He was the sect master of the Purple Robe Palace, True Lord Xianxia. Peak Renhuang Void Realm Cultivation Base. As soon as he appeared, he released an incomparably powerful Renhuang Void Chi. All of a sudden, the entire venue became quiet under his aura. No one dared to make any noise. I will be the host of this grand competition. Since all of you are here to participate in the grand competition, you will have to abide by my rules. If anyone dares to violate the rules during the competition, don't blame me for being merciless. True Lord Xianxia said with a threatening tone. As soon as he said that, the expressions of many old monsters changed. Many of them kept their thoughts to themselves. With true Lord Xianxia personally presiding over the competition, there were really not many people who dared to cause trouble in this place. Now, I will make an announcement. The regional battle of the 92nd Battle Zone has officially begun. Next, those who have been called by me can enter the arena. Now, I will announce. The regional battle of the 92nd Battle Zone has officially begun. Next, those whose names I call, please enter the arena. Scholarly Cultivator Sect, Meng Yuan. White Crane Sect, Su Liang. Rapid Lightning Sect, Lei Zhan. Snow Sword Sect, Jian Nan Xian. True Monarch Xianxia called out 20 names in one go. Those who were called out all entered the arena. There were a total of 124 sects participating in the regional battle of this battle zone. There were more than 2,000 participants. Naturally, it was impossible for them to fight each other in pairs. How long would it take for them to fight each other? Therefore, at the beginning of the regional battle, a chaotic battle would be used. After some of the participants were eliminated, the individual battles would begin. In the first half of the competition, the Purple Robe Palace would randomly choose 20 participants to participate in a chaotic battle that was limited to the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. During the chaotic battle, the Purple Robe Palace would send out 20 judges at the same time to tally the scores outside the arena. Each judge would be responsible for one participant. The scoring criteria included effective attack, successful defense, defeat and kill. If the opponent is a Void Fragmentation Realm Cultivator, effective attack, 2 points will be added. Successful defense, 1 point will be added. Defeat, 50 points will be added. Kill, 25 points will be added. If the opponent is a Life Immortal Realm Cultivator, the points will be increased by 10 times. If the opponent is Du Zhen, the points will be increased by 100 times. If the opponent is Shikong, the points will be increased by 1,000 times. It was Ning Fan's first time witnessing such a formal competition. Should he say that this was indeed the Northern Heaven Realm? Even the rules of the competition were different from other places. Moreover, Ning Fan also realized that the points of killing the opponent were only half of the points of defeating the opponent. As expected, the Northern Heaven Realm did not encourage killing during the competition. However, it was not completely forbidden either. The 20 participants in the first round of the chaotic battle were all Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators. It seemed like true Monarch Xianxia did not plan to let those with high cultivation bases participate in the battles too quickly. I declare. The first round of the chaotic battle begins now. As true Monarch Xianxia gave the order, the 20 Void Fragmentation Realm participants immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. Some of them fought in pairs while some of them formed temporary alliances and fought in groups of 3 to 5. The battles were intense. However, these participants still knew to hold back. None of them killed their opponents after defeating them. At most, they would only injure their opponents severely. This wasn't out of compassion, but to obtain more points. Killing wasn't as worthwhile as defeating, that was all. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, only 8 of the 20 contestants were still standing in the arena. The other 12 people were disqualified from the competition. However, those who lost would not have no achievements. As long as they had made some effective attacks in the chaotic battle, they would more or less be able to obtain some points. Most of the losers got 10 to 20 points, while the lesser ones only got single digits. The 8 people who won didn't have very high scores. Basically, they all had more than 100 points. After all, only Void Fragmentation Realm experts are involved in the first round of the mixed battle. Even if you defeat all 19 of the other participants and display several spectacular attacks and defenses, you can only get slightly more than 1,000 points at most. What was the use of more than 1,000 points? Defeating a Life Immortal was 500 points, defeating Du Zhen was 5,000 points, defeating Shikong was 50,000 points. After the first round, Perfected Lord Xianxia began the second round of roll call. The second round of chaotic battle was another 20 Void Fragmentation Realm experts. It was the same for the third round. After the novelty had worn off, Ning Fan was no longer interested in the confrontation between a group of Void Fragmentation Realm juniors. However, during the fourth round, Perfected Lord Xianxia called out the people from the White Devil sect. Only then did Ning Fan pay attention to the situation on the arena again. White Devil sect, Lu Feng. Iron Sword Sect, Xinlai. White Devil Sect, Chen Bingua. White Devil Sect, Bai Kong. Out of the 20 participants, only the 16th person was called out and 3 of them were from the White Devil Sect. Can there be more than one participant from the same sect in the same round? Ning Fan asked with a frown. According to the rules, it's allowed. However, since the order of the list is decided by the Purple Robe Palace, they can usually avoid such a situation. If such a situation really occurs, there is only one reason: they did it on purpose. Bailey also frowned. It was unfair for 3 cultivators from the same sect to appear in the same chaotic battle. The 3 of them could work together, trust each other completely and cooperate with each other tacitly. Bailey did not like this kind of unfairness. However, she knew that this world was never fair. The Purple Robe Palace was the champion of the last regional competition. They could arrange the matches however they want. If you don't like it, you can just win the first round and control the next round as you wish. Huanstream Sect, Lu Yun. Evergreen Sect, Daoist Qingqing. Heavenly Spirit Sect, Zhou Wei. Black Devil Sect, Han Shiqi. After 4 more names were called out, all the 20 participants in this round had been called out. When the last name was called out, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. Then, many of the seats began to whisper to each other. In Northern Heaven, there was no one who did not know about the feud between the Black Devil Sect and the White Devil Sect. The Purple Robe Palace had called out 3 loose immortals from the White Devil Sect and an 8th Heavenly Layer Void Fragmentation Realm Cultivator from the Black Devil Sect. Their intention was obvious: the Purple Robe Palace wanted to see the White Devil Sect bully the weak cultivators of the Black Devil Sect by relying on their numbers and high cultivation base. They were openly suppressing the Black Devil Sect. They did not want the Black Devil Sect to get a good result. All the cultivators of the Black Devil Sect stood up in anger. Damn it! These people from the Purple Robe Palace did it on purpose. Last time, they also arranged the competition in the same way, causing us to only get the 71st place among the 124 sections. The White Devil Sect has sent out 3 loose immortals. Once the chaotic battle begins, they will definitely attack Brother Shiqi. Brother Shiqi, we don't want to get a good result in this round. With your 8th Heavenly Layer Void Fragmentation Realm Cultivation base, if you are besieged by 3 loose immortals, you will either be severely injured or die. The White Devil Sect won't care about the difference in points between killing and defeating. They will definitely kill you directly to achieve their goal of weakening our sect. The other Void Fragmentation Realm Elders of the Black Devil Sect were advising Han Shiqi to give up the competition. Although Han Shiqi was very angry at such a blatant act of suppressing him, he had no other choice. If he were to brace himself and fight, he would probably die in this round. He was not afraid of death, but he was not willing to fall into the conspiracy of the White Devil Sect and the Purple Robe Palace and die in vain. Thus, Han Shiqi listened to the advice of his old brothers and walked to the center of the venue. Then, he slowly raised his hand unwillingly. He intended to give up. However, at this moment, he heard the sarcasm of the 3 cultivators of the White Devil Sect. In the past, Han Yuanji only knew how to escape when he encountered trouble. Until now, he has been hiding in the lower world to live an ignoble life. You people of the Black Devil Sect are really the same. You only know how to escape and hide. Just like Han Yuanji, you are all trash. How dare you insult my master? Han Shiqi's eyes, which had always been a good person, suddenly revealed a great killing intent. He also had a reverse scale that he could not touch. The old devil who had helped him before was that reverse scale. So what if I insult your master? If you don't want your master's reputation to be tarnished, don't escape and don't give up. Let's fight fair and square with us. If you escape, you will discredit your master. This matter will certainly be publicized by us and you will become another laughingstock of the entire Northern Heaven. The 3 cultivators of the White Devil Sect deliberately provoked him. This was an overt plot. Everyone could see that it was an overt plot to force Han Shiqi to accept the challenge. However, it was precisely because it was an overt plot that Han Shiqi could not escape with his character. He did not allow himself to discredit the old devil. He did not allow others to laugh at the old devil. Therefore, he did something stupid. He ignored the dissuasion of the other cultivators of the Black Devil Sect and went to the arena with the determination to die. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Han Shichi was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. He was carried down the arena. Ning Fan remained silent and his expression was as usual, as if nothing had happened. However, those who were familiar with him would know that this was the expression he would have when he really wanted to kill someone. He did not stop Han Shichi's foolish decision to accept the challenge. He only secretly protected Han Shichi several times when he was supposed to die and saved Han Shichi's life. No one noticed that he had saved Han Shichi. Therefore, many people could not understand why Han Shichi, who was just an 8th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator, was almost killed several times. However, he always managed to survive until the end with serious injuries. Trash. Are the three of you trash? 3 rogue immortals besieged an 8th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator and they could not kill him even after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Moreover, they were effectively attacked by him and he got 34 points. You are simply discrediting my White Devil sect. After this round, a reprimand came from the seats of the White Devil sect. The one who scolded them was the sect master of the White Devil sect, a late true crossing realm old monster. The ones who were scolded were the 3 rogue immortals who failed. On the other side, the seats of the Black Devil sect were filled with dead silence. No one spoke. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they looked at Han Shichi, who was being carried down from the stage on a stretcher. Han Shichi was obviously suffering from serious injuries and was on the verge of losing consciousness. However, he was still holding on to his breath. His eyes were filled with inviolable glory. I didn't embarrass the sect master. When I die, bury me in the Black Devil Mountain. Seeing that Han Shichi was about to die, each of the cultivators of the Black Devil sect surrounded him and used their abilities to save him. However, they did not have the ability to save a person whose primordial spirit had already dissipated. Even the 2 vice sect masters who were at the life immortal realm could not do it. Why did he still participate in the battle even though he knew that he was going to die? Bailey's expression was filled with shock. She saw something in Han Shichi. It was something that she could not understand. It was something that many cultivators in the Northern Heaven regarded as stupid. It was rare that she did not care about the Black Devil sect and Han Shichi because of Ning Fan. She took out a 9 revolutions pill, wanting to save Han Shichi. Unfortunately, she only had a 9 revolutions lead pill with her. A pill of that level could not save Han Shichi, who was about to die. Instead, it was a waste of a good pill, brothers. See you in my next life. Han Shichi closed his eyes tiredly. His breath was cut off. The old cultivators of the Black Devil sect who were present could no longer hold back their tears. Each of them had tears in their eyes. However, something strange happened. Han Shichi was already dead. However, his breath reappeared for some unknown reason after he died. At first, his breath was very weak. However, it gradually became stronger and steadier. Han Shichi actually came back to life again. The injuries on his body were also recovering at an astonishing speed. Why am I not dead? Han Shichi opened his eyes, feeling puzzled. The other old cultivators of the Black Devil sect were stunned at first. Then, they burst into tears of joy and thanked Bailey profusely. Everyone thought that it was Bailey's 9 revolutions lead pill that took effect and healed Han Shichi. No one knew that it was Ning Fan who secretly protected Han Shichi and healed him with the Black Star Art. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base and the Black Star Art, even if Han Shichi was smashed into pieces, he would still be able to come back to life as long as the attacker was not an ancient monster. This was also because Ning Fan had not cultivated the Black Star Art to the highest level. If he cultivated the Black Star Art to the highest level, those who were illuminated by the Black Star Art would be able to survive even if they were besieged by immortal emperors. Humph. That Han Shichi is really lucky. He was actually saved by the Lost World Palace's 3rd mistress. After knowing that Han Shichi was still alive, the people of the White Devil sect were displeased. It was not just the White Devil sect. Many people who hated the Black Devil sect, including the Purple Robe Palace, felt regretful inwardly. If the Black Devil sect was unhappy, they would feel happy. If the Black Devil sect was happy, they would never be happy. Humph. This Han Shichi is really lucky. True Lord Xianxia snorted coldly. The 3 loose immortals of the White Devil sect that he chose could not kill Han Shichi. The people of the White Devil sect are really useless, but it doesn't matter. Next, he will have plenty of opportunities to suppress the Black Devil sect. In the 5th round, True Lord Xianxia chose another 3 loose immortals of the Flying Immortal sect. The Flying Immortal sect also had enmity with the Black Devil sect. After choosing the people of the Flying Immortal sect, he certainly would not forget the people of the Black Devil sect. Then, he chose another Void Fragmentation Realm Elder of the Black Devil sect. Han Shichi, who was at the 7th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. After coming to the Black Devil sect, Ning Fan was only slightly familiar with Han Shichi. He was not familiar with Han Shichi at all. He was not familiar with Han Shichi's character. However, he was familiar with the look in Han Shichi's eyes. It was a kind of look that one's reverse scale had been violated. Not only Han Shichi, but all the people of the Black Devil sect also had the same look in their eyes. There was no need for the people of the Flying Immortal sect to provoke them anymore. After the incident with Han Shichi, none of the cultivators of the Black Devil sect would give in or compromise. They would not let Han Shichi do stupid things alone. If he wants to be stupid, everyone will be stupid together. If I die in battle, I hope that all of you can collect my remains and bury me back in the Black Devil Mountain. When the sect master returns in the future, please help me tell him that I didn't embarrass the sect master. Not even in death. Han Shichi only left such a short sentence. Then, he went up the arena and joined the chaotic battle. After that, his primordial spirit was destroyed by the 3 loose immortals of the Flying Immortal sect and he died on the spot. At the seats of the Flying Immortal sect, countless laughter was heard, as if they were celebrating the loss of an elder of the Black Devil sect. However, they only laughed for a few times before they could not laugh anymore. Han Shichi, who had been turned into ashes, was resurrected without a scratch. What? How could someone who was clearly dead come back to life? Could it be that his death was just an illusion? A mere 7th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm could actually deceive us with an illusion technique? How is this possible? What level of illusion technique is this? All of a sudden, the entire venue was filled with exclamations. Moreover, the owners of these exclamations were Life Immortal Realm, Duzhen Realm and even Shikong Realm. No one actually understood the technique of Han Shichi's illusion technique. Trash. 3 of us can't even kill one Han Shichi. All of you are trash. The sect master of the Flying Immortal sect also reprimanded his own sect members. However, this sect master actually knew that he probably wouldn't be able to kill Han Shichi if it was him. It was because Han Shichi's illusion technique was too strange. If one could not see through and dispel an illusion technique, one would not be able to kill the opponent no matter how much stronger one's cultivation base was. First, it was Han Shichi. Now, it's Han Shichi. These ants of the Black Devil sect are a little too lucky. True Monarch Xianxia frowned slightly. True Monarch Xianxia was obviously not in a good mood after failing to kill the people of the Black Devil sect twice. Therefore, he chose the people of the Black Devil sect for the 6th round of battle. This time, he directly chose the vice-sect master of the Black Devil sect, Han Jiu. Han Jiu's opponents were the 4 Life Immortal Realm experts of the Purple Robe Palace. Among the 4 of them, there was even Gui Xian. Even if Han Jiu was at his peak, he would certainly not be a match for the 4 of them. Moreover, he was not at his peak at all. He had responded to the conscription order and participated in the great battle of the Border River. In the end, he was sneak attacked by the people of the White Devil sect from behind. He was severely injured and had no choice but to retreat from the battlefield. Even though he was already out of the state of near death, his injuries were still extremely serious. With such a physical condition, it was impossible for him to be a match for the 4 Life Immortal Realm experts of the Purple Robe Palace. However, he still went up to the arena without hesitation. What is there to fear about death? The only thing I can't do is to tarnish the reputation of the old devil. There are no cowards in the Black Devil sect. Kill. As soon as the battle began, the 4 Life Immortal Realm experts of the Purple Robe Palace charged at him. In just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they killed the severely injured Han Jiu. However, something strange happened. Han Jiu could not die. No matter how they killed him, he could not die. Until the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed, Han Jiu was still not dead. Why? Why is it so difficult to kill a cultivator of the Black Devil sect? All the enemies of the Black Devil sect were puzzled. At this moment, even a fool could see that something was wrong with this matter. However, none of them could find the cause of the problem. True monarch Xianxi's expression became even uglier. Since he could not kill Han Jiu, he tried to kill Han Wu. Similarly, Han Wu was besieged by many experts and did not die. Then, he dealt with the remaining void fragmentation realm experts of the Black Devil sect one by one. However, none of them died. I don't believe that I can't kill anyone of the Black Devil sect. Isn't there a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator over there? Let's try picking him again. Thus, true monarch Xianxia picked Ning Fan's name in the following chaotic battle. Ever since Ning Fan arrived, he had been talking and laughing with Bailey. He had already offended countless geniuses. Therefore, even if true monarch Xianxia did not pick those sects that held grudges against the Black Devil sect, they would still have ways to deal with Ning Fan. Other than Ning Fan, the other 19 people he picked were all Bailey's pursuers. They were the Dao children and young lords of various large forces. As they were the successors of their sects, the resources that they enjoyed were not comparable to ordinary cultivators. They had more powerful magic treasures, they had even more mysterious secret techniques. True monarch Xianxia did not believe that Ning Fan could not be killed. What a joke! Thus, this round of chaotic battle became interesting. Even if the other Black Devil sect members were besieged, they would only be besieged by a few people. Ning Fan, however, was different. As soon as he entered the arena, he was surrounded by 19 geniuses and Dao children from various sections. It was rare for these geniuses of the northern sky to have a tacit understanding with each other. They wanted to beat Ning Fan up, but Ning Fan obviously would not give them the chance to do so. Facing the 19 fools, Ning Fan only stretched out a finger and flicked it lightly. All of them were sent flying away, spurting out blood from their mouths. In the blink of an eye, Ning Fan had defeated 19 void fragmentation realm experts. Moreover, the strength of these void fragmentation realm experts was a level higher than void fragmentation realm experts of the same level. However, Ning Fan did not kill these fools. Every debt has its debtor. The cold light in his eyes was not because of these senseless fools. What? This man only seems to be at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, but he has such a terrifying physical body. He can defeat 19 void fragmentation realm experts in an instant with just the strength of a finger. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying strength that Ning Fan displayed, 950 points. This was the points that Ning Fan obtained after defeating all the fools. After defeating these people, Ning Fan should have left the arena immediately to make space for the other participants. But he didn't leave. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He stared at True Lord Xianxia and said, "Didn't you want to suppress the Black Devil sect? Then they'll call names and send someone to kill me. I'll stand right here, waiting for you to kill me. What? How dare a mere void fragmentation realm junior treat me with such disrespect? You're courting death." True monarch Xianxia was infuriated by Ning Fan's provocation and almost fainted. Even if Ning Fan can kill 19 void fragmentation realm experts with a single strike, True Lord Xianxia would not put him in his eyes because the power of a peak-shedding void realm expert was far beyond the imagination of an insignificant void fragmentation realm expert. True Lord Xianxia was confident that he could look down on Ning Fan with his pride. However, right now, he, the dignified old monster Shi Kong, was provoked and mocked by a void fragmentation realm junior. If he did not do something about it, he would certainly become the laughingstock of the entire northern heaven. "Young Master Ning, come down quickly. Don't provoke the master of the Purple Robes Palace. Otherwise, you will." Bailey was extremely anxious. She wanted to stop Ning Fan's foolish behavior, but it was already too late. It was too late. Perfected cultivator Xianxia began the roll call again. Since Ning Fan still wanted to fight, he did not mind finding more people for Ning Fan to fight. Logically speaking, it would not be appropriate for someone who had just fought in the previous round to be called again in the next round. However, the Purple Robes Palace had a certain degree of discretion regarding the rules of the battle. If perfected cultivator Xianxia was willing, he could even call Ning Fan's name for dozens of rounds consecutively without any problem. Hee hee. Everyone has also seen it. This brat is looking down on me and the Purple Robes Palace. It's really hateful. However, a competition is a competition. It's impossible to be unfair just because of my anger. I will suppress this brat's arrogance fairly within the limits of the rules. Among the participants, who wants to go up the stage to participate in the next round of the chaotic battle? Just tell me. I will call your name right now and let you exchange a few blows with this brat in the next round. As soon as perfected cultivator Xianxia's words fell, hundreds of participants immediately volunteered to attack Ning Fan in the next round of the chaotic battle. These people were basically the enemies of the Black Devil sect in the same battle zone. All the members of the Black Devil sect were enraged. They had always known that the world was unfair. However, they did not know that the Purple Robes Palace actually dared to do such an unfair thing so openly and brazenly. They actually wanted to find another 19 experts to attack Ning Fan together. Aren't they afraid of being punished by the Four Majestic sect? No. The Four Majestic sect was also dissatisfied with the Black Devil sect. As long as it's about suppressing the Black Devil sect, they would not interfere at all. Instead, they would secretly support it. That was why the Purple Robes Palace dared to go to such extremes. If it's another sect, the Purple Robes Palace would certainly not dare to bully them like this. Let's go together. Who cares about the rules? Let's go and protect Brother Ning together. We can't let outsiders bully the members of the Black Devil sect. If we die together. Han Shichi, who had already recovered his health, rolled up his sleeves and was about to lead the others to help Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan just flicked his sleeve and produced a breeze of magic power. It blocked the path of the cultivators of the Black Devil sect, making them unable to move forward. The expressions of the members of the Black Devil sect changed drastically. Under the obstruction of Ning Fan's magic power, even Life Immortal Realm cultivators like Han Wu and Han Jiu could not move forward, let alone Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators. Why does Ning Fan have such terrifying strength? At this moment, Ning Fan released all the chi of his magic power that he could emit, thus, everyone present could feel the chi of Ning Fan's early True Crossing Realm magic power. Early True Crossing Realm. This young man is actually a true Immortal Realm cultivator. Why have I never heard of this person in the Northern Heaven True Immortal Realm? He's actually a true Immortal Realm cultivator. No wonder he could defeat 19 Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators with a single move. The Black Devil sect has actually recruited a true Immortal Realm elder. Are they going to rise again? The surroundings were in an uproar. True Lord Xianxia's expression changed. He did not expect Ning Fan to actually have such a powerful cultivation base. In his opinion, an early True Crossing Realm cultivator was already considered as an expert in the Lawless Age. Unfortunately, so what if you're True Crossing Realm? It's not much harder for me to kill you than squashing an ant. My Purple Robes Palace has a certain degree of arbitrary power in the rules of the battlefield. Now, I've decided to change the rules of the chaotic battle. From now on, there will be no limit to the number of participants. Anyone whose name is called by me can join the battle no matter how many people there are. True Lord Xianxia's words instantly changed the rules of the battlefield. It was no longer 19 people besieging Ning Fan. Instead, a few hundred people rushed to the arena and surrounded Ning Fan. Among these few hundred people, there were more than 90 Life Immortal Realm cultivators, 22 True Crossing Realm cultivators and 5 Shikong cultivators. Bai Li's face turned pale with fright. If Ning Fan is besieged by so many experts, he will certainly die even if he has an early True Crossing Realm cultivation base. Haha. I can finally get my revenge on Han Yuanji's disciples and grand disciples. I've been waiting for this day for far too long. An intermediate True Crossing Realm yellow-robed old man held a ball of green light in his hand. He took the lead and dashed towards Ning Fan. As he waved his hand, the green light instantly turned into a green divine spear and pierced towards Ning Fan. As soon as they saw the yellow-robed old man making his move, the hundreds of experts who surrounded Ning Fan immediately retreated and activated their strongest defense. Obviously, they were extremely afraid of this attack and were afraid of being affected by it. Damn it. Xian Bingzi is too reckless. He actually used such a dangerous forbidden technique on the arena, which is just 1000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall. Is he trying to get all of us involved? Rumor has it that Xianbingzi had used this technique to severely injure a late true crossing realm cultivator. Since he has used this technique, it seems like that brat will die for sure. Before the surrounding people could finish their discussions, Ning Fan had already shattered Xianbingzi's divine spear with a palm strike. Then, he used another palm strike and turned Xianbingzi's entire body into minced meat. Even his primordial spirit was directly smashed to death on the ground of the arena. Silence, the surroundings were as silent as death. No one expected that Xianbingzi would be instantly killed by Ning Fan. Moreover, Ning Fan did not use any of his abilities. He just used his physical body to casually slap Xianbingzi twice and he was already dead. It was just like a fantasy story, but it happened in reality. This brat's physical body is really terrifying. This time, even those late True Crossing Realm and peak True Crossing Realm cultivators did not dare to underestimate Ning Fan anymore. Each of them regretted rashly going up the arena to attack Ning Fan. Now that they had already gone up the arena, they would offend the Purple Robes Palace if they were to go down. Was this the feeling of riding a tiger and being unable to back down? What are you afraid of? No matter how strong this brat's body refinement is, he is just a first-stage True Crossing Realm cultivator. I will soon let him know what it means to be half a step away from the mid-shedding void realm. A ray of traveling light that was infinitely close to the mid-shedding void realm shot out from a corner of the arena and went straight towards Ning Fan. Then, that traveling light was slapped by Ning Fan. It was smashed into minced meat. An expert who was half a step away from the mid-shedding void realm was also instantly killed by a single slap. It's impossible. Even someone like me who is at the peak shedding void realm can't do this. True Lord Xianxia was so shocked that his face turned pale for the first time. He realized that his decision to suppress the Black Devil sect this time might be an unprecedented mistake. It was because the Black Devil sect seemed to have gotten lucky and recruited a heaven-defying true immortal realm monster. He was only at the early True Crossing realm, but he was able to instantly kill an expert who was close to the mid-shedding void realm. What else could he be if not a monster? No. That's not right. This brat must have concealed his true cultivation base. His cultivation base is highly likely to be higher than mine. He is at the half-step thought-breaking realm or even the true thought-breaking realm. I give up. I give up. Seeing that even a mid-shedding void realm expert who was close to the mid-shedding void realm was instantly killed by Ning Fan with a single slap, even a fool would know that it was necessary to run away. Unfortunately, it was already a little too late to escape now. With just a thought, the great force of heaven and earth moved according to Ning Fan's will, sealing the entire arena. No one could leave the arena. Then, the participants who were watching the battle outside the arena witnessed a massacre that was rarely seen in the northern heaven. Hundreds of experts were all slapped to death by Ning Fan on the arena. Blood flowed like a river on the arena. The number of points gained from killing was less than the number of points lost. Hee. Does it matter how many points I get? Besides, Ning Fan had accidentally killed the sect master of the White Devil sect with a single slap. Since he had accidentally killed the sect master of the White Devil sect, his next step would be to kill the sect master of the Purple Robes Palace as well. Ning Fan's killing intent locked onto True Lord Xianxia, who was below the arena. True Lord Xianxia's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Broken Thought Realm. This brat is definitely a Broken Thought Realm. He has shown killing intent towards me. I must leave this place. He is a Devil Lord. A true Devil Lord who doesn't care about the heavenly rules. He didn't even blink his eyes when he killed hundreds of people. At this moment, True Lord Xianxia no longer had his usual arrogant attitude. He wanted to run away. However, it was already too late. Ning Fan made a grabbing motion in the air and directly dragged True Lord Xianxia up the arena. Oh? You also want to go up the arena to kill me? You're very courageous. Ning Fan said mercilessly. Nonsense. You're the one who dragged me up here. I didn't come up willingly. You can't kill me. You can't. If you kill me, the ancestor of my sect who is in deep slumber will certainly not let you go. The heavenly rules won't either. True Lord Xianxia trembled in fear. He could not even speak properly. However, his fear did not arouse Ning Fan's sympathy at all. Without Ning Fan's secret protection, even if Han Shiqi and the others were not killed by the Purple Robes Palace, they would at least be severely injured. Those who dare to suppress the Black Devil sect must bear the consequences. Bang with another slap. Ning Fan turned true Lord Xianxia into minced meat. All the participants in the arena were speechless. Ning Fan was just too crazy. He actually killed the sect master of the Purple Robes Palace who was in charge of this regional battle. His action would certainly anger the Supreme Existence who was in deep slumber in the Purple Robes Palace. That immortal venerable would wake up and seek justice for true Lord Xianxia. Who is the firmament of a billion clear skies? Sigh. It seems like I haven't appeared in this world for too long that the later generations have forgotten the terror of the Purple Robes Palace. Junior, I won't bully you. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to run. After 10 breaths of time, I will definitely kill you even if you run to the ends of the world. Don't blame me for bullying the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you can't afford to offend. As expected, at the next moment, the shadow of a coffin broke through the ground and rushed out from the depths of the Purple Robes planet. Moreover, an incomparably powerful immortal venerable chi spread out from the coffin and swept across the starry sky, causing countless people with weak cultivation bases to prostrate themselves under this immortal venerable chi. The peerless killing intent of that immortal venerable had locked on to Ning Fan. That immortal venerable had yet to show himself, but heaven and earth had already produced many strange phenomena. It was obvious that this person's abilities were extremely powerful. He was definitely not a weak immortal venerable who was at the same level as him. Unfortunately, before the coffin could rise to the highest point in the sky, before the lid of the coffin could be opened and before all the strange phenomena could be seen, Ning Fan flew into the sky with a chi sound and stopped right above the coffin. Then, he slammed his palm down on the coffin that had risen to the sky. Bang under the unimaginably tremendous force, a first tribulation immortal venerable inside the coffin was smashed into meat paste together with the coffin before he could even show his face. Who is the firmament of a billion clear skies? Who wants to be the firmament of that immortal venerable? Where did that immortal venerable ancient go? Why did he disappear along with the heaven-avoiding coffin? Only a pile of meat paste is left behind. Illusion technique. All of this is an illusion technique, it's fake. It's impossible for an immortal venerable ancient to be killed instantly. It's fake. The venue was in chaos, the development of the entire regional battle had completely deviated from its original trajectory. However, Ning Fan was already too lazy to care about those minor details. He only cared about one thing. This time, he had conveniently killed all the elite experts of the White Devil sect including the current sect master of the sect. He did not know if the quasi-saint realm expert who was sleeping deep under the ground of the White Devil sect would come out of his slumber because of this matter. Forget it. It's fine no matter what happens. If worse comes to worst, he will just tear open the seal and release the soul-sucking tree to fight with the White Demon sect quasi-sage. It's not a big deal anyway. Eh? This is, Ning Fan's eyes moved and looked at a certain spot in the sky. After killing an immortal venerable of the Purple Robes Palace with a single slap, an immortal venerable Dao fruit actually appeared in this place coincidentally. After discovering the hidden danger of the immeasurable pill, the importance of Dao fruits in Ning Fan's heart skyrocketed. The only problem was that the formation rate of high-grade Dao fruits was too low. However, Ning Fan heard that there were many places in the northern heaven that had large-scale fields of Dao fruits. Perhaps I should start from this aspect and get some Dao fruits to eat. Speaking of which, he seemed to have an immortal emperor Dao fruit that he had yet to eat. It was obtained from killing an immortal emperor of a foreign race during the battle at the border river. In the past, Ning Fan had a lot of immeasurable pills and he did not care about Dao fruits. Now that he could not eat the immeasurable pill, he would eat all the Dao fruits in his hands first. If he adds the immortal emperor Dao fruit and some immortal venerables and immortal king's Dao fruits, it should be able to increase his magic power by a few hundred more tribulations. If he still had all his magic power, it would not be a big deal to have an extra few hundred more tribulations. However, right now, his magic power was only at the crossing truth realm. If he could have an extra few hundred more tribulations without any hidden danger, it would be much more convenient for him to do things. Beep 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 in the headquarters of the Four Fish sect, the starry sky crystal that was monitoring the 92nd star zone suddenly sounded a loud alarm. The person who was guarding the crystal was an old man who looked like a skinny monkey. He was originally sleepy, but after the alarm sounded, he could not fall asleep no matter what. This is really troublesome. Is it another beast tide? I wonder which star zone is the problem. The skinny monkey old man carefully looked at the starry sky crystal and his expression changed greatly. What a bold kid. He actually dares to start a massacre in the Purple Robes Palace. Even if this massacre is within the scope of the rules, isn't it too much? Moreover, he even killed the immortal venerables of the Purple Clan who were stationed in the Purple Robes Palace. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to provoke the Purple Clan? This won't do. Before the situation becomes serious, I must find this kid and turn this matter into a small matter. Ning Fan had killed hundreds of second-step immortal venerables in one fell swoop. He had even killed an immortal venerable of the 10,000 Ancient Era. This matter had caused a huge commotion. Thus, they had no choice but to temporarily stop the regional battles. At this moment, even a fool could see that the Black Demon sect was really lucky this time. They actually managed to recruit a super expert who could kill an ancient immortal venerable. Countless people were secretly guessing Ning Fan's true cultivation base. Since he was able to kill an immortal revered of the past 10,000 years, even if he is not an immortal emperor, he is probably a peerless expert among the immortal kings. Some people thought even more deeply, with the little wealth of the Black Demon sect, how could they ask the immortal king to take action? I can't be wrong, Ning Fan was not a guest elder that was recruited from the outside. Ning Fan's true identity was a senior cultivator of the Black Devil sect who was slumbering in the heaven-avoiding coffin. This time, he had come out of the coffin to seek justice for the Black Demon sect, who had been bullied for a long time. Despicable. It was just a regional battle between the younger generation, but the Black Demon sect had actually sent their sleeping immortal king senior to fight. This was bullying the weak. This is not fair. Hee, so what if I'm bullying the weak? Did the rules forbid this? However, the Black Devil sect actually has an old monster in hibernation. This is truly strange. This old man has never heard of such a thing. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Some time ago, it was revealed that the Pure Sun sect had a sleeping quasi-sage. Before this incident, even the Pure Sun sect themselves didn't know that they had a quasi-sage. I think the situation this time is more or less the same. You didn't see it. At that time, the people of the Black Devil sect were all dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know that there was such an immortal king old monster sleeping in their own sect. But it's still very strange. If the Black Devil sect has such an old monster in slumber, why didn't this person make a move when the Black Devil sect was being bullied in the past? As long as the world knows that the Black Devil sect has an immortal king in hibernation, who would dare to bully the Black Devil sect? Fellow Daoist, you might not know this, but it's said that there are old monsters at the Star Lord level who hate the Black Devil sect. If my guess is correct, the enemies of the Black Devil sect have never been true immortal forces. If it wasn't for the fact that the Black Demon sect had been suppressed by the Purple Dress Palace, this immortal king probably wouldn't even bother to make a move. It's the Purple Dress Palace that has gone overboard. What? There were only 28-star constellation ancient emperors in the 4C sect. Why would such a supreme existence hate the Black Demon sect? You ask me, but who should I ask? I only heard this news by chance. Who knows if it's true or not? However, it's still very strange. I've just contacted my ancestral master. He said that he has investigated the history of the Black Devil sect. In the history of this sect, there isn't a senior immortal king called Ning Fan. Besides, the Four Majestic sect seems to have never given the heaven-avoiding coffin to the Black Devil sect. How did this person fall into a deep sleep? What's so strange about that? Ning Fan's name is most likely a pseudonym. Or perhaps, the name that was recorded in the history of the Black Devil sect was not his real name. As for the heaven-evading coffin, he probably obtained it through some other means. Countless people discussed in secret. Countless people secretly used various channels to spread the news of what had happened. Ning Fan did not pay attention to those discussions. After the incident, he did not leave Purple Robe's planet. Instead, he brought the group of cultivators of the Black Devil sect back to rest. It was impossible for the Four Meridian sect to ignore such a huge matter. That was why he was waiting here. He wanted to see how the Four Meridian sect would handle this matter. Immortal venerated 10,000 ancient was killed. Their sect master was also killed. The 20 elite experts of the sect were all killed in the arena. The Purple Robes Palace had instantly fallen to become a third-rate force. When the cultivators of the Purple Robes Palace received the cultivators of the Black Devil sect, they no longer had the arrogant attitude. Instead, each of them was very cautious. They did not dare to offend the Black Devil sect, which was guarded by an immortal king. Regarding his cultivation base and origin, Ning Fan did not explain much to the people of the Black Devil sect. He only displayed the cultivation method that only the sect master of the Black Devil sect knew, the Black Devil art. Then, he went into seclusion. The reason why he went into seclusion was to consume the Dao fruit. After refining the Dao fruit, his cultivation base would improve significantly. Outside Ning Fan's room, Han Shiqi and the others were beaming with joy. They were surprised that Ning Fan had actually successfully cultivated the Black Devil art. As the sect master of the Black Devil sect, the Black Devil art was a little special. It was not just a cultivation method but also the proof of one's loyalty to the Black Devil sect. It was not difficult to cultivate the Black Devil art. However, if one was not a cultivator of the Black Devil sect or if one had betrayed the sect, this cultivation method would automatically disperse and one would not be able to truly possess it. There was only one reason why Ning Fan could use the Black Devil art. He was once the sect master of the Black Devil sect. Up until now, he had not betrayed the sect. He was really one of us. There's no mistake about Senior Ning's identity. He is a member of our sect. He must be a cultivator who is in deep slumber that no one knows about. I didn't expect that our Black Devil sect would also have an expert who is in deep slumber. Our Black Devil sect will definitely rise. Oh right. Why don't we ask this senior to save our sect master from the lower world and bring him back to the upper world? We definitely need to ask this senior for help. However, he is currently in seclusion. We shouldn't disturb him. The heaven-evading coffin has many side effects. Senior has been out of the coffin for quite some time this time. I'm afraid he needs to recuperate for a long time. Let's not disturb him. The people of the Black Devil sect returned to their rooms to rest. In the end, only Bailey was left standing outside Ning Fan's room. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. All the cultivators of the Black Devil sect believed Ning Fan's identity. They believed that he was an old senior of the Black Devil sect who had been in deep slumber for many years. However, she did not believe it. In the past, she had witnessed Ning Fan attaining the divine transformation realm with her own eyes. It had only been a few hundred years since then. To advance from the deity transformation stage to the immortal king stage in just a few hundred years. Even with the help of a treasure that could alter time, it was still impossible. Could it be that young Master Ning's cultivation was not obtained through his own cultivation, but he had obtained some sort of cultivation inheritance that allowed his cultivation to soar to the immortal king realm? I have heard from my master that there are several methods that can raise one's cultivation level so quickly. All of these methods cost a lot of resources. Even some immortal emperors can't afford it. Not only will the immortal king's foundation be completely destroyed, but it will also be difficult for him to improve his cultivation level. He will also lose the qualification to live forever. After the immortal king is enlightened, he will die within 1,000 years. There's another possibility. Young Master Ning has already died a long time ago. He died after being possessed by some immortal king realm old monster. That's why he revealed his immortal king realm cultivation. It's also because of this that he couldn't recognize me in the beginning and needed to search through his memories to confirm who I am. The more Bailey thought about it, the more confused she became. Neither situation was what she hoped for. She waited outside Ning Fan's room for a whole month. 1 month later, Ning Fan came out from his seclusion. His magic power had increased to 14,200 tribulations, he had gained 500 tribulation energy. It was extremely difficult to increase one's magic power after 10,000 tribulations. The Dao fruits of immortal venerables and immortal kings had a very weak effect on increasing one's magic power at this level. More than 20 Dao fruits could only increase his magic power by less than 10 tribulations. On the other hand, the immortal Emperor Dao fruit had increased Ning Fan's magic power by 500 tribulations, which really surprised him. He did not expect that the immortal Emperor Dao fruit would actually have such a significant effect after attaining 10,000 tribulations of magic power. It seems like I really should look for more immortal Emperor Dao fruits to increase my cultivation level in the future. After using the Dao fruits to increase his cultivation level, he had gone through multiple soul-sealing techniques to ensure that there were no hidden dangers in his cultivation level. As a result, the magic power that Ning Fan could use without any hidden dangers had increased to 500 tribulations in one go, reaching the level of a newly advanced immortal venerable. Miss, are you waiting for me here? As soon as Ning Fan walked out of the room, he saw Bailey. He was slightly surprised and then burst into laughter. He had forgotten that he had promised Bailey that he would help her get rid of the scheme in her body. It seems like the reason why Bailey was waiting here was because of this matter. Bailey wanted to say something but hesitated. After a long time, she bit her lips and asked with concern. Young Master Ning, tell me honestly. Did you use a secret technique to forcefully increase your cultivation level? Are you worried about me? Ning Fan was surprised. Young Master, don't think too much. I'm just asking casually. Hee. It's reasonable for you to be curious. After all, in your opinion, it has only been a few hundred years since we first met. But in reality, I have been cultivating alone for more than 100,000 years with the help of some secret treasures. With my innate potential and some fortuitous encounters, is it really strange for me to reach my current cultivation level in just a few 100,000 years? Ning Fan said with a smile. Young Master's innate potential is peerless. If you have some fortuitous encounters, it's not impossible for you to reach the immortal king realm in just a few 100,000 years. An immortal king realm in just a few 100,000 years of age. If this news spreads out, it will be enough to shock the entire Dharma-ending era. Young Master is really a heaven-sent genius. In that case, Young Master isn't possessed by someone, right? That's good. Bailey's heart was filled with joy and she heaved a sigh of relief. Possessed by someone? Why is a girl's head filled with all sorts of strange things? Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Suddenly, he thought of what happened to Xianxia in the past and remained silent. Things like possession were indeed very common in the cultivation world. It was no wonder that Bailey would ask about it. Ning Fan was very grateful for Bailey's concern. Because of that, he became more serious when treating this lady. Ning Fan brought Bailey back to the house. After a round of treatment, he took out a water blue goo insect from the lines on her palm. The body of the insect changed between real and illusory. It looked very strange. The appearance of the goo insect was very sticky and soft. When Bailey thought that it had been hiding in her body for a long time, she felt disgusted. This is the water transformation insect. It grows and reproduces by absorbing the magic power of the water element. Judging from the patterns on the insect, this insect has been hiding in your body for several months and it's close to the breeding period. If you discover it a few months later, it will really enter the breeding period and lay eggs in your body. At that time, if you want to get rid of this insect, you will need to abolish your cultivation base to get rid of all the eggs. Ning Fan explained. He did not know much about goo insects, but he had been to too many places. Naturally, he had seen a lot of rare insects. Coincidentally, he recognized the water transformation insect. When Bailey thought that this insect would lay eggs in her body a few months later, she felt nauseous and uncomfortable. The Great Elders faction actually used such a disgusting method to scheme against her. It was really too vicious. Thank you for your help this time, young master. Bailey has nothing to repay you. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. It's just a small matter. After this insect is removed, the host will have a period of weakness. Miss, don't go out these few days and rest more. I also feel a little dizzy and tired. I want to go back and rest for a while. In that case, I won't disturb young master anymore. By the way, young master, you have to be careful. I received news that the 4 mysterious sect has already sent people to deal with this matter because the matter you caused was too big. Bailey got the news from the Lost World Palace. She should not tell Ning Fan about such top-secret information, but she still told him anyway. Of course, she did not know much about it. She only knew that the four mysterious sect would send people to deal with this matter. As for who exactly they would send, she did not know. Neither did she know how they would deal with this matter. After sending Bailey off, Ning Fan suddenly went to the courtyard. He looked at the empty place in the courtyard and said, "You've been here for 27 days. Why? Are you still not going to show yourself?" As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, a soft exclamation came from a place in the courtyard where there was no one around. Then, a gentle breeze blew past and turned into an old man who looked like a skinny monkey. When he appeared, he flicked his sleeve and the surrounding heaven and earth changed under the strong wind. Ning Fan felt his vision blurred. In the next moment, he was already forcefully locked into a gray world by the skinny monkey old man. This skinny monkey old man was actually a quasi-Saint Realm expert. This world was filled with the massive Tao law of wind. This is, the palm void of the wind palm position. No, that's not right. It's similar to the palm void but it's different. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. Even though Ning Fan had sealed his magic power, not every quasi-Saint Realm expert could subdue him with a single move. However, this skinny monkey old man was able to forcefully lock him into this world. What he used was definitely not some ordinary method but a method similar to the palm void. What an interesting little fellow. You're obviously just an immortal king but you can see through the traces of my wind body and even see through the mysteries of this world. However, it's a pity that you're still wrong about one thing. This place isn't the palm void that you think it is but a titled void. Titled void, huh, why did you attack me? Ning Fan asked calmly. The reason for his calmness was that he did not sense any killing intent from this skinny monkey old man. He could hear the voices of all living beings. Therefore, he could easily sense the kindness and malice of others. You still have the cheek to ask? The old man glared at Ning Fan and continued. Little friend, do you know how many heavenly laws you violated during the regional battle? It's not a big deal for you to kill those hundreds of participants. However, you've also killed the Purple Robes Palace's sect master and the Purple Robes Palace's immortal venerables. Both of them did not participate in the arena battle. If we really pursue this matter, you've at least committed a grave crime that's above the 19th level. I've received the favor of Divine Master Nangong of the Two Rights sect. I know that your Black Devil sect is the orthodox lineage of the Two Rights sect. It wasn't easy for an immortal king like you to emerge from the Black Devil sect. I really can't bear to see you get your cultivation base crippled and fall to the lower world. That's why I came here to save you. Next, I'll bring you to the Purple Clan to apologize to the people of the Purple Clan. We'll turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. Purple Clan? It seems like you really don't know about it. The Purple Robes Palace is backed by the Purple Clan. It's a small matter that you killed the Purple Robes Palace's venerables. To people at my level, violating the heavenly laws isn't a big deal. However, offending the Purple Clan is too serious. If the Purple Clan uses the heavenly laws to punish you, even I won't be able to protect you. The foundation of a secret clan is not something you can imagine, especially the secret clan of the Northern Heaven. The strength of their foundation is not something the secret clans of the other three heavens can compare with. The elderly man said with great fear. So. Ning Fan frowned. When he killed the people of the Purple Robes Palace, he did not know that the Purple Robes Palace actually had the support of a secret clan. In that case, killing the people of the Purple Robes Palace might cause him to become enemies with the Purple Clan. This was not his original intention. That's why I'll bring you to the Purple Clan to apologize to them. I see. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, I don't think I've done anything wrong. That's why I don't want to apologize to anyone. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. In the end, he still shook his head and rejected the elderly man's kindness. Ning Fan could see that the reason why this quasi-Saint Realm expert of the Four Majestic sect came to him was just to be a mediator. He did not have any ill intentions. When he killed the people of the Purple Robes Palace just now, Ning Fan did not know that the Purple Clan was behind the Purple Robes Palace. No one would be willing to offend a secret clan for no reason. However, Ning Fan did not think that he did anything wrong by protecting the Black Devil sect. It was the people of the Purple Robes Palace who were in the wrong first. They had repeatedly bullied the Black Devil sect. What Ning Fan did was just a form of retaliation. Even if he knew that this matter might offend the Purple Clan, he would still not let any of the people who deserved to be killed go. If the Purple Clan was reasonable, they would naturally not blame him. However, if they were unreasonable, then there was even less of a need for him to lower his head and apologize to them. What an interesting little fellow. After hearing the great name of the Purple Clan, you actually remained unmoved. I really don't know if I should say that you have a backbone or should I say that you are ignorant. Fine. In order to save your life and leave a precious immortal King Realm expert for the Black Devil sect, even if I have to capture you today, I will bring you to the Purple Clan to apologize to them. The domineering nature of the Purple Clan is not something you can imagine. Young man, you must remember that in this world, you have to lower your head when you need to. If you are too strong, you will only be broken by the wind. The titled weapon, appear, the elderly man clasped his hands together. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. Amidst the fierce wind, a green wind pouch that was as large as a mountain suddenly appeared. The pouch opened and emitted a strong gust of wind in Ning Fan's direction. It was trying to suck Ning Fan into the pouch. Mid-grade innate magic treasure? No, this treasure isn't tangible. A sense of danger suddenly appeared in Ning Fan's heart. Almost at the moment he saw the wind pouch, his entire body turned into a ray of light and flew a great distance away in an instant, evading the attack range of the wind pouch. Ning Fan's speed of evading was extremely fast and the distance he could cover was also very far. However, the ability of the wind pouch seemed to be able to ignore the distance between space and time. No matter where Ning Fan escaped to, it would still be able to capture him. It was extremely strange, gray light erupted between heaven and earth. In the next moment, Ning Fan, who had already escaped, was forcibly sucked into the pouch despite the distance between space and time. He was actually caught by the skinny and monkey-like elderly man in just a single move. This skinny and monkey-like elderly man was obviously a top expert among the first-level quasi-saints. After the wind pouch caught Ning Fan, it flew back to the skinny and monkey-like elderly man's hand and returned to its original form. It was a gray pouch the size of a palm. Inside the pouch, Ning Fan tried to break free. Unfortunately, it was useless. With the amount of magic power he could use now, he would not be able to break free from the wind pouch without using some special methods. Not bad, little fellow. The extreme speed of escaping in an instant is not much weaker than my wind escape divine movement technique. Unfortunately, my wind master pouch is a little special. No matter how fast you run or how far you go, as long as there is wind at the place where you stand, I can use the wind to suck you back into the pouch. Once you are sucked into the pouch, you won't be able to escape unless you have the cultivation base of a quasi-saint. Little fellow, you better accept your fate and follow me to the Purple Clan. I guarantee that as long as you lower your head and apologize to the Purple Clan, I will certainly protect your life. I won't let anyone hurt you. What? While the skinny and monkey-like elderly man was persuading the wind pouch, his expression suddenly changed. To his surprise, the wind pouch that was perfectly fine was suddenly pierced by countless thorns. A large number of thorns pierced through the pouch and forcefully grew out. Those were not ordinary thorns. With the experience of the skinny monkey-like old man, he recognized at a glance that these thorns were very similar to the ghost flower of the netherworld mentioned in an ancient book. Could it be? This kid was actually the legendary Ghost Flowers contractor. Not good. Bang, more branches pierced through the windbag and forcefully grew out. It was a branch of the soul-sucking tree. Countless sage-to-be attacks were unleashed from the windbag. In the end, the windbag could no longer bear the burden and was finally destroyed by the soul-sucking tree, turning into countless pieces of cloth. Then, the pieces of cloth turned into a cool breeze and dissipated. Ning Fan stood on the soul-sucking trent's shoulder and fought his way out of the windbag. Unbelievable. You're just a little celestial king, yet you have a sage-to-be indestructible ghost soldier. The skinny old man said with a wry smile. I know that Senior came here with good intentions. However, I hope that Senior will not interfere in the matter between me and the Purple Clan. Ning Fan said. The skinny monkey-like old man looked at Ning Fan deeply and suddenly laughed. Good, good, good. Divine Teacher Nangong finally had a successor. The Heaven and Earth sect finally had a successor. You, very good. I won't interfere in the matter between you and the Purple Clan anymore. As for the heavenly rules that you violated in the regional battle, I will take care of it for you. However, don't do it again. The heavenly rules are the heavenly rules. Before you truly reach my level, it's better for you not to violate them in the future if you can. It was still the tone of a senior talking to a junior. As a matter of fact, this skinny monkey-like old man could be considered as the registered disciple of that divine teacher Nangong. He was an elder of the Heaven and Earth sect. Since the Heaven and Earth sect was the predecessor of the Black Devil sect, this skinny monkey-like old man was indeed Ning Fan's senior. The Black Devil sect had a tradition of shielding its members. This tradition had actually existed since the era of the Heaven and Earth sect and had been passed down until the era of the Black Devil sect. If it wasn't because of this relationship and this tradition, this skinny monkey-like old man would certainly not come to trouble himself by meddling in the matter between Ning Fan and the Purple Clan with the fear of quasi-saints. Senior, are you going to open the titled void space and let me out, or are you going to wait for me to break the void space and walk out by myself? Ning Fan's tone was very polite. However, this kind of politeness carried a sense of alienation. Obviously, Ning Fan did not have a good impression of this kind of senior who came to his door to capture him. What an interesting kid. What kind of tone is that? Are you angry at me? Are you blaming me for wanting to capture you as soon as I come to your door? The skinny monkey-like old man was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst into laughter. You have character. Just to my liking. No wonder you don't like me. It's impossible for you to have a good impression of anyone who wants to capture you as soon as they meet. If you are grateful to me, I will blame you for being hypocritical. According to the tradition of my Heaven and Earth sect, you have to compensate for your wrongdoings. Even as a senior, there is no exception. No matter what, I have already attacked you. As for compensation, I will give it to you later. However, I have something to discuss with that old thing, Ji Bing. Let's put the matter of compensation aside for now. As he spoke, the old man's originally lazy gaze suddenly sharpened. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared. Countless small ice shards that looked like hail were caught by the gust of wind and ruthlessly crushed. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, it was not because of the ice shards. As a matter of fact, he had already noticed the existence of these ice shards a long time ago. He could tell that it was a kind of sensing secret technique that was similar to the heavenly peering rain technique. Ning Fan could even sense who was using these ice shards to monitor him. It was the sleeping quasi-sage of the White Demon sect. Ever since Ning Fan caused a commotion in the regional battle, the White Devil sect's quasi-saints began to secretly observe him. What surprised Ning Fan was that the skinny monkey-like elderly man would actually break the ice shards. Isn't he afraid of becoming enemies with the White Devil sect's quasi-saints? Extreme ice. This old man doesn't care how you plot against the Black Demon sect's sect leader token. However, this child is the legitimate successor of my Yin and Yang sect. If you dare to harm him, you will be making an enemy of me, Lei. Bear the consequences. It seemed like a threat, but also a warning. At the same time, the slumbering extreme ice exalted immortal in the White Demon sect suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Old dog Lei, how dare you? How dare you meddle in the business of my Yin and Yang sect? Do you really think that you are a disciple of the sect just because you became the nominal disciple of divine sage Nangong in the past? You are an outsider. You are just an outsider. Bullsh** T tradition of the Yin and Yang sect. Do you think it is your turn? Do you think you are invincible just because you have the title of Wind Master? This debt, this immortal will remember. Just you wait. Just you wait. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal said with hatred. Alright. The annoying flies have been driven away. Come with me to a place. I will give you some gifts as compensation. Old Ancestor Lei said with a smile. I'm not going. Ning Fan shook his head. He was not interested in the compensation from Old Ancestor Lei at all. Are you really not going? There are quite a lot of materials there. I can use them to create undying ghost soldiers. Where is it? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. Obviously, he was very interested in the place that Old Ancestor Lei mentioned. The forbidden area of the Light Clan. Are you going or not? No. Ning Fan was speechless. Is the forbidden area of a clan a place where an outsider like me can go as I please? He had already offended the members of the Purple Robe Palace by killing them. What if he offends the Light Clan again if he goes to the forbidden area of the Light Clan? He was not afraid of trouble, but he did not want to cause trouble for no reason either. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. There are some changes in the forbidden area of the Light Clan. There are plenty of ferocious creatures in there that can be killed. There are as many materials as you want to create an undying ghost soldier. After you go there, you can kill all the ferocious creatures as you please. Not only will you not offend the Light Clan, you will also gain their favor. Those ferocious creatures are a huge headache for the Light Clan. I'm not going. Ning Fan did not trust old ancestor Laze at all. What if he goes to the forbidden area of the Light Clan and gets schemed against by old ancestor Laze? What if he becomes the sworn enemy of the Light Clan? He was not familiar with Northern Heaven at all. He could not help but think of the ugly side of people's hearts. All right. Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. You are the one who doesn't want to compensate me. Don't blame me for going against the tradition of the Heaven and Earth sect. Initially, I was planning to help you kill some ferocious creatures to create a second quasi-holy level ghost soldier. Old ancestor Laze purposely emphasized the words quasi-holy level ghost soldier. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was still unmoved. If he wants other quasi-holy level ghost soldiers, he can do it himself instead of asking a person whom he had only met once to do it for him. Forget it, forget it. You win. Why are you so vigilant? Am I that untrustworthy? Do you want to go or not? Old ancestor Laze could not be bothered with Ning Fan anymore. He released the sealed void and the two of them returned to the outside world, appearing in the courtyard. Just as old ancestor Laze was planning to leave this place and return to the headquarters of the Four Fish sect, an alarm suddenly rang from his storage pouch. Beep 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 what a headache. Did something happen again? Old ancestor Laze took out the replica of the starry sky crystal that he always carried with him. After taking a casual glance at it, he exclaimed softly. Things were just so coincidental. Just a moment ago, he had just mentioned the forbidden area of the Light Clan to Ning Fan, and at the next moment, something happened there. Beep 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 another message transmitting jade token rang. Old ancestor Laze felt a headache coming on. Without even looking, he already knew who was contacting him. Only the leader of the Four Fish sect, the ancient reaching Heaven Emperor, knew about this message transmitting jade token. Old ancestor Laze opened the jade token lazily without bothering to hide it from Ning Fan. Then, Ning Fan heard the voice of the ancient reaching Heaven Emperor from the jade token. Old Lei, I've encountered some trouble. Both Old Hua and Old Shur are guarding the boundary river. Only you can handle this matter. I'm not going. I'm not a servant of the Light Clan. Why should I go when something happened to their forbidden area? Old ancestor Laze's tone was very willful. He did not give the ancient reaching Heaven Emperor any face. Sigh. All the quasi-saints of the Light Clan are participating in the battle in the Boundary River. There are only some immortal emperors in the clan. The lowest level of the Light Ancestor Earth Abyss is not a place that ordinary immortal emperors can enter. Old Lei, only you can handle this matter. If you don't go, those who are trapped in the abyss will be in big trouble. That little girl who resonated with the Stone Warrior 8 formations is also there. The ancient reaching Heaven Emperor said with difficulty. What? The fourth mistress of the Lost World Palace is also there? This is really a headache. The Stone Warrior 8 formations is the foundation of my Northern Heaven. The importance of this girl is self-evident. If something happens to her in the Light Ancestor Earth Abyss. Sigh. It seems like I really have to make a trip there. Hee. With Old Lei's help, I can rest assured about this matter. After hanging up the jade token, old ancestor Laze showed a serious expression that was rarely seen. He planned to pay a visit to the Light Clan. The fourth mistress of the Lost World Palace had a rather special identity. In the past, when she encountered difficulties, he would always lend a helping hand. Similarly, when some of the geniuses of the Northern Heaven who also had a special identity were in trouble, he would basically be the one who saved them. If Ning Fan did not interfere in this matter, this incident would just be an ordinary case of saving lives that had happened countless times before. However, because this matter was related to the fourth mistress of the Lost World Palace, it was impossible for Ning Fan not to get involved. The fourth mistress of the Lost World Palace was none other than Bei Xiaoman. Senior, do you have the star map of the Light Clan? Give me a copy. I will bring you to the Light Clan. Ning Fan asked with a frown. Eh? You've thought it through? Are you planning to go to the Light Clan to create undying ghost soldiers? Unfortunately, there are some problems in the forbidden area of the Light Clan. It's very dangerous. It's not suitable for me to bring you there to create ghost soldiers for now. My speed is faster than yours. I will bring you to the Light Clan to save time. It doesn't matter whether I create ghost soldiers or not. Let's go and save the others first. Ning Fan explained. What? You said your speed is faster than mine? That's impossible. Wind cultivators are best at speed. How can you be faster than the wind count of this generation? I don't believe it. Thus, old ancestor Lei Zhe, who refused to believe it, told Ning Fan the location of the Light Clan. In just 10 breaths, Ning Fan brought old ancestor Lei Zhe across millions of galaxies and arrived at the Light Clan, 6 teleportation portals. Ning Fan's original creation. The fastest teleportation. What? This is the devil voice of an ancient devil. No. That's not right. This is the teleportation technique that you created yourself. It's too fast. Even if it's the devil voice of an ancient devil, it won't be able to travel this far in 10 breaths. It would at least take tens of breaths. Kid, are you really an immortal king? Old ancestor Lei Zhe was deeply shocked. Ning Fan did not explain further to old ancestor Lei Zhe. He did not even bother to ask for old ancestor Lei Zhe's name. With Ning Fan's Tao of Divination cultivation base that was improving day by day, if Bei Xiaoman's life was really in danger, he would have a sudden impulse or even directly use samsara to predict her future. Since there was no such reaction, it meant that Bei Xiaoman would not be in any life-threatening danger during this trip. Besides, with old ancestor Lei Zhe, a quasi-saint realm expert, it would not matter even if he did not care about Bei Xiaoman. She would be saved eventually. However, since he had already heard that Bei Xiaoman was in trouble, how could Ning Fan just sit by and do nothing? He did not know what had happened in the forbidden area of the Light Clan. However, if the ferocious creatures there dared to hurt Bei Xiaoman, he would not mind slaughtering all of them. Hey! Little fellow, you are revealing your killing intent. This is the Light Clan. Are you trying to deceive me into bringing you here to slaughter the Light Clan with such strong killing intent? Yes, you must have heard the conversation between me and Tong Tian and found out that the Light Clan doesn't have a quasi-saint realm expert now. Little fellow, I'm warning you. Countless members of the Light Clan have died in the battle at the North Border River. Even if you are my junior and the inheritor of the Two Forms sect, I will never allow you to harm the Light Clan. Old ancestor Lei Zhe said with a serious expression. You think too much. Even though Ning Fan was too lazy to care about old ancestor Lei Zhe, he did not want to cause too many misunderstandings either. Almost at the same time when the two of them appeared, tens of cultivators of the Light Clan gathered in their direction. When they saw that it was old ancestor Lei Zhe, they were overjoyed. It's old Lei. He has come to help us guard the Earth Abyss again. That's great. Humph. Cut the crap. Quickly lead the way. Which entrance of the Earth Abyss is the problem this time? Old ancestor Lei Zhe harumphed coldly and asked with a concerned tone. At this moment, Ning Fan finally had a good impression of old ancestor Lei Zhe after witnessing his cold exterior but warm interior. It's the entrance of the Earth Abyss in this direction. Before the members of the Light Clan could answer, Ning Fan already answered. His sense of rain was too powerful. The moment he arrived, he had already dispersed the curtain of rain. He had already appeared in this place for more than 10 breaths. This amount of time was enough for him to find out a lot of things. Brat. Don't talk nonsense. The seal of the entrance of the Earth Abyss is extremely powerful. We can't sense what's happening inside at all from the outside. Even a quasi-saint like me can't sense it. How could you possibly sense it? Old ancestor Lei Zhe scolded Ning Fan in a bad mood. However, at the next moment, the cultivators of the Light Clan slapped their faces. "Old Lei, you've wronged this fellow Taoist." "He's right. There's indeed something wrong with the entrance of the Earth Abyss in this direction." "Hiss. This fellow Taoist is actually summoning the devil cavity of an ancient devil. Where did he go? What exactly is his identity? The seal has sensed something. Someone ignored the seal and directly entered the interior of the Earth Abyss. Could it be that fellow Taoist? He ignored those cultivators of the Light Clan. Once he confirmed that something was wrong with the Earth Abyss, Ning Fan directly activated the 6 teleportation portals. He ignored the seal of the Earth Abyss and directly teleported to the interior of the Earth Abyss. What he did not know was that his actions had shocked old Ancestor Lei once again. The seal of Ancestor Lei's Earth Abyss is something that even I, a quasi-saint who is half a step away from attaining the 2nd level of the Light Clan, can't ignore. This young man can actually ignore the seal. What level of teleportation technique did he actually invent? It's too scary. Without much delay, old Ancestor Lei followed closely behind Ning Fan. With the help of the cultivators of the Light Clan, he passed through the layers of seals and entered the Earth Abyss. When he successfully passed through the hundreds of layers of the Earth Abyss seal, it had already been 1 hour since Ning Fan entered the Earth Abyss. Ning Fan was already 1 step ahead of him. No one knew where in the Earth Abyss he was. The Light Ancestor Earth Abyss was a land of extreme fire, and also a land of extreme day. Flames surged in the air, and the earth emitted light as the boundless Fusang forest grew. The light here grew endlessly, causing the underground to be as bright as day. There was no night. As the Light Clan's forbidden land, the Light Ancestors' Abyss had an extremely complicated and dangerous environment. Countless ancient formations had been left behind. If one didn't have the cultivation of a saint, it would be impossible to charge around in the Earth Abyss. This was because no one could tell which ray of light or which wisp of flame was disguised by a supreme restriction. If one accidentally bumped into it, they would either die or be injured. Even someone as strong as Ning Fan had to move forward cautiously after entering this place. He did not dare to fly too fast. He had to carefully examine the surrounding restrictions, and even more so, he had to pay attention to a kind of vicious creature unique to this place, the light ant. It was a kind of ant that was as large as a calf. Its body was transparent and completely made of light. It had short wings and could crawl or fly. This kind of light ant usually appeared in groups. Their individual cultivation was not high, but they were very good at fusing attacks and could not be underestimated. Ning Fan had just flown several tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li, in the Earth Abyss, and he had already encountered a few attacks from the light ants. At this moment, there were another 40+ light ants blocking his way. This time, most of the light ants that appeared were just at the void fragmentation realm. However, when more than 40 of them turned into rays of light and fused together, a human profound realm light ant appeared in front of Ning Fan. Hiss! 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 The human profound light ant spat out 3 light bullets at Ning Fan consecutively. If it was a human profound realm cultivator, he would certainly be extremely afraid of such a situation. However, Ning Fan was naturally not afraid of this light ant. With a flick of his sleeve, the light bullets that were flying towards him were absorbed into his sleeve and vanished without a sound. Then, he casually threw out a tribulation flash. The human black light ant let out a miserable shriek and was killed by Ning Fan. These light ants seem to be the thing that gives the light race a headache. Ning Fan knitted his brows. Almost as soon as he arrived at the Light Clan, he directly entered the Light Ancestors' Earth Abyss. Even though he had spread out his rain sense before, he did not purposely gather information in the Light Clan. When he spread out his divine consciousness, he heard some Light Race clansmen discussing the problem of the light ants in the abyss. Now that he saw these light ants, he naturally had some guesses. This is... Ning Fan's eyes moved slightly. At the place where the human profound light ant had fallen, the scattered light suddenly gathered and formed a tattered light pearl. This kind of light pearl was called the Light Ant Inner Elixir by the cultivators of the Light Clan. It was something similar to a Dao fruit. After eating it, it could directly increase one's cultivation. It seemed that the cultivators of the Light Clan had come to the Earth Abyss for training because they wanted to hunt for these inner cores. Along the way, Ning Fan had killed quite a number of light ants. However, it was his first time getting an inner core. It was obvious that the probability of producing an inner core was not high, which was similar to the Dao fruit. This was a human profound inner core, but its classification was not just based on the human profound inner core. It seemed like in the Light Clan, there were different grades of inner cores such as damaged inner cores and outstanding inner cores. Ning Fan did not know much about them and he was not interested in them either. After casually keeping the inner core into his storage pouch, Ning Fan continued to move forward. His rain sense tried to explore deeper into the abyss. Unfortunately, his rain sense could not spread too far. The interior of the Light Ancestor Earth Abyss had too great of a restriction on spirit sense and senses. It could not be helped. Ning Fan had no choice but to use the power of the treasure-searching compass to sense this place. According to the treasure-searching compass, there were a total of 12 levels in this abyss. Each level was a region with different landforms. The area that Ning Fan was currently in was just the first level. Bei Xiaoman was not on this level. Instead, she was in a lower level. Help! Help! After walking for an unknown period of time, a cry for help suddenly came from the front, causing Ning Fan's footsteps to slow down. To his surprise, on the ground in front of him, there were 4 steeds that were burning with golden flames pulling a golden chariot, running for their lives. Behind the chariot, there were 600 to 700 light ants that were the size of calves. Their eyes glinted with ferocious light as they chased after the chariot. Each of those light ants had a cultivation base above the void fragmentation realm. There were 5 life immortal light ants and 1 true light ant. On the chariot, there were more than 10 young men who came here to train. When they were suddenly chased by 600 to 700 light ants, these inexperienced young men were almost scared to death. They were either the descendants of the Dao children of the ancient sects or the direct descendants of the ancient monsters. Each of them had a great background. They came here to train, but they did not expect that the light ant hunting event that happened once every 10,000 years would actually happen in advance. Brother, are we going to die here? Father clearly said that the light ant hunting event would only happen once every 10,000 years, but this time, the light ant hunting event actually happened 6,000 years earlier than the scheduled time. If it was during normal times, most of the light ants would need to hibernate. Naturally, they would not take the initiative to attack us. We only need to find some small ant nests and dig out some light ants to kill. But this time, we actually encountered the light ant hunting event. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Inside the chariot, a young girl who was inexperienced cried out in fear of the light ants chasing after her. She pulled her brother's sleeve and held on tightly, shivering in fear. Her name was Lin Qingyue. She was the first young lady of the Lin family. The young man that she called brother was the eldest son of the Lin family, the eldest young master. At the same time, he was also the one with the highest cultivation among the 10 or so northern sky youths. He was half a step into the human profound realm. But even with this little cultivation, he could only feel powerless against the pursuit of the light ant army. Don't cry. You must calm down. The chariot that we are riding on is the Sun Chariot that we rented from the Light Clan. This chariot uses light as its driving force. As long as there is light in the surroundings, it can move without stopping. This chariot's speed is extremely fast and its defense is also strong. We can continue to use this chariot to escape and wait for the Light Clan to come to our rescue. Young Master Lin forced himself to calm down and comforted his sister. But in the next moment, he could no longer remain calm. Boom, a light bullet with the power of space rend hit the chariot. The chariot was attacked by the light ants again. While escaping, the chariot had already been attacked by the light ants countless times. But because the defense of the Sun Chariot was extremely strong, it could almost ignore all attacks below the late stage of crossing truth. The light bullets from before did not cause much damage to the Sun Chariot. But the attack this time was different. The Sun Chariot actually had a hole in it. This time, the light bullets actually reached the power of space rend. Not good. Those light ants have fused. That crossing truth light ant has fused with the other light ants and turned into a space rend light ant. Young Master Lin's expression finally changed drastically. The space rend light ant was enough to easily destroy this Sun Chariot. Once the chariot was destroyed, their lives would be in danger. Hiss hiss hiss, more light bullets were shot out by the space-rend light ant. The sun chariot was completely destroyed. The group of northern sky youths fell to the ground with their faces covered in dirt. They could only watch as the space-rend light ant that was the size of a small mountain approached them while drooling. The thing that light ants loved to eat the most during their hunting period was meat. They would be eaten. No, don't eat me. Lin Qingyue was actually so scared that her pants were wet. She fell to the ground and could not even stand up. She had never experienced life and death before. Her clan had protected her too well. She had avoided fragmentation cultivation, but she simply did not have the courage to match it. Just when she thought that she was going to die for sure, a scarlet pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and turned the dignified space-rend light ant into dust in one move. How powerful! It was like a miracle. Lin Qingyue raised her head in a daze. What she saw was a young man in white robes with peerless elegance. He stood in the air like an unrivaled god. He killed a space-rend light ant with just a single move. This person is at least Senior Xianxia. The group of northern sky youths who had just survived the calamity were pleasantly surprised. All of them knelt on the ground and thanked Ningfan profusely. Lin Qingyue was the only one who had yet to recover from the shock. She was in a daze and forgot to thank him. Sister. Quickly thank Senior. You're being too rude. Her elder brother reprimanded her in a low voice. Lin Qingyue panicked. Only then did she realize what had happened. Her mouth was agape and she was tongue-tied. She wanted to thank Ningfan, but after hearing Ningfan's words, she naturally did not dare to interrupt him. Thus, she swallowed all of her gratitude. Do you have a map of the Earth Abyss? Ningfan landed on the ground and asked young Master Lin, who was the leader of the group. He did not care whether others thanked him or not. Yes. The map is here. If Senior needs it, you can take it. Young Master Lin respectfully handed over a copy of the map. He had bought this map from the Light Clan at a high price. Ningfan scanned it with his spirit sense and instantly made a copy of the map. He returned the original copy to young Master Lin and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Ningfan suddenly paused and looked at Lin Qingyue with a strange expression. He seemed to have sensed something. It was a very strange feeling. This young lady gave him an indescribable feeling. The last time he had this kind of feeling was when he met Xianxia and Su Manue by chance. What's your name? Ningfan asked with a frown. My name is Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue's face immediately turned red when an unfamiliar man asked for her name. Lin Qingyue? Why do you have this name? Ningfan's frown deepened. Replying to Senior's question, this is the name that my mother gave me. My mother said that people have sorrows and joys, the moon has waxing and waning, 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 waxing and waning and waning, waxing and waning. Fan was not asking about the reason why she had this name. He was asking about something else. Xianxia, Su Manue, and then Lin Qingyue. Ningfan seemed to be able to sense some kind of extremely close karma from Lin Qingyue. However, it also felt like it was just an illusion. I will draw a circle on the ground. You guys stay inside the circle and don't come out. I can guarantee your safety. Someone will come and save you later. The purpose of this trip was to save Bei Xiaoman. Ningfan did not really want to pay attention to this young lady called Lin Qingyue. It was even more impossible for him to stay here and protect these people. Just like how he treated Xianxia and Su Manue, Ningfan quietly left a trace of spirit sense in Lin Qingyue's body. Then, he drew a circle of rain on the ground with the power of the yin-yang rain, encircling all the young elites of the northern sky. Then, he left. Seeing Ningfan's departure, Lin Qingyue's beautiful eyes dimmed. She actually felt an indescribable sense of loss. She did not know why, but it felt like a reunion that she had been waiting for countless eras to pass by. On the other hand, some of the young elites of the northern sky who were led by young Master Lin heaved a sigh of relief after Ning Fan left. The pressure they felt when they were in front of Ning Fan was too great. "Do any of you know who this senior is?" He actually asked Brother Lin for a map. "It seems like he isn't a member of the Light Clan but a cultivator who came from the outside world. He should be someone sent by the four profound sects to deal with the light ants." Terrifying. This is too terrifying. I initially thought that this senior is a thought-shattering realm cultivator, but it turns out that he isn't. Look at the circle. This is definitely a circle drawn by someone who is close to the sovereign realm. As long as we stay inside the circle, even the thought-shattering light ants won't be able to break the circle easily and hurt us. He's actually close to the sovereign realm. Could it be that this senior is a great sovereign of the northern sky who has been living in seclusion? He's too strong. All the youths were extremely excited. Their admiration for this mysterious senior had already been gushing out endlessly while they were still in the circle. Ning Fan had entered the underground abyss in a hurry. He was confident in his rain technique. However, after entering this place, he realized that he still needed a map. With a map, he would be able to choose the fastest route to get to where Bei Xiaoman was. As for saving the other young elites of the northern sky who came here to train, did it have anything to do with him? If he met them, it would be fate and he could save them. If he didn't, it would be fate. Since they dared to come here to train, they needed to be responsible for their actions and be aware that they might die. I see. So this light ancestor Earth Abyss is the birthplace of the Light Clan. There are 12 levels in the Earth Abyss. Each level used to have an ancient immortal kingdom. In ancient times, the 12 immortal kingdoms formed an alliance and formed a clan together. That was how the Light Clan came to be. The first level that I'm at now is the ruins of the Light Tree Country. There are a total of 7 entrances that lead to the second level. The closest entrance to this place is located in the ruins of the capital of the Light Tree Country. Ordinary people wouldn't go through this entrance if they want to go to the second level. They would rather take a longer route because this entrance is extremely dangerous. Dangerous. It is indeed very dangerous. If the treasure-searching compass is not wrong, there is a half-saint realm chi sleeping in the direction of the capital of the Light Tree Country. There seems to be a half-saint realm light ant there. Ordinary people would not take this path because it might disturb the ant's slumber and cause it to attack. However, Ning Fan was different. He did not like to take a longer route. In this light ancestor Earth Abyss, there were killing restrictions everywhere. He could not fly too fast. If he wants to reach Bei Xiaoman as soon as possible, he would need to take a shortcut. After deciding on the direction, Ning Fan flew at full speed. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he arrived at an ancient ruin. This place used to be the capital of a country that was built in a forest. The scale of the capital was not small. It could accommodate millions of cultivators. Now, however, only ruins remained. The entrance to the second level was located at the central area of the capital. Kiss kiss sensing Ning Fan's approach, light ants kept crawling out from the abandoned buildings. Millions of them flapped their short wings and flew into the sky. Then, they sprayed light bullets at Ning Fan. How troublesome. Little catter, don't you like fighting? Come out and fight with me. Ning Fan released Little Catter and Aphrodite. He even summoned the Netherworld Ghost Flower. As a result, Ning Fan did not even need to take action personally. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the millions of light ants were all killed by his army. Hundreds of inner cores exploded. The formation rate of them was much lower than Dao fruits of the same grade. Ning Fan kept all the inner cores that exploded into his storage pouch. As for Ning Fan's group, their wanton slaughter of the light ants had enraged the 7 powerful light ants that were hibernating in this place. The ground of the Light Tree Country suddenly cracked open. 7 incomparably huge light ants crawled out from the ground. There were 6 Immortal Emperor Realm light ants and 1 Half-Holy Realm light ant. The Immortal Emperor Realm light ants were the same as ordinary light ants. All of them were golden and shiny. Only the Half-Holy light ant took human form with a sway of his body. He was a burly man clad in azure armor. Meet. Eat meat. Facing Ning Fan's delicious flesh and blood, the 6 immortal Emperor realm light ants all drooled with extremely acidic saliva. Unlike the low-grade light ants, the immortal Emperor realm light ants could actually speak simple words. Unfortunately, their spiritual intelligence was still too low. Ordinary immortal emperors would definitely be afraid when they saw the soul-sucking half-holy realm tree ants summoned by Ning Fan. However, they were not afraid at all. However, the burly man in green armor was extremely fearful of Ning Fan's group. There was nothing wrong with his intelligence. Ning Fan's words woke him up. He was originally very angry. However, at this moment, he was shocked by the formation of Ning Fan's group. He was filled with fear. After letting out a strange roar, he stopped the gluttonous immortal Emperor light ants from attacking Ning Fan. You don't seem to be from the Light Tribe or the Four Meridian sect. Are you here to meddle in the Holy Ant sect's business? The green-armored man questioned. At the same time, he merged the surrounding 6 immortal Emperor light ants into his body. Even though he was a half-sage, he wasn't too far from a demi-sage. Therefore, after absorbing the 6 light ants, his cultivation level skyrocketed to the first level of a demi-sage. Upon seeing this, Ning Fan immediately frowned. If this man was just a half-saint, he wouldn't mind killing him with an illusion technique. However, if the man had the ability to display the strength of a half-saint, then it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Once the battle started, it would be a waste of time and he might not be able to win for sure. Ning Fan could see that the fusion of the light ants was not permanent. After a certain period of time, they would separate from each other. Even with this flaw, this kind of fusion could be said to be heaven-defying. It was no wonder that the existence of the light ants gave the Light Tribe a headache. The half-saint light ants could display the strength of a first-level demi-sage by merging with their own kind. Most of the first-level demi-sage ants could also display the strength of a second-level demi-sage through the fusion. It was definitely not an easy task to eliminate such half-saint and half-saint light ants. Ning Fan was anxious to find Bei Xiaoman and he did not want to cause any more trouble. Besides, there seems to be more than one half-saint light ant here. Ning Fan looked at a certain direction with a thoughtful expression. I don't know what the Holy Ant sect is and I don't want to meddle in your business either. I'm here to save someone and I need to use the entrance of this place to enter the 2nd floor. Can you do me a favor? Ning Fan said in an irrefutable manner. If the other party could not do him a favor, even if he could not kill this ant within a short period of time, he would still fight his way to the 2nd floor. A junior like you is actually the leader of this group of people? Ning Fan's tone was almost like an order. It was too arrogant, which made the green-armored man extremely displeased. If it wasn't because of the half-saint realm experts by Ning Fan's side, he would certainly make Ning Fan pay with his ferocious nature. However, it was a critical moment to choose the queen ant. It was not wise for him to cause unnecessary trouble. Fine. I can lend you the entrance to the 2nd floor. However, if you dare to disrupt the great plan of my Holy Ant sect, I, the 12 Ant Generals, will never let you leave this abyss alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-armored man went back into the ground. However, his spirit sense was still locked on Ning Fan. Obviously, he would immediately retaliate if Ning Fan makes any strange moves. Ning Fan did not say much and kept the Netherworld Ghost Flower back. The undying ghost soldiers summoned by the Netherworld Ghost Flower could not be brought along. However, he did not keep Aphrodite, Little Cat and Inextinguishable Lightning Nascent Soul. Instead, he kept them by his side as his subordinates. The moment they entered the 2nd floor, Ning Fan asked Aphrodite and Little Cat are using telepathy. Holy Ant Sect. I've never heard of it. Have you heard of it? No. Aphrodite shook her head. It sounds a little familiar but I can't remember. Even though she said she could not remember, Little Cat who had turned into her human form was drooling nonstop. She always felt that the name Holy Ant Sect was very delicious. It's fine if you don't know. Let's be more careful. Don't get involved in the dispute of the Holy Ant Sect. The Holy Ant Sect is certainly not an ordinary sect since it could prevent the Light Clan from being completely eradicated for countless years. I'm afraid the Holy Ant Sect has a lot to do with the chaos in the Earth Abyss this time. Ning Fan said solemnly. A long time after Ning Fan left, the green-armored man went back into the ground. He took the initiative to cancel the fusion and release the 6 immortal Emperor light ants that had fused with his body. At the moment he cancelled the fusion, a bright light flashed in a place where there was no one around. A beautiful lady wearing fiery red battle armor appeared. "Humph! Your Highness Hua, why did you stop me from killing him? There is only a quasi-saint realm expert beside him. If you and I work together, we can kill him and devour his flesh and blood. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Then, you will certainly have a greater chance of competing for the Ant Queen," the green-armored man said with displeasure. In other words, the reason why he did not attack Ning Fan was not only because he was afraid of Ning Fan but also because of the order from the lady in red armor. *Hehe*. I have just broken through to the quasi-saint realm with the help of my mother's inner core fragment. My cultivation base has yet to stabilize. You too have only reached this level by borrowing power. You won't be able to last for long. It won't be easy for the two of us to kill this brat, the lady in red armor whose name was Hua said meaningfully. As a quasi-saint realm expert, her whereabouts were actually seen through by Ning Fan with just a glance. There's no doubt about it. Ning Fan must have discovered me with that glance just now. This brat definitely has some hidden tricks up his sleeves. I'm afraid that he is even more difficult to deal with than that quasi-saint tree man. Your Highness, you think too highly of that brat. If your Highness is willing to stop that quasi-saint tree man, I can kill all the others including that brat by myself, the green-armored man said arrogantly. Kubi Xiong, you are too conceited. You will certainly suffer because of this in the future, the lady in red armor said with dissatisfaction. Your Highness, you are right. I will certainly correct this flaw. Even though he said that he would correct his mistake, the green-armored man did not have the slightest intention to do so. Instead, his eyes darted around the lady's body boldly with a greedy expression. The lady's face turned cold. Mind your identity. Yes. The green-armored man frowned and straightened his eyes. However, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Bitch, you won't be able to stay arrogant for long. When the Ant Queen selection begins, you won't have any other choice even if you don't want to follow me. I will get you sooner or later. Your inner core, your body, everything about you, genius website. Apex mobile version, After flying through a long underground passage, Ning Fan and the others successfully entered the second level of the Light Ancestor Earth Abyss. Compared to the first level, the second level was much hotter. There were more light ants gathered there and the landscape was also vastly different. There were not many mulberry trees in the second level. There were almost no plants on the ground. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with dried and cracked Dao fields that stretched on endlessly. The ancestors of the Light Clan had once cultivated the Dao fields here and built an immortal country. Unfortunately, these Dao fields had been barren for countless years. The fertility of the Dao fields had already faded away, making them no different from ordinary land. The geomagnetic force of the second level was extremely strong. It interfered with one's spirit sense greatly. Even the treasure-searching compass could not be used accurately due to the interference. 4 light spots? No, it's 5 light spots? It actually turned into 3 light spots again. This is really troublesome. I didn't expect the treasure-searching compass to be interfered to this extent. After entering the second level, the geomagnetic force has obviously become abnormally strong. Ning Fan's expression became slightly solemn. Initially, he planned to use the treasure-searching compass to check how many light and experts above the Immortal Emperor realm were on this level. Who would have thought that the compass actually could not provide accurate data? One should know that Ning Fan could use the treasure-searching compass freely even in the border river. However, he could not use it accurately in the second level of the Earth Abyss. There was only one explanation for this. The geomagnetic force in the second level had already exceeded the border river. There's movement in that direction. Ning Fan suddenly sensed something and looked towards a certain direction in the second level. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk. However, far away on the ground, 2 enormous chi clashed fiercely. It was a battle between 2 immortal emperors. The waves caused by their battle swept all the way to where Ning Fan and the others were, stirring up smoke and dust that filled the sky. Brother Ning, there seems to be 2 immortal emperors fighting in that direction. should we avoid them or go and have a look? Afro asked indifferently. Obviously, she was not interested in the battle in the distance. Strange. It's actually two immortal emperors of the Light Ant clan fighting, and one of them is about to kill the other one. This has nothing to do with us. There's no need for us to go there and meddle. The person I'm looking for isn't on this floor. Let's take a shortcut and go to the third floor. Ning Fan looked at the rough result of the treasure-searching compass and felt a little surprised. He originally thought that one of the North Heaven Immortal Thearchs was fighting with the Light Ant Immortal Thearchs. Unexpectedly, it was the Light Ant race's Immortal Thearchs who were killing each other. It seemed like the Light Ant race wasn't that united. Master, do you feel that the smell coming from the two Immortal Emperors who are fighting is very fragrant? It seems to be very delicious. Goo. Black Devil was actually tempted by the aura of these two Light Ant Immortal Emperors and felt a little hungry. His stomach let out rumbling sounds. I'm sorry, Master. Black Demon is too rude. Black Demon didn't make that weird sound on purpose. Black Demon deserves 10,000 deaths. Master, please punish me. Black Devil, who had always been expressionless, blushed at this moment. He was extremely nervous, afraid that Ning Fan would be angered by his rude behavior. Silly girl. You're just hungry. It seems like these light ants are also a rare delicacy to your 9 Raccoon clan. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He rubbed Black Devil's small head to comfort her. That's right. The Light Ant race was not a demon race. It was the Daohun race. It was hard for ordinary cultivators to notice this. However, Ning Fan had seen too many members of the Daohun race. How could this be hidden from him? Black Devil was a 9 Raccoon. He belonged to the 9 Raccoon clan, which was ranked 4th among the myriad of Daohun races. The 9 Raccoon clan liked to prey on other members of the Daohun race. It was the nature of predators. It was not strange for Black Devil to want to eat all the experts of the Light Ant race. What surprised Ning Fan was that Black Devil's stomach was actually growling because of the smell of the Light Ant race. It was his first time encountering such a situation. One should know that even when he encountered the Dao Carp clan and the ancestral Lightning Sparrow clan in the past, Little Cat did not lose her composure like this. If it wasn't because the timing was not right, Ning Fan would not mind catching the two Light Ant Immortal Emperors who were fighting each other and feeding them to Little Cat. It could also be considered as getting rid of evil for the Light Ant race. Maybe next time. Master will catch some light ants for you to eat next time. I can't do it now. We need to hurry on with our journey. Ning Fan stroked Black Devil's little head lovingly. No. It really isn't. Black Devil doesn't want to eat all the ants at all. It's my stomach that is growling on its own. Master, please believe me. Black Devil became even more embarrassed, but he was still stubborn. His proud expression really made Ning Fan happy. This little cat is becoming more and more like an ordinary little girl. How adorable. That's more like it. Usually, it would shout about killing and humiliating its master. It's just too rigid. Ning Fan and the others chose a direction and hurried towards the third floor. Far away, the two Light Ant Immortal Emperors were still fighting. One of them was an 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor while the other one was just a 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor. The 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor maintained his gigantic insect form while shooting light bullets from his mouth to attack the 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor. The 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor transformed into his human form. He was a young man wearing green armor. He was already on the verge of death after being beaten by the 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor, but he was still fighting with all his might. Trash. Someone like you is actually the 4th strongest expert under Her Highness Huahua's command. It seems like Her Highness Huahua is still the same as before. She doesn't have anyone she can use. Ha ha ha. I would like to see how Your Highness Huahua is going to compete with our Lord Lotus Pod for the position of the Queen Ant. Is she going to rely on Cultivation, who is just a half-step saint? You should know that our Lord Lotus Pod has 3 half-step saints and 9 immortal emperors. The 8 Tribulation Immortal Emperor opened his gigantic mouth and shot out thousands of white lotuses towards the 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor. As soon as the 6 Tribulation Immortal Emperor saw the thousands of lotuses in the sky, his expression changed drastically. He no longer continued to fight and turned around to escape. However, it was already too late. It was unknown what kind of ability those thousands of white lotuses were. In just a blink of an eye, they had already reached his body. As the thousands of lotuses swept past him, the sixth tribulation immortal emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. He was actually turned into ashes by the thousands of lotuses. Humph. You're indeed trash. You don't even drop your inner core after dying. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have used the 3 saint flowers that Lord Lotus Pod bestowed upon me. It's something that can only be used once. The 8th tribulation immortal emperor felt his heart ache. With a loud rumble, he burrowed into the ground and went somewhere unknown. Unlike the situation on the first level, the closest entrance to the second level to the third level was not guarded by any light amp powerhouse. As such, Ning Fan entered the third floor effortlessly. Then, he went to the fourth floor and the fifth floor. Along the way, he did not encounter any half-step Saint Ant generals other than being besieged by some low-grade light ants. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the geomagnetic force became. The treasure-searching compass could no longer be used. As for his spirit sense, he could not even send it out from the top of his head. As he went deeper, not only did the geomagnetic force increase, but the temperature also increased by several tens of times. Unlike the first 5 floors, the 6th floor of the Earth Abyss realm was a boundless desert of light. Strangely, after entering the 6th floor, he could not even see a single light ant on the ground. There was only wind and sand in his sight. Ning Fan could vaguely confirm that Bei Xiaoman was on this floor. However, he could not determine which corner of the vast desert she was at. He could not sense too far away. Even someone as strong as Ning Fan could only use his eyes to sense his surroundings after arriving at the 6th floor. However, mirages could be seen everywhere in this desert. Just by relying on his eyes, Ning Fan completely lost his way in this desert after walking for a short while. Brother Ning, this desert is really not a place for humans to stay. It's fine if your senses are restricted, but the fire elemental force here is too violent. Who are you looking for? What is her cultivation base? Even if she is a quasi-saint flame cultivator or a light cultivator, she wouldn't purposely choose a place like this to train and cultivate, right? As a member of the Water Clan, the environment around her was as hot as purgatory. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable when she was flying. I'm not looking for a quasi-saint. She's just a little girl at the first step of Dao cultivation. She might not necessarily be at the first step of Dao cultivation. That's just her cultivation base in the past. With the help of the Lost World Tower of the Lost World Palace, even if she attains the second step of Dao cultivation and becomes a life immortal realm expert, I won't be surprised. I wonder if she's still as spoiled as she was in the past or if she has become more obedient. Ning Fan said with a smile. Life immortal realm? Even if she's a life immortal realm expert, she wouldn't come to such a place to train. However, I should say that you're indeed worthy of being called Brother Ning. You purposely come to such a dangerous place just to find a woman. Afro covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She had also stayed in the profounding world for quite some time. She already had a very direct understanding of the number of women Ning Fan had. Moreover, she had personally experienced all kinds of disrespect from Ning Fan. Deep in her bones, she was certain that Ning Fan was a playboy by nature. Thus, she naturally would not find this kind of thing strange. I also find it very strange. With Xiaoman's cultivation base, why would she need to come to such a dangerous place to train? However, she must have her reasons. Eh? Something is approaching us. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. He stopped flying and shielded Mo, Afro, and the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant behind him. The magnetic force of the 6th floor had restricted all of Ning Fan's senses. However, his intuition, which had been tempered through many life and death situations, still allowed him to vaguely sense that there was some kind of killing intent in the dark that had locked onto them. Some kind of enemy on the 6th floor had sensed their arrival and was rapidly approaching them. Afro, who was covering her mouth and chuckling softly, immediately changed her expression. She began to guard against the possible attacks from the surrounding enemies. She had absolute trust in Ning Fan's senses. Since Ning Fan said that something was approaching them, he would certainly not be joking. Thus, all of them fell into silence. They waited for the enemy's attack as if they were facing a formidable enemy. However, after waiting for a long time, the enemy did not come to them. After a long time, the sense of danger deep inside Ning Fan's heart finally disappeared. He said in a deep voice, "That person has left. However, it's hard to guarantee that he won't come back again. You guys follow me closely. Don't fall behind." Ning Fan no longer chatted with Afro. At this moment, his senses were severely restricted. He needed to stay focused and be on his guard against possible dangers. The group of them flew in the desert for 1 hour without uttering a single word. All of a sudden, Ning Fan waved his hand again, signaling them to stop. "Be careful. That person is trying to get close to us again." This time, the mysterious enemy waited for 2 whole hours. When he saw that there was really no chance for him to take advantage of them, he left again. He left again. However, this person might not necessarily give up. He is waiting for an opportunity. Once we lower our guard, he will certainly launch an attack from the dark. After flying for another hour, the mysterious enemy approached them for the 3rd time. Just like before, he left again when he saw that Ning Fan and the others were extremely vigilant. At the other end of the distant desert, there was an oasis in a place where the naked eye could not reach. This oasis was originally empty, but suddenly, there was a flash of light above the oasis, and a gray-haired man as tall as an iron tower appeared. This was a half-step Saint Old eccentric. He was an expert of the Light Ant clan who had taken human form. His black armor shone with a black luster. In the Light Ant clan, he was known as General Iron. At this moment, General Tai's face was filled with malice. He had tried to sneak attack Ning Fan's group 3 times, but Ning Fan had seen through all of them. Damn it. Those outsiders aren't light ants, so they shouldn't be able to adapt to the geomagnetic interference here. How did that kid discover me? Discovering me 3 times in a row is definitely not a coincidence. Even the half-Saint Merman and the Tao Annihilation Thunder Nascent Soul that he brought with him couldn't detect me, but this kid is able to do it. His cultivation base is only at the Immortal Venerable realm, but he's able to detect my approach time and time again. He's definitely not an Immortal Venerable Jr. Could it be that this kid is actually a quasi-sage who disguised his cultivation? Humph, that must be it. Try one last time. If I still can't launch a sneak attack, then I'll use force. It doesn't matter even if he is a sage to be. It would be even better if he was a quasi-saint. What I want to kill is a sage to be. Offering his flesh and blood to Lordine Mother will definitely be a great contribution. General Tai let out a cold harumph. With a flash, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. He had concealed his chi to the extreme, he had concealed his killing intent to the extreme, he remained patient and slowly approached Ning Fan and the others. His sneak attack this time could be said to be flawless and perfect. Even some weaker sage-to-be would not be able to detect his sneak attack on the 6th floor. However, he was still detected by Ning Fan, who had monstrous senses. Be careful. That person is coming again. Once again, Ning Fan shielded everyone behind him. His eyes flashed with cold light. It was impossible for him to not be angry after being targeted by the enemy again and again. Seeing that his 4th sneak attack was still seen through, General Tai finally could not endure it any longer. He turned into a ray of light and broke out from the ground. Then, he showed himself and charged towards Ning Fan's group. His rampage made him look like a barbaric bear. He's just a half-Saint Realm cultivator. He actually dares to attack us head-on. What a fool. Don't worry, Master. Watch me take him down. Without waiting for Ning Fan's order, the Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul, who was eager to make a contribution, had already attacked General Tai. As soon as it made its move, it was filled with terrifying lightning power that was enough to make ordinary sage-to-be's expression change. Unfortunately, in General Tai's eyes, those lightning bolts did not seem to be very scary. General Tai did not dodge, nor did he put up any defense. Instead, he directly used his physical body to collide with the lightning bolts that filled the sky. If this kind of action was done by an ordinary declining sage-to-be, it would definitely be a suicidal action. However, this person directly dispersed the lightning power of the Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul with just his physical body. What? This person is just a half-saint realm cultivator, but his physical body is actually so strong. The Tao Annihilation Lightning nascent soul somewhat regretted coming out to snatch the credit. She realized that she had accidentally kicked an iron plate. The strength of this half-saint realm light ant clan in front of her was obviously higher than hers. She needed help. Is this all you have? The Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant that is ranked 95th among the myriad Daohan races is just SOSO. It can't be compared to our light ant race that is ranked 11th. The Iron General laughed heartily. He didn't use any fancy techniques and directly closed in with his iron fists, punching the Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul's body. In just over 10 moves, the Tao Annihilation Thunder Soul had suffered many injuries, and it had fallen into a disadvantageous position, causing it to complain endlessly in its heart. Brother Ning, I'll go and help. Afro realized how powerful General Tai was and was about to join the battle. However, Black Demon was one step ahead of her. She was angry, very angry. The Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant was a pet she had caught for her master. It belonged to her master. This General Tai actually dared to damage his master's things. This was unforgivable. Humph. Where did this Tao Soul Demon cat come from? You dare to charge at me with just a 5th order Emperor grade soul power? You're courting death. General Tai snorted in disdain. On the surface, Black Demon only had the strength of a 5 Tribulation Celestial King. This bit of strength was naturally not enough to attract his attention. He didn't even bother to use his divine art. After sending the Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul flying with a punch, he threw another punch at Black Devil's head. He planned to kill Black Devil with a single punch. If it was an ordinary 5 Tribulation Celestial King, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die from his punch. However, was Black Devil an ordinary 5 Tribulation Celestial King? If she goes berserk, she could even slaughter a Tao Carp with a quasi-saint realm cultivation base. How could her methods be measured by her cultivation base? One of the 9 raccoons, Divine Speed. Black Devil used the first of the 9 great divine abilities of the 9 raccoons. It was her first time using this divine ability in front of Ning Fan. It was the one that consumed the least amount of energy among the 9 divine abilities of the 9 raccoons. The moment she activated the divine speed, Black Devil's speed seemed to have opened a gate. In an instant, her speed skyrocketed by 100 times or even 1,000 times. Her speed was already unbelievably fast. What would happen if it skyrocketed by 100 or 1,000 times? It was a speed that Ning Fan could not reach even with his current maximum speed. Of course, General Tai's iron fist only hit the air. This punch shattered heaven and earth and countless layers of the hollow space. However, it did not hurt Black Devil at all. How is this possible? What kind of cat demon is she? She only has the strength of a 5 Tribulation Immortal King, but she can actually unleash such speed. Wait, I seem to have heard of this divine ability before. She is not a cat demon. She is. She is. 7 of the 9 raccoons, Cat Blade. After activating the divine speed, Black Devil's body had completely exceeded the range of General Tai's senses. Of course, it was impossible for her to maintain this kind of speed with her current cultivation base. Thus, she had to end the battle as soon as possible. She used the 7th type of the 9 raccoons' divine ability. Her entire body turned into a shining black curved blade. This curved blade was specially used to cut the Daohan race. Cutting the Daohan race was as easy as cutting tofu. In the past, when Black Devil used the cat blade with her full strength, she had easily killed the Tao Carp with a quasi-saint realm cultivation base. Of course, with her current cultivation base, she would have to pay a huge price to use the cat blade with her full strength. Since she did not pay too much of a price to use the cat blade this time, it did not reach its strongest power. Even so, General Tai's head was sent flying with a flash of the blade light. Blood splattered across the sky. Big sister is mighty. The Tao Annihilation Thunder Infant was so touched that she was about to cry. She was indeed the big sister that she knew. She was indeed powerful. General Tai, whom she could not defeat no matter what, was actually killed by her with a single slash. She was too strong. Is this the little cat that you usually carry around with you? It's actually so powerful. Afro was shocked by Black Devil's strength. This kind of strength completely disregarded the difference in their cultivation base. It was a kind of absolute suppression that a superior expert had towards an inferior expert. No. That person is not injured at all. Black Devil, come back! Ning Fan shouted. As expected. Even though the scene of General Tai being beheaded in a single slash was horrifying, the strange thing was that as General Tai displayed his divine ability, the blood that spurted out actually flew back to his neck. The severed head also fell back to his neck and the wound healed in an instant. This Light Ant Clan half-step saint was too strong. The strength that he displayed had completely crushed most of the half-step saints in the Dharma ending era. He actually remained unscathed after receiving a blow from the cat blade. He was a strong expert. Moreover, he was a person with an arrogant personality. If others failed to kill him with a single slash, they would certainly mock them after his head returned to his body. However, in the face of Black Devil, he could not display any of his usual arrogance even though Black Devil's slash did not hurt him at all. "See, Royal Raccoon. You are the Royal Raccoon. Damn it. I can't stay here any longer. There's actually such a monster here." General Tai's body flashed and turned into a ray of light. He directly turned around and fled. He was not intimidated by Black Devil's strength. Instead, he was intimidated by Black Devil's identity. If his opponent was the Royal Raccoon, he could not simply use his cultivation base to measure the degree of danger he posed. As a member of the low-ranked Dao Hun clan, it was simply too disadvantageous for him to face the Royal Raccoon alone. The Light Ant clan was ranked 11th in the Dao Hun clan. It seemed like there was not much difference between the 11th and the 4th. However, only the clans that truly stood at the peak of the myriad of clans in the Dao Hun clan would know what kind of insurmountable gap there was between the 11th and the 4th. Moreover, he was not even a royal light ant. His opponent was indeed the Royal Raccoon. The Royal Raccoon could destroy the fate of a human just because of a disagreement. This was the scariest part. "You want to leave? I won't let you leave so easily." Ning Fan's body flashed and blocked General Tai's path. In a panic, General Tai no longer held back. He used his iron fists to display the body technique of the sacred ant sect that was not passed down to others. The power of his punch seemed to be able to split the heavens and possessed unparalleled might. This attack was extremely terrifying. However, Ning Fan's physical body of a divine being was not to be trifled with. He could not use too much of his cultivation base. However, the might of his physical body was still there. He casually moved his fist and threw the ancient devil mountain breaking attack at General Tai. Bang! At the moment when both of their fists collided, both Ning Fan and General Tai were sent flying a great distance away. However, neither of them was injured. Ning Fan's current ancient devil mountain breaking attack was certainly not his strongest attack. Even so, it still shocked General Tai. He was a body cultivator expert that was rarely seen in the sacred ant sect. However, he could not understand the profoundness of Ning Fan's body technique. The destructive power of his attack seemed to be a body technique concept that he had never seen before. Damn it. This young man is really not simple. During the moment we exchanged blows just now, I could clearly feel the vast magic power sealed in his body. It definitely exceeds 10,000 tribulations. He's really a fake quasi-saint realm expert. There's a quasi-saint realm expert in front of me and a royal raccoon behind me. Am I going to die here today? I won't accept this. General Tai roared. He seemed to be angry but also seemed to be summoning something. At the next moment, the nearby desert began to tremble violently. Countless low-grade light ants began to crawl out from the ground. They turned into rays of light and flew into General Tai's body, wanting to fuse with him. If the fusion succeeds, General Tai's strength would certainly skyrocket. He might even break through the bottleneck of the half-saint realm within a short period of time and attain the cultivation base of a quasi-saint realm expert. This person was already very difficult to deal with now. If his cultivation base improves further, he would certainly become a formidable enemy. Therefore, Ning Fan had learned from his mistakes. He did not plan to give General Tai the chance to fuse with the light ants. He had already activated an illusion technique, pulling General Tai and the light ants that crawled out from the sand into his spiritual world. Illusion technique, immemorial rainy night. Due to the limitation of Ning Fan's cultivation base, the illusion technique that he was using now was also not at its strongest. It could not restrain General Tai at all. General Tai broke free from the illusion technique in just a few moments. However, Ning Fan did not use this technique to attack General Tai in the first place. Instead, he used it to attack the low-grade light ants that were trying to fuse with him. Even if the power of this technique was limited, it was still very effective when used to kill a group of low-grade light ants. With just a single illusion technique that enveloped heaven and earth, millions of low-grade light ants within its range were killed by Ning Fan. A battle of this level was never something that a low-grade cultivator could intervene in. Those fallen light ants were the irrefutable proof. Damn it. I can't fuse with them, huh? If that's the case, I will. General Tai's expression turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to use some trump card, he suddenly froze. His expression turned even uglier. He actually revealed an expression of extreme fright. Even when he faced the 9 raccoon of the royal family, he was not this frightened. However, he did have such an expression at this moment. At this moment, the sound of bells suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Most of the experts of the Light Ant clan were very familiar with the sound of bells. It was like a nightmare. How is this possible? A foreign quasi-saint realm expert and the 9 raccoon of the royal family are already enough to make me exhausted. Now, an old lunatic actually came. Damn it. Wasn't he suppressed by lording mother in the 12th floor? Why did he come out again? I can't stay here any longer. I must leave. General Tai no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and spat out a human puppet. As soon as the human puppet appeared, it instantly grew in the wind and turned into a giant puppet that was as tall as a mountain. It was different from the puppets that Ning Fan had seen in the past. This puppet was very unique. It seemed like it could not move on its own and it could not be controlled through normal means such as puppet strings. It was a puppet that was made from the corpse of an ancient cultivator. Even though it was already very worn out, the chi it gave off still made Ning Fan's heart tremble. It was a quasi-saint realm puppet. A formation room was opened at the location of the giant puppet's dantian. It seemed to be a place for cultivators to enter and control the puppet from the inside through the formation room. Even though it was a quasi-saint realm puppet, it was not the kind that was very durable. It seemed to be the kind of special puppet that could only be used a limited number of times. General Tai turned into a ray of light and flew into the formation room of the puppet's dantian. At the next moment, the puppet that was originally lifeless suddenly became alive. Its eyes lit up and became ferocious. Humph. Since this is too difficult, I won't stay here anymore. I'm leaving first. If you try to stop me again, I'll use this puppet to fight it out with you. The puppet harumphed coldly and turned to leave. This time, Ning Fan did not stop it. The sense of danger that General Tai who used a quasi-saint realm puppet gave Ning Fan was not much weaker than that of a titled quasi-saint like the pure young ancestral master. In that case, Ning Fan did not have absolute confidence to kill this person. Moreover, he was in a hurry to save Bei Xiaoman. If he really gets entangled with General Tai here, even if he could win, he would need to spend a few days or even longer. How could he have so much time to waste? Moreover, Ning Fan was very concerned about the faint ringing of the bell that suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. At the moment when the bell rang, it was as if some supreme existence was approaching this place. The degree of danger it posed was far higher than that General Tai. If that was the case, how could Ning Fan have the leisure to fight with General Tai at this critical moment? What if the owner of the bell was also an enemy? It was not good for the sandpiper and clam to be the fisherman who benefits from the fight. He needed to reserve some strength to guard against them. Strange. This is really strange. This holy sect puppet seems to be slightly different from the ones I have seen in the past. I need to study it. Brother Donkey, use the puppet hoof that I have modified for you to stop this person. Suddenly, the voice of a slightly old-fashioned old man resounded from the clouds. At the moment when the old man's voice resounded, a huge donkey hoof descended from the sky and sent General Tai's puppet flying. That was a dignified quasi-saint realm puppet. However, the donkey hoof that came out of nowhere actually penetrated the puppet's body and shattered the puppet's crystal core where its heart was located. General Tai spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the puppet's formation room. He landed heavily on the desert, creating a huge sandpit with a radius of a few hundred li * 500 m per li. Once the crystal core of the holy sect puppet was shattered, it could no longer be used unless it is completely repaired. This is troublesome. He struggled to get up from the ground and continue his escape, but it was already too late. The shadow of a donkey flashed. An old man riding on a donkey appeared in front of General Tai in an instant, blocking his way. Seeing that he still could not escape from the old man's evil hands, General Tai's expression changed drastically. However, he still pretended to be calm and clenched his teeth as he cupped his fists at the old man. "Senior Omniscient, please have mercy on me. I have been studied by you several times. This time, please do me a favor and let me go, precious hands? Why are hands divided into noble and lowly hands? Strange, strange. Have you really been studied by me several times? But why don't I have any impression of you? Could it be that I have deleted all the memories about you like rubbish? Speaking of which, why are you so afraid of me? I am just a nascent soul realm cultivator. Why are you afraid? Why are you calling me senior? I should be the one calling you senior. Sigh, I originally wanted to study your sage sex puppet, but it's a pity that its crystal core was destroyed by Brother Donkey's kick. It won't be easy to repair it, so it has temporarily lost its research value. Forget it, it's the same to study you." The old man casually took General Tai's quasi-saint puppet as his spoils of war. This scene made General Tai burn with anger, but he did not dare to say anything. He did not even dare to take back the puppet from the old man's hands. After the old man kept the puppet, he took out a glass bottle from his storage pouch. The bottle was filled with some yellow and green viscous liquid. He did not know what it was. When he saw the old man taking out the unknown liquid, General Tai's face turned green with fear. He did not dare to be angry anymore. "How should I address you, senior?" the old man asked. Tai Shan, calling you senior is too distant, so I'll just call you Brother Tai. Brother Tai, look, this is the primordial spirit strengthening medicine that I've been researching recently. I'm just a nascent soul realm cultivator and have never cultivated my primordial spirit before. I don't know how effective this thing is on the primordial spirit. Brother Tai, you don't mind drinking a mouthful of the medicine and helping me to test the data, right? Senior, please don't joke. Who doesn't know that you, the omniscient old man, are the #1 nascent soul realm cultivator in history? It's true that you are trapped in the nascent soul realm for the rest of your life, but even those great ancient cultivators could do nothing to you. They could not kill you. With your ability, you can easily find a lot of experimental materials. Why do you have to pick me? I don't want to drink it. The last time I drank your potion, I lost 12 million years of cultivation. This time, I won't drink it even if you kill me. General Tai refused with a sad face. Sigh, this medicine is really good. It's not poison. Why don't you believe me? Do you really want me to feed you the medicine? Brother Donkey, please transform into the puppet form of Ding Cho and hug this senior from behind in your human form. Open his mouth, I want to feed him the medicine. The old man jumped down from the donkey's back. There was a big bell hanging on the donkey's neck. It looked very funny. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the donkey was not a living donkey. It was a puppet donkey made entirely from puppet materials. It was the old man's masterpiece. At the old man's command, the puppet parts on the donkey's body began to shift and transform. In an instant, the donkey turned into a puppet soldier with a donkey's head and a human's body. The aura around it was extremely close to that of a first-stage demi-sage. Following the old man's orders, the donkey puppet hugged General Iron from behind and pried open his mouth. Unable to break free, General Tai cried. In the end, he was still fed the medicine by the old man. He looked like someone's daughter-in-law who had been humiliated. 10 breaths later. General Tai, who was a half-sage and had an extremely domineering physical body, was foaming at the mouth. He had fainted from the old man's medicine. His cultivation base had also fallen greatly. He had lost about 7 to 8 million years of cultivation base. It seemed that the old man's medicine that caused his cultivation base to fall was not a lie. This medicine could really cause one's cultivation base to fall. Could it be that the ingredients of the medicine are wrong again? Sigh, it seems that there's no need to store the research data this time. I'll just delete it. The old man muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back and a cracking sound could be heard in his head. A moment later, his gaze returned to normal. With just a change in his gaze, he had miraculously deleted a part of his memory. He could not remember that he had just done an experiment on the poor General Tai. Huh? How did a half-saint realm cultivator lose a lot of his cultivation here? Why are there signs of a fight? Huh? Why is there a holy sect puppet with a destroyed crystal core in my storage pouch? Strange, strange. Could it be that I've done something infuriating again? Sigh, I'm getting old and I can't remember things. I guess I've deleted some rubbish memory again? Forget it. Since it's a memory that I've deleted on my own accord, it can't be anything important. There's no need to care about this fainted half-sage. There seems to be some good research materials here. The old man's eyes flashed with surprise. He noticed Ning Fan's group. Hiss. King Blood 9 Raccoon, True Blood Tao Destruction Thunder Infant and Ancestral Blood Merfolk. If I can capture these people and conduct experiments on them, the progress of my research on the bloodline evolution medicine will certainly increase by a lot. Eh? Wait a minute. What's this kid over here? Ancient god? Ancient demon? Ancient devil? Taitsong Jialing? Barbarian god? Hiss. He actually has a divine spark. He's actually a divine spirit. Unbelievable. I can't believe I can actually meet a divine spirit with a divine spark in my lifetime. The old man's eyes glowed with green light. His expression was like a lecherous man who saw a naked beauty. At this moment, there was only Ning Fan in his eyes. He no longer cared about the King Blood 9 Raccoon or the True Blood Tao Destruction Thunder Infant. Even heaven and earth no longer existed. Even time and space seemed to have frozen. What an infatuated look, he had to have this brat. With this brat, he would be able to conduct countless fantastic experiments. Senior, this junior wants to conduct an experiment with you. Please come with this junior. As long as you come with me, I'm willing to worship you like an ancestor. The old man's face was filled with excitement and said in an undeniable manner. What if I refuse? Ning Fan asked in a deep voice. Ning Fan was absolutely fearful of this old man who behaved in a disorderly manner. The sense of danger that this person gave him was just too strong. It was not inferior to the likes of Blood God Gung Wu and Niu Manshan whom he had met before. What kind of concept is this? What is this old man's cultivation base? What is his identity? Could he be a great cultivator from the ancient times? If that's the case, it's really terrible for me to encounter this person right now. Refuse? Sigh. How can you refuse my good intentions? Do you want me to let you go just like those mediocre people? Sigh. Even if I agree to let you go, my brother Donkey won't agree. Brother Donkey, this experimental material doesn't want to go back with us. I feel so sad. I really want to cry. Tell me, what should we do? As soon as the old man's voice fell, the puppet with the head of a donkey and the body of a human had already charged at Ning Fan expressionlessly. Submit or die. The donkey puppet's killing intent soared into the sky. Its chi was infinitely close to that of a quasi-saint realm expert. Ning Fan sighed softly. He really wanted to seal his cultivation base and slowly purify his magic power. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to unseal his magic power this time because the enemy was too strong. Fine. I'll just seal my cultivation base again after this is over. Multi-layered soul seal, unseal. When strength returned to his body, that wonderful feeling was hard to describe with words. It was like the glaciers of the immemorial era melting into the sea and the dry land regained its moisture after countless eras. The donkey puppet's killing intent was initially earth-shattering. However, as Ning Fan's aura continued to rise, its aura was gradually suppressed by Ning Fan's aura. 2,000 tribulations, 3,000 tribulations, 5,000 tribulations, 8,000 tribulations, 10,000 tribulations. Ning Fan's magic power continued to rise. In just a few seconds, it had reached the height of 14,200 tribulations. The donkey puppet was the closest to Ning Fan. It was also the one who received the strongest impact from Ning Fan's aura. Being caught off guard, it was forced to retreat more than 10 steps before it could barely stabilize itself. Even though the puppet's stiff face could not show any expression, its body was trembling slightly. It instinctively felt a great sense of danger from Ning Fan. Even the old man who spoke incoherently was shocked by Ning Fan's sudden eruption of qi. He was astonished. 14,200 tribulations? He can actually cultivate so much magic power at the immortal king realm. This isn't something that any deity can achieve. It seems like this kid is stronger than I imagined. However, my brother Donkey isn't that easy to deal with either. Brother Donkey, use the heaven-collapsing earth-splitting 13 consecutive fatal star fist. Understood. The donkey puppet answered respectfully. Ning Fan was a little speechless. What made him speechless was naturally the name of the enemy's technique. He did not expect that there was actually someone who was worse than him at naming things. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have much time to be speechless because the donkey puppet had already attacked him with an extremely dangerous body technique. The 4 hooves of the donkey puppet seemed to have been meticulously modified. The front hooves turned into fists that glittered with starlight, carrying the mighty force that could easily pierce through heaven and earth. Since his opponent used his fist to attack him, Ning Fan naturally retaliated with his own fist. He used the ancient devil mountain breaking strike along with the momentum. This time, it was his full strength. Stupid. How dare you take Brother Donkey's star fist head-on? This is a fist that not even ordinary quasi-saints dare to take head-on. Even if you are a deity, don't even think about it. What? The old man's expression changed. Under his astonished gaze, Ning Fan actually used his own fist to take on the donkey puppet's fist technique. Boom boom boom, in just a short moment, Ning Fan and the donkey puppet had exchanged tens of punches at each other. The result was that they were evenly matched. Impossible. This child was only made of flesh and blood, yet he was able to withstand the impact of the stars. You should know that Brother Donkey's left fist is made from 6 cultivation planets while his right fist is made from 7 cultivation planets. Brother Donkey's casual punch has the power of a 6-star or even a 7-star attack. This lad actually blocked the attack of such a degree so easily. The old man seemed to be unable to believe the scene in front of him. Did Ning Fan really block the attacks of the donkey puppet so easily? No, it wasn't easy. Any random punch had the power of 6 or 7 cultivation planets. What kind of concept was this? Even though Ning Fan and the donkey puppet were evenly matched in terms of strength, every time their fists collided, the bones in his fists would feel excruciating pain, as if his bones were cracking. The donkey puppet was clearly just a half-saint puppet, but it seemed to be even more powerful than many doomsday saints. The fact that he was able to send General Tai's quasi-saint puppet flying with a single hoof was a demonstration of his strength, the strength of an ancient half-step saint, Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. He knew that he had to use his full strength. Cross-shaped halos, activate, then, he launched the consecutive attacks of the ancient devil mountain breaking strike. What? That's the Saint Ring. No, it's not. It's actually not. What a genius. What a genius. The old man's eyes that looked at Ning Fan became even more fervent. Ning Fan, who used his full strength, was naturally not something that a mere donkey puppet could withstand. In the first tens of punches, the donkey puppet was still evenly matched with Ning Fan. However, as Ning Fan's punches became fiercer and fiercer, the donkey puppet finally began to fall into a disadvantageous position. 300 strikes, 500 strikes, 800 strikes, 1,500 strikes, 3,000 strikes. When Ning Fan reached the level of the 3,000 ancient devil mountain breaking strike, the donkey puppet was already in tatters. It no longer looked like a human. It was no longer a match for Ning Fan at all. His puppet was clearly in tatters, but the old man was not angry. Instead, he was delighted. The green light in his eyes was so intense that it could devour the world. Genius. An absolute genius. The technique of consecutive attacks has existed since ancient times. However, it's my first time seeing a body technique that uses the ancient devil destruction Tao and combines the characteristics of the ancient devil violent strike and the volcanic mountain sex consecutive attacks. However, if this young man thinks that he can defeat Brother Donkey with just this technique, I have to say that he's delusional. Brother Donkey, use the best in the heavens and earth 10 lifetimes refined starlight armor. Understood. The donkey puppet summoned a set of armor that shone with starlight. In an instant, it was armed to the teeth. The grade and material of the armor could not be seen. However, it was so heaven-defying that it refracted all of Ning Fan's attacks. None of his punches could hit the donkey puppet. What kind of armor is this? It can actually refract my ancient devil mountain breaking strike. I can't see any circulation of Dao power. This armor doesn't use the Dao as its source. It's a type of magic treasure that I've never seen before. It can't even be defined by the grade of a magic treasure. This refraction is very powerful, but it definitely has its limit. If I can deliver an attack that this armor can't withstand, this refraction will break on its own. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. In just a few breaths of time, he had already seen through the weakness of this armor. The momentum of his punches became even more violent. The number of consecutive attacks he delivered was rising steadily. Unfortunately, even after using the 8,000 ancient devil mountain breaking strike, it still could not do anything to this armor. The defensive ability of this armor, no, the refraction ability was too heaven-defying. As long as the donkey puppet wears this armor, perhaps even a second-level quasi-saint would not be able to do anything to it. Wait. Refraction. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He had a guess. He knew how to break through the donkey puppet's armor. It was not enough to rely on a single fierce attack. Even though this armor was heaven-defying, it was not without weaknesses. Its strength was also its weakness. Is it light? Yes or not, I'll know after I try it. Ning Fan secretly activated the power of Dark Yin and Yang. Ning Fan's next punch was suddenly wrapped with the Dao Law of Darkness. Ever since the donkey puppet summoned the armor, the elderly man had been watching the battle calmly. Inwardly, he was already certain that Ning Fan would lose. However, when Ning Fan used the power of darkness, the elderly man could no longer remain calm. His jaw almost dropped from the shock. He was not shocked because Ning Fan could use the Dao Law of Darkness, but because Ning Fan could actually see through the design of his armor. Boom! Ning Fan's 8,000th and first punch successfully landed on the donkey puppet. His punch penetrated the armor and penetrated its abdomen, shattering its puppet crystal core. The donkey puppet's eyes immediately turned dim. It lost control and knelt on the ground. It was defeated. It really is light. The reason why this armor can refract attacks is because it has incorporated the profound principle of refraction of light. This kind of integration is different from the forging process of ordinary magic treasures. That's why I couldn't see through it at first. Darkness is the best choice to deal with light. However, if it's someone else who has never cultivated the Dao Law of Darkness, it's almost impossible for them to break this armor with tricks. Even though Ning Fan had defeated the donkey puppet, he did not feel relaxed at all. It was because he was not too afraid of the donkey puppet from the beginning. The one he was afraid of from the beginning to the end was that elderly man. Ning Fan did not have any confidence in winning against this mysterious elderly man. The only thing he needed to consider was not how to win but how to escape from this elderly man's side. At the moment when he defeated the donkey puppet, Ning Fan waved his sleeve and kept Black Devil, Aphrodite, and the Dao Destruction Lightning nascent soul into his profounding world. Then, he turned around and left. Seeing Ning Fan flee after defeating the donkey puppet, the elderly man was stunned at first. Then, he burst into laughter. I fell into his trap. I, the omniscient old man, was actually deceived by a junior immortal king realm cultivator. Ha ha ha. What a cunning young man. Interesting. I like it. It seems like he has already noticed the fact that I can't fly fast from the moment I showed up. That's why he didn't choose to run away immediately. Instead, he destroyed my brother Donkey, which was my means of transportation, before running away. What a wise decision. As a nascent soul realm cultivator, I indeed can't fly fast. However, do you think I only have brother Donkey, which is my means of transportation? None of the prey that I set my eyes on could ever escape from me. Brother Donkey, come back and have a rest. Brother Donkey, I'll choose you. The elderly man struck out a ray of light and recalled the injured donkey puppet. Then, he summoned a golden eagle puppet. This golden eagle puppet was just a sixth tribulation immortal emperor realm cultivator. Its combat power was not as high as the donkey puppet. Of course, this puppet was not a combat puppet in the first place. Brother Donkey, if you perform well, I'll give you 5 puppet crystals this month. Screech. Ning Fan was flying in the desert at his fastest speed. Am I right? Or am I wrong? Maybe that old man really doesn't know how to fly? Or maybe it's just my illusion. Not good. Asterisk boom asterisk. While flying at full speed, Ning Fan unfortunately crashed into an ancient restriction that was left behind in this world and nearly lost his life. Fortunately, Ning Fan's reaction had always been fast enough. He managed to dodge most of the attacks at the last moment and survived. Unfortunately, he was still severely injured by the restriction. His whole body was covered in blood. Even the physical body of a divine spirit realm cultivator was useless against that level of attack. This is troublesome. I really can't fly randomly in this Guangzhou Earth abyss. If I fly in a straight line, the probability of me crashing into the restriction here is too high. However, if I use the point-type teleportation, the probability of me crashing into the restriction should be very low. However, the interference here is too strong. It might even disrupt the path of the 6 paths teleportation door. If I use the 6 paths teleportation door under such interference, it's very easy for the teleportation to fail. If I'm not careful, I might lose my life just like what happened to me when I teleported to Northern Heaven. Ning Fan swallowed a few pills. He did not even have the time to chew them and continued to fly forward. Not long after, he crashed into another ancient restriction. With the previous experience, Ning Fan's reaction was faster this time. He managed to dodge the attacks before they reached him. However, he was still hit by a few of them. This place restricts my senses. I can't predict the location of the ancient restriction in advance. The only thing I can rely on is my body's instincts that I've tempered through countless life and death situations. Using my instincts, I can dodge the attacks when they are triggered. This is my second time. If I encounter a few more ancient restrictions, I'll definitely be able to understand the mechanism of triggering the restrictions in this place. Then, my body will remember the timing when the restrictions are triggered. In this way, I'll be able to dodge perfectly when the attacks are about to hit me. The only troublesome thing is that I have to pay the price of crashing into the restrictions several times to adapt to it. Just like the 6 paths teleportation door, it has its drawbacks. Ning Fan swallowed a few more pills to suppress his injuries and forced himself to move forward. The 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time. After that, he crashed into the ancient restrictions 5 more times in a row. Each time, the injuries he suffered were lighter than the previous ones. When he crashed into the ancient restrictions for the 6th time, he actually managed to dodge the attacks of the restrictions completely by relying on his body's instincts. This was not something an ordinary person could do. The speed of his body's reflexes had nothing to do with his cultivation base. It could only be tempered by going through life and death situations. It was a talent that those who cultivated arduously in peaceful environments would never be able to master in their entire lives. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. This brat clearly knows nothing about the distribution of the restrictions in this place, but he still dares to fly so fast. Is he planning to risk his life against me? I just want to capture you for research, alright? It's not like I want to harm your life. Why do you have to take things too hard? Madman. He's really a madman. Is he intentionally crashing into the ancient restrictions again and again? He actually wants to use his body's memory to instinctively dodge the attacks of the restrictions? Is this really possible? Impossible. Each time he gets attacked by the restrictions, the injuries he suffers are actually lighter than the previous ones. 6 times. He can perfectly dodge the attacks of the restrictions in this place with just 6 times. These are the restrictions that I left behind when I suppressed the Ant Lord in the past. Even if the restriction's power has been reduced to less than 10% after the passage of time, it's still impossible for someone to dodge them with their body's instincts. This is too ridiculous. He's just a little immortal king, not a saint. How could he do this? Damn it. This brat's speed is actually so fast when he flies at full speed. My brother Eagle can't even catch up with him. Not good. This brat has gone the wrong way. He can't go any further. If I go any further, it's that monster's new lair. Ning Fan felt a headache. Although his senses were restricted in this 6th level, he could still feel that there was a spirit sense locked onto him from behind. The spirit sense of the old man was not restricted, the old man's spirit sense was still locked onto him and was still chasing after him. Even though he had already used his full speed, he still could not shake off the old man's pursuit. Should I take the risk to open the 6 paths teleportation door and directly teleport out of the earth abyss? Under the interference of this place, even though it's risky, if I succeed, I can definitely shake off this old madman in an instant. However, Xiaoman is still here and I haven't found her location. If I leave like this, wouldn't I be leaving Xiaoman alone in this dangerous place? Sure enough, I still need to find Xiaoman first before leaving together. There was clearly a mysterious old man chasing after him, but he still dared to search for Bei Xiaoman in this 6th level. He was truly audacious. Seeing that the old man was getting closer and closer, Ning Fan felt even more headache. He flew randomly in the sky above the desert and inadvertently flew to the location of a huge hole. This hole was not the entrance to the 7th level. This place was actually a nest of light ants. In this nest, there were hundreds of millions of light ant eggs that had yet to hatch. In the nest, there were also more than 100,000 light ants that had already hatched. However, because they had just been born, their cultivation base was very low and they could not cause any trouble to Ning Fan at all. Ning Fan was not interested in such a light ant nest. Just as he was about to fly directly above the nest, something strange happened all of a sudden. Something in the depths of the nest seemed to have sensed Ning Fan passing by. All of a sudden, it shot out hundreds and thousands of tentacles towards Ning Fan. The speed of the tentacles' attack was much faster than the speed of the ancient restrictions in this place. Even with Ning Fan's body's instincts, he could only dodge a few of the tentacles' attacks. However, he was still entangled by the majority of the tentacles. It was unknown what kind of creature these tentacles came from. Currently, Ning Fan had already unleashed his full cultivation base, but he still could not break free from these tentacles. The more Ning Fan sensed it, the more shocked he became. He actually sensed an extremely dense aura of the 3rd step from these tentacles, the aura of the 3rd step, the tentacles of a saint. There would not be any saints in the age of Dharma ending. However, the difficulty of dealing with these tentacles had definitely surpassed the 2nd step. Light ants that hunt for food, an old madman that seems to be a great ancient cultivator, and this unknown tentacle that seems to be the attack of a saint. This light ancestor earth abyss is too dangerous. No wonder the dignified light clan can't do anything about this place. Therefore, after I find Xiaoman this time, I must teach her a good lesson. Don't go to dangerous places for no reason. Asterisk boom asterisk tiny traces of samsara power suddenly burst out from Ning Fan's body. With this samsara power, he forcefully broke the tentacles that were entangling him. Only the power of the 3rd step could resist the power of the 3rd step. Even though the samsara power in Ning Fan's body was not much, the unknown tentacles in this place did not really possess terrifying power. Ning Fan was not so weak that he could not fight back against them. Asterisk chi asterisk more tentacles shot out from the depths of the nest. Even though they did not bind Ning Fan again, they blocked his path, trapping him in the sky above this place and preventing him from leaving in a short period of time. Because of this, Ning Fan was caught by the mysterious old man who was riding on the golden eagle puppet for the first time. This is troublesome. So, I have no choice but to take the risk and use the 6 paths teleportation gates. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to activate the 6 paths teleportation gates to leave this place, the old man took the initiative to attack him. The old man did not attack Ning Fan. He only attacked the countless tentacles that were entangling Ning Fan and a certain existence in the depths of the underground cave. Young man, I will hold this place for you. You should leave quickly. If this fellow goes berserk, you won't be able to handle it. Even that useless master of yours, Ancient Chaos, is not a match for it, let alone you. I have already suppressed this beast for 10 eras of reincarnation. No one knows it better than me. In this age of chaos, only I can subdue it. That mysterious old man was actually covering Ning Fan's retreat. Ning Fan frowned. With his abilities, he could also escape using the 6 paths teleportation gates. However, he would have to take a lot of risks. If he is covered by this old man, he would owe karma for no reason. Owing karma to old monsters is really troublesome, humph. You don't want to leave, huh? Are you afraid of owing me karma? I have really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be a mediocre person who keeps talking about karma all the time. Fine. You're afraid of karma, aren't you? I'm not afraid of it. Come, come, come. I owe you karma. Don't leave. Stay here and help me kill that Lord Ant. I'll lend you this item. Later, when I tell you to do it, you must do it. The old man took out an item impatiently and tossed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. It was actually a high-grade innate magic treasure, Yin Yang Sect Protecting Sword? Yang Sword? Good, not punishment. Having the means to communicate with all living beings, Ning Fan instantly knew the name of this sword. However, what kind of stupid name is this? He really did not have the strength to complain about it. The only thing he could be sure of was that this sword was very strong. Extremely strong. Just by holding this sword, Ning Fan felt that his magic power had increased by 20% out of nowhere. It seemed like for some unknown reason, this sword was extremely compatible with his yin-yang transformation and chaotic rings art. Thus, it increased his cultivation base. Ning Fan could even feel the immense power contained in this sword. This was a high-grade innate magic treasure that was hard to come by in the Age of Chaos. With this sword, Ning Fan even had the confidence to defeat people at the same level as the pure young ancestral master. He actually gave me such a powerful magic treasure just like that. Isn't this old man afraid that I will run away with it? Does he look down on me or trust me? Or maybe he doesn't care. Ning Fan's frown deepened. It was not that he did not have the thought of snatching someone else's magic treasure. However, after considering the difference in strength between him and that old man, he quickly gave up on the idea. Then, what should I choose? Should I stay here and help the old man deal with that annoying ant lord? Or should I return the sword to the old man and leave by myself? Or should I snatch the sword and leave? Zhou Ming, I miss you so much. Suddenly, Ning Fan heard a voice coming from the depths of the light ant's nest. That's Bei Xiaoman's voice. It was a title that only Bei Xiaoman would shout out. Zhou Ming, damn it. Could it be that this crazy girl has been trapped in this nest? What is she thinking in her head? Is this a place where she can come and go as she pleases? His body's reaction was even faster than Ning Fan's anger. The baleful qi that Ning Fan had accumulated for countless years instantly soared into the sky. His entire body transformed into his eternal true body, like a peerless devil god. He held the Yin-Yang Sect Protecting Sword in his hand and rushed into the light ant's nest ferociously. At this moment, his mind no longer had any thoughts about the old lunatic or the ant lord. There was only one thing he wanted to do now, and that was to get Bei Xiaoman out of that damned light ant's nest. Then, he would find a place where no one is around and give her a good spanking. Compared to persuasion and education, Ning Fan still preferred physical punishment. What? Have you really gone mad? How dare you directly rush into the ant lord's nest? Why you? Do you want to be digested by the ant lord? With Ancient Luan's wishy-washy personality, she actually accepted a lawless disciple like you. You really suit this old man's taste. Brother Evil, I've decided to choose you. Let's go into Yin-Yang Sect Protecting Sword? Yin Sword? Evil Execution. The old man took out another high-grade innate sword and followed Ning Fan into the light ant's nest. The moment Ning Fan rushed into the nest of the light ants, a few figures in the depths of the nest seemed to have sensed his presence and sneered disdainfully. Hee hee. We fell into a trap. We fell into a trap. Another pitiful person who was bewitched by Mother to come here. Mother's illusory technique is still as powerful as ever. In this world, no one is stronger than Mother when it comes to using light as a medium to cast illusory techniques. One of them said disdainfully. Unfortunately, this young man is just a little immortal king. Even if we digest him, Mother probably won't get much useful nutrients. Another person said regretfully. Did you guys feel it? That old lunatic omniscient has also come in. This old man isn't easy to deal with. Another person said. That old lunatic omniscient is also here? Humph. No one is allowed to snatch him from me. This old fogey is my prey. I don't need to eat that little immortal king, but I must kill that old fogey with my own hands. Suddenly, a sturdy black figure stood up from the corner. He let out a cold humph and disappeared in a flash. Seeing the sturdy man's behavior, the others were a little dissatisfied. Damn it. Black Ant actually got there before me again. Does he still have any respect for his seniors? He's always the first one to take a bite. Humph. If it wasn't because the battle of the Queen Ant is near, I would certainly suggest the High Priest to punish this person severely. Forget it. In the past, Black Ant was captured by that old lunatic Omniscient for research. His cultivation base was greatly damaged after that. How can I not hate him? If that old lunatic Omniscient doesn't enter the nest, we can't do anything to him. However, he just had the guts to step into this place. Since that's the case, everything will be decided by us. Black Ant won't let go of such a rare opportunity to take revenge. In the nest of the light ants, a golden flame giant was holding the Yin and Yang sect protecting sword, rampaging around as if there was no one who could stop him. Be it the low-grade light ants that blocked his way or the tentacles that shot out from the depths of the nest, anyone who dared to approach him would be killed by the golden flame giant with the sword. The Yin and Yang sect protecting sword was indeed a high-grade innate magical treasure. With this sword in hand, Ningfan's cultivation base skyrocketed by 20%. His magic power had actually risen to 17,000 Tribulation Realm. The lethality of this sword was unfathomable. The mysterious tentacles that gave him a headache just now could not withstand the sharpness of this sword at all. Wherever the sword pointed at, the mysterious tentacles would be cut into pieces. Just like that, Ningfan killed his way into the depths of the light ant's nest. However, the moment he stepped into the depths of the nest, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The environment around him was no longer an underground cave but a bizarre world of flesh and blood. The sky and the earth were made of the flesh and blood of an unknown creature. This was a blood-colored space. What was even more bizarre was that the entire blood-colored space seemed to be alive and was actually squirming. What a powerful life aura, this blood-colored space seemed to be alive. Is Xiaoman really trapped here? Was the voice I heard before real or was it just an illusion? I never thought that I would have such a moment. Previously, when I heard Xiaoman's voice, I rushed here in anger. However, after calming down and listening, that voice seemed to have an extremely faint illusion aura. Forget it. Regardless of whether that voice is real or fake, we'll just have to charge in and take a look. After calming down, the anger in Ningfan's eyes decreased slightly. However, his determination to explore the space of flesh and blood did not decrease at all. It's getting closer and closer. It seems like the end of the space of flesh and blood is just a short distance away. However, at this moment, the shadow of a black mountain suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It descended from the sky and smashed towards Ningfan. The destructive power of this black mountain was comparable to the full-force attack of a half-step Saint Realm expert. Under its vast momentum, the entire space of flesh and blood shook violently. Haha! Where did this immortal king baby come from? He actually got tricked into coming here. Since you're already here, don't think about leaving. Just become my food. I will kill you instantly right now and then go and kill old bastard Omniscient. The shadow of the black mountain laughed loudly. It did not put Ningfan in its eyes at all. What responded to the shadow of the black mountain was Ningfan's sword light that soared into the sky. The sword light was as dazzling as the sun. It was the full-force attack of the Yin and Yang sect protecting sword. It was just a casual sword attack, but its destructive power was actually equivalent to the 7,000 to 8,000 consecutive attacks of the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike. As soon as the sword light appeared, the laughter of the shadow of the black mountain that was falling from midair was forcefully stopped. How could it still laugh? He was nearly scared to death. He did not expect that a mere immortal king stage cultivator like Ningfan could actually deliver such a terrifying sword attack. Damn it. Damn it, what kind of magic power is this? How is this kid an immortal king? His magic power has definitely surpassed 17,000 tribulations. He's obviously a half-step Saint Realm expert. Moreover, he's even a first-level half-step Saint Realm expert. This is against the rules. This little immortal king actually has a high-grade innate magic treasure. How am I supposed to fight him? How am I supposed to fight him? When a first-level half-step saint with 17,000 tribulations of magic power wields a high-grade innate magic treasure that was extremely rare during the Age of Chaos Decay, he could probably even put up a fight against a second-level half-step saint realm expert, even if this place was his mother's territory and he had a unique advantage here. It was still impossible for him to defeat such an existence with his half-step saint realm cultivation base. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. A miserable shriek resounded. Ningfan's sword slashed the shadow of the black mountain that was falling from the sky into pieces. It was indeed slashed into pieces. At the moment he was killed, the enemy had already been burned to ashes by the Yin and Yang sect protecting sword, so this lair still hides a half-step saint realm expert of the Light Ant clan. So what if he's a half-step saint realm expert? Ningfan's expression was emotionless as he continued to advance. What? Black Ant was actually killed by this kid with a single slash? Impossible. Even though Black Ant's character is bad, his strength is definitely considered as one of the strongest among us. Damn it. I've underestimated this kid. He's not an immortal king at all. This kid has a high-grade innate treasure sword. The sense of danger he gives me is not much weaker than the High Priestess. What? The High Priestess Yin is a second-level half-step saint. This kid is actually comparable to the High Priestess Yin? Humph. This is our territory. I don't care if he's a first-level half-step saint or a second-level half-step saint. We won't allow him to behave atrociously here. The few of us are not his match individually. However, if we combine our strength, do you think we'll be afraid of him? Combine. At this moment, the few experts of the Light Ant clan unleashed their auras. All of them were actually immortal emperors and half-step saints. As soon as they combined, their cultivation bases overlapped. The auras they gave off surged to the first-level half-step saint realm. The aura of a half-step saint is coming from the end of this space. Ningfan frowned. At the next moment, a ray of light flashed across heaven and earth, turning into a burly man in silver armor. He stood in the air of this space of flesh and blood. This silver-armored burly man was not a single entity. Instead, he was the product of the fusion of several experts of the Light Ant clan. He was a first-level half-step saint whose magic power had reached 11,000 tribulations. In terms of magic power, he was much weaker than Ningfan. However, for some reason, this silver-armored burly man seemed to be able to control the entire space of flesh and blood, giving Ningfan a strong sense of danger. Since you've killed Black Ant, you've become the enemy of our High Priestess Yin. You deserve to die. That silver-armored burly man shouted angrily. The ground of this space of flesh and blood immediately cracked. Hundreds of giant arms slapped at Ningfan. Those giant arms were made of light. Although they looked light, a single slap from them usually had the weight of a dozen stars. It was extremely terrifying. If Ningfan was in his normal state, he would probably have a hard time facing the siege of such terrifying giant arms. However, it was different now. He had a powerful weapon in his hand. Chi Chi the sword light of the Yang sword flashed. All of the giant arms were cut into ashes by Ningfan. As expected, the combat power this young man is displaying right now is really close to that of Lord Yin Mother. If that's the case, summon Mother Mirror of Light. The silver-armored burly man performed a hand seal. All of the light in the space of flesh and blood instantly condensed into an ancient light mirror, sucking Ningfan into it. Ningfan immediately felt dizzy. When he regained his senses, he had already been sealed into the mirror by the silver-armored burly man's ability. The Mother Mirror world has no beginning and no end. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for those who are trapped in it to escape. Young man, you should be content to die under this technique. Next, it's time to deal with that omniscient old lunatic. What? Just as the silver-armored burly man was sneering, his smile suddenly stiffened. At the next moment, the light mirror that he used to seal Ningfan and the boundless Tao of the world in the mirror were all destroyed by Ningfan. Ningfan broke out of the mirror. If he was in his normal state, he certainly would not be able to escape so easily. Fortunately, he was holding the Yin Yang sword in his hand. Where's Xiao Man? Ning Fan's yang sword shook and the fragments of the mirror fell to the ground. What, Xiao Man? I don't know. How dare you break my light mirror? This is unforgivable. As expected, Xiao Man isn't here. It seems like I've really been deceived by you guys. Do you know what price you have to pay to lure me to this place? Price? Humph. The only price you have to pay is the lives of you and that omniscient old lunatic. Both of you will become my food. It seems like ordinary methods can't deal with you. If that's the case. Fuse. The silver-armored burly man's body shattered and turned into light rays. The light rays flew into heaven and earth and merged with the entire space of flesh and blood. I see. Your original intention of luring me was just to hunt for food. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out that the experts of the Light Ant clan can fuse with this space of flesh and blood. After the fusion, this space of flesh and blood really seems to have become a living creature. The sense of danger I feel is actually not any weaker than a second-level quasi-saint like Taoist Musong. Unfortunately, the fusion of your Light Ant clan can't last for too long. There's a time limit for this kind of fusion. Let's see if this blood-red space of yours is stronger or if this yang sword and I are stronger. Asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk Ning Fan and this space of flesh and blood began to fight. In order to trap Ning Fan, this space of flesh and blood had sealed off the entrance. It did not plan to let Ning Fan escape. This meant that omniscient old man who came after Ning Fan had lost the way to enter this space. Standing outside the completely blocked space of flesh and blood, omniscient old man stomped his feet in anger. I can't get in. He was just half a step slower and he actually could not get in. The flesh of the Lord Ant was hard on the outside but soft on the inside. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break into its interior from the outside. This is not good. This is not good. Destroying the nest of the Lord Ant was supposed to be his mission. This time an outsider actually got ahead of him. If Ning Fan is unfortunately killed by this space of flesh and blood, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Ning Fan was the rarest research material that he had ever encountered in his life. Is it going to end without any results before all the research has even begun? After fighting against the Lord Ant for 10 eras, no one knew better than him how terrifying the Lord Ant was. Even if this place was just a newly built nest of the Lord Ant, it was enough to kill many quasi-saints. Lord Ant. You stinky old woman. If you dare to kill my research material, don't blame me for breaking the promise and killing all your descendants. Brother Evil, cut it. Cut it hard. Let's break this barrier of flesh and blood together and carve out a path. Damn it. Damn it. I'm just a nascent soul realm cultivator. Even if I modify myself, I won't be able to unleash much of the power of this sword. I won't be able to cut through this barrier of flesh and blood at all. If Brother Donkey is here, it would be great. Unfortunately, Brother Donkey's crystal core has been shattered. I won't be able to repair it without at least 10 days to half a month. Damn it. Damn it. Brat, why did you run so fast? If you ran slower, I would have helped you to kill the Lord Ant. Isn't it good to be alive? Now, I can't help you anymore. You better pray for your own good. Omniscient old man held the yin-yang sword in his hand. He could not cut open the path of flesh and blood no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he gave up helplessly. Asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. After an unknown period of time, the world of flesh and blood in front of him suddenly cracked and began to collapse. Omniscient old man was stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. Ning Fan actually suppressed the nest of the Lord Ant with his own strength. Asterisk boom asterisk. The world of flesh and blood completely collapsed. That kind of destructive force was too terrifying. It was enough to tear a second-level quasi-saint into pieces. In other words, defeating those immortal emperors and half-step saints of the Light Ant clan was not dangerous at all. The real danger was being engulfed by the destructive force of the world of flesh and blood the moment he successfully suppressed the nest. Not good. Even though that brat managed to suppress the nest of the Lord Ant by luck, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape from such a degree of destruction. He's dead. He's definitely dead. My research materials are gone. Omniscient old man's face was filled with grief. However, he had forgotten that he was just outside the world of flesh and blood. When the world of flesh and blood collapsed, he was also sucked into the terrifying destructive force. That was a terrifying destructive force that could tear a second-level quasi-saint apart. Didn't he need to run away? He really didn't need to run away. He stood in the center of the underground storm, unscathed and unscathed. If he was unwilling to do so, all the attacks would pass through his body. It was as if there was no power in this world that could touch him. It was extremely strange. My research materials are gone, the most precious research materials of my life are gone. After an unknown period of time, the collapse of the underground subsided. The nest that originally existed in this place was also filled up by the sand and soil that had collapsed. Omniscient Old Man kept sighing along the way. He crawled out from the underground of the desert with a face full of despair. However, when he realized that Ning Fan was still standing in the desert and waiting for him, his sorrowful expression immediately disappeared. Then, he raised his head and laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Brat, you really won't die so easily. You've really surprised me. That was the self-destruction of the Lord Ant's flesh and blood. You actually managed to escape from that kind of explosion. You're really a monster. A monster, huh? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. He did not agree or disagree with Omniscient Old Man's comment. He did not deserve to be called a monster. Before the world of flesh and blood collapsed, he took the risk to use the 6 paths teleportation gates and teleported himself out of the range of the explosion. That was why he did not die. If he was really sucked into that kind of destruction, he could only hold on for a few breaths at most with the current strength of his physical body. Under the interference of the geomagnetic field in this place, the failure rate of the 6 paths teleportation gates was very high. Fortunately, there were no problems with the teleportation this time. If such an incident were to happen again, Ning Fan could not guarantee that he would still be so lucky to escape from that level of destruction. Moreover, even though he had destroyed that world of flesh and blood, he did not manage to kill the silver-armored quasi-saint that was formed by the fusion of the light ants. That being managed to escape. It was really not easy to kill a quasi-saint even if it was just a low-grade quasi-saint that was fused with the light ants. If you really want to say who was the monster, Omniscient Old Man should be the monster. In that level of explosion, Omniscient Old Man actually endured the explosion leisurely and returned to the ground at a moderate pace. In the end, he was unscathed. After witnessing this scene, Ning Fan was rather doubtful that even if this Omniscient Old Man stood still and took the attacks, he might not be able to hurt him at all. I'm sorry. Seeing your sword has been broken by me. Seeing Omniscient Old Man crawling out of the ground, Ning Fan's expression became slightly awkward. He returned the broken yin yang sword to Omniscient Old Man. Logically speaking, a high-grade innate magical treasure would not be destroyed so easily. However, for some unknown reason, this yin yang sword was actually very fragile. There was no need to talk about its power. The fact that this sword could destroy the space of flesh and blood was the proof of its might. Even among the high-grade innate magical treasures, it was probably not an ordinary one. However, this sword was still broken by the space of flesh and blood in the end. It was too fragile. If Ning Fan knew that this sword could be broken so easily, he certainly would not have used its full power but would have held back. What? You actually broke my brother Shan's sword? Why you? You are really a beast. I've really misjudged you. Omniscient Old Man snatched the broken sword from Ning Fan's hand. His tone of reprimanding Ning Fan was as if Ning Fan had done some beastly things to this sword. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched but he did not retort. He had always been such a person who clearly distinguished between friend and foe. Previously, the old man wanted to capture him to study him without any hesitation. Hence, he was considered as an enemy. However, later on, the old man threatened to protect him and even lent him the sword. It was already somewhat inappropriate to call him an enemy. It was not a small matter to destroy someone else's high-grade innate magic treasure. Judging from the value of this treasure, if it was someone else in the age of decline, Ning Fan would certainly not be any less than the hatred of killing one's father or stealing one's wife. Even though the old man had such a precious magic treasure broken by Ning Fan, he only grumbled a little and did not reprimand Ning Fan. This already made Ning Fan admire him a lot. If Ningfan's ocean-defying sword and god-slaying shield were destroyed by someone else, he would certainly go crazy and seek revenge. I will find a way to compensate Senior for this sword. Of course, the premise is that Senior will not find trouble with me again. I don't know who Senior is, and I also don't know what Senior wants to study me about. However, I'm a perfectly fine person. It's impossible for me to allow Senior to study me so easily. Ningfan sighed. This sigh was a sign that the enmity between him and Senior had been resolved. He no longer bore a grudge against omniscient old man for chasing after him. You've broken my high-grade innate sword, and yet, you're still not willing to pay the price for letting me study it. I've lived my entire life, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Omniscient old man looked at Ningfan in disbelief as if he was looking at a beast. I've already told you. This sword will find a way to compensate Senior in other ways. No way. I don't care about other forms of compensation. I only want you. Omniscient old man looked at Ningfan in an infatuated manner. If it wasn't because Ningfan knew that this old man's eyes did not contain any abnormal emotions, Ningfan would certainly turn around and leave. I'm sorry. Junior still has some matters to attend to. I don't have much time to waste with Senior here. Ningfan did not plan to pester this old man anymore. He secretly made up his mind to find a high-grade innate magic treasure to compensate this old man in the future. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? You can't use your spirit sense in this place, right? It's completely wishful thinking if you want to find someone in this vast desert. Have you ever heard of a mirage? Hee hee. This desert isn't an ordinary desert. The mirage here isn't an ordinary mirage either. It's the remnant of the Ant Lord's illusion technique. Previously, you also rushed into the nest of the Ant Lord because you were affected by the illusion technique, didn't you? You've also witnessed the power of that illusion technique. When you were affected by it, you didn't even notice it. If I had been careful in advance, I probably wouldn't have been deceived by the mirage in this desert. Ha ha ha. What you said is really the biggest joke in the world. You won't be deceived by the mirage in this desert. If I tell you that there was no desert here in the first place, what would you do? When you saw the desert, you were already affected by the Ant Lord's illusion technique. It's pointless to be careful of the mirage. What? This desert itself is an illusion technique? Ningfan was astonished. He was really astonished, because even at this moment, he could not sense the slightest trace of the chi of illusion technique in this desert. One should know that his attainment in illusion technique was not low. It could be said that not many people in the age of chaos could be compared to him. If even he could not see the slightest trace of the chi of illusion technique in this desert, then this desert would be rather frightening. You don't believe that this desert itself is an illusion technique? Ha ha ha. Close your eyes and try to sense this desert again. Don't use your sight. Omniscient old man reminded him. Ningfan followed his advice and closed his eyes. When he first closed his eyes, he could not sense anything strange. However, as time gradually passed, his impression of this desert gradually became blurred. Finally, he sensed a trace of the chi of illusion technique in this desert. It was an illusion technique that affected his sight from top to bottom. After finding the breakthrough point of the illusion technique, Ningfan quickly broke it with his attainment in illusion technique. With his eyes closed, he gradually could not hear the sound of the wind and sand in his ears. Gradually, he could not even feel the sand under his feet. After blocking his sight, Ningfan realized that there was really no desert in this place. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was still affected by the illusion technique even though he had been guarding against it wholeheartedly. What appeared in front of him was a boundless desert. This is actually an illusion technique that can't be defended against as long as I use my sight. Ningfan was astonished. It was his first time seeing an illusion technique of this level. He knew that the existence of light was an illusion technique that could not be defended against. However, it was his first time seeing that the existence of light itself was an illusion technique. It turned out that in this 6th floor, every trace of light was an illusion technique of the Ant Lord. Unless he closed his eyes and moved forward, he would not be able to get rid of the illusion technique at all. However, this place had a huge restriction on one's senses. If he sealed his sight, it would be even more difficult for him to move forward. Wait. If this desert is an illusion technique, it means that I have been affected by it since the moment I stepped into this place. In that case, is everything that I have experienced real or fake after falling into the illusion technique? Did I really meet this crazy old man? Did I really experience the battle in the nest of the ant lord? Which of the things that I have done during this period of time are real and which are fake? Now that I feel that this desert is an illusion technique, is it still a part of the illusion technique that I have yet to break free from? The more Ning Fan thought about it, the more shocked he became. The terrifying thing about illusion techniques was that they could not differentiate between illusion and reality. Is it important whether it's real or fake? Do you know that from the moment you were born in this world, from the moment your eyes emitted the first trace of light, you have already been affected by the illusion technique of this world? Ever since you were born, you have been in contact with the world with your sight and understand the world. The mountains, rivers, carriages, and beautiful women in your memories are all brought to you by the light. But what if the light has been deceiving you from the very beginning? Are the things that you see really what you see? If you want to doubt it, please don't just doubt this desert. It's best if you doubt everything that you have experienced in your entire life. At that time, you will realize that there are actually a lot of mistakes in your memories. You can't even be sure whether you are alive or dead. Everything that you know is what others want you to know. You know nothing about this world at all. The more the omniscient old man spoke, the more absurd it was. Ning Fan, on the other hand, calmed down and heaved a long sigh of relief. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Guidance? Hee hee. What I'm doing is not really guidance. I'm just copying the theories of others. In the past, I was also lost. However, I was guided by someone. Thus, I was able to open my eyes and re-examine this world. The person who guided me knew from a long time ago that there was no such thing as reality or illusion in this world. There is no existence and there is no non-existence. There is no past and there is no future. The truth of this world is not real or fake, it's not karma, there is no good or evil, there is no one and only. It's all about what you decide to believe. This is a world that exists as long as you believe in it. A cultivator who opened his eyes. It turned out that this omniscient old man was actually a cultivator who opened his eyes. Alright. Let's not talk about this anymore. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the infamous omniscient old man in the Guangzhou Earth Abyss. I'm the only one in the entire world. There is no one in the past, present or future that I don't know. May I know little friend's name? Ning Fan. Oh, it's Brother Ning. I heard that Brother Ning is looking for someone? The omniscient old man addressed Ning Fan as little friend in the first sentence, but he addressed Ning Fan as brother in the second sentence. Or perhaps, being addressed as brother by the omniscient old man was not a form of respect at all. Because in the eyes of the omniscient old man, a donkey was also a brother and a brother was also a donkey, yes. Ning Fan did not care about these details. What he could be sure of at this moment was that this omniscient old man was incomparably strong and that the other party did not have any malicious intent towards him. Who was Brother Ning looking for? If you're not afraid of owing me karma, I'm more than happy to help you look for that person. So be it. I've already broken one of your high-grade innate magic treasures. I don't care about some more karma. This place is too dangerous. With Senior's help, it'll be better for me to find Xiaoman earlier. Ning Fan said helplessly. Hiss. Xiaoman. You're talking about Xiaoman. The person you're looking for is the little devil named Bei Xiaoman. However, when he heard that the girl Ning Fan was looking for was called Xiaoman, the omniscient old man was first shocked and then overjoyed. Senior knows Xiaoman? Ning Fan was surprised. Ha ha ha. The heavens have eyes. This is really the heavens have eyes. Finally, there's someone who came to subdue that little devil. Little friend, are you sure that you can bring that little devil away? Are you sure that she will listen to you and go with you? Will you compensate for all the losses that she has caused me? Will you give her a good beating to help me vent my anger? The omniscient old man said excitedly. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. Why did he feel that there was a lot of information in the omniscient old man's words? It seemed like he had suffered a lot in Bei Xiaoman's hands. How could such a supreme existence be controlled by a little girl? No matter how he heard it, it sounded ridiculous. The Xiaoman that Senior knows might not be the same person as the one I'm talking about. Ning Fan guessed. Really? Is the Xiaoman that you know wearing red clothes and red silk? The omniscient old man frowned and asked. Yes. Is she cultivating the Gue Star bloodline? Yes. Is she protected by a lot of stone warriors? A lot of stone warriors? Maybe. Yes. Is she a lazy person who idles around and never does proper work? Moreover, once she gets hold of someone's weakness, she will bully them by hook or by crook, even if the other party is old man Fengzhu? Is that girl that bad? Ning Fan was speechless. Yes. The omniscient old man's face turned red with anger. His wrinkled face looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. Don't say anything else. Come with this old man and bring that little devil out of this old man's research room. Immediately, immediately. Genius website. Apex mobile version. The Yiguang ancestral Earth Abyss had 12 levels. These 12 levels used to be the territory of the ancestors of the Light Clan. Now, it had become the breeding ground of the Light Ants. Omniscient old man had opened up dozens of secret cave dwellings to be used as research rooms. The largest one of them was built somewhere in the 6th level of the abyss. Ning Fan followed omniscient old man and sped across the desert. After traveling for an unknown period of time, 2 blurry black shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. They were so tall that they looked like 2 giants. This place had too much of a restriction on one's senses. Coupled with the sandstorm, Ning Fan could not see clearly what the 2 huge shadows were. When he got closer, he realized that they were 2 black mountains. An ancient sand city was built between the 2 black mountains. This sand city seemed to have been abandoned for countless years. However, there were still many remnants of dilapidated buildings, as if the civilization of the ancestors had existed here. Of course, it was also possible that this sand city was created by the Ant Lord's illusion technique and everything was fake. We're here. The little devil you are looking for is here. Let's go down. Omniscient old man kept the golden eagle puppet and brought Ning Fan to the sand city. Omniscient old man was still fine. He was the owner of this sand city. There was nothing wrong with entering this place. However, Ning Fan was an outsider. The moment he stepped into the city, the 2 huge black mountains on both sides suddenly seemed to have come alive and locked onto him with killing intent. As the earth shook and the mountains shook, countless black dragon shadows spurted out from the 2 black mountains. The black clouds rolled and the sky turned dark. Big dragon, air dragon, don't be naughty. This little friend is not an enemy. As soon as omniscient old man's words came out, the 2 black mountains immediately calmed down and resumed their lifeless appearance, as if they were really 2 mountains. Ning Fan understood. It was not his first time seeing mountains as guards for his tomb and cave dwellings. Naturally, he would not be surprised. However, the cultivation level of these 2 black mountain guards was not low. They were actually immortal Emperor Realm mountain puppets. This omniscient old man was really generous to use immortal Emperor Realm puppets as guards. Of course, considering that the donkey that omniscient old man rode was an existence that was infinitely close to the quasi-saint realm, Ning Fan was relieved. Little friend, what do you think of these 2 Dark World Destroyer Dragon Emperor puppets? Haha. You don't even fancy an immortal Emperor puppet. Little friend, you really are not immortal. No, I don't like it. It's just the stupid name you gave the gatekeeper puppet. Ning Fan was speechless. At this moment, he was absolutely certain that the omniscient old man's naming skills were 3 streets worse than his. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, omniscient old man suddenly stopped in front of a dry well. There were at least 30 to 50 such wells in Sand City, but since the omniscient old man had purposely stopped here, he naturally had his reasons. Paper money to buy the road. The dry well opens the door. Omniscient old man suddenly took out a bunch of paper money made from talisman paper from his inventory bag, threw it into the well and chanted a chant. In an instant, the originally ordinary dry well suddenly emitted a strange brilliance. Traces of underground water even seeped out of the bottom of the well, causing the originally dry well to have water surface. The water in the well rippled, and within the ripples a strange human face suddenly appeared on the surface of the well. It said in a stiff tone, "Password." The tiger comes out of the pit, and the turtle jade is destroyed in the pit. Whose fault is it? Answer within 10 breaths. If you answer wrongly, you will be obliterated. Ning Fan's eyes slightly twitched, feeling that it was quite interesting. It seems like this dry well is the entrance to the omniscient old man's abode. However, I didn't expect this dry well to have such a unique design. It actually requires a password to enter and exit. It was a very unique password. Ning Fan remembered this phrase. It seemed to be from a certain ancient book that mortals often used in their studies. It seemed to be called Analects of Confucius. The tiger and the rhinoceros ran out of the cage. The turtle shell used for divination and the jade artifacts used for sacrificial rituals were destroyed in the box. Whose fault was it? The keeper of the abode could not shirk his responsibility. The answer was very simple. It was the manager's responsibility. Ning Fan thought to himself that this omniscient old man was indeed knowledgeable about the past and present. He really lived up to his name of omniscient. He could even quote the Analects of Confucius from the mortal world and use it as a passcode. This was not something that an ordinary cultivator could do. Ning Fan faintly admired this omniscient old man's knowledge. It's not me who's wrong. It's the world. Omniscient old man answered. The admiration in Ning Fan's heart that had just risen was shattered with a crack sound. There's nothing wrong with it. When the water in the well asked omniscient old man whose fault was it, omniscient old man's answer was that it was the world's fault. There's nothing wrong with it, I've thought too much. This person is really just an idiot. Ning Fan cursed in his heart. He followed omniscient old man and jumped into the well. This was a dry well. Although underground water had seeped into it, the well water was only half a chi deep. However, after Ning Fan jumped into the well, he actually sank endlessly in the well water. After sinking for an unknown period of time, Ning Fan suddenly felt his vision turning dark. Then, his vision became bright again. His body instantly left the well water and flew out from the other end of the dry well. The other end of the dry well was connected to another desert and another sand city. At first, Ning Fan didn't think that there was anything wrong with this desert. But then, he discovered something strange. The sand city that he was currently standing in was exactly the same as the previous sand city. It was just that all the buildings were on the opposite sides of the other sand city. I see. Senior's abode is actually built in the reflection of the 6th floor. Ning Fan really felt like his horizons had been broadened. Reflection, be it the desert or the sand city that Ning Fan saw at the moment, they were all the reflections of the 6th floor of the earth abyss. Of course, they looked exactly the same, but their left and right sides were opposite. Because it was the reflection of the world, this place was as vast as the 6th floor of the earth abyss. In this reflection of the world, there were also black mountains and sand cities. However, the black mountains here were just reflections. They were not puppets or guards. As for the sand city here, it was filled with pedestrians and it was very lively. This was the city that built the reflection of the world. Other than omniscient old man, there wouldn't be a second city lord. The city lord has returned. City lord, please do me a favor and let me leave this place. I don't want to be studied anymore. City lord, as soon as Ning Fan and omniscient old man appeared in the reflection of the sand city, all the residents in the city began to clamor. Some of them were cheering while some of them were wailing and begging for mercy. Ning Fan scanned the area with his spirit sense and was slightly speechless. He found out that those residents who welcomed the return of omniscient old man were all puppets created by him. As for those who were wailing and begging for mercy, they were basically the research materials that omniscient old man had captured from various places. Wait. Spirit sense. This reflection of the world that Senior created doesn't seem to have any restriction on spirit sense? Ning Fan asked in surprise. Haha. Of course. Spirit sense is also one of my research topics. Of course, I won't replicate the geomagnetic force here to interfere with spirit sense. Omniscient old man smiled proudly. He was very satisfied with Ning Fan's surprised reactions after entering the reflection of the world. Then, when he thought of Bei Xiaoman who was still wreaking havoc in his territory, he felt a headache. He secretly regretted that he had captured this little devil lord along with him when he was capturing research materials. Save me! Save me! Suddenly, a few cultivators of the northern heaven who were wearing shackles rushed over and begged Ning Fan for help. However, they were stopped by a group of puppet soldiers. Those cultivators seemed to be the young geniuses of the northern heaven. Although their cultivation bases were not high, each of them had decent innate talents. It was unknown how long these young geniuses had been locked up in this place. As soon as they saw Ning Fan was not wearing any shackles, they immediately begged him for help. Ning Fan frowned, but he did not respond to their cries for help. He knew that omniscient old man was not a kind person. Otherwise, he would not go around capturing research materials. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not have the ability to save them in front of omniscient old man. It was already good enough for him to protect himself in front of omniscient old man. The difference in their strength was just too huge. There's no mistake. Xiaoman's chi is really in this sand city. It seems like omniscient old man did not lie to me about this matter. This place is also the right place. However, I can't be sure if Xiaoman is really giving him a headache like what he said. Or maybe this omniscient old man is just putting on an act, using Xiaoman as a bait to lure me here. One must always be vigilant. Even though I owe him some karma, I can't let him do whatever he wants. Ning Fan would never lose his basic vigilance at any time. Towards omniscient old man, he could forget about the incident of him capturing the research materials in the past. However, it was impossible for him to completely trust him. Hee. I've embarrassed myself in front of little friend. There are quite a lot of research materials that I've locked up in this place. If little friend has encountered them, please pretend that you didn't see them. If little friend shows excessive kindness and lets go of the research materials that you shouldn't have, I will get angry. When that time comes, I won't be able to get along with little friend peacefully anymore. Omniscient old man reminded him. What he said was not really a threat. He really did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Ning Fan just because of some research materials. Of course, if little friend really wants to let go of any of the research materials, it's not like I can't give little friend face. As long as little friend is willing to replace those research materials and let me experiment on them, I won't have any opinion on who little friend wants to let go. Omniscient old man looked at Ning Fan with infatuation. He wished that Ning Fan would sacrifice himself to save others. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was never a saint. How could he sacrifice himself to save a stranger? I'm sorry. Other than Xiaoman, I'm not interested in anything in this place. Are you really ancient chaos disciple? You actually didn't learn a single bit of his good character of being kind and giving to others. Omniscient old man was filled with regret. Senior seems to be very familiar with my master? Yes. Very familiar. In the past, the immortal sovereign had asked my master to guide ancient chaos. That was how ancient chaos finally created the yin-yang transformation and chaotic loop technique. Who is the immortal sovereign? Who is my master? I can't remember clearly. I don't know why my memory of the past is not very complete. Recalling the past, omniscient old man's eyes suddenly became blank. Then, he became crazy and irritable. Zido. It's all Zido. He caused my master to lose all of his cultivation base. He caused my master to become a madman. He caused my master to become the laughingstock of the Hongjun sacred sect. I want to destroy the Zido immortal domain. I want to kill all the descendants of Zido. I want to avenge my master. But my master didn't allow me to do that. Before he dispersed his spirit, he only asked me to look for junior martial brother. But who is my master? Who is Zido? Who is my junior martial brother? Omniscient old man gradually calmed down. His expression was dejected. He seemed to be a person with a lot of stories. However, he could no longer remember those stories clearly. Ning Fan's expression changed because of omniscient old man's words. Omniscient old man's crazy words were too scary. Immortal sovereign Zido had once harmed omniscient old man's master? Could it be that omniscient old man and his master were once great enemies of the Zido immortal domain? Ning Fan had spent a lot of effort to deal with Niu Manshan of the Eastern Heaven. Now, there was an old madman who was not inferior to Niu Manshan in the Northern Heaven who also wanted to destroy the descendants of Zido. Ning Fan knew from the beginning that immortal sovereign Zido was not a kind person. Just the matter of destroying Ziwei and the Northern Dipper immortal domain and establishing the Zido immortal domain was enough for him to hear countless bloodshed. Be it mortals or immortals, as long as they achieved something, they would always step on corpses and bones. There was no exception. Fortunately, Omniscient Old Man's master seemed to have stopped Omniscient Old Man's actions. Because of that, Omniscient Old Man did not really take revenge on the Zido immortal domain. Where were we just now? Yes, I remember now. Little friend, you seem to have asked me if you are very familiar with Ancient Chaos. Who is Ancient Chaos? I don't know this person. After Omniscient Old Man regained his composure, he seemed to have lost a lot of memories. He had completely forgotten about his crazy behavior just now. He only remembered that Ning Fan had asked him a question. This time, however, he could not remember who Ancient Chaos was. Since Senior isn't familiar with my master, then forget it. Ning Fan was worried that Omniscient Old Man would go crazy because of another topic, so he stopped talking to him. On the contrary, Omniscient Old Man regained his usual interest after forgetting about his crazy behavior. He kept showing off his masterpiece to Ning Fan along the way. Little friend, look at that puppet that can spit fire. It's the Gung-type puppet that explodes reality and banishes the world. That's a flying sword-type puppet. I named it the Xian Mao-type puppet that justice will triumph over evil. This one is, deep in Ning Fan's heart, he had already determined that Omniscient Old Man was an extremely dangerous saboteur. However, when Omniscient Old Man regained his composure, he felt that this Omniscient Old Man was still an idiot. This man seemed to have a deep understanding of puppets. It wasn't surprising that Northern Heaven was the place where the puppetry technique was gathered. The ancestral emperor of Northern Heaven, Dao Wang, was an outstanding figure in this field. However, what surprised Ning Fan was that Omniscient Old Man was not only good at puppetry. He even knew how to cultivate spiritual insects and spiritual beasts. Ning Fan followed Omniscient Old Man all the way to the central palace of Sand City. This was where Omniscient Old Man's research room was located. There were many research rooms. In the first research room, Ning Fan saw many giant light ants. The light ants here were more than 10 times bigger than the light ants of the same level in other places. Their strength was also a few times higher than the light ants of the same level. It seemed to be the result of Omniscient Old Man's meticulous cultivation. Further inside, there were other research rooms. There were all kinds of giant spiritual insects cultivated by Omniscient Old Man. They were not just light ants. In the cultivation world, there was a kind of demonic beast called Dragon Elephant. This beast was born with great strength, but it was extremely difficult to grow to the immortal venerable realm. But in this place, Ning Fan even saw a dragon elephant that was cultivated to the immortal king realm. This was the masterpiece of Omniscient Old Man. In the cultivation world, there was a kind of flower demon called Profound Young Flower Demon. This flower demon only had males, and reproduction could only be carried out through division. But in this place, Ning Fan met a female Profound Young Flower Demon. It was not a real female flower demon. It was just that Omniscient Old Man had changed its sex, making it look extremely miserable. For the sake of research, this Omniscient Old Man could do anything. He could even disregard ethics. This made Ning Fan shocked because he had never met such a crazy researcher. He began to worry about Bei Xiaoman's safety. If Bei Xiaoman was also crazily researched by Omniscient Old Man, Ning Fan did not dare to imagine how furious he would be after knowing about this. He was getting closer and closer. In front of him was the last research room. Bei Xiaoman's qi was clearly coming from there. When he was about 100 steps away from the research room, Omniscient Old Man suddenly stopped and let out a long sigh. Little friend, I don't dare to go any further. That little devil had ordered me not to go within 100 zhang asterisk of this place in order to not disturb her peace. If I do, then. Sigh. In short, little friend, you can go into the last research room by yourself. Remember, you must bring this little devil away from my research room. Oh right, little friend, be careful. There are many stone soldier puppets in this research room. This old man had modified them. Therefore, apart from this old man and that little devil, anyone who enters this research room will be killed. Omniscient Old Man said helplessly. Ning Fan nodded and pushed open the iron door of the research room alone. He did not consider whether Omniscient Old Man's words were true or not. Whether it was true or not, he would know once he saw Xiaoman. This research room was much bigger than Ning Fan had imagined. Xiaoman seemed to be at the deepest part of the research room. The moment Ning Fan pushed open the door, he did not find Bei Xiaoman immediately. Instead, he was locked on by 12 killing intents at the same time. There were 12 stone puppets guarding outside the research room. The structure of these puppets was obviously different from omniscient old man's style of making puppets. Instead, they were very similar to the Grandpa Stone Soldier that Bei Xiaoman had brought to the Rain World. However, unlike that stone soldier which had a divine transformation realm cultivation base, the 12 stone soldiers in front of Ning Fan were much stronger. Each of them had the cultivation base of an ancient immortal venerable. Being besieged by 12 immortal venerable puppets would definitely make an ordinary person's scalp go numb. Unfortunately, Ning Fan just pointed his finger and the 12 immortal venerable puppets were immobilized on the spot. This brat also knows how to imitate the fixed reincarnation technique? Omniscient old man seemed to have sensed something and was a little surprised. After immobilizing the 12 puppets, Ning Fan walked towards the inner part of the research room. Unfortunately, he had only taken a few steps when a cold female voice filled with killing intent resounded in his ears. You can actually suppress 12 immortal venerables with a single move. It seems like you are not an ordinary person. Let me, Shiji, kill you with my own hands. This time, it was a peak immortal king realm puppet. Moreover, it was a female puppet. This puppet looked pretty good. It was different from the ordinary stone soldier puppets. There were not many traces of a puppet on this female puppet. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no aura of a living person, Ning Fan might have thought that it was not a puppet but a female immortal king realm puppet. Immobilize. Ning Fan used the fixed sky technique again and immobilized the female puppet. Then, with great curiosity, he walked closer and pressed his finger on the female puppet's face. To his surprise, he discovered that this puppet's skin was very elastic, but it wasn't made of human skin. Instead, it was made of real stone. There is actually a stone that is as soft as a woman's skin in this world? No wonder the texture of this female puppet's skin is so real. How dare you? I am the concubine of Lord Stone God. How dare you disrespect me? If it wasn't because my cultivation base was restricted by the 8 stone soldier formation, how could I possibly be restrained by your finger? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The face of the female puppet named Shiji was as cold as ice. Even her angry expression was no different from a real human. Lord Stone God? What's that? Ning Fan was surprised. However, he was too lazy to care about Shiji. He was also too lazy to flirt with her. He was just interested in the material that Shiji was made of. As if she had sensed the commotion outside, a little girl who was sleeping soundly in the research room woke up. It's so noisy. It's so early in the morning. Can't you let me sleep? Don't you know that lack of sleep is a girl's natural enemy? You bunch of damn traitors. You're not worthy of being called stone soldiers. Humph. I will skin you alive. Just as Bei Xiaoman was about to get up and fix the noisy stone soldier puppets, a man's aura pounced on her the moment she sat up from her bed. Skin? Who do you want to skin? Do you want me to skin you and see what's going on in your head? Why did you come to this place to behave atrociously? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly dark. His large hands moved around Bei Xiaoman's body to check. Fortunately, all parts of her body were normal. She was not modified. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you take advantage of me? Bei Xiaoman was so shocked that she almost cried. After leaving Ning Fan, how many years had it been since she got close to a man like this? Now that she was pressed down on the bed by a strange man and was being caressed all over her body, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to die. But why is this smell so familiar? What a familiar voice. What a familiar face. Bei Xiaoman's heart suddenly felt indescribably wronged. It's that super baddie Zhou Ming. He's here to look for me. Am I dreaming? Damn it. It must be an illusion technique. I must have fallen into the illusion technique of this abyss again. The great devil Lord Zhou must be like what my second sister said. He's hugging women in the eastern sky. With Nuan Air and Ling Air by his side, why would he think of me? Why would he come here to look for me and save me? Stupid Zhou Ming. Rotten Zhou Ming. Why would he rather ascend to the eastern sky than the northern sky? He must have been seduced by some shameless woman to the eastern sky. Damn it. Which part of me can't be compared to those women? I'm beautiful, sweet and skillful, but you actually like the new and hate the old. Ugh. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry after hearing Bei Xiaoman's complaints. He did not remember that Bei Xiaoman was such a resentful woman. It's quite interesting. Along the way, Ning Fan had been enduring the tremendous pressure of life and death. Now that the string in his heart had loosened, how could he still remember to educate Bei Xiaoman properly? All of his thoughts had been replaced by other thoughts. Whether it's an illusion technique or not, you'll know once you feel it with your body. With a flash, he carried Bei Xiaoman into the profounding world. Outside the research room, omniscient old man felt that it was a pity. Sigh. I thought I could witness the mating between a deity and a female cultivator. It seems like this brat doesn't intend to let me see it. What a pity. It's really a pity. I wonder if deities use the posture of a dog or the posture of a horse when they're having sex. Or maybe it's the same posture as a normal man and a woman. In the profounding world, Bei Xiaoman's voice was about to turn hoarse. She was now very sure that Ning Fan was not using an illusion technique. How could such an animal's invasion be an illusion technique? Yo. You're still the same as before. You're so weak that you can collapse in a single blow. Ning Fan was purposely provoking her with his words. It was a very simple trick. No one would fall for it. However, Bei Xiaoman fell for it very much. Nonsense. I'm already very different from before. Second sister has taught me many techniques. I must squeeze you dry and break you mercilessly. I will make you kneel before me and *ck your toes for me. Ah. Wait. I'm not ready yet. Wait. No. This place. Spare me. Great Devil Zhou, Great Immortal Zhou. Call me Ning Fan. What Ning Fan? Didn't your second sister tell you? I, Zhou Ming, am Ning Fan. Clap as he spoke, his movements did not slow down at all. At the same time, another group of guests arrived in the Light Clan. Junior Fu Suchin greets the seniors of the Light Clan. The leader of this group was a young man who was as handsome as a heavenly deity. The corners of his mouth seemed to always hang a confident smile. Oh? Little friend, are you the new clan leader of the Fusu family? The rumored Taoist of the water sect? When the few immortal emperors of the Light Clan heard that the person who came was Fusu Chen, their expressions changed. I'm indeed this junior. My master heard that something had happened in the earth abyss of the Light Clan. That's why he sent this junior here to lend a helping hand. This junior has brought the 8 formation puppets that my master gave me. This is Senior Immortal Stone. Fu Suchin introduced a short old man with an arrogant air to the immortal emperors of the Light Clan. What? Your sect actually invited Senior Immortal Stone here? That's great. Senior Laze has already entered the earth abyss. If Senior Immortal Stone is here to help. Humph. We don't need any Laze. One person is enough. The short old man who was called Immortal Stone said proudly. As soon as he released his quasi-saint chi, everyone in the area could not stand steadily. He was actually a quasi-saint with 18,000 tribulation magic power. Senior Immortal Stone, don't be rude. Fu Suchin frowned slightly and reprimanded. This Immortal Stone was obviously a quasi-saint. Moreover, he was a top-notch expert among the first-level quasi-saints. However, for some unknown reason, he did not dare to disobey Fu Suchen's words. Upon hearing this, he immediately retracted his chi. However, he still had an arrogant look on his face. He did not even put the Light Clan in his eyes. Seeing this, the people of the Light Clan could only smile bitterly. This junior has come here to deal with the matters in the earth abyss. Nominally, it's an official matter. However, it's actually a private matter. To be honest, the fiancé that my master has arranged for me is also in the earth abyss. Whether it's for official or personal reasons, I can't just sit back and watch the chaos in the earth abyss. Regarding this, please don't worry, seniors. We've forgotten about this. The current Rain Master has arranged the 4th Lady of the Lost World Palace to be your fiancé. With you and Senior Immortal Stone, there's no need to worry about the safety of the fourth lady of the Lost World Palace. Speaking of which, I'm really looking forward to meeting my fiancé for the second time. I hope that this meeting won't be as unpleasant as the previous one. If she still dares to be rude to me this time. Hehe, I won't always be so polite. A trace of cold light flashed across Fu Suchen's eyes. His master's order appeared in his mind. For the sake of the Stone Soldier 8 formations, you must obtain Bei Xiaoman at all costs. Since the Shiman clan has taken the initiative to give up on the engagement, don't blame the water sect for interfering. If we still can't win her heart, you, Fu Suchen, don't come back anymore. Sigh. What's wrong with me? She's just an inexperienced little girl. How could I have the intention to kill her? I really shouldn't have done this. That kind of ignorant little girl can be tamed with just a few words. The last time I was slapped by her in front of the entire Lost World Palace was probably just an accident. There has never been a woman who could reject me over and over again. If I add the debt of saving her life this time, I don't believe that she won't submit to me. Fu Suchen had always been confident in his ability to attract women. Genius website. Apex mobile version. End of chapter 1183. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.